Cyan Vert, the best assassin of the continent, meets a pitiful death after having been betrayed by his own brother, whom he had trusted all his life. If I were given another chance at life, I would live it differently. I would only trust myself and achieve all the things I want on my own without serving anyone else but myself. That is how I was given a second chance at life. The Cyan Vert, a shadow who lived for others, is no more. I will now pave a path on my own. For myself. The story begins with the protagonist recalling his father's oft-repeated words. Serve the clan above all else. These words echoed in his mind amidst the chaos of the battlefield. To him, they signified a life devoid of personal desires, a duty to remain a silent shadow beside his brother. Kneeling on the ground, blood trickled down his face, a stark reminder of the cost of loyalty. Several knights watched him, while one person commented on how a single knight fights off the continent's strongest commanders on his own. The battlefield was surrounded by fallen knights, but a commander and several knights who could still fight surrounded him. The commander of the enemy called him by his name, Cyan Vert. In response, he uttered the commander's name, Boris. Boris had a smug look on his face. Out of thin air, Cyan drew out his sword. He then asked Boris who made him do this to him, and an ominous aura surrounded his body. He asked Boris if it was the Emperor. Boris covered his face with his arm and commented that Cyan's black fog is sickening. Upon witnessing this power, he had confirmed that it was like what the rumors had said. Cyan's aura grew more powerful, while Boris called him an assassin from Mist. Mist is an organization that is like F to the Knights of Light. Boris planned to report to the higher-ups that he got rid of an impure being that was affiliated with the heathens. Cyan replied that Boris should do that when he actually had the mouth left to function after their battle. He threatened Boris that he wouldn't even have a single tooth after he's done with him. Boris advised Cyan that if he plans to use his secret power, he should give up. He told Cyan that there was a 9th star magic barrier cast around the area. In his mind, Cyan knew that he needed to get out of there and reveal the culprit behind it to his brother. With fierce eyes, Cyan declared that he'd just pierced through the barrier. All of a sudden, Cyan was commanded to stop by someone. A reputable man in golden armor arrived. Cyan was surprised and confused to see this familiar person. He recalled what his father always used to say, "Live for the clan." In addition, his father told him that his brother Ashel is by extension of the clan. Ashel Vert's success is Cyan Vert's success. This man in golden armor had blonde hair and was staring at Cyan. Cyan realized the culprit behind all of it. It was Ashel. This revelation made his legs weak. Ashel commented that Cyan was confused now that he had appeared. Cyan looked at him and asked Ashel about the meaning of all of it. Ashel expressed how Cyan had carried out his duties well for the clan, for the people, and for him. Upon hearing this statement, Cyan knew what was going to happen next. Ashel added that he was just trying to take the burden off his brother's shoulders. Cyan admitted that he didn't understand it and inquired if he had done anything wrong. Ashel pointed out the ominous fog that Cyan was emitting. He described Cyan as nothing more than a murderer. He was even unsure if his brother could still be called human. Ashel raised his voice when he told Cyan that he had fooled them all for a long time. With a hint of anger, he asked Cyan, "Can you really say that you don't know your sins?" The word murderer and sin echoed in Cyan's head. This made him furious as he wondered what the hell Ashel was talking about. The succession fight within the Empire, the Demon King Army's raid, the war to unify the continent, Ryan helped Ashel through all of that. All because, for Cyan, serving his brother was his life. He punched the ground in anger. Our MC slowly stood up, thinking about how Ashel was now abandoning him. Dark aura was now oozing from his body. Driven by his rage, his fog became more intense as he thought about how he had worked like a dog under Ashel for 20 years. Blood started pooling at his feet, but he didn't care if his whole body broke down. He decided to give everything he had right now, even if it meant he could destroy Ashel. His crimson-red mist covered the whole area, painting the sky red. The knights were shocked to see that he still had that much mana left. It was impossible for a human. Cyan narrated that the hero is trying to kill his younger brother just because he's afraid. He asked Ashel if he wasn't ashamed of himself. This made Ashel furious. The veins on his face became visible. Because of that, Cyan launched at him with incredible speed. He continuously attacked Ashel, who tried to deflect using a sword. Cyan wished for one chance just once was enough. Their fight continued. One chance was all he needed to stab Ashel's weak point and stop him from regenerating. Cyan's attack met a magic barrier. Our MC did not expect for his strongest attack to be blocked by something like this. He checked and saw that Boris had helped Ashel. Ashel called him a poor bastard and stabbed Cyan in the stomach, making Cyan drop his dagger. Ashel told him that he wanted to do the favor of giving him a painless death since he was his brother, but Cyan showed him his true colors. He revealed that he knew Cyan was a demon from the start. He added how it was a good thing he never trusted Cyan to begin with. Cyan's expression revealed how heartbroken he was because of that statement. Ashel kicked him to remove the sword from Cyan's body, and just like that, he left Cyan lying on the ground, his blood pooling underneath him. Cyan wondered if that was his end. He commented on how foolish the life he had lived was as he slowly started to lose his consciousness. He called himself stupid. Yet all of a sudden, he chased after Ashel's back. Ashel sensed him and turned. Cyan was about to hit him. Cyan let out a loud scream as he released all his ging power for that attack. His dagger was inches away from Ashel's throat, but he was interrupted with a powerful force that blew him away. He lost consciousness. Then he heard somebody calling him, "Young Master Cyan." He immediately woke up, sweating profusely, catching his breath. The maid scolded him for sleeping in. She told him to get his act together since he needed to get ready. He was surprised to see Emily. He asked her what she was doing there. Emily was also surprised, and then he realized something. It had been 20 years since he last saw her, and yet she was the same as she was when he last saw her. He noticed the surroundings. He remembered that it was the room he used to live in when he was younger. Even the furniture arrangement was the same, and he thought that maybe he went back to being a child. Emily called him to get his attention. She asked him if he was stalling for time because he didn't want to go for training. She instructed him to make up his mind and get going. The young man had no idea what Emily was talking about. He asked what training she referred to in the Vert clan. Duisen looked around and was certain that he was back in the days of the past. He wondered if the situation was what they called life flashing before your eyes just before your death. He remembered 27 years ago. It was during the foundation year, 985, March 1st, a year before he entered the academy. Every year, the DUI holds a dual training session. His father, who is the owner of the Duke Vert, attends the event, making it a very big deal. His opponent was Cranvert. He was the same age as Cyan. He was his half-brother. Cran's mother, Margaret Erzeth, was the Duke's wife. Thanks to that, Cran received a lot more attention. Despite the fact that they were both the youngest sons, Cyan was considered a bastard and, after being mocked in that fight, became a laughingstock to everyone. The duel was the reason why his father stopped paying attention to him too, Emily whispered and suggested that he should surrender. Young Cyan assured her that it was okay and that he just needed to win in his head. Cyan took that as the maid looking down at him. He sensed something. His weapon, a rapier, was heavy. He figured out that his strength was the same as when he was at that age. The sensation felt like it was not from a dream, nor a memory of his life flashing before his eyes. He had never heard of a magic spell capable of creating such strong illusions. He wondered if he was really back in the past. Cran commented on how his brother didn't run off from the duel. Cannon thought that this could be his chance to change the future. He looked at his father, who declared the start of the match. Cran attacked first while asking him where he was looking. Cran was confident that he would hit him with his sword. Cyan stood there and watched him. He thought how Cran was like a snail. He shifted his stance, and that made Cran surprised. Basically, Cyan just took a step to move on the side, and Cran missed hitting him. This triggered Cran, who commented how Cyan was dodging like a coward. But before Cran could do anything further, Cyan hit his hand, and Cran's sword flew. Then Cyan kicked him on the shin. Cran was in pain and fell to the ground, hugging his knees while groaning loudly. His mother yelled out his name in worry. Cyan thought that now, if he just put his sword on Cran's throat, the duel would be over. He gripped his sword as he thought that wasn't enough. He recalled that when he was at that age, Cran always bullied him as a form of entertainment, and that bullying continued in the academy too. So, Cyan thought that he needed to really stomp him down so that he could never try to do anything like that to him again. Cyan had decided that, in that life, he would pave a path on his own for himself. Cran got terrified, tears streaming down his face. Cran was in pain. The result of the duel was that Cran lost. The Duke ordered Cannon to see him and even freed up a schedule, which made Cyan ponder if his victory in the duel was really that impressive. He even had a high-class knight, Ellen, who was directly affiliated with the Duke, escorting him. He met Margaret Erzeth in the hallway. It looked like she had talked to the Duke about her son. Cyan grinned when he saw her. She looked like she stepped in something unpleasant. He asked her if Cran was okay. She was furious. She told him that he was audacious to ask such a question after beating his brother like that. She told him that he was thick-skinned. She passed by him while saying that it's how duels are. Then he heard her say, "This is why bastards shouldn't be treated like legitimate children." With a devilish grin, Margaret Erzeth continued to say that, like mother, like son, and that his mother was a dirty... She told him that he should be on the streets begging for food instead of daring to put up a fight when he should have just known how to be grateful. Cannon looked back at her with murderous intent. She had crossed the line. He pondered if he should just kill her but stopped himself. A grin flashed on his face. He knew better than anyone how to make her suffer. He planned to torture her slowly, painstakingly. Slowly, he asked her if she was aware that he was going to the academy along with Cran. She asked him what his point was, and then he said, "I'm sure you want your son to graduate with limbs, right? I guess you're not that worried about him. Huh, Duchess?" This triggered her even more. She was about to slap him, calling him a vulgar piece of... Yulin's arm protected Cyan. Yulin apologized to the Duchess. He explained that the Duke called Cyan urgently, so they had to go with a stern expression. He told the Duchess that they would get going. The Duchess remained silent. The Duke's orders were absolute. Cyan peeked from Yulin's back and laughed. He was being protected by the guard knight who was given that order, a knight who wouldn't submit even to the Duke's wife. He thought about how Yulin was nice and reliable. The door opened, and the Duke told them to come in. Cannon entered the room. He greeted the Duke. In his mind, he recalled that it had been almost 15 years since they had met one-on-one. Duke Willius Vert was the great feudal lord of Vus, a western feud of the USI Empire. The world called him by a different name. The guardian of the continent. He was the hero who stopped the invasion of demons for a long time with his remarkable magic power and otherworldly wisdom. That man shouldered a responsibility no one compelled on him until his very death in battle against the invasion of the Demon King's army. All he wanted was peace for the entirety of the continent, but Cyan's memories of him were different as a man who utilized his free will to decide on living his whole life serving others. For Cyan, he was a stupid man. The Duke commented how Cyan's eyes precisely followed the sword and dodged it. Cyan was confused. The Duke explained the scene when Cran ran at him. He looked straight at the path of the swinging sword and turned his body to dodge it. The Duke asked him when he learned how to wield a sword. Cyan thought that, as always, the Duke was sharp. He answered that he wouldn't say he learned it, but he practiced every night on his own. The Duke pressed him for details, since he knew that Cyan never had any interest in swordsmanship. He asked Cyan why he hid such excellent skills. Cyan was embarrassed when he answered that he didn't want to catch others' attention, but the Duke was not convinced. Despite that reason, Cyan went all out at taking down Cran. The Duke continued to speak. He asked Cyan if he also thought that what he did after was unnecessary. The Duke was talking about Cyan kicking Cran on the ground. Cyan thought that the intention behind the Duke's questions seemed pretty probing. He wondered if the Duke was trying to get a feel of what he was capable of. Cyan admitted that he wanted to prove himself. The Duke asked him, "What did you want to prove?" Cyan confidently replied, "That I'm better than Cran. They share the same blood." He concluded that it was the meaning of the duel. The Duke laughed. The Duke praised him for his clear and concise answer that shows off his level-headedness. He didn't know Cyan was so talented. He was delighted. The Duke told him that he will become a great and reliable support for Ashel one day. Cyan then felt the betrayal from his past life. He was confused and disappointed. He wondered why he would become Ash's helper. He thought how it was always the same. The Duke is still obsessed as ever with Ashel. His hand turned into a ball of fists. The Duke told him that he wanted to reward him. So if there's anything he wants, he should just tell him. With sharp eyes, Cyan decided that he'll destroy everything. Everything that Ashel tried to do. He told the Duke what he wanted. A few moments after that, Emily turned pale when she found out that Zan wanted to enter the battlefront. He told Emily that nothing is certain yet. Emily probed him, asking if he's losing his mind or if he has any idea what kind of place that is. She told him that it's swarming with wicked and terrifying demonic beasts all over the place, the western feud of the Yusuf Empire. It is the only place in the entire continent to be called a battlefront. Even in the Lima Valley, that can be called the front line, is a ferocious battlefield where battles with demons have been going on for hundreds of years. Because of that, the Duke, who stubbornly opposed it from the start, gave Cayenne a condition. He is to become worthy of going to Lima Valley within 1 month. He didn't know on what basis the Duke would decide his worth, yet he thought of raising his physical strength as much as possible in the given time. He's aware that he's still weaker than his peers, but he also appreciates that he's lucky enough to have the same combat sense as he had before regressing, and the little amount of magic he sensed from within him. He knew that if he trained his body as per his capability, he could definitely make good use of it. He decided to start training right away. All of a sudden, his door busted open. A woman entered the room. It was Alice. This lady had blue hair and a stern look on her face. She grabbed him by the collar. Emily greeted Lady Alice, but Alice was rocking Cyan back and forth, asking him if he's gone mad. She heard that he asked their father to send him to the battlefront. Cyan turned pale when he asked Alice to let him go. She left him on the ground. Cyan's soul looked like it left his body. Alice commented that defeating Cray got into Cyan's head. She uttered that it won't. So she demanded that Cyan go to the rooftop at once. At the rooftop, Alice briefed him. She told him that when they drew their swords, she would let him go to the battlefront if he could endure her attacks for 3 minutes. RMC asked Alice if she really had to go that far. Alice was firm. She demanded him to answer one question. She inquired if Cyan is after the family's title. Internally, Cannon was surprised that she's going that far for that reason. He doesn't even have the slightest interest in that. Alice assumed that his silence means yes. She instructed him to draw his sword. Chenna was exasperated. It hasn't been half a day since his duel with Cray. He concluded that his whole day was chaotic. Alice proceeded to attack him. He did not expect that, but he was able to block her attack, which surprised Alice, because that would have been impossible for a 10-year-old. Cyan pondered if she really planned to go all out against her brother, who is 7 years younger than her. Alice stepped back. She was processing what happened. A rapier has a very light blade, yet Cannon cleanly parried off her longsword's attack. She wondered if he just got lucky. She told him that he's got better intuition than she thought. He knew from Alice's expression that he's screwed. Alice went all out on her next attacks. She leapt to attack him, but Cannon was able to block her sword using his rapier. More than that, he was able to slide his sword well so that he was able to position it parallel to her throat. Alice was taken aback. Cyan was struggling. He shifted his sword, but Alice blasted him away. He landed on top of the pillar, breathing heavily. He thought how the situation could go wrong. Had he not twisted his sword midway through, he would have keeled her. Mist's swordsmanship skill Thick Fog mostly consists of skills meant to keel immediately. Cyan admitted to himself that it's hard to fight without keeling because his strength is lacking. He wondered how much time was left. He's compensating for his weak strength by imbuing the sword with his mana, but he's almost at his limit. Alice was breathing heavily too. She called the earth and wine to come to her and act as her sword. Cayenne was surprised to witness the 6th star magic. Alice's blade glowed in blue. This is called the Aqua Blade. With a funny look, crying expression, Cannon wondered if Alice was trying to keel him. Alice kept muttering that she can't lose. Cyan could tell by the look in her eyes that it would be the end of him. Since he's positioned on the edge, he anticipated that he'll fall even if he were to block her attack. He decided to trust that his plan would work. With incredible speed, he charged at her first. He ran fast while Alice pointed her sword toward the sky to concentrate her power. Cyan gripped his sword as he begged heck, hoping somebody will come out. Alice is oozing with power. In his mind, Cyan hoped for Yulene to show up. When Alice and Cyan were about to hit each other, Yulene showed up in the middle while screaming, "Stop!" He blocked Alice's sword with his sword while he grabbed Cyan at the back of his neck. Alice's attack caused a huge explosion. Yulene had a serious expression on his face when he called Lady Alice. He told her that she's being harsh against a much younger opponent. Cyan, still dangling from Yin's hand, let out a sigh of relief. He kept on wondering when Ellen would appear. As if she came out of a trance, she gasped and immediately hugged her brother while apologizing. She admitted that she must have lost her mind for a second. Then she cried. Snot came out of her nose. She expressed how much she wanted to stop him from going to the battlefield. Cyan smiled and thought, how it's very much Alice to do that. She always tries so hard with everything. Alice was the elite of the elites who got an S in all subjects in the Royal Academy where all the talented children gathered, whether they be talented in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of that, her beauty was astounding, so people called her God's child from a young age. She was trained in swordsmanship and was mentioned as being the future guardian of the continent. along with the oldest son, Ashel Vert. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed. Cyan hugged her back while thinking of how much he missed her. His hug was so tight that it got Alice's attention. In his head, he vowed to protect her this time. Then, she averted her attention to Kulin. She asked if he was the Duke's guardian knight. She was confused since the Duke had just left for the war. Ulin informed her that he's carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while, although he couldn't tell her because he's supposed to carry it out in secret. Cyan felt his presence ever since he left the Duke's office. He wondered if Yulin would have not shown himself if he continued to not notice him. He wondered why his father would tell Yulin to follow him secretly all of a sudden. Cyan felt groggy. Alice caught him as he fell asleep. Alice smiled and commented that he's still a little kid. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, she had come back just for a bit to see their father before her graduation. Cyan felt the need to become stronger, so he had been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 push-ups was his limit. He felt like he hit the wall for the past 2 weeks. Back then, he was pretty confident in his strength. He knew this time he needed a solution. Emily knocked on his door to inform him that a package from Emily had arrived. Cyan got excited. Emily brought it out and complained about how it smelled so disgusting. It was hellhound's blood that he had asked her to get for him. It's a rare item that can only be found in Lamia Valley. But now he figured out that the rumors about it being in the black market were true. The blood of demonic beasts is considered poisonous because of its sickening smell, as well as the feeling of burning upon consumption, but it actually permanently increases the mana and strength of the person who consumes it. Most people think that it's a false rumor, but Cyan knew that it's true based on his past life experience. Emily asked him if he's really going to drink it. He answered yes. In his mind, Emily had nothing to worry about since he's the only person who was able to adapt to her cooking skills. He chugged it down. He was reminded of the first time he remembered it was mushroom soup, and after a single bite, his heart stopped for a moment. Compared to that soup, the blood was nothing. He finished everything and commented that it was good. The power was oozing from his body. He told Emily that he's going out for a walk. He wanted to see if it worked. Our MC stepped outside. He arrived at a mountain overlooking the duchy. It had been a while since he last came there. He had been waiting for it for the last 2 weeks. It was the time when Yulin was not there for his regular reports. He usually visits the place when he wants to be alone. Then, one day, Ashel received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumel. It said that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in the mountains. He didn't fully believe it, but there was really a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. And of course, the divine revelation had yet to come. Only Cyan knew about it at the moment. He touched the ground with his hand, and his power traveled in the area. He grinned as he thought how Ashel had no idea what he's doing right now. The ground was shattered, revealing an underground passage. He decided to go inside. He noticed that it was different from last time he was there. That place was an ancient temple that served the god of light, Lumel, until all of the history on that land was erased. It was because of the god of demon war that happened 300 years ago. Who could have ever imagined that the place existed in the mountains just behind the castle? Ahead of him was a glowing sword on a pedestal. It is considered the owner of the temple. 9939 before foundation, August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving out the Demon King's army from VUS. The Demon King's army was far stronger than the humans, but the humans found ancient relics called the gods' weaponry, allowing them to take the win. One of those relics, Duran Dark, was a holy sword blessed by the god of light, Lumel. The sword was deemed the main cause of humanity's victory against the demons, and Cyan would meet his pitiful death in the future due to that sword, which would be possessed by Ashel Vert. He entertained the thought that perhaps Duran Dark had something to do with his regression. He touched the sword, and as expected, nothing happened. He kicked the sword in frustration and uttered that it ruined his mood. He mocked it, saying, "Holy sword my ass." He decided to take care of his business and then leave. Little did he know, the sword was also annoyed. Once he walked past the light, there was a shadow that felt otherworldly. Cyan found it. At first glance, it looked like a sword's shadow, but it was not a shadow. Where there is light, there must be darkness too. He imbued it with his power. It revealed a pathway that led to another room hidden by the altar of light. Our MC opened the door. He saw his sword glowing in red on top of the pedestal. He told his sword that it was nice to see it. Cyan grabbed his sword. It was the demonic sword Karam, the same sword he was wielding before he died. The moment he touched it, It revealed a powerful, ominous aura. He uttered, "Good morning, Cam." But there was no response. So, he wondered if it's still not awake. Still, Sion was elated. The familiar feeling to him was the best, and it made him want to slay something right there and then. Then, a shadow with sharp eyes appeared on the ground. It asked Sion if he had no fear. Karam asked if he didn't know what it meant to have woken him up. Sion nonchalantly answered that he didn't know, and it could be that it meant the sword was his now. The shadow became bigger and more intimidating. It informed Sion that since he woke up a demonic sword, it was too late to regret it now. The shadow grinned and revealed several pointy teeth. It rushed towards Cayenne while claiming that Cayenne's body would be owned by him, but Karam was surprised that Sion casually choked him. Cayenne told him that he wasn't that trashy before. The shadow started fading away and revealed a human face. Karam wondered how Cayenne could touch him. As if in answer, Cayenne reiterated that the sword was his. Karam had pink, long, pointy nails. She attacked Sion with them while screaming. Off! Sion lost his grip, and Karam leapt backwards. When Karam was fully revealed, it turned out she was a woman. She asked Cayenne who he was. She could see a dark aura surrounding him. She asked if he was the successor. She inquired why she could feel Arunk aura from him. Sion answered that she was right, and that he was the successor of Aru. He wore a devilish grin and told her that her master was back. He demanded her to bow down. He called her demonic sword, Karam. Karam denied him by saying that he's just a kid. She couldn't accept it. They fought each other. Sion figured out that words weren't enough. The demonic sword's final goal was to take over the body of the user. That left him no choice. He planned to go easy on her, but then Sion grinned and activated demonic sword control. All of a sudden, Karam was being pulled to the ground, and the impact made her groan. Sion told her that he would just say it once. He inquired as to why she wouldn't accept him as her owner while he was still being nice. She gritted her teeth and asked him how he could use that power. He activated demonic sword control again, and that smashed her face to the ground. He did that over and over again until her whole head was already buried deep in the ground. He asked if she was ready to accept now. Karam replied that she accepted. Yet, she called him human. Sion was about to activate demonic sword control again, but he stopped when Karam corrected herself and called him master. Now that he had taken care of his business in that place, Sion wondered if it was time for him to go back since he had been gone for too long. Karam, in sword form, expressed that it's been so long since she breathed fresh air. She let herself out from the sword. She looked like a black balloon with eyes, a mouth, and pink hair. She was happy to express that she found it refreshing. She asked for her master's name. Sion gave his full name. She commented that she had never heard that name before. Once again, she asked if Eru really chose a kid like him. Sion answered, "Yeah, in my past life." That confused Karam. Sion explained that he died once before in her mind. Karam thought, "What the hell?" And then she noticed something. They were in front of the other sword. She commented on how he's still sleeping. Sion commented how the sword would have to wait for 20 years for its owner. Karam commented that Canon talked as if he knew the future. He grabbed his sword and assumed a stance. Out of the blue, he cut the handle of the sword in front of them. Karam was surprised and asked him what he planned to do with it. He had a devilish grin on his face and said that it could make things a bit more interesting in the future. The carriage can be seen moving away from the castle as the sun sets. It then slowed down until it stopped. Sion is wearing a shield on his chest, unable to believe the day had already come. He thought about how time flies by. Canon greeted the Duke upon his arrival. The Duke told him that it would be the last time he would ask him. He inquired if Cayenne was still determined to go to the battlefront. He told Cayenne that if he wanted to back out now, he wouldn't stop him. With confidence, Cayenne announced that he's certain since his heart already lies at the battlefront. The Duke instructed Yulin to open what he had. Yulin was holding a scroll. Cayenne recognized that it was a magic scroll and wondered if they were summoning something. Yulin released the magic scroll, and a creature with flames on its body appeared before them. Its paws had sharp claws. It was a hellhound, low-ranked demonic beast from the Lamea Valley. Cayenne thought that his father and the knights must have had a hard time preparing for the test. The knights placed their hands on their swords. Cayenne observed that and thought about how the knights are prepared to step in when it becomes dangerous. The Duke told him that he's responsible for his actions. The Duke urged him to prove how strong his resolve is by passing the trial and showing it to them. Yulin thought about this trial. He tightened his grip on his sword. He recalled the time when Kyan invited him for a duel. That time, Kyan explained that there were only 3 days left until the deadline of his promise to his father. He thought that he couldn't just keep swinging his sword in the air. He told Yulin that he wanted to have a sense of a real fight too, so he asked him to help him out. Yulin was hesitant, so he suggested that Cyan duel someone his age like the young master Cran. Cyan explained that for some reason, Cran runs away whenever he sees him. In his head, Yulin thought it was a hassle. Yulin eventually agreed and informed Canon that he would only fight with his sword's sheath and would focus only on defense. He encouraged Cyan to attack him all he wanted. Cyan thanked Yulin and told him he had another favor to ask. The atmosphere changed, and with a serious expression on his face, he told Yulin that whatever happens in the duel, Yulin should not tell the Duke about it. He emphasized that it was an order. This puzzled Yulin. But then Cyan attacked him. Yulin was able to block it with his sword, but he felt that the attack was heavy. He couldn't believe it came from a 10-year-old. Before he could get back to his stance, Cannon attacked again. He also noticed how quick Cannon moves and was surprised when suddenly he was out of sight. He wondered when Cyan disappeared, and then he sensed him behind him. He was able to defend just in time as Cannon attacked him consecutively. He really took this duel seriously. Yulin gave his all when attacking, but all of it was deflected by Yulin. He mentioned that as he thought he couldn't win against him yet. He thanked Yulin for his hard work. Ken's breathing became shallow and fast. He praised the young master in his mind. He couldn't believe that the weak young master Cyan had grown that much. Back to the present time, Yulin thought that his hunch was right. The young master could overcome the trial. The hellhound moved quickly. Cyan anticipated its attack. It roared loudly as it approached him. Its eyes were focused on Cannon. It passed by Cyan. Cyan understood that with his current strength, fighting a monster was still too much. He knew he had to end the battle as quickly as possible. The hellhound prepared to attack again, but Cannon had planned to kill it with his next attack. He assumed a combat stance, and when the hellhound charged at him, he targeted its neck. He leapt high in the air and pierced its skull with his sword. The knights couldn't believe their eyes. The Duke was pleased. Cyan looked at the corpse of the hellhound. It was bleeding severely from its neck. He thought that it was a waste, since that much blood could fill a few bottles. But if he did something like that right there, people would think he's crazy. The Duke clapped and praised Cyan for being impressive. He told Cyan, "Then I'll see you at the battlefront." Cyan thanked his father. Karam appeared as small smoke on his shoulder. She fiercely asked him if she looked like a kitchen knife to him. Cannon nonchalantly answered, "Of course not. You're a demonic sword. Why would you say that?" Karam replied, "Then use me, damn it." She yelled that she needed blood to gain strength. She looked at the corpse and stuck her tongue out while begging to be allowed to have one gulp. Cyan told her not to worry, and, with murderous intent, told her that soon he would use her to his heart's content. He told her to look forward to it. Karam complained that he should have just woken her up during that time. After a while, an ogre appeared in the northwest. The Duke commanded them to set up a line of defense and take down the ogre right away. He told everyone to leave no one alive. The knights yelled to start the restraint of salvation. A bright yellow mark in the air illuminated the area. A magic circle formed beneath the ogres, and restraints came out of that circle, immobilizing the ogres. The Duke commanded the knights to attack. They sliced up the ogres in the area. The ogres roared loudly, but the knights bravely did their duty. They easily cut down the ogres. Meanwhile, Cyan was mounted on a horse watching them, with Emily behind him, scared to death. She cried tears as she asked the young master why he wanted to come into a place like that. Deep inside, Cannon felt nostalgic. The Duke asked him how it feels to be in the front lines. Cyan admitted that he's a bit nervous. The Duke told him that, as he had observed, he would never know when he would die in a place like that. He advised him not to ever let his guard down. Cyan answered that he would keep that in mind. He knew that in the front lines, situations like that were a dime a dozen. There are usually 3 to 4 battles a day, and every battle has its own detailed response manual. With the capable knights as the core, taking care of all the monsters that try to cross the front lines at the base camp, he had observed that the team he was assigned to was in the rearmost area, where it's the safest. The guards in the area were disciplined, and he couldn't see a chance to feed Karam. He wondered if he had to wait until dinner time. He noticed Emily trembling under the blanket. She replied, "Didn't the Duke tell us?" She continued, "We won't know when and where we would die." Cyan asked, "Why won't you pack up and return?" She yelled loudly, "Do you think I can when you can't even do anything without me?" With a slight hint of annoyance, she told him that with the monsters all over the place, if she ran away, who would take care of him? She instructed him to move since it was already time to eat. Cyan asked her about the cape he requested, but Emily just left him in the tent without saying a word. Cyan was holding back his annoyance, but he wondered what would happen if he just chased her away. He couldn't believe that's how she treated her master. Later that night, Cyan lay a doll that looked like him in bed. He covered it in a blanket. It looked like he was sleeping on the bed. He thought that was enough cover. Emily asked him if he plans to exercise even in that place. He answered yes and asked if he woke her up. Her eyes were still closed as she praised him for being diligent. She added that the Duke would be proud of him if he were to find out. He put on his hood and told her that he would be leaving. He asked her to take care of things as usual. As he was about to leave the tent, he briefed her that he was asleep. Sayon knew that since they are in the front lines, the guard duties are strengthened. He ran as fast as he could. If he didn't take that chance, moving around freely would be difficult. He used his skill. Thick fog. 3 moves. Fog's descent. He was relying on his memory and went to a place with tons of monsters. It was the perfect place to use Cam. Cam got excited over the strong scent of blood. She told her master that she doesn't think he can hold back. She urged him to move quickly so she could cut something down. Several hellhound monsters attacked them. Cyan agreed with her and promised her that they would do as she pleased. Sen and Karam easily cut down the monsters. They were clearly enjoying this bloodbath. Sen activated Fog sword-rushing Fogstorm, and he cut down several monsters while moving like a tornado. Few moments had passed. He stuck a tube in the monster's corpse. A mug waited at the end of the tube. He drained the blood through this method and then drank the fresh blood. He looked like a madman when he uttered, "This is the stuff." Karam was elated too. She commented that it's the first time she felt so refreshed after waking up. Cyan told her that they will keep training like that. She asked him how long he thought it would take for them to get stronger by killing those mutts. Little did they know, several hellhounds gathered behind them. He sensed the monsters. He assured Karam not to worry, since the night is young and there are plenty of monsters. Karam was getting excited. Ogre hellhounds, giant crocodiles, you name it. That same night, a carriage escorted by several knights was traveling in the mountains. A girl with silver hair was inside the carriage. Someone can be heard saying that the front line is too dangerous. The woman inside the carriage with the girl suggested that they go back. The girl told her not to treat her like a child. She told her that she's the royal princess of the empire. With a hint of annoyance, she asked her how many times she must remind her that she's bound to her duty to assist her father in his tours. She warned her that she would get mad if she mentioned it again. The woman replied that she understood and then changed the topic with the news, saying that the youngest son of the Vert family is on the front lines. She added that he should be around the same age as her. The princess was surprised to hear that Duke Vert brought his youngest son. Her attendant told her that the Duke wasn't really planning to bring the kid, but the kid volunteered himself. Since they are at the same age, the attendant suggested that the princess and the kid should get along. The princess acted as if this didn't interest her. She ended the conversation by saying that she would go to sleep. The attendant respected her wish. After a few heartbeats, the princess asked for the kid's name. The attendant replied that it's Cyan Vert. She repeated the name and took a mental note of it. The face of the princess was then revealed. Waifu candidate number 1 was found. A monster was sliced to its death. The Duke ordered to check if anyone's been injured. It was reported to the Duke that everyone is okay. The Duke praised them for their hard work and ordered everyone to go back. The Duke looked around. He had observed the one who killed the last flying monster, which was Cyan. The Duke asked Cyan how he was adjusting to the front lines. Cyan respectfully answered that he's learning something new every day. It wasn't what the Duke expected, since he thought Cyan would want to hurry back. He commented that his son had endured for quite some time now, and he told him that he's proud of Cyan. That caught Cyan off guard. Before the Duke left, he told Cyan that he had something to talk to him about tomorrow, so he wanted him to come to his tent early in the morning. Cyan was surprised since he had never seen his father's kindness before. The night came and it had an eerie atmosphere. A monster with a long body came out from underground. Fortunately, Cyan was quick on his feet, so he escaped it. It was a death worm. It's gigantic, with the end of its body full of sharp teeth. It usually appears deeper into the valley. Kairam uttered that her master must be struggling, so she offered to take over instead, but Cyan wasn't foolish since he's aware of her schemes. Kairam denied that it was her intention. She promised to just use it for a bit, then she'll allow him to take over. The deathworm's body had a bit of smoke on the rough surfaces. Kairam pointed out that the deathworm immediately regenerates any shallow injuries, so it would be useless to attack it. Cyan knew that she was right and might have to continue forever at that rate. It had already been a month since Cyan went to the front lines. He had drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but he felt that still wasn't enough. The deathworm attacked him, and Cyan thought he had no choice. He decided to play along with whatever Kairam was planning for now. Kairam got excited to go wild. She activated Thick Fog, 9th form, demonic sword manifestation. Kairam decided to rip its thick skin with just one swift movement. From Kairam, the deathworm received several injuries on its body. The deathworm bled. The next skill activated was the Fog Sword. 8th, Fluttering Petals. He moved really quick along the body of the deathworm while slicing it. The deathworm was losing its strength. Its blood showered the area until its body got severed into pieces. Meanwhile, the Duke's party investigated a corpse of a monster, and they noticed that it hadn't been long since it was killed. Yoken noticed that the mana was quite imposing. He assumed that it could have been done by a demon. The Duke replied that they couldn't overlook it if there's a demon involved. He instructed everyone to inspect the area and burn the corpse immediately. The Duke inspected it closely. Since the traces of the sword looked familiar, he wondered if it was déjà vu. Then he was called by Ellen to take a look at something. Yolen raised his torch to light up the area. It was a corpse of a deathworm. The Duke was surprised and curious about who would have slain a deathworm like that. This is the same deathworm that our MC had slain. He thought it might be the organization that he knew of. Demonic sword manifestation lets Kairam take over Cyan's body so that she can use her true powers, but she can completely take over Cyan if he lets his guard down, which is why Cyan thought that letting Kairam take down just one monster is actually insane. He woke up feeling sore all over. He thought that it was a good thing that he drank all that demonic beast blood. Had it been a month ago, his body would have broken down. Kairam suddenly uttered that she got everything now. Cyan couldn't follow what she said. She explained that it was just Cyan's outer appearance that's of a kid, but he doesn't act or talk like one. Kairam noticed that the level at which he handled her is too proficient for a first-timer. He knew the entire geography of the Lamia Valley too, and his sword techniques were that of mists. It was as if he had trained for at least 30 years. Plus, Cyan revealed that he had already died once, which made Kairam certain that he was a regressor. Cyan looked at her like she was a fool. He asked her if it wasn't implied when he told her that he had already died before. He thought he made it obvious enough. Kairam was dumbfounded, then got mad and yelled at him, asking how it was obvious when he hadn't explained. Cyan replied that he was too lazy for that. Kairam changed the topic and commented that killing Cyan must have been hard. She had a few theories on what happened to him. For example, he was killed by the owner of the Durand Ark, and there were two possibilities. He was either killed in a duel or betrayed. She had a strong inkling it was the latter. Cyan asked why. She explained that he looked at the holy sword like he stepped on. She would have been an idiot if she couldn't tell from that. Then she concluded that Cyan's goal must have been revenge. She gave him some advice. If she catches him faltering or losing, she would swallow him up. He smacked her head and reminded her to know her place since he wasn't an idiot. Kairam was left dizzy on the ground. In his head, Cyan remarked that she hadn't changed at all. She was exactly the same as she was in his previous life. Cyan then left the tent. He looked around and wondered what was going on since it seemed chaotic. Emily greeted him in a hurry. He asked her if something had happened. Emily reported that high-level monsters were found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan was slightly nervous, thinking she might be talking about the deathworm. Emily added that it had been so long since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan asked if there was anything else that she knew, something that got her confused. Then he asked if there was anything else, such as sightings of a suspicious person or something about Cyan. But before Emily could answer, Oken called the young master. He informed him that the Duke wanted to see him right away. Cyan was slightly nervous. He thought of the situation as a pain. Cyan couldn't take care of the corpses last night because the soldiers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He gritted his teeth as he thought his plan of enjoying a quiet life before entering the academy would be ruined. He went to the Duke's tent and greeted him. He assumed his father would notice that he was the one who killed the monsters. The Duke acknowledged his presence. Cyan was worried that he'd be asked about yesterday's incident. The Duke asked him to take a seat. Cyan looked serious and nervous, anticipating the dreadful conversation. He was thinking hard about what kind of excuse he would make. The Duke told him that he'd be direct and straightforward. He asked Kian what he was doing last night. Kian replied that he went to bed early since he was tired. The Duke found that suspicious, since the traces of the sword reminded him of Cyan's sword technique. The Duke started thinking that maybe he was just overthinking it. Cyan inquired why the Duke asked him about that. The Duke was absorbed in his thoughts. He rationalized to himself that it was impossible for a child as young as Cyan to slay a deathworm. Seeing that his father was distracted, he called his attention. His father assumed that Cyan already knew about what happened last night. He decided to look more into it, and suspected that it was the doing of a secret organization, Mist. Cyan pretended that this was the very first time he heard about Mist. The Duke then explained that Mist is an organization that has existed since ancient times. They do not know their goals, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the excuse of purification. They're infamous for leaving behind a black fog wherever they are. One day, they disappeared. They were last seen 100 years ago, but the corpse of the deathworm from last night was shrouded in black fog. Black fog is the trace left behind by Aru, the god of darkness, the very god worshipped by Mist and the source of their power. The Duke has this assumption that it was Mist that slayed the deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Deep inside, Cyan was amazed by his father's ability to pinpoint who the culprit was. Despite the organization having last been seen 3 centuries ago, the Duke admitted that they had no clue about the sudden appearance of Mist, so he advised Cyan to be careful. Nonetheless, the Duke planned to notify the Empire about this and investigate further. With that, Cyan assumed his father had believed in his mind. The Duke thought that it made no sense for Cyan to be involved with such an organization when he was that young. The Duke concluded the topic and went on to ask Cyan if he knew who was visiting them today. Cyan replied that he heard His Majesty would be visiting, but he had no idea it was today. The Duke asked him a favor regarding that. Cyan was slightly nervous with the Duke asking a favor. A few moments later, the horn blew, followed by the announcement that His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived. All the knights, including the Duke, were on their knees as a sign of respect in greeting His Majesty. The Emperor excitedly called the Duke by his first name. His Majesty descended from his horse, lowered his knees, tapped the Duke on the shoulder, and told him not to be so polite since they were old friends. The Emperor saw Cyan and was indifferent towards him. Cyan greeted His Majesty and introduced himself. The Emperor remarked that for a boy as young as Cyan to be residing in that kind of environment was proof that the Duke's children were different from ordinary ones. Cyan's goofy face appeared when he thought of the favor the Duke had asked. He was scared at first, but it was just to appeal to him as the Duke's son. In his past life, Cyan was always cooped up in the mansion when the Emperor visited. Now Cyan was deeply touched by his father's trust. His Majesty told them that he wanted to introduce someone as well. A young lady stepped out of the carriage. She introduced herself as the 5th princess of the Yusuf Empire. Her name was Aranseus. Cyan recalled that she was the tragic 5th princess. A while ago, the Duke trusted Cyan to escort Princess Aran for the day. When the Duke told him that, Cyan had no idea how the Duke assured him not to worry about anything, since all he had to do was keep her company. The Duke described the princess as being the same age as Cyan, and they'd be seeing each other more often when they entered the academy. Cyan recalled seeing her in his past life, in between classes. The Duke told him that there's no harm in becoming acquainted with someone of the royal family. He expressed that they wanted him to get along with her. Internally, Cyan really didn't want to do it, but he understood his father's intentions. The Duke probably wished that they would develop a friendship like what the Duke had with the Emperor. But Cyan thought that the Duke picked the wrong person for it. Princess Aran can't be his friend. Although Cyan couldn't say anything, since it was a future only known to him, he found it annoying. But he decided to be obedient for now. He paid attention when Prince Aran started talking. The princess asked why the river was red. Cyan confirmed if she was talking about the Blood River. Cyan explained that it was a stream that runs through the entirety of the Lamia Valley. There isn't any complex reason as to why the water is red. The demonic beasts who are old or injured and can no longer fairly compete with others for survival will instinctively jump into the Blood River. The demonic beast's corpses and bodily fluids will then melt into the river, turning it red from the decomposition by the mana. The princess had a shocked, goofy expression after finding out that it's a river where all demonic beasts' bodily fluids and corpses are. Cyan nonchalantly added that the demonic beasts drink and wash in it. He told the princess that it's very disgusting, so he advised her not to go in it. The princess had a disgusted expression when she asked what was at the end of the river. Cyan replied that it's the demon realm. The princess was extremely shocked. She wanted to confirm if it's really the place where the demons live. Cyan decided to tease her with a funny devilish grin. He told her that if she keeps following the river, she might even meet the demon king. The princess was horrified. In his head, Cyan knew no sane person would do that, but he found it amusing to make fun of her. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared that caught all of their attention. The princess asked what it was. Cyan explained that it was the 3rd century post in the west. A yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. The princess was surprised to hear that there are demonic beasts there. The Duke immediately gave an order to protect the Emperor, and the Guardian Knight Division troops would go with him to the 3rd century post in the west. The Emperor told the Duke, "Don't be like that, Viler." The Duke was confused. He asked the Emperor if he thought he was there for a hike. He added that he was feeling bored, and to prove his point, the Emperor unsheathed his sword. The Duke sighed and accepted the Emperor's wishes. The Emperor ordered his knights that they would join the demonic beast raid. He commanded them to focus on killing the demonic beasts until the raid was over. The Duke ordered Cyan to join, to which Cyan immediately agreed. The princess asked him if he could fight the demonic beasts. Cyan answered yes and shared that he'd still be supporting from the back. He told the princess to get back to the shelter. Unexpectedly, the princess demanded to be taken with him. In his head, Cyan wondered what the hell that kid was saying. The princess insisted that they're the same age, so she can come too. With a bored expression, Cyan told her that people die in battle, and he emphasized that it's not a playground. The princess did not back down with her demand. Cyan was holding back his annoyance when he called Yulin. Yulin appeared and uttered that he would substitute the royal knights and escort her highness to safety in the camps. Yulin invited the princess to go. The princess looked at him as if intimidated. She pointed her finger at Cyan and called him impudent for daring to treat her, a princess, that way. He got closer to her, his eyes wide and his tone firm, when he told her that dozens of knights might die because of her stubbornness. He added that a split-second decision could decide her fate, either dying or surviving in a war. Being extremely intimidating, he asked her if she could take responsibility for all those lives. The princess became teary-eyed. When he was about to leave, he told her to go back if she's going to cry like a child. The princess, Yulin, and the maid were left standing there. The monsters were in the area, and it looked like a giant slime that had gobbled up several humans. The Duke ordered them not to fall back. When they were close to the monster, he instructed everyone to halt so they could get back to formation. Then he commanded for everyone to protect His Majesty and slay all the monsters, sparing not even a single one. In high spirits, everyone got moving. Cyan observed that the Emperor of the Yusuf Empire had 2 wives. Diana Quisel was the first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nepelus is the second wife, and considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former empress gave birth to the first and second princesses, and the current empress gave birth to the 3rd prince and 4th prince. However, Erin Severus, the 5th princess, was a bastardized daughter born to some peasant mistress. People treated her like a scarecrow of a princess because of her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as a part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her and was kicked out of the royal family and the empire. Rumor spread that she died alone from a disease on an island. Because of that, people called her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life had she not been betrayed. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. Karam showed up and told Cyan that it was what the Duke kept telling him about his past life. Cyan explained that it's different, since what the princess encountered were royal politics. Lightning struck a monster. He watched several more lightning strikes from a distance. Cyan commented that the Emperor is a skilled person. The Emperor had the ability called Holy Lightning. Several lightnings struck the ground and killed the monsters. Emperor Diani is known to the public for being a star in magic rank. Had he not become an emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. Cyan had a funny expression on his face when he thought that an intermediate-ranked demonic beast is not a problem for the Emperor. He also thought that being an emperor was just his hobby. After that short battle, an expensive liquor was served, and the emperor commented that it had been a while since he shared a drink with his friend Viler. But His Majesty felt quite lonesome, as he was the only one drinking. The Duke apologized and explained that he doesn't drink when he's at the front lines. The emperor expressed that he was reminded when the Duke asked him about the current atmosphere in the empire. He shared that there had been a recent spike in assassinations of nobles, and it's causing a lot of anxiety. The Duke asked if there were any patterns in those assassinations. The emperor replied yes. All of the assassinated nobles were corrupt officials, and black fog was present at all of the murder scenes. The emperor inquired if the Duke had any idea. The Duke shared that he found traces of them at the battlefront. It seemed like the Mist followers have been on the move again. The emperor answered that it made sense, but instructed the Duke to look into it more. The emperor expressed that he appreciated the Duke for taking care of the garbage, but he can't just sit by and watch as the people grow more anxious. The emperor shared that there's something else that concerns him. It was because some damn noble was blabbering that everything was the fifth princess's fault. The Duke wanted to verify if the emperor meant that there were people trying to tie Princess Erin to those incidents. The emperor shared that he suppressed them by shrugging it off as nonsense, but it seemed like there's a group that wants to use her. The emperor asked the Duke for a favor, as a friend and not as an emperor. He told him that if he ends up dying before the Duke, he requested for the Duke to take care of that child. Willius Vert responded that he will carry out His Majesty's orders to completion. The emperor thanked him. Later that day, rain started pouring down, and everyone was inside their tent, including Emily, who was confused if that was everything. Cyan asked her what more she expected. Emily emphasized that it was a princess, and he left her just like that. Emily scolded him by commenting that he won't ever get married if that went on in his mind. Cyan thought that what he did wasn't even a date. He was about to leave and entrusted Emily with everything while he's gone. Emily asked if he's really going to train again when it's raining so hard. Cyan assured her that it's fine. Little did he know that there's someone standing outside his tent. Emily was surprised when she saw it. She asked who it was. This girl removed her hood and asked Cyan where he was going. It was Princess Erin, and she invited Cyan for a chat if he was not busy. Emily was pumped up to see Her Highness. She looked like a fangirl. They went inside the tent. Outside, the royal knights guarded it. Princess Erin inquired as to how long it had been since Cyan got there. He told her that it had been a month. He asked her why she came to see him. Princess Erin hesitated to answer. She then asked if the maid can be excused for a while since she keeps staring with dopey eyes. Cyan asked her to go outside for a bit. Emily went out, and her statement that they should have a good time together confused the two. Then she was fully gone. Funny enough, in his head, Cyan thought that it was a big no to have a good time with a 10-year-old. Princess Erin blushed as she apologized for what happened earlier. She admitted that her actions were unbefitting of a princess. Cyan assured her not to worry about it. He apologized for being rude to her. She laughed and expressed that she would have said the same thing if she were in his place. She commented that Cyan is acknowledged by a lot of people, unlike her, and he's a lot more mature. From her words, Cyan understood her personality. Princess Erin asked if he's entering the academy too, and she was about to offer friendship, but before she could finish her sentence, Cyan cut her off with an apology as he told her that he believes that he won't be any help to her. The princess was rattled to the core upon hearing that. Then Cyan told her that if she's there to make friends, she should just leave. Princess Erin told him that she wanted them to be on good terms, and he's being harsh. Even with tears streaming down her face, she had a menacing aura as she asked him if he also thinks of her as a shell of a princess. Cyan remained silent. Then the princess backed off by saying that she understood that there's no benefit in being friends with her. Then she apologized for wasting his time. She expressed that she was short-sighted for thinking that they could at least talk. Then she told him that he's completely different from Sir Ashel. That struck a nerve in Cyan. It evoked certain feelings in him. He grabbed her arm. Princess Erin yelled, "What's wrong with him?" But Cyan had murderous eyes as he inquired how she knew his brother. She explained that she got to know him when she was touring the Royal Academy last year, and he advised her not to care about what others think, and that she should just fulfill her role as a princess. In his mind, Cyan thought that, as if it was advice, he knew that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. Then he realized that it all had begun when his brother met Princess Erin. He was pertaining to the plan to bring down Princess Erin, Cyan warned the princess, but their conversation got cut off with a loud noise. Immediately, Emily ran inside the tent. She told him to run, but the roof of the tent had already been broken, and then there was a loud impact from an attack. The knights cursed as they watched a gigantic ogre swing its bat-like weapon in the young master's tent. They hurried to check the condition of the young master. Emily saw the weapon that pierced the ground. Her tears fell as she was overwhelmed with worry. She loudly called out to the young master. The monster's features were then revealed. This one looked like a giant ogre. The scene then shifted towards this place where the emperor's voice was heard as he was surprised. They just received the report that those advanced ranked demonic beasts ambushed the rear camps of the border regions, and the princess was there when it happened. The emperor immediately gave an order for everyone in the imperial army to head to the rear camps. Their priority is to secure the safety of the princess. The emperor wondered who she was going to see in the rear camp. Several ogres were there. Cyan, our MC, was still alive. He watched them behind the debris. Deathworms were in the mix too. He, Emily, Princess Erin, and other knights were hiding behind a rock. Those monsters should only be in the deeper regions of the valley, but for them to be in the rear camp, Cyan assumed that something must have changed. He wondered if it was because of him. Emily called his attention. She sobbed as she thought that he's really dead. That made her promise not to leave his side again. Earlier, the roof of the tent came crashing down. Cyan immediately ran towards the princess to protect her, Cyan thought. How back in his day, he even killed the Demon King. So, as if he'd die now from a mere ogre, Princess Erin was worried about the knights at the camp. Emily assured her that the knights are really strong. She held back her tears as she blamed herself now that the knights that came with her were in danger because she went to the rear camps. The knights assured her that they're okay, and it's a given that they would protect her as the knights of the Empire. The other knights' second emotion to assure the princess. Spoiler alert. These were this guy's last words. Cyan sensed something, and he immediately yelled for everyone to move. The knight was confused. He did not know that the ogre's hand was about to grab him. The hand squeezed the knight to the point that he coughed up blood. The owner of that hand is a gigantic, menacing ogre. The princess was horrified. Cyan immediately leapt in front of her and ordered her to get back. The ogre smiled. Cyan had confirmed his suspicion. The ogre is after him. He told them that he will distract them while they run away with the princess. Emily passionately replied, "Okay." And it was funny how it left Cyan dumbfounded. Emily grabbed the princess, and she asked the knight why he was just standing there. It was comical how Cyan was slightly annoyed by this bitch's eagerness to leave. The ogre demanded C's attention when it roared loudly. Our MC unsheathed his sword. He leapt high and slashed the ogre in its arm. This made Cyan wonder why the advanced rank demonic beasts are attracted to him. It felt like they smelled something from him. Karam laughed. She told him that he drank the blood of countless demonic beasts in order to become strong, and that's why he reeked of them. It would be weird if they didn't come after him. Cyan was surprised and slightly annoyed that Karam knew about it, and she only told him about it just now. Karam grinned at him and asked if he forgot that she wanted his body. Our Emmett grabbed her tightly and made her groan, and then Cyan assumed a combat stance. Cam asked what he was doing and requested for him to treat her better, to which Cannon replied, "Shut up." He stood in front of the ferocious ogre and uttered that. He doesn't care how many monsters would come at him. He attacked while the ogre also did the same, but he was quick and sliced its arm before it had the chance to hit him. It roared loudly because of the pain, and then he followed it with another attack. His attacks ended, and the ogre faced its defeat. Cyan sensed that no one was watching now, so he decided to sip on some advanced rank demonic beast blood. Karam got excited over the feast that they would have, but Cyan saw something that shocked him. A large purple claw landed on the edge of the cliff. It was from a devil dragon. The devil dragon roared loudly. Karam told him that it's still a baby and must have smelled him, but Cannon didn't care why the dragon was there. He activated the demonic swordman skill to him. What mattered was catching that devil dragon. Now that Karam controls his body, he stated that she needs to catch that dragon, but he corrected himself and told her to eat it. Meanwhile, the other ogres faced the lightning of the Emperor. The ogre fell, and the Emperor asked Villar if that was the last ogre. The Duke answered that it seemed so, but the Emperor wasn't pleased. He asked about the princess and the Duke's son. The Duke apologized since he couldn't find any traces past the tent. The Emperor told him that it's fine since he knew the Duke was also worried for his son. The Duke replied that there's no need to worry about him, as what matters at that moment is the princess. The emperor had a funny expression on his face, one that conveyed he was about to scold the duke, but he commented that the duke was being cold. The duke replied that a vassal should know how to watch out for himself. A knight reported that they found the princess. The emperor asked if he was really sure. Then the princess appeared. The emperor immediately called out her name. He grabbed her shoulder as he inquired if she was hurt. But Princess Arryn was in panic as she informed his father that they had to hurry and save him. The emperor asked who she was referring to. Princess Arryn cried as she told him it's Sion, and she blamed herself. Behind the emperor was the duke, who had a stiff posture. The emperor asked the princess to calm down and tell him what's going on. The duke approached Emily and inquired if she was Sion's maid with a scary expression. The duke asked her if something happened to See. Emily trembled in fear. She had never seen the duke being that scary before. She stuttered as she explained that the young master acted as bait to give them time to run away. The duke's brows furrowed. The knight informed them that he remembered where Cannon's last location was. He told them that if they gave him permission, he would go with the others to save the young master. The emperor asked Villar what he was waiting for. He told him to hurry. The duke looked menacing when he replied that they are not going to do that. Princess Arryn was surprised. The emperor asked if he was serious. The duke prioritized taking care of the situation first, because if the camps fell, the demonic beasts would invade the empire. He told them that they should reconstruct the place right away, and that is the only way to prevent more deaths. Emily's tears fell as she asked, "What about the young master?" The knight gritted his teeth. The duke replied that Cannon had done his duty by helping the princess evacuate, and that is what it's like to be a vassal. The emperor was sullen. Princess Arryn, too, blamed herself. All of a sudden, they heard a loud monster cry. It went on, and they turned their attention up high. They saw the dragon flying in the sky. Princess Arryn couldn't believe her eyes. There was a person on top of the dragon. Upon closer look, Sion was holding onto the dragon's leg while it was flying. He looked funny as he grabbed it tightly while silently crying about his situation. Dragons are creatures that are closest to the Creator. They are very rare and noble creatures. Inferior beings like humans dare not easily approach them. Sion thought about how it's an honor to come across such a high and mighty creature, but he questioned why it had to fly over the very people that he didn't want to be seen by. It flew over Arryn. She yelled Sion's name. His Majesty couldn't believe a dragon appeared, and on top of that, he questioned Villar on why his son was on top of a dragon. The Emperor was in panic, but Villar just stood there. The Emperor questioned him on what he was doing and if he wasn't going to save him. Sion internally cursed because all he wanted to do was drink its blood. He didn't expect that to happen earlier. The evil dragon appeared. He told Karam that she had to eat it, but a swarm of random monsters appeared before Sion, who was possessed by Karam. Sion told them that he didn't have any time to waste. The fog sword, rushing, the fog storm was activated, slicing several monsters all at once. He landed on the ground right in front of the dragon. He uttered that the dragon is definitely not fully grown. The dragon opened its mouth to release a laser beam. It was a big attack and shattered the ground on its way. Cannon told the dragon that it was rude for spitting on his face on their first meeting. He added that it can take his sword to the face. Then he slashed the dragon right at its eye. The cut bled, and it made the dragon angry. Its sudden movement blasted Sion away, and then it chased after Cannon. But that just made Sion, possessed by Karam, grin. He had an attack on his sleeve, the 8 fluttering petal. It caused a massive explosion that shattered the ground, but he admitted that he can't take on a dragon just yet because his shoulders became sore. He decided to wrap it up. The dragon flapped its wings in front of C, creating a gust of wind. He told himself that he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, but he noticed something. It was a funny scene between them. The dragon scurried away from him. He was in shock that it happened. He called the dragon a lizzlebard that's running away. He couldn't just let the dragon go, so he jumped so high to chase it, which brings him to his current dilemma. Now, he contemplated that maybe he used up all of his luck coming across the dragon. He looked down as he wondered how he would take care of the situation. Karam asked him what was wrong since he wasn't doing anything. Cannon looked funny when annoyed and asked her if she couldn't see the people below them. Karam told him, "So what?" She argued that if he unsheathed her, he'd have to do something at least. He argued back if she's for real using a demonic sword with all those people watching. He told her that he'd be burned at the stake immediately if they saw that. She argued back, asking if he's just going to stay on this dragon. He yelled that he's thinking right now. Their banter was funny. Villar had a magic circle underneath him. Our Emk panicked as soon as he saw this, because it was an advanced 8-star magic. Sion knows that his father is going to use the secret sword of heavens, knowing that his son will get swept up into it too. Several golden swords were released towards the dragon's head. Sion commented that his father is really living up to his title as the continent's guardian. The swords were reaching the dragon, but the dragon was able to evade them. Funnily, Sion cheered for the dragon. He was about to say to the dragon to keep avoiding like that, until he saw one sword coming from the side, and he knew the dragon wouldn't be able to dodge that one. The dragon was hit, and Sion fell as he was falling down. He curses for missing the opportunity for such a special meal. Karam appeared and asked him what he planned to do, or if he's just going to kiss the ground. Sion replied that if he used a mist still, he'd be burned at the stake. She was furious when she asked if he's just going to let himself die. Sion's reply was funny. He had a dead expression when he uttered that he doesn't know, and he'll just stop thinking until he sensed something. He told Karam that there's a way. Karam, with a horrified expression on her face, asked her master if he plans to fall in there. She described it as the infested water. Sion replied, "What other choice do I have?" Karam yelled loudly, "No!" And off they went. Someone sensed something. This person, with 2 horns, was surprised to see a devil dragon flying around that area. It was a rare sight. The man behind this person also had horns and replied that it was a young dragon, and it seemed like it got lost and got itself into trouble. The first man had silver hair, and he commented that there must be some strong demonic beasts on the other side. But the other man replied that it's humans who live across that border. The first man was surprised to know that it was humans, and added that it couldn't be true since there's no way a dragon lost to something like a human. He remained silent. The man with red hair asked the man with silver hair if there's something bothering him. He replied that he's feeling a strange energy from over there. Something strange but also familiar. The man with red hair replied that if he's that concerned, he should go check it out. However, he must refrain from killing everything he sees just because he's bored. The man's wings appeared. He told the man with red hair that he won't cause any trouble. The red water showed bubbles, and Karam emerged from it. He got out of the water, feeling exhausted. He groaned. His face didn't look good while feeling disgusted. He uttered, "My life." He asked Karam if she's still alive. Karam was annoyed. Her expression showed that she was clearly irritated. She told him not to talk to her and that she's trying to decide how she's going to kill him. Sion told her that they will clean up once they get back. He asked her not to be mad, which made Karam ask if he's going to go back. She told him to get it together and reminded him that they are in the demon realm. Karam assured her that no way they would come across a higher demon. But before he could finish his sentence, someone butted in. This person uttered that he was right. He knew something fun would be waiting for him there. Sion had shivers all over his body. He knew that voice. The person, rather a demon, called out to Sion. That voice was so deeply embedded in Sion's brain that he couldn't forget it no matter what. Sion now had a furious expression. The demon asked him if he's a human. It was none other than the demon king, Valkyrion. In the past, all those who witnessed him said that it felt like looking at the embodiment of evil. And right now, that same hell of a monster was staring at our MC. He tried his best not to take his sight off the demon king because he could kill him in an instant. That is what stood in front of him now. He cursed as he asked, "Why now?" The demon king reiterated that he's asking if Sion is a human. He asked if he's not going to answer. Valerian glared at him. The demon king suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he wanted to fight. Sion was alarmed. He attempted to slash Valerian. He managed to cut a strand of his hair, which surprised the demon king. Then the demon king, Valerian, laughed. He had a relaxed expression as he commented that he heard that humans are a kind with infinite potential and expressed that it might be true. Kar asked who that is. Sion replied that it was a demon king. That surprised Karam. She asked how the hell he was going to defeat the demon king in the state he's in right now. Sion knew it was impossible, and he could only try running away. His hands trembled. He wondered if he could survive against Velkon, the demon king. Then the demon king told him to relax. He asked Karam what he was going to do to a kid like him. He assured him that he can calm down. He laid leisurely on the ground to prove his point that he's not going to do anything. He uttered that, even if he's an A, he won't fight kids. Sen made a funny expression because of the random action of the demon king. Valerian asked again if he's human. Sen replied, "Yes." The demon king inquired how he got there. He explained that it was because of the current of the water. The Demon King asked if it was his first time in the demon realm. The demon tried to tease him since he felt a strange aura from Canon. He inquired who he was. Cyan, now sweating, replied that he's a normal human. The Demon King replied that he's a normal human, but it felt like he knew the Demon King. Cyan replied that they have never met before. The Demon King replied that it's true, since he had never seen a human before, so he wondered when Cyan could have seen him. Then Cyan asked the Demon King why he was there. In his head, he noted the relaxed manner of the Demon King and wondered if he was the same Demon King that he knew of. The Demon King explained that he felt a strange energy while making his rounds. Cyan inquired about making rounds. Valerian elaborated that, as the Demon King, it's given that he would watch over the lands he rules. But he stopped explaining mid-sentence. He sat down and asked Cyan what he just said. Sen replied that he was explaining that it was a given for him to watch over the lands he rules as the Demon King. Then Valerian had a funny expression when he asked Canon if he wasn't shocked, since he said that he's the Demon King. And that's when Cyan was caught. The Demon King realized that he was right. Cyan knew him from somewhere, because what kind of kid in the world would react like he did? Valerian even asked if his mom never threatened him by saying that the Demon King would take him away if he's not a good boy. Cyan thought that there's no way that is the same Demon King that he knew of. He assumed that if things go like in his past, the demon's invasion should start soon. But he observed that the Demon King in front of him doesn't seem like someone who would do that. So Cyan started thinking that if this is Velt Karen's true self, then what triggered him to change? He asked Valerian if he really is a Demon King and what it is that he wished to accomplish. The Demon King smiled and commented that for Cyan to ask a demon such a question, he's quite bold. But he answered that he just wants his people to live good lives and eat well. Though the Demon King expressed with all seriousness that if anyone dares to get in the way, he will kill them all, because that is his duty as the Demon King. Cyan felt shivers all over his body. He thought to himself that it was just for a moment, but he definitely felt it, the true monstrosity of the Velkan he knew in his past life. Cyan understood that it's repressed now, but some incident must have removed the chains on that side of the Demon King. He knew to himself that he needed to prevent that incident from happening. He asked the Demon King if he wanted to make a deal with him. He told Velon that something will happen to him soon, something that will threaten the people he rules. Velkan asked what he was talking about, since Cyan is not making any sense. Cyan explained that he doesn't know the exact incident, but he's certain that the incident will trigger a great war between the humans and the demons. The Demon King got up, now he's agitated. He asked if Cyan meant that he, the Demon King, would want to take their lands in the future. Cyan replied that it's exactly why he wants to negotiate. With a serious expression, Cyan told Velon that he should promise him that he won't start a war no matter what happens. The Demon King told Cyan that he's not making any sense, but he agreed that he won't start a war. He inquired what Cyan would give him in return. Cyan replied, "I'll help you." Cyan vowed that no matter what happens to the Demon King, he will do his best to help him. The Demon King loomed over him, but he did not back down. Instead, he met his gaze. Velon uttered that Cyan knew something. Our MC was slightly intimidated. The Demon King had a small laugh as he asked for the kid's name. He then introduced himself as Cyan Vert. The Demon King promised Sanver Vert that, as the owner of the demon realm, he would not invade the human lands no matter what happens. Velt Karen's wings had appeared, and he flew into the sky. But before he left, he reminded Cyan to take responsibility for his own promise too. After all, a deal is a deal. Cyan met his gaze and nodded. The Demon King declared that their deal was sealed. After the deal with the Demon King, Cyan was found on the shore by the knights. They uttered that it was a miracle the inspection team found him conveniently lying there, and he was able to get back. Then, he earned the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. They returned to an abbey on the borders of Vus, which was being used as a military hospital for the time being. Cyan uttered, "Sorry." Princess Erin was by his side and told him that she would repeat what she said in his head. Cyan thought that everything was resolved. Princess Erin was blushing when she asked him a question. Her question was, "Will you be mine?" Cyan had no clue what she was saying. Cyan then nonchalantly declined her by saying, "Nah." Princess Erin was taken aback by his immediate response. She was about to cry as she stated that, of course, he'd decline since she's a powerless princess. In his head, Cyan commented that she's really getting on his nerves. He knew she was powerless, but her attitude made her even worse. It's obvious what's going to happen, but he can't stop thinking about the fact that the piece of brother of his is somehow involved with her tragic end. Cyan replied to her, "You're right." He told her that she can't bring any benefit to her or anyone for that matter, as she is right now. He added that she didn't have any influence or etiquette, and it would actually be bad for him if he were to be close to her. However, Cyan told her that he would watch her from afar until she developed into someone better. Aaron didn't expect that statement, so she wanted to confirm it once again. He replied, "Yes," and told her not to be disappointed, but Princess Aaron blushed and understood that she just had to improve enough so that he would acknowledge her. She pointed a finger at him and told him to wait and see. She didn't know when, but she was going to become so powerful that he wouldn't be able to ignore her. Cyan told her that he's looking forward to it. In his head, he noticed how she cheered up real fast. Before she left, she had one more thing to say. She was blushing when she thanked him for being alive. This had a deadpan expression. A few days later, at the rear camp's outskirts of the forest, a man was looking around. He was laughing silently as he held a box. The box glowed, and he uttered that there was not much left now. Then this man heard someone say, "So it's you, Reynold Crimson?" Reynolds' body couldn't move because it felt like there were invisible chains tying him down. The person had an ominous aura and approached him. What Reynolds was holding was a small dimensional box. This person commented that it's commercialization that has yet to happen. It's an artifact that's imbued with a dimensional realm and enough mana to allow infinite stone storage. It was the masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. The person asked if he got that right. This person had been keeping an eye on Reynolds for a whole year because it felt like someone within the Empire was smuggling them. So now this person has figured out the smuggling process. He took the box and identified the person as Reynold Crimson, a 7-star mage knight from the Garam Kingdom. Reynolds knew the person before him. It was Cyan Vert. He asked Cyan why he was there. Cyan emptied out the container. There were monster body parts. Cyan told Reynolds that he assumes that Reynolds extracted the blood of demonic corpses and brought them over in supply carriages that are allowed over the border. He also assumed that there's a spy who helped Reynolds in the supply department too. Reynolds asked what Cyan was talking about, then announced that he didn't know anything. Cyan told him that he doesn't need to play dumb. Cyan knew that the blood was already being sold on the black market. He assumed that Alice was able to get the Hellhound blood through that guy too. He started wondering who betrayed them, but either way, he couldn't allow Reynolds to live. Reynolds didn't have an idea how Cyan was able to capture him, but he could move a bit now. So, he used magic on his hand. Reynolds used breath fire and told Cyan to die. He told Cyan that the consequences of letting the guard down are death, and Reynolds released a big flame. He uttered that he thought he was dead, and now he was able to confirm that the rumors about Cyan were true. He watched his flames engulf the area where Cyan stood earlier. Reynolds sighed and complained that he lost the dimensional box. He never expected that kind of thing to happen in the midst of transport. Out of the blue, his hand was cut off. It became a fountain of blood, and he was surprised to see a black fog. Cyan stood before him. Reynolds thought it was mist. Cyan grabbed his neck and made him choose. His first option was to tell Cyan about the smuggling route and the spy, and then die a comfortable death. Or if he would rather suffer a death so tragic that even Satan would pray for him. A few hours later, at the Velia's western border trading post, people were busy carrying large boxes. 2 men were happily looking at the contents of the boxes. They were glad that they would be able to take a bit more this time. The other man opened the other box while he wondered how much was in it. But the 2 men were in for a surprise when they recognized it inside the box. The head of Reynolds. They wondered who did that. A man in a robe watched the busy area. It was Cyan, and Karam asked if he was not going to do anything about those guys. He replied that he would leave them be, as he assumed that the warning had been enough. Garam Kingdom's 7-star mage knight Reynold Crimson had been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the USI Empire's back. The items Reynolds smuggled were taken to the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. The Garam Kingdom's Mage Association is a place where all the mages insanely obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association that aspires to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they're making useful artifacts like the dimensional box, but in the future, they will do all kinds of insane stuff, with demonic beast blood. Cyan knew that he needed to put a stop to it. Karam told him that she thought he only planned to live for himself, but she was confused, since he did a selfless act. He replied that he just doesn't like more people using the demonic beast blood. Meanwhile, at a residence in the Yusuf Empire, Ashel looked out the window. He received a report that Sion Vert went on the front lines with their father. A naked woman on his bed heard the name and recognized that it was Ash's half-brother. Ashel commented that Sion was getting on his nerves, so he decided to go see him. The scene then shifted towards where these two luggages were placed on the side. Emily celebrated for finally being out of the front lines. Now, she was excited. She even commented that the academy would be incomparable to that gloomy place. While she expressed this, Cyan uttered, "It's the beginning of hell for me." The academy isn't the kind of place Emily is expecting. In reality, it's a place rife with politics and schemes. Envy and jealousy rule the place, and networking is prioritized over education. Emily excitedly expressed that she heard there were lots of handsome instructors. She wondered if romance was finally coming into her life, which made Cyan wonder if she was really coming to the academy because of him. A few hours later, C's luggage was brought out of the carriage. He walked around, then heard a loud gasping sound. It was Cran. He trembled at the sight of Sen. Our MC was about to greet him, but Cran quickly ran away. "That loser got PTSD from their last battle," Karam remarked. "Who was that idiot?" Cyan asked. "That was Cran, his half-brother." Cyan replied, "Don't mind him." Karam commented on how Sen was the opposite of his family members. Sen replied that it's not really true. In his mind, the real opposite is someone else. He opened the door and was greeted by the servants, who took him to A.B. Since the butler had never even glanced at him before, Sen thought it was strange that the butler was now being polite, as if his father or that bastard was in there. He thought of how much had changed over the course of the past year. He'd like to think that it was a reward for his hard work. When he turned the doorknob, his mood suddenly shifted. He recognized the aura that made him shudder. He tightened his grip on the doorknob. He already knew that beyond the door was that bastard. And I think we all know who this was. Ashel greeted our MC with a smiling face. On the other hand, Cyan told himself to calm down. Ashel asked Cyan if he didn't remember him. Deep inside, his vision was starting to darken. He couldn't stay calm. Ashel told him that it would make sense since the last time they saw each other was before Cyan went into the academy. Cyan admitted that there was no chance he could calm down at that moment. He slowly took out Karam. He wanted to kill Ashel, but someone gripped his hand. It was Karam. She told him to get it together if he didn't want to die. She told him there was no fun in killing Ashel right now. That stopped Cyan. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and then politely greeted his older brother. Ashel replied that Cyan remembered him. Cyan replied that he could not forget his own older brother's face. Ashel patted his head and uttered, "It makes me happy." He expressed that he was worried that Cyan might have forgotten him, but now he was glad that Cyan didn't. Ashel also expressed that he heard Cyan's swordsmanship had improved, and he mentioned that Cyan would soon be able to help their father, but he corrected himself, saying this loser would be helping him on the battlefield. Cyan, with a murderous intent, replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Ashel observed him, then replied that he was glad Cyan admitted he came just to see him. In his head, Cyan knew that Ashel was the kind of guy who didn't spare a glance at those he deemed useless, so knowing that Ashel was there for a reason helped Cyan calm down. Cyan put on an act and told his brother that he missed him too. Meanwhile, Emily was complaining that Cyan didn't even have any baggage and didn't help her with hers. She stopped in front of a door to take a brief rest. When she opened it, she instantly started screaming at the young master for leaving her, but she was surprised to see that the first young master was there. Ashel told her that he heard she was close to Cyan, but it seemed she was even comfortable with him. He told her to feel free to do her work and not mind him. They saw him out of the door. Emily let out a breath and expressed that she was nervous. Then she told Cyan that he should have let her know in advance that the first young master was there. Cyan asked her to leave him alone for a bit. Emily was about to protest, but Cyan was being scary. He told her not to make him repeat himself. Emily got worried, vomited in the restroom, breathing heavily. He asked Karam why she stopped him. Karam suggested that he should be thanking her. She said it was a good chance for her to take over his body. Karam told him not to be mistaken. She just wanted his rage to grow because that way, he'd be more delicious. That made Cyan smile. He commented that it was as expected of Karam. Along the hallway, someone walked. That person arrived at the front of the door. Ashel told this person to come. This man reported to Ashel that he had tracked down the second young lady as ordered. Ashel asked where she was. The man reported that she was in the north, in the territory of the White Elves, Frua. Ashel knew that Frua was famous for hating outsiders. He commented that his sister was skilled at dealing with people. He asked the man to report to him when his sister was preparing to return. The man asked Ashel if something good had happened. Ashel asked the man what he thought. The man replied that Ashel looked brighter than usual. He inquired if meeting with the young master was amusing. Ashel replied that he could put it that way, but he told the man he was wrong. He admitted that he was in a terrible mood. The man apologized. Ashel recalled Cyan's murderous eyes. He described it as if Cyan was looking at his lifelong nemesis. He wondered if he just misunderstood it. He expressed that Cyan was getting on his nerves and he'd have to keep an eye on him. The man assured Ashel that he was going to assign someone to do that. Ashel stared at the view outside his window. He once again recalled Cyan's eyes. He wondered what Cyan was hiding. The day when Cyan needed to go had finally come. A carriage was already waiting outside the mansion. Several knights were also present. We then see Emily fuming in anger as she told her young master that she was disappointed in him. Cyan replied that it was not his fault that he could only take a knight escort to the academy. It turns out she was disappointed because she would not be able to go and accompany Cyan. She whined that her young master should have informed her beforehand. But since there was really nothing they could do now, our Emk bid his goodbye. He even advised Emily to be good and not to be too mad. This maid wished Cyan the best. Cyan had a smug look on his face as he told the carriage, "You can go now." The carriage immediately started moving as soon as they heard Cyan's request. Emily was dumbfounded that her master would just leave like that. She then screamed at the top of her lungs that Cyan should not feel down even if he gets bullied. Emily waved goodbye, telling our MC to take care of himself. In his mind, Cyan thought, that's very like her to say. He then recalled a certain memory when he was 8 years old. Cyan had been so sick with a fever that he was repeatedly losing consciousness. No one was there to take care of him except for one person. This lady carried him on her back, even though it was raining heavily outside, and it was none other than Emily. She sprinted to the nearest doctor back then and didn't stop screaming for help. Luckily, an old man opened the door of his clinic and asked them to immediately come inside. Emily did her best just to make her young master feel better. Cyan knew that if it weren't for her, he probably would have been found dead somewhere in the mansion. For Cyan, Emily was one of the people he cherished the most. He then showed her his bright smile while reminding her to act right, or she'll end up dead by his hand. Emily knew that this was her master's way of expressing himself. She then exclaimed that she wasn't able to hear the parting words of Cyan. After that emotional farewell, Cyan sat back up with a satisfied look on his face. His expression changed as soon as he thought about someone. He can't really get why 6 intermediate knights were needed just to escort him towards the academy. Our MC let out a sigh. He smiled and thought that it seems like shit's going to go down before he even gets to the academy. The day had almost passed by, and the carriage was still moving. 2 intermediate knights exchanged glances as if it was some kind of signal. Cyan was lying inside the carriage when he noticed the stop. One knight approached and informed him that they would be camping in this place for tonight. Cyan asked where they were right now. The knight then told him that they were already in the central city called Cairn. He added that they would probably arrive in the city tomorrow morning. Cyan agreed with this plan and told the knight to inform him once they were done setting up. After that conversation, our MC finally confirmed that the knight lied to him. He knew that there isn't a forest like this near Saphir. On top of that, it's not somewhere nice and shady either. He thought that they were out in the middle of nowhere. He noted that it's obvious what these were trying to do. After a while, the knights informed Cyan that he could come out now. Cannon made small talk and told them that the air was really refreshing while checking the surroundings. The only weird thing was that all of the knights had surrounded him, their swords already prepared to be unsheathed. Cyan then asked them, "Who's behind this?" His question made them silent. Most of them were nervous, and as seconds passed by, it was evident that the knights were wary of Cyan. But out of the 6 knights, only one of them had a different expression. Cyan saw that this one smiled. That annoyed him, and with a more intimidating expression, he repeated, "I just asked them a question." The loser who smiled then prepared himself. He claimed that Cyan didn't really need to know anything, as he would be dying soon anyway. He then approached our MC and told him that it was really a shame they had to do this. He added that there were no personal feelings attached while pointing his sword at Cyan. He advised Cyan to be nice enough so that they would make it as painless as possible. All Cyan needed to do was stand there and keep his eyes closed. After that statement, this loser rushed toward Cyan and attempted to swing his sword. He exclaimed, "Goodbye!" The blade was already about to touch our MC's neck. But Cyan maintained his serious expression. In a split second, one head got slashed and flew in the air, but it was not Cyan's. The knights were all shocked by what they just witnessed. It was the loser's head. Cyan, while holding his demonic sword, spoke. "I asked who the is behind this." The remaining knights felt that the pressure around them had changed. They were now confused as to why they were feeling one certain emotion: fear. Cyan's eyes were already glowing red, and he questioned them, wondering why they weren't moving. He wondered if none of them expected this situation to happen. The knight at the back thought he couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. Meanwhile, the others came to their senses and charged towards Cyan, but their attempt was futile. This was a fight that none of them could win. One by one, they screamed in pain as Cyan continued to pierce their bodies. Cyan then noticed one knight who tried to run, but the next thing this loser knew was that something hit him from the back. Our MC threw his demonic sword towards him like it was nothing. Bull's eye, the only one left, had tears falling from his face. He couldn't even try to blink as the bodies of the intermediate knights lay on the bloody ground. He wondered if Cyan was really an 11-year-old child. Our MC held out his hand, and that was for the sword to come back to him. The knight then thought that there's a reason why Cyan came back alive after fighting a dragon. While looking at Cyan's menacing eyes, he knew that this mission was already doomed from the start. The last knight couldn't stop his tears from falling as he knew what was going to happen next. He fell on his butt, trying to get back while Cyan slowly approached him. Our MC addressed the knight and commanded that he should tell him everything, and of course, his life was more important than a piece of information. So the knight immediately revealed that Mrs. Margaret was behind all this. Cyan had a disappointed look on his face as he thought the interrogation was too easy. Meanwhile, the knight was still trembling from fear and was not able to speak a single word. The next day, we see the carriage moving again. Turns out the knight's life was spared, and he continued giving Cyan more information. Our mech chilled at the top of the carriage, while finding out that Kron had apparently asked a favor from his mother. Cyan exuded his dark aura as soon as he found out that it was his loser stepbrother. He thought that he was going to teach him a good lesson when he saw him again. His attention then shifted as the knight addressed Cyan with a worried expression. He inquired, "What's going to happen to me now?" Both of his eyes had a little bit of tears as he asked Cyan if he was going to kill him. Cyan then commented that the knight didn't look that sad about it. The knight reasoned out that they were the first ones to try to kill the young master, so he had no right to resent Cyan if Cyan kills him. To break the tension, Cyan casually advised the knight to just drive. Then he noted that there's a difference between being useless and having no value in being alive. That shocked the knight. He couldn't help himself but thank Cyan. A few moments later, Cyan exclaimed that they were finally there. In front of him stood the grand central city, Saphir. In another place, a vase got shattered as a voice was heard asking, "What the hell did he mean?" The person who cursed had a trembling hand as important information was being reported. The butler continued that one knight was missing and the other 6 were found dead. Apparently, Cyan left Saphir 10 days ago. The one that was trembling was Mrs. Margaret, and now she blamed the person in front of her for this unexpected problem. Mrs. Margaret continued to scream. She asked how they failed at getting rid of some little child. The butler quickly bowed his head and apologized. He admitted that they had underestimated the young master. He was already sweating heavily as he added that there must be someone behind the scenes that they didn't know of. He also pleaded for Mrs. Margaret to give him one more chance, and he'd send someone to the academy to finish the job. But the evil stepmother wasn't happy about this plan. If they did that, she worried that Cyan would do something to Cray. She remembered the menacing look on our MC's face back when she pissed him off. She surely wanted her son to graduate from the academy in one piece. Mrs. Margaret turned her back and told the butler not to do anything. Her order was quickly understood. But before he leaves, she reminds him that no one must know about their conversation and what happened to Cyan. She was clear in her statement that they should eliminate anyone who knows about it. The butler left the room and closed the door. Little did he know, someone was watching him at the other side of the hallway. Back to our MC, he was taking a short nap. It has been 10 days since they left the city of Sappher. The knight that was spared, whose name was Brian, has been acting as his subordinate all this time. San assumed that Mrs. Margaret already knew that he was still alive, and at this rate, he'd be arriving at the Royal Academy safely. The only problem was, he still needed to think about what he should do with Brian. This guy then informed the young master that they had arrived. Sen replied, all right, with an annoyed expression. He thought this brought back the old days. That was because he was now back inside the Royal Academy. His carriage reached the gates of the place, and he thought that he couldn't really call them good memories. But the Academy had changed him in many ways. As soon as he entered the building, our MC showed his emblem and introduced himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The ones assigned with onboarding the students looked stunned upon seeing him. This lady came to her senses and immediately accommodated Cyan. She noted that he was definitely registered and added that he just needed to go to the assigned dormitory and wait. The entrance ceremony and the elemental test were in 2 days. This information got Cyan thinking if he had heard something right. The lady then gave him the key to his room, and it apparently came with a letter. Cyan was startled as soon as he saw it. He asked if she was sure she hadn't made a mistake. A few moments after that, bags were dropped on the floor. Brian had his mouth wide open as he addressed his young master. Turns out, the room that was given to Cyan was the Royal Hall. It was a luxurious room that could not be compared to any dormitory inside the academy. Cyan noted that no one in their family had received this kind of treatment and thought that someone had to be behind this. Cyan broke Brian's amazement as he questioned if all the luggage were there. Brian nervously confirmed it. And since all of Cyan's belongings were now in his room, Cyan tried to get something inside his coat's inner pocket. With a serious look in his eyes, he told Brian that his role was done. Brian panicked and tried to ask Cyan to wait a second. He thought the MC would kill him, but to his surprise, Cyan handed him a bag of gold coins. Brian was dumbfounded and asked, "What's with the money?" Cyan continued walking while telling Brian that it was his payment for his hard work for the past few days. The money should also be enough for him to start a new life wherever he goes, as he might end up dead if he goes back to Vass. His statement made Brian speechless. Suddenly, Brian kneeled and exclaimed something that caught the attention of Cyan. Brian Kendrick, an official knight of Vass, asked Cyan's permission so he could serve him his entire life. The hyped atmosphere that his pledge should have filled the room vanished, as Cyan was shocked to find out that Brian was a knight. He couldn't believe it. Brian then revealed that he was the lowest of the low and was often treated as a coachman. While still bowing his head, he narrated that his father used to tell him that if he meets someone he can trust and serve all his life, he should ask him without hesitation. Cyan sighed as he commented, "That's a really foolish thing to do." Brian was caught off guard by Cyan's answer. While giving off his dark aura, Cyan asked Brian how he could be sure that Cyan wouldn't be stabbed in the back in the future. Brian immediately answered that it didn't matter if Cyan took his life in the future. He was then cut off as Cyan tapped his shoulder, telling him to never think about betraying him. That was Cyan's way of accepting him as his knight. Cyan then opened the door while telling Brian that they would not attend the entrance ceremony and would just go to the elemental test. Brian still couldn't believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, inside the Royal Academy Dean's office, two people were talking about the talented students at the elemental test this year. The testing hall was filled with many aspiring students, and currently, one student with silver hair stood at the center of a platform. A bright light enveloped her surroundings. The one taking the elemental test was none other than Princess Erin. As for her evaluation, her mana rank was 2 stars. Physical rank was B, and her element was light at 52%. The next student who took the test was a guy with huge muscles. His name was Seth Chaharkin. His mana rank was 3 stars. Physical rank was AA, and his element was sand, at 71%. One old man continued to browse the information of the students. The previous students were already remarkable, but someone caught his attention. It was Cyan. Our MC took the test, and his mana rank was only at 1 star. Physical rank was at S rank, and the most notable part was his dark element, which was at 92% proficiency. This female instructor, named Sarika Negrithi, noted that even Alice Vert, who was titled as the God's Child, was only at 88% in the water element by the time she graduated. The old man found this information interesting. Even Alice, who was praised for possessing top-notch talents, could not match up to her younger brother. This old man was the Royal Academy Dean, Kundal Quizel. The only thing that Professor Kako was concerned about was that Kyan's element was dark. Dean Kundal admitted that his talent might just rot. However, they still could not ignore his growth and talent potential. Dean Kundal then inquired if the professor was aware that Cyan was assigned to the Royal Hall. Professor Kako said yes, as she heard it from the other instructors. She had a shocked expression as she heard the dean reveal that it was per the Emperor's order. The dean shared that apparently, Cyan saved the young princess from the monsters on the front lines. The Emperor was even considering marrying the two. They then imagined the fifth princess, who was considered to be a failure, marrying someone from the Vert family, who was known to raise talented individuals. They wondered what kind of consequences that situation would have. Kako commented that conflicts over the succession would be heightened, and the empire might split up and cause a civil war. But then, Dean Kundal stopped her from overthinking. He told her that all they could do for now was to watch. They needed to wait and see whether Cyan would become the empire's hero, or if he would be responsible for its downfall. Meanwhile, the culprit behind the overthinking of the adults was just casually walking down the hallway. Cyan noted that in his past life, his dark affinity was just at 80%. He wondered if it was because he drank the demonic beast's blood. His attention then shifted as he saw the person in front of him. Cyan said, "Hi." The blonde guy was Cran, and he quickly panicked. He was not expecting Cyan to still be alive. The chubby guy beside him showed an opposite reaction. The chubby guy asked Cran if this was the kid that he treated like his slave. Cran was hesitant to answer, yes. But he still did it. This loser is Gam Kingdom's Marquis. Pennan's son, Poa Panarin. Poir teased Cyan that he didn't even know who his mom was in our MC's past life. These two used to bully him whenever they had the time. But this time, it will surely be different. Sen thought that it must be his lucky day to come across these losers. Poer tapped CR's shoulder as he noted that it seemed that Cyan needs a good beating. Cran tried to stop him. And on the other side, our Mac looked like he was planning something. Cran wanted to flee and suggested that they should just go to the cafeteria. But this fatso continued walking towards C. All of a sudden, a powerful kick was sent to Poer. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the wall. Cyan had this devilish grin. I bet it really felt satisfying, he thought, as he finally got his revenge. Cran could only cry while screaming for Poer's name. Fatso Poer got popped. Now that Poer was unconscious, Cyan spoke and told Cran that they really should have a chat. This loser was already sweating heavily and crying as our MC's hand landed on his shoulder. Sen leaned closer to him and whispered that he really doesn't care what he does behind his back. But if he ever sees him again, something will happen. While grinning, Cyan told his stepbrother that he will be graduating in a wheelchair. That statement was more than enough to make the tears fall from Cran's eyes. The loser's knees felt weak because of the fear that he felt. Meanwhile, Cyan casually walked away while thinking that his life in the academy is going to be fun. A few hours later, inside the academy's library, instructor Sarika Negrithi walked through the hallway. She is the same professor that we met last time. She was still thinking about the dean's statement about Cyan being the hero or the downfall of the empire. That made her plan to keep a close eye on our MC. Instructor Sarika continued her stay inside, and that was because she was about to get a specific book. But upon seeing the spot, it was missing. Her mood suddenly changed as soon as she realized that it was not there. All of a sudden, she heard a voice asking if she was looking for a book. She was startled. The one that spoke was none other than Cyan. Instructor Sarika immediately changed her attitude and smiled. She then asked Cyan how he got in there, as students were not allowed in this place. But in her mind, she noted that she didn't even detect Cyan's presence. Instructor Sarika tried to confirm if he was really Mr. Cyan Vert. She also asked if our MC could give her the book, as she really needed it for her research. Sech Shan smiled and told her, "Of course." He handed her the book, and the instructor thanked him. But all of a sudden, a dark, ominous aura was about to hit C. The book that he was about to hand to her was cut in half. Cyan then awkwardly maintained his distance towards CA. He asked, "Is that not the book that you were looking for?" He was also about to address her as Instructor CA, but he stopped. He corrected himself and revealed that this lady in front of him is the assassin organization's Mist's Helm, Sarika Negrithi. With an intimidating gaze, Sira asked Cyan how the hell he knew that. Our MC then recalled that in his past life, he thought of this instructor as someone who was ordinary. She even approached Cyan back then and asked, "How's your life in the academy?" The bullied Cyan maintained his silence and didn't answer her question. Instructor Soraya was apparently in charge of Canyon's counseling, and she used this to get to know him more. Canyon's eyes were already filled with emptiness when he heard that Sarika saw a lot of potential in him. And of course, he thought that it was a joke because all he did was be bullied by his own brother. But his expression changed as the instructor told him that she was very interested in him. She noted that it's rare to see someone with 84% in the dark element. Cyan blushed a little while replying that someone told him that it's not a special element. CA happily informed him that that was the case because humanity doesn't know much about it, but she actually thinks that his growth potential is infinite. C got more interested upon hearing those words. He even got swept up in confusion with a lovely and innocent smile. Instructor Sarika told Cyan that she looked forward to working with him. Those words made our MC think that this person could help him. Back to the present time, Cyan noted that those damn smiles were all just part of his misunderstanding. Him being an S back then didn't help him because he didn't notice that he was already being deceived. This hot lady right here used her job as a professor to hide her true identity. Cyan noted that he will not be falling again for her innocent looks because this lady right here is the assassin. On top of that, she's the helm of the assassin organization Mists, and her goal was to hide and gather information inside the academy, where all the royals and nobles of the continent come to learn. Armisi lowered his guard as Sarika broke the silence. She told him that she will hear him out in her lab, so he should come with her. This lady had also removed her glasses, and god damn, she looked fine. That left Armisi dumbfounded. He thought that she didn't really react as dramatically as he had expected. A few moments later, they were now inside CA's lab. Cyan noted that this place hasn't changed. Mysterious scrolls and daggers were placed around. Our MC sipped his tea. He then smiled and sarcastically told Sarika that she had put poison in the tea. That gave Cyan the reminder to never trust this. Sarika laughed. She replied that Cyan doesn't need to worry because it's not a very severe poison. It will only melt his organs. Little did she know, this trick would not work on C. He was confident because he had consumed countless demonic beasts' blood and Emily's food. His expression turned more serious while advising her to maybe use something a bit stronger next time. That gave Saria the hint that they should now start their real conversation. She started it by asking Cyan how he knew her true identity. She also inquired how our MC knew that she received her orders in that specific unpopular book in the library. He was even aware of the exact location too. With an interesting look on her face, she concluded that maybe Cyan was also a part of Mist. Cyan had this funny look as he asked her, "What more proof do you need?" This got Sarika thrilled. She used her dark aura and told Cyan that his head got big because of his elemental test. But Cyan ignored her remark and changed the topic. He shared with her that before going into the academy, he was asked by everyone if just one escort knight would guard him. That gave Sarika a confused look on her face. Cyan then continued to tell her that it was because nobles have been murdered left and right recently. He turned his gaze to Sarika and asked her when the purification project began. Sarika repeated his words and got confused about the purification project, while trying to deny that she knows nothing about what Cyan was talking about. This was already oozing with her dark aura, and our Gigachadma countered this while also exuding his aura. He clarified himself that he was referring to the assassinations. Sarika grinned while warning Cyan that he might regret what he just said, but he didn't back down as he asked if she was really threatening a student right now. All of a sudden, her foot moved. Sika kicked the whole table towards C. Cyan was already prepared for this and was about to punch the table. He also asked if this was really how Sarika would respond to his questions. C's punch broke the table in half, but that was just a diversion for this lady to bring out her weapons and position herself on top of Cyan. Our MC was aware of her move and thought that he proved his identity enough. Ka was about to attack him because even though Cyan claims that he's part of Mist, she didn't even know his name. She claimed that, as the Halm, she knew all of the members. She landed on the ground and released slashes. Cyan created some distance between them, then dashed towards him, while screaming that she won't let him go that easily. Cyan sighed while saying that she had given him no other choice as he summoned his weapon. Ka's attack was deflected by C, and that caught her off guard. Cyan claimed that if she doesn't believe him, he will just show her. Multiple slashes were then sent towards CA. and she was not able to react. Cyan's last attack sent her backwards. Ka's eyes widened as she noticed the dagger that Cyan was wielding. She knew that this was none other than the demonic sword, Kiram, that only the one chosen by Eru can wield. Our Gigachet MC had this cool pose as he asked her once again if she believes him now. S also knows that Mist is looking for a successor right now, and that statement froze Sokka as she wondered how the hell did he know about that. Cyan then claimed that the very person that they have been searching for is right in front of her. He commanded Sarika to bring him to Eru right away. Later that day, the night came. The scene shifted towards this street somewhere in Lewin, where there's almost no people walking around. An old house came into view, and at its door, someone was busy chanting a magic spell to pick up the locks. A purple magic circle appeared a few seconds later, and the door finally opened. The ones that were beside the action were none other than Sarika and Cyan. Both of them concealed their identities by wearing their dark cloaks. Sarika broke the silence as she told Sene that he was not even surprised that there's a mist base at a place like this. She added that this is the path to the altar that Cyan wanted to go to. From this point on, he will be on his own. Dark, ominous aura was also coming out from it. Cyan entered the house alone. He thought that this is really a unique realm made with the power of the god of fog, and because of that, the place is much bigger than what it looks from the outside. It was like a whole new place. But even if Cyan was impressed, he didn't lower his guard. He still noticed the presence of those who were hiding in his sight. 2 people at 4 and another 3 assassins at 11 high, and just like that, daggers came flying towards Cyan. But since he already predicted this, he easily deflected them all. The assassins then started their ambush. 2 of them appeared behind Cyan. He thought that this welcome ceremony was a bit too much even for him. Our MC jumped backwards to dodge their attacks. Cyan leaped once again, and this time he counterattacked. He threw his daggers towards the assassins. Most of them were not fast enough to even react, except for one. The mysterious assassin replicated the same movement that Cyan used when he deflected the daggers earlier. Cyan immediately noted what just happened. He couldn't believe that one of them managed to react in that short moment. The assassin's eyes widened as he thought that this fight was amazing. He then signaled for them to do a secret technique expansion. The mist assassins regrouped and did the Death Horn formation. Cyan was already being surrounded, and to counter this, he exuded his dark red aura while also chanting a secret technique expansion. He raised his hand and gathered his power. The assassins were startled as they saw his technique. They hesitated for a bit, but one of them told everyone that a kid like Cyan wouldn't be able to perform such a technique. The one they were talking about was the Bloodthirst Wave. Cyan let out a violent force that quickly made its way all over the place. Bloodthirst Wave is a secret technique exclusive to assassins that allows them to manifest bloodthirst into a physical form to attack others. Upon being hit by the bloodthirst, the assassins were immobilized. Most of them couldn't even breathe. A few moments later, most of the assassins were down. Cyan looked at them and noted that they won't be able to get up for a while now. He still gave them mercy as he didn't kill them, but then something caught his attention. The same assassin that deflected his dagger is still standing. That gave him the idea that maybe this one is one of the higher-ups. Cyan knew that he can't really waste any more time with this. So he started to get serious. He activated one of his fog sword skills. He raised one of his arms while summoning his demonic sword on the other one. This move is called Unshakable Roots of a Great Tree. The mist assassin then made his way towards Cyan. Our MC was caught off guard as the assassin forced him to clash their weapons. Cyan wondered who the hell this guy was, as he just managed to stop his technique midway through. No ordinary member of the Mist Assassins could do that. The mask of the assassin then fell on the ground, and at the same time, he finally spoke. He praised Cyan for being adept at his main skill. As their weapons were still touching each other, the assassin's face was revealed. The assassin exclaimed that he couldn't hold back any longer. Cyan had this funny expression on his face as he realized who the assassin was. The assassin is a freaking lady. It was none other than CA. This lied to Cyan earlier. She hid her presence so she could fight him and see his true powers. And just to make her back away, Cyan performed a series of deadly slashes called Thick Fog 8th Form Assault. The atmosphere around the area just became more intense. Sarika had this creepy smile as she commented that Cyan was proficient with the thick fog and the fog sword techniques, and that made her more interested in him. Sarika was just about to tell him to show her his true potential, But then Cyan did something unexpected. He ran on the opposite side, and that was because this lady was known to be a zeal for combat. Her great energy or enthusiasm in fighting strong opponents drives her crazy. Cyan thought that the drunken desire of the Halm would really become dangerous if their fight continued. He then ran for his life. Cyan knew that she would want to fight until one of them dies, and only those who have experienced this would know that kind of feeling. Sarika was already dashing from wall to wall just to chase our MC. She had this crazed facial expression as she exclaimed for Cyan to come back. She even told him that she was just giving him what he wanted from the start, and to stop him from getting away further, she used the technique called Fog Sword Rushing Fog Storm. She performed a series of slashes until she hit Cyan. Cyan backed away as he thought that even though he also wanted to fight stronger opponents, he's not as perverted as CA. Sarika, on the other hand, was still teasing him to fight her. She commented that this realm was created by Aru, and the outside world won't detect his energy at all, so he doesn't need to worry about that. And that statement made Cyan become more serious in his head. He finally agreed. After all, he can use all the techniques he wants in a place like this. Cyan knew that he could end up killing this thick instructor, but that really doesn't concern him anymore. He summoned his demonic sword and positioned himself for their battle, but before he could dash and start their fight, his body trembled. Cyan suddenly fell face down on the ground. That also caught Sarika off guard. An ominous female voice was then heard around the area. She uttered, "I knew it. You can rest." Sarika's eyes widened as she saw the owner of the voice. It was none other than our OG demonic sword, waifu, Karam. She is finally manifested in her true form. She told Sarika that she didn't really want to intervene, but Sarika forced her to. The perverted instructor then acknowledged the demonic sword and quickly kneeled in front of her. Karam asked her, "What's up with this situation?" Karam knew that Sarika worships Aru, but she's still here attacking her master. This lady then answered that she's just checking to make sure that Cyan is who he claimed he was, whether he really is the successor or not. That answer angered Karam. She released her dark aura while telling Sarika that she could have just called for her god instead. That's a much easier way to solve things. And since it had already come to this point, Aram wondered if Sarika would want her to take this as a direct challenge toward the demonic sword. The pressure of the whole area suddenly felt a lot heavier. But instead of being intimidated and scared, Sarika just scoffed. She told Karam that before that, they should pay attention to the successor first. That confused Karam. She then turned her gaze to our MC, who was already losing a lot of blood. Karam panicked, asking Cyan why he was just lying there and dying. Sarika explained that it was because Karam manifested into her whole form, but that is a very inefficient way of doing it. As a result, it eats away the owner's life force. Karam grabbed Cyan's collar while telling him that this should be nothing. She was even mad because her master was still weak, even after drinking all that beast blood. Their funny interaction was cut off as Sarika butted in again. She uttered, "I, Hallmaster Sarika Negri of Mist, do not reject any fights." She even licked her lips while telling Karam that if she was her opponent, she really couldn't turn it down. The once shy and innocent instructor had really become a perverted one. Karam started to feel weird about Sarika. She wondered what the hell was wrong with her. It even scared her. Meanwhile, Cyan had finally regained his consciousness. While still regaining his composure, he asked Karam why she suddenly manifested. But instead of answering her master, Karam told him that he just needed to stay behind her while she teaches Sarika a lesson she will not forget. And since this one had been longing for a powerful opponent, she exclaimed that it would really be an honor to fight her. Karam was becoming more annoyed, so she warned her not to cry and beg for her forgiveness later. Sarika was quick to answer that she would love it more if Karam could push her to that point. These two were about to start their fight, but a voice stopped them. "That's enough." A dark blue portal began to appear. This also caught Cyan's attention. He knew that the portal was the one that he had been waiting for. The voice told Sarika to send the successor to the altar. She kneeled and acknowledged the command. Our MC had this awkward smile, and that was because he could now finally get to meet Aru, the god of darkness. People say that the god of black fog is evil. The god of black fog kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it was an act done out of consideration. The god of black fog responds that it is what the people desired. He added that others do not decide for you what is wrong or right. If you can just protect your own ethics by dying, then that is enough. Anyone would say that the logic is insane, but someone believes that God is just trying to protect the weak. Basically, the god is an idiot. Cyan stepped out of the portal. After coming out, he saw a large staircase in front of him, and on top of that sat the throne of the god. The god asked him if he knew who he was. Cyan replied, "Of course, the god of black fog, Aru." Eru inquired if the child's name in front of him is Cyan Vert. He asked what evidence Cyan had to claim himself as his successor. Cyan replied that Eru must have already sensed that he had the power of the fog within him. Eru explained that there are two ways to become a successor. One is if he gives them the mist stone himself, and the other is when the mist stone finds the qualified one by itself. Eru claimed that he doesn't know Cyan Vert, so he assumed that the latter applies to their situation. Eru shared that it is true that the mist stone, which should be at the altar, has suddenly disappeared last year. On top of that, Eru found it surprising that Cyan was able to awaken Kairam when the god himself was unable to track her down. He commented that Cyan handled her very well. Eru also noticed Cyan's eyes, on which the light in them surpassed his age. Eru finally understood. He realized that Cyan is an outsider from a timeline that he is not part of. That's news to Cyan, since he was under the impression that Eru was involved in bringing him into that timeline. Eru had a relaxed posture when he told Cyan that if Cyan wanted an all-powerful and all-knowing god, he was at the wrong place. He shared that he's not powerful since it had been long since his rights as a god had been taken away from him. Cyan realized that Eru was right. Eru mentioned how things were convenient for him. Cyan asked what he was talking about. Eru explained that a perfect successor had shown up on his own, so there is less work for him now, but in the first place, the god didn't have anything else to do. Cyan commented that he's lazy as always. Eru mentioned that Cyan brought something annoying with him. Eru was referring to the item beneath Cyan's robe. He asked if Cyan was not satisfied with the demon sword, since it looked like Cyan was attempting to take the power of the holy sword too. Cyan replied that he's not trying to do anything at the moment. Cyan had a devilish grin as he shared that he just thought that if the world doesn't know about that item's existence, then it might become useless. Eru commented that Cyan possesses quite an evil hobby, but he decided not to probe further. But Eru reiterated that he will follow the rules. He shall ask Kian, the absolute master. "Master," he uttered, "dear successor who has inherited my powers, what do you seek with this power?" Kian was asked the same question in his past life. Back then, his answer was to live for his brother. But now he knew it was an idiotic response. Neither Eru nor Sarika were bothered by his response. In his past life, he wondered why. Then he asked himself if there wasn't anything that he wanted. Eru told him to remember that there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps back then, Eru already knew of Cyan's pathetic end. Cyan replied that he had no grand plans, no great cause, or some divine faith. Cyan thought to himself that it would be different this time. He declared that he would use Aru's power solely for self-serving purposes, just for himself. Eru replied that what is right or wrong is for Cyan to decide. He asked Cyan if he was confident that he would not regret it. Eru advised him to answer carefully, since depending on Cyan's response, he might get killed on the spot. Cyan replied that he doesn't care what kind of consequences his actions would have, but he stood his ground on not following anyone's orders. He is determined to take this path. Eru picked up that Cyan must have a certain plan. He asked Cyan if he could share it. Cyan immediately replied, "Nope." Eru replied that it won't matter as long as he purifies his name. Eru decided not to ask further. He commented that Cyan is quite boring. After that short, playful moment, Eru became serious. He decided to converse with his daughter, Karam. He commented that Karam had changed quite a bit. He asked if it's because she likes her owner that much, since she's so obedient. Karam was flustered as she played dumb. Eru replied that he's very happy to see her like that. So he leaned in for a kiss. Karam wanted to get away from him so badly. Eru told her that he's being nice to her since he doesn't have anything to give to her owner. While struggling to get away, Karam looked at Cyan while yelling, "Crazy bastard, owner, do something." Cyan tried not to get involved by commenting how they have such a wholesome father-daughter relationship. Aru's lips were approaching Karam's head, but then a bright light appeared which made Karam panic all of a sudden. She turned to her original woman form. She was confused that she had a body while Cyan was not using his mana either. Cyan wondered if Eru used his own power to do that. Karam grabbed his father's robe and asked what he had done to her. Eru replied that it was nothing much, just some life force from him. Eru acted sad. When he asked if she didn't like it, Eru told her that she would need a physical body in order to serve her owner, if you know what he meant. The way Eru mentioned serve, Karam thought about something dirty, so she got flustered and rocked Eru back and forth while watching them. Cyan couldn't help but think how they were like father and daughter. The next day at the student dorm, Brian called his young master. Brian whispered to his ear to ask what was going on. Cyan replied that he also didn't know, and he suggested letting it be. But Brian couldn't do that. He explained that it was something that couldn't simply be left alone. He was referring to the staring contest between Sarika and Karam. Karam, looking pissed off, commented on how an instructor went to see her students so early in the morning. She suggested that others would start talking about how special CA's relationship with Cyan was. Cyan replied that he would guide Sarika to the right path. Karam argued that a hallmaster should be more careful. Karam and Sarah were like a tiger and a dragon, ready to bite off each other's necks. Sarika told Karam that what she did had nothing to do with her. Karam reasoned that her owner only needed her, so Sarah should stay away from him. Sarika rationalized that Cyan was her disciple. Cyan, feeling tired of it, decided to go for a walk. Brian panicked since he didn't want to be left with them. The two were already talking about taking out their weapons to fight. Brian was already fearing for his safety. I bet he's this close to pissing his pants. Outside the room, the streets were bustling. Cyan watched the city from a high platform. He sighed as finally he could relax. Then, he smelled blood. There was a student who was pushed to the ground. The student coughed up blood, holding his aching arm. The bullies were excited to try something with him. One of them created an orange ball and showed it to the student on the ground. He told him that it was a little snack while holding the student's mouth, planning to shove it in, claiming it was a snack he brought for him. The student closed his eyes while clenching his teeth. All of a sudden, someone yelled, "Stop!" The girl shamed the bullies for being nobles who engaged in bullying. The bully introduced himself as Barrett Louis Mille, the oldest son of the Gam Kingdom's Duke Louis Mille household. He asked who the girl was. She replied that she was the princess of the Yusuf Empire, Aaron Cyrus. Barrett Louis Mille laughed and insulted Aaron for being just the fifth princess. He loomed over her to intimidate her while telling her that it was nice to meet her. Aaron told him that she wouldn't want to shake his hand. She demanded an explanation for the situation. Barrett Louis Mille told her that she was misunderstanding something. Barrett asked the student to tell Aaron what was really happening. He grabbed the student by the collar while his arm hung around the student's shoulder and asked if they were bullying him. The student replied that he wasn't being bullied. Aaron told the student that he didn't need to hide it, given that he was in an obvious state. The student replied that they were just playing around. Barrett Louis Mille asked if Aaron clearly heard that. He expressed that he was starting to feel displeased. Aaron insisted on taking the student with her, but Barrett Louis Mille grabbed her arm. This had a furious expression as he told Aaron that she seemed not to understand what was really going on. Aaron asked why he was doing that. Barrett emphasized that the student, Leximus, asked her to leave. Aaron threatened him using her name if he didn't let her go, but Barrett Louis Mille looked down on her as she was nothing more than a little weak princess. All of a sudden, our emissary appeared and heard that, so he kicked Barrett Louis Mille. Aaron was surprised to see Kenna, and Cyan, on the other hand, was taken aback seeing Leximus. He couldn't believe that the kid in front of him was Leximus right before he regressed at the Garam Kingdom. Klein Castle. Swords were clashing. Cyan defended using his dagger and faced a woman, the continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. She was originally from the Yusuf Empire, but for some reason, after graduating the academy, she entered the Count Clean household in the Garam Kingdom, and even changed her nationality. Leximus and Cyan continued to fight. Back then, Leximus let out an attack that shattered the ground, catching Cyan off guard. Leximus charged at him again, but Leximus was confused when Cyan wasn't in front of her. Instead, he was behind her. Cyan attacked her while in the air, and she came crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Back then, Cyan was ordered by the Empire to kill her. The exact order was to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating the castle, Cyan ended up having an official duel with her. There wasn't any special reason for it. Leximus was someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana, and Cyan did not want to stealthily assassinate someone who had been titled the continent's best swordsman. Back to the present timeline, the current Leximus was confused as she watched Cyan, while Barrett's lackeys were in panic as they approached Barrett. Barrett shoved his lackeys aside and complained that there were too many nosy bastards. Barrett asked Cyan if he's the one called Cyan Convert. He heard about him and knew Cyan was from the front lines. He asked Cyan if he wanted to join their little game. Deep inside, Cyan found it ridiculous since the wrong use of a mana marble could lead to the destruction of mana inside the body. Cyan uttered that it was a game where the bullies force-feed someone a mana marble. Cyan made a marble in his hand as he expressed that he would join. Barrett was shocked. It was a gigantic marble. Cyan asked what they were doing with an intimidating expression and uttered, "Open your freaking mouths." A few moments later, back at the academy, Leximus was treated. She was told that most of her external injuries were healed, but she needed to be on bed rest for her internal injuries to heal. Aaron encouraged her to rest. Leximus blushed as she thanked Aaron. She expressed how she didn't know how she could repay them. Aaron was proud and a little boastful when she narrated how those bastards ran away when Cyan scared them. She told Leximus that they just did what they should have, so she didn't need to worry about it. Cyan thought about Leximus's injuries, fractures and slight concussions. It was shocking that she managed to endure that. Cyan took it as she's built differently, given that she's branded as the continent's best swordsman. Our MC's chain of thoughts were cut off as Leximus inquired if he knew her. She was curious since she felt him staring at her. Cyan replied that he thought he knew her, but he actually didn't. He apologized for making her uncomfortable. She replied that it was nothing. Aaron asked where her dorm was, worried that those bastards might retaliate. Leximus replied that it was in the commoner hall. Aaron concluded that Leximus was a peasant. Leximus explained that she got admitted into the academy with the help of Instructor Vane. The instructor promised her financial support during her school career, but he suddenly got fired. Cyan summarized that now there's no one to support Leximus, and if that's the case, she might have to leave the academy. Aaron told her to take Leximus as her person, and while she's at it, learn swordsmanship from her too. Aaron was confused since Leximus was a boy, but Cyan told her that Leximus is a girl. Aaron was dumbfounded. Leximus explained that she didn't mean to deceive the princess. She explained that having short hair and wearing boy clothes were more comfortable, so a lot of people mistake her for a boy. Aaron apologized to her, realizing she didn't even notice and Cyan even knew about it. Leximus told her it was okay since she should be the one apologizing to her. Then Aaron asked her what she thought because, for Aaron, Cyan's idea seemed pretty good. She explained that Leximus wouldn't be bullied by bad people if she came under her, and she could learn whatever she wanted, having a more comfortable life. Leximus asked why she was chosen. Aaron explained that she doesn't like being alone. Leximus thanked her and declared that she would be someone Aaron could be proud of. Aaron replied that she doesn't need to thank her since it was all Cyan's idea. Aaron was surprised to see that Cyan was no longer standing by the door. Meanwhile, Cyan knew that he had done enough. He was certain that the princess would take care of the rest, but now, he understood why Leximus abandoned the Yusuf Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Lewis Mill, the continent's best swordsman, who never lost her mana. She's going to be someone difficult for Cyan to defeat. But anyway, Cyan's interest was elsewhere at the moment. This was because he received an order from Sarika earlier that morning. While being excited, he looked at a piece of paper. This was Cyan's first purification mission as a mist. It was Cyan's first mission. And it was difficult. He recalled Sarika telling him that she believes in him, but he knew it was a bluff. He was worried that things would just get even harder if Sarika was already bossing him around like that. Out of the blue, Cyan got alarmed. There was a loud explosion behind him. He had a hunch about what it was. A demonic beast had gotten inside the academy. The demon asked him if he was Cyan Vert. It was a gigantic human. Cyan asked him how he knew him, but this man replied that of course he knew. He knew that Cyan has a magic rank of 1 star, a physique rank of S, and that he's the Vert's youngest son, Cyan Vert. This man introduced himself as a newbie, like Cyan, and his name was Seth Chaharkin. Cyan was confused that this big-ass man was only 11 years old. He searched his memories to see if there was even a guy like that in his past life. Seth showed off his muscular arms while telling Cyan that he had heard lots about him. He knew that Cyan beat up demonic beasts and survived a dragon attack. Seth also knew that Cyan received an S rank for his physique when he himself didn't get an S. Seth challenged Cyan Vert into a duel. Cyan finally remembered him. The mark on Seth's chest represented Speria. Now Cyan had confirmed that the rumors about the Prince of the Sand getting into the academy were true. Speria is a country in the middle of the desert, situated east of the continent. Because of the powerful military led by the first prince, who was a genius in both magic and combat, even the Yusuf Empire had difficulty when they tried to conquer the nation. But something happened to that powerful nation. It eventually fell into ruins due to the sudden death of the sole successor. The cause of death was ruled as sickness. The prince had focused too much on growing his muscles that he had forgotten to take care of his health, to think that Tan would come across the prince inside the academy. Cyan didn't meet him like that in his past life. He found it annoying, but if he knew something about the prince, Cyan replied to the prince that they would be doing the duel right there and then. Seth eagerly replied, yes, and expressed that he wouldn't accept. No, Cyan replied. No. Seth turned pale from shock as he asked him why. Cyan explained that unpermitted duels were not allowed in the academy. He told him that they had to put in an official request. Seth agreed and asked where they should do that. Cyan informed him that it was the 3rd floor of the main hall. Seth was eager. He dashed off, telling Cyan that he'd be fast and that he should wait for him. Cyan realized that another rumor about the prince's brain being made of muscles was true. After all, Seth was going in the opposite direction. Cyan wasn't sure if duels could actually be requested, but because of that, he wouldn't be seeing Seth for a while. So now Cyan could focus on the purification project. At a certain building, where there was a banner, Zickerman was informed by a knight that preparations were complete. He told the knight to stop loitering around and deliver it to the clients. This man is Zickerman Albus. He is one of the 3 wealthiest people on the continent. He's known to the public as a kind man who donates a lot to charities. But behind everyone's back, he's actually running the slave markets and breeding different species. He told the knights that today would be the appearance of his life's masterpiece, so they should take special care of it. Cyan had checked the target. He would be able to get the mission done quicker than he expected. Karam informed him that she was sensing a very complex energy. He asked her what she meant. She explained that the target was hiding something strange. Meanwhile, Zickerman looked at a woman in prison and commented that she's finally calmed down. He called her his cash cow and told her to sleep well. Zickerman noticed a red smoke, and that red smoke instantly cut off the head of a knight. He was taken aback. The other knight was alert and asked who was there. Zickerman told the knight to catch the culprit. Cyan charged at him. His dagger slashed the knight's arm, causing the knight to drop his sword. Then Cyan targeted the legs. When the man was immobilized, Cyan went behind him and pointed the dagger at his neck. The knight cursed. Following that, Cyan slashed his neck. Zickerman panicked. He wondered where the others were. Cyan told him that he would find out soon, as Cyan would send him to them. Cyan commented on how Zickerman employed tons of people. But it really wasn't worth it. Zickerman asked what Cyan wanted. He offered him money since he had all the money in the world. Cyan sliced off his hand. Zickerman screamed in pain. Cyan uttered Zickerman Albus's name and read his crimes. All kinds of inhumane experiments, breeding, and even managing the slave market, which is illegal, and that made Zickerman deserving of death. Cyan gave him a minute to repent for all the sins he had committed. After that, all his pain would vanish. Zickerman understood that it meant the assassin would kill him. He acted pitifully while explaining that he was just trying to make ends meet. He said he was selling slaves because there were people who wanted them. He reasoned that it was the guys buying slaves who were the bad guys. He asked, "What did I do that was so bad?" Cyan expected him not to be remorseful. He told him that 1 minute was up, and he would die painfully. Cyan used Thick Fog's 9th form assault. This made him perform a series of deadly slashes, and Zickerman screamed his last plea. With that, the soul purification ended. Cyan decided to look around a bit before leaving. He stopped at a certain cell. Karam informed him that she could feel a combination of 2 different energies. Cyan sliced the bars. He was surprised at what he saw. There was a woman. She looked dead. Cyan commented that it was just a woman and there was nothing special. Karam pointed at what the woman was holding. It was a dragon egg. A few moments later, Cyan brought back the shiny purple dragon egg. Brian asked him where he got it. Cyan replied that he just picked it up on the street. Brian didn't believe him, of course. Who picks something like that off the street? Cyan nonchalantly lied that he was just on a walk when he found it. Cyan started to think about how Zickerman would sell something dangerous. He wondered if it was meant to be delivered to someone. Brian was worried that it would hatch. Cyan assured him that it won't happen. Dragons are like a big hunk of mana with different elements. Even if they continuously imbue it with the right elemental mana, it might not hatch. So dragon's eggs that get separated from their mother are nothing more than just fancy rocks. But then the egg cracked. The two got nervous upon hearing that. A light started coming out from the cracks. Brian and Cyan looked at each other, and in a silent agreement, they knew they up. And then the shell split into half. A cute girl with dragon horns was revealed. Brian panicked as he told his young master that it hatched. He was worried about what they should do. Cyan froze from shock. The thing was neither a dragon nor a human. Now he realized that the dead woman was nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and human. Cyan realized that it was going to be a much bigger pain in the ass than he expected. The draconic girl uttered, "Pa." Then she clung to Cyan as she called him Papa. Cyan was astonished. He wondered if this girl thinks that he's the parent. Kareem let out a small laugh. Then she laughed out loud while teasing Cyan on becoming an 11-year-old dad. In Cyan's head, he thought, "This is all your fault, Kareem." Back then, Kairam told him to take the egg. She reasoned that it would be bad if the wrong person got a hold of something like that. Cyan agreed. But he was worried that it would hatch. Kairam assured him that she had never seen a dragon hatch when it lost its mother. She explained that the egg is now basically a dangerous stone at the present moment. Kareem was amused, since she never thought that she would see something like that happen. Meanwhile, Cyan was oozing with a dark aura around him. He was pissed off. He reminded Kareem that she told him that it would never happen. Kareem uttered that it's why she said that. She never thought she would see it happen. She told Cyan that a hybrid like that kid, just her presence would pose a threat. The kid is now sound asleep in Cyan's lap. Cyan agreed. He knew that the situation was really bad. The kid was sleeping peacefully, though. But it's not a normal mix between a human and a beast. It's a freaking dragon and a human mix. The world they live in is too dangerous for a being like that. If the Academy was to find out about it, the Dean may harm her to eliminate outside threats. Dragons are very strict about bloodline matters, too. If they were to find out that the child exists, they would eliminate every single creature who knows about her existence. Cyan wondered if he really needed to risk that kind of danger as he stared at the child. He thought that if she's fated to live a life of pain anyway, he wondered, wouldn't it be better to just... Kareem understood what he's going to do. She agreed that it would be for the better. Cyan positioned his hand around the child's neck to choke her. Kareem agreed that it's best if the child's fate is to just live in misery. Cyan thought it would be better to send her off now. The child slowly opened her eyes, still in daze. She uttered, "Papa." Kian felt bad. Then the girl jumped up and hugged him while telling him that she likes him. Kian felt her warmth. He grabbed the kid. He lifted her up while wondering what was the emotion that he just felt. Then he said that it will work out somehow. Cyan uttered, "Let's just raise her." Kareem finds it lame. She wondered if he's raising her to become his servant or something. At the Verret Castle, Margaret was worried about what she should do. She's worried that Cran would be in trouble if she doesn't do anything about Cyan. Ashel appeared behind her, and it made her gasp from shock. Ashel encouraged her to talk to him if she's struggling with anything. She thanked him, but she scurried away while telling him that she's not struggling with anything. When she's gone, Ashel asked Kellen to report. Kellen informed him that 6 of their knights were found dead in the mountains by Vas. They assumed that the remaining one got into Luan with the youngest son. Ashel knew that the one behind it was Margaret. He asked if there's anything more. Kellen added that the last thing he heard was that the youngest son was put into the royal hall, and the informant had been unreachable after that. Ashel already knew about it, so he took it that Kellen wasn't able to find out anything about his brother. Kellen realized that Ashel was disappointed. He was terrified because Ashel never keeps around subordinates who disappoint him. Kellen was determined not to give up his position after all his hard work. He offered to go there himself. He begged Ashel to believe in him and promised that he won't be a disappointment. Ashel patted his shoulder while telling him that he's aware of how much of a hard worker Kellen is. He agreed and told him to be fast. Ashel was certain that Cyan was hiding something, and he assigned Kellen to find out what it was. Back at the academy, Sarika walked hastily. She smashed open the door and saw Qian feeding the kid with a milk bottle while Karam is holding the kid. Qian asked Sarika what brings her there when there aren't any classes. "What a cute family," Sarika said. She was confused. She inquired as to why there was a baby. Cyan sighed and told her that it was a long story, and proceeded to ask why Sarika was there. Sarika told him that she'll hear about the story later since they have an urgent issue at hand. She informed him that he caused quite the trouble, and that made our MC confused. She's holding a document of a duel request between Cyan and Seth. She scolded him, since staying down low was the least that he could do. She nagged at him for getting that kind of attention. Even the principal would be there too. It was funny how Cyan realized that Seth actually found the office for it. Kareem asked, what was the big deal when it was just 11-year-olds fighting? But Cyan knew that the 11-year-old is not an ordinary 11-year-old. He asked when the duel was, Sarika told him that it would be in 2 hours. Cyan sighed and scratched his head after realizing that it was much earlier than he thought. Seth expressed how he waited for that moment. Cyan just sighed. Seth shared that he wanted a duel of combat, but apparently the only options are swordsmanship and magic. He asked Cyan if he would be using magic. Cyan replied that if Seth is not going to use it, he won't either. It made Seth utter, "Good, I like you." Then he charged at Cyan to see how good he was. Cyan noticed that Seth is pretty fast despite his body size, and his sword has a lot of weight in it too, but that kind of weighty attack is very easy to deflect. Seth was caught off guard when Cyan deflected it. Cyan knew that for an opponent like Seth, strength isn't what is needed. Instead, it's acuity and preciseness. Seth told him that the attacks won't work on him. Their swords clashed, but Seth had a hard time. He felt that Cyan was trying to twist away his attack using the force of downward strikes. Even then, Cyan was just using a rapier. He decided to go behind Cyan. He targeted his back, but Cyan sheathed his sword and grabbed Seth's leg instead. Seth was surprised. He wondered if Cyan had eyes on his back or something. Seth was about to be slammed to the ground, but he was able to soften his fall using his hand. He groaned in pain and retaliated with a kick. Cyan was amused that Seth managed to counterattack in that short time. He noted that Seth was quite nimble for someone his size. The crowd was in awe. It made them wonder if Seth was even human. Seth was breathing hard, but managed to smile. Eventually, that turned into a loud laugh. He announced that he lost in swordsmanship, so now Seth would do whatever it takes to win. He declared that he's going to give everything he has in the fight. In Cyan's mind, he found himself exhausted with Seth's presence. Seth told him to give his all too. Then he unleashed an explosive power from his body, which made the ground crack. He yelled, "Convert!" The dean wondered if the two would fight using magic now. He found them bold for not using magic in swordsmanship. Simultaneously, CEA uttered that Cyan won the sword fight, to which the dean agreed. Seth Chahar's physique was a clear advantage, but when rank is considered, it's an obvious result. However, being fit is only the basic requirement to manifest higher dimensions of spells. Student Seth has a 3-star mana rank, the highest out of all the enrolled students. The dean wondered what Cyan would do. Meanwhile, CA's expression showed how pissed off she was from the attention that Cyan was drawing. A large hand emerged from the ground. "It's called the Death Fist," Seth prepped. Pairing his fist, Cyan understood that they were going to fight using magic now. The hand crashed to the ground. Cyan was about to step away, but Seth wouldn't let him escape. Seth released a simultaneous attack that chased after Cyan. Then he used Desert Tooth. Something emerged from the ground to block Cyan's path, turning into a yellow light that caged him. Cyan was aware that Seth's mana rank was assessed as 3 stars. Sand covered the area. This was like the sand burial of Gaara from Naruto. But even then, our overpowered Mac was able to step away and evade it. Cyan had observed the recent attack and understood that Seth should be able to use even 4-star magic. He glanced to his side and assumed that the instructors maintaining the barrier must be having a hard time. Seth asked him how long he plans to run around and avoid his attacks like a little rat. Cyan sarcastically answered if he should have just taken the attacks head-on. Seth, feeling triggered, told him that a warrior wouldn't have dodged it. In the height of his emotions, he called Cyan a kid. Funnily, Cyan pointed out that Seth was a kid too. That made Seth angry, and he told Cyan to shut up while unleashing Sandstorm. The dean found it interesting. CA was taken aback, as she assumed that Seth's mana was 3-star, but Seth just used a 4-star spell. Seth made sure that Cyan wouldn't be able to judge that one. As if to comply, Cyan just stood there while the sandstorm approached him. He grinned and announced that he'd take it head-on. Meanwhile, in another setting, a feeding bottle was set on the table. Brian, who was wearing a pink apron, tested the milk's temperature on his arm. While doing so, he uttered that he's glad he had experience taking care of a baby. He found it annoying when he had to take care of his younger siblings, but he didn't expect it to come in handy one day. He called for the princess since it was time to eat, but Brian gasped when he saw her. She had grown up a lot in a short span. Back in the arena, the audience was confused as to what was going on, since they could only see the swirls of the sandstorm. The barrier around the arena started to crack. The instructors had a difficult time reinforcing it. One instructor asked how those students were that strong. One even asked where the dean was, given that the situation had escalated. Sarah suggested to the dean to stop it. but the dean told her to wait because he could see something was happening. Cyan used a secret technique expansion called Void Sphere. Sarika recognized it and wanted him to stop. The sandstorm got absorbed by a dark orb that looked like a black hole. The dean was amused and expressed that Cyan had once again surprised him in that fight. Sarika panicked as she couldn't understand why Cyan would use that there. The black hole continued to suck the sandstorms until it was gone. Seth was left confused. The audience couldn't believe that the spell suddenly disappeared. They wondered if the magic sphere was also a spell since they weren't familiar with that kind of magic. They wondered what exactly it was. Cyan asked Seth if he wanted to continue the fight. Seth was breathing heavily and admitted that he lost. He fell to his knees in defeat, uttering that he couldn't believe it, that he lost both in swordsmanship and magic. It made him feel depressed. Cyan watched him and felt kind of bad. Out of the blue, Seth punched the ground while saying that it's good he was happy. As he expressed that it was good since he was already tired of fighting weaklings, this defeat got him motivated to train. He extended a hand to Cyan, smiled at him, and told him they should fight again next time. He asked if Cyan would accept the challenge when that time comes. Cyan shook his hand while replying, "No thanks." After the fight, our MC was back in his room. Cyan was left shocked. He knew that a dragon's growth spurt is faster than humans, but the draconic human now looked like a 6-year-old. She welcomed her papa. Now Cyan knew that a dragon-human hybrid also grows that fast, and soon she might look like his age. Brian expressed that the kid kept growing fast. Cyan replied that it would be harder to raise her in secret with how fast she's growing. Someone joined the conversation and uttered that, eventually, Cyan wouldn't be able to hide the kid anymore. It was CTA. She told Cyan that she could help him hide the demonic sword, but she couldn't help him hide a draconic human, especially if Cyan goes wild like he did earlier. CA exuded a murderous aura as she probed Cyan on what he was thinking of doing. Karam woke up when she felt someone talking about her. The kid's wings grew wider, even her tail got bigger, and she became tall too. She had grown up so fast, Cyan didn't see her for a bit, and she was already that big. CA, with an ominous aura around her, told Cyan that it was up to him to deal with something he picked up during a mission. But something like that kid was hard to handle. Cyan informed her that Brian was in charge of taking care of the kid. Brian's reaction was funny since he just found out about that. Cyan explained that there's a barrier set up in the dorm so Karam and the kid's presence could be hidden. Sarika replied that it would last as long as Cyan doesn't create trouble. She handed him a red envelope. Cyan received it and expressed that it was disappointing for a reward for winning a duel. Sarika advised him to be careful for a while because nothing good would come out of getting too much attention. Brian asked what the envelope was. Cyan replied that it was a warning letter. Brian was curious. Cyan explained that it's like a message to tell him that he's going to be kicked out for misbehaving. That shocked Brian. The kid asked her papa what they should do. She also asked if they would be living on the streets. Cyan wondered where she learned to say that kind of thing. He wasn't sure if the kid knew what it meant. The girl grew up way too fast. Cyan assured her that she's got nothing to worry about. Brian asked if it was really going to be all right, since going back to Voss wasn't good. Cyan assured him not to worry, since he would issue a complaint. The dean sent the letter directly to him. It wasn't from the administration office. Cyan assumed that it meant the dean wished to talk to him. Cyan recalled his conversation with the dean during his past life. The dean confirmed with him if he really wanted to enter the Cans of Light. The dean asked if he had finally decided to live for the sake of his brother. Cyan replied, yes. The dean expressed that it doesn't seem like a path for Cyan, which made him mad. The dean assumed that Cyan was aware of it too. He decided to give him some advice. He told Cyan that nothing good would come from taking that path, whether he faced trials or bore a cruel fate. He won't benefit from anything. He explained that it's what it's like to live as someone's doll. No matter the result, he will just end up blaming his brother. Cyan seemed irritated recalling that message. Now he wonders what the dean would tell him this time. Brian suggested giving the child a name. Brian told him that they can't keep calling her kid without putting much thought into it. Cyan nonchalantly suggested Nana. Brian was surprised and tried to reason that he didn't put any thought into it, but the kid replied that it's good. She liked how Nana is still Nana when spelled backwards. With sparkly eyes and excitement, she expressed that she wants to be Nana. Cyan wondered how the kid knew about his last name. A few moments later, at the Royal Academy Dean's office, the dean was writing a document. He thought of Cyan Vert. He knew that the student had a lot of potential, but to absorb a 4-star spell using Black Sphere, Cyan was scarily talented. But the dean also noticed that it didn't seem like it took Cyan much effort. He got curious about Cyan Vert's limits, Kundal Quisel. He taught the current emperor Dione Severus, and is also the father of the last empress, Diana Quisel. Quisel, one of the few 9-star mages of the continent, has been focusing solely on the education of the students at the academy after the death of Diana Quisel. There is one thing that Cyan wants to know about him. He had always thought that Kundal was a pacifist, but in Cyan's current life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession fight. Cyan stopped in his tracks. A wind blew from the door in his head. It made him think that Kel's personality hasn't changed. Cyan tapped in front of him, and it revealed a golden barrier. Cyan uttered that Kundal knew he was coming, but he still put up an N-star area restriction barrier. Cyan decided to take on the challenge, which made the dean grin. He wondered what Cyan would do, since only a great mage can destroy such a barrier. To his surprise, Cyan broke the tall window behind the dean and passed through it. Cyan safely landed on the ground. He uttered, "Dean Kundal," and then introduced himself. He told him that he came to express his disagreement with a complaint. The dean was amused that Cyan ignored the barrier and came through the window instead. He admitted to himself that he lost that one. The dean asked Cyan about the disagreement he mentioned. Cyan told him that the letter came from the dean. However, after seeing the barrier outside, he became certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test his talent. The dean agreed that he's right. He admitted that it was rather aggressive, but Cyan successfully proved his talents. However, the dean informed him that he would not take back the warning. Cyan could try to persuade him otherwise. Cyan was dumbfounded. He decided to ask one thing from the dean. He inquired whether the dean wanted expansion from his empire or honor for his family. That got the dean serious. He told Cyan that it was such a bold question, but neither of those things was his concern. Cyan continued to probe. Maybe after the death of Emperor Dion, if the 3rd or 4th prince were to try and take the throne instead of the 1st prince, wouldn't you take sides? The dean looked angry. He told Cyan that aside from being bold, he's also arrogant. But our MC didn't seem intimidated, especially when he recalled that the dean told him he's a doll for Ashel. In his opinion, the dean isn't different from his past self. In Cyan's past life, during the throne succession fight, Kundal had a large influence in making the first prince, Lionel Severus, the emperor. Lionel was a cruel and vicious man. He killed all of his siblings, and when Kundal was against this, Luel framed Kundal as a traitor of the empire and sentenced him to death. Kundal worked to brighten the future of someone else, but ended up being betrayed by that very person. The dean yelled. He angrily asked Cyan if he thinks that the peace of the last century would fall so easily. He expressed that he thought Cyan was a genius, but now he knew that Cyan was nothing more than a fool. Cyan challenged that idea. He explained that the mother of the 1st prince and 2nd princess died from an illness. The 3rd and 4th princes are fair matches for the 1st prince too. Cyan added that the Nepellus household, from which Empress Cassandra came, is very well known for being greedy for power. He knew that the household would do anything to keep their position of power. Cyan expressed his opinion that the empire's peace is already on a thin line. He uttered that on the day the peace falls, the academy will be over. Kundal was nervous in his head. He wondered if this is really the thought process of an 11-year-old. He realized that Cyan knows every detail of the current political climate. The dean asked why Cyan told him that. Cyan replied that it's to negotiate. He told the dean that he would help him with the peace of his family and academy, in exchange for the dean taking back the warning. The dean laughed. Cyan was unimpressed. The dean released a magic circle as he asked, "What power do you have to help the dean?" He told Cyan to feel the weight of his arrogance. Chains came down from the magic circle in the ceiling. It was the chains of judgment, and they wrapped around Cyan. Cyan was triggered in his head. He assumed that the dean wanted to fight. The dean told him that no matter what he does, he won't be able to escape his chain tower, a 9-star spell. The dean thought that he must have overestimated Cyan's skills. Cyan uttered to let him prove himself. The dean was shocked. Cyan's body turned black like the black hole. He activated the void sphere applied technique. The chains were covered in black mist. In his mind, the dean found it absurd since the void sphere is only about 1 star, and yet it absorbed his spell. It continued to absorb the chains. It was now a giant orb of void. The dean watched it intently. It made him think about just how talented Cyan is. The chains were gone at the same time the orb was diffused. Cyan then asked the dean if he thought he would be useful now, as he casually fended off a powerful spell. The dean replied yes, and that he would take back the warning. He asked Cyan if that's what he really wants. Cyan was certain. He said that he just wanted to have a peaceful student life. The dean asked if that's really all, and Cyan replied, yes. Deep inside, Cyan just didn't want to see the academy collapse again. The sun was about to set. Brian wondered if it's because he had a kid at home that he ended up buying all kinds of sweets, but he's too happy, thinking how the kid would eat all of it. Brian noticed something. The streets were strangely quiet. He wondered if he's making a big deal out of nothing. He looked to his right. He told the person to come out. This person took a step. Brian recognized this person. He dropped all the goods that he bought. It was left scattered on the ground, and Brian disappeared. Meanwhile, Cyan was sleeping in class. After the conversation he had with the dean, he agreed to attend his lessons. He's in his last class, and he's so damn bored. Learning something that he already did 30 years ago is basically torture to him, and he doesn't have any mission either. He decided to go by train instead, but Aaron appeared behind him and asked, "Where are you going?" since the lessons aren't over yet. He told him that he's just going to the bathroom, but she knew it was a lie since it was not the way to the bathroom. She asked him again if he was really going to the bathroom. Cyan asked her if she permitted Leximus to call her by her name. Aaron was aware that Cyan could be changing the subject, but she replied that she allowed Leximus to do that in private. This led her to ask Cyan why he was still calling her "Your Highness" when they were friends. Cyan looked away while uttering that he was just a civilian and she was a princess, so he wouldn't dare call her by her name. Aaron told him that he was too serious. Cyan decided to take that as a compliment. Their conversation was then cut off when someone called out to Ayin. Aaron turned to see who it was and trembled. The guy greeted her after a long time apart. She called him the silver-haired Pavan and the brown-haired Noroyan. She courteously greeted them. Pavan asked her if she was hanging around peasants, and Noroyan probed if she was going around with servants now that she was all grown up. Those guys were from the Neelis family, and made it clear they did not like Ayin. Then they noticed Cyan Vert. Cyan greeted them and introduced himself. They expressed that there was no way they wouldn't know a son of Duke Vert. They acted chummy, telling Cyan they were impressed by his duel. Just like that, they ignored Ayin. They expressed that they would invite Cyan if they had a party, but their attention shifted as these two, censored, were busy getting on his good side. Cyan saw Ain's reaction but thanked them, and noted what they had said. The two boys turned back to Aaron and told her she was not invited. They reminded her to know her place, not get arrogant, and be more self-aware. Then they walked away. Leximus asked if those were the princes. She asked what was wrong with them. Aaron replied that they were still family and that blood was thicker than water. Cyan disagreed, saying that Ain's relationship with them was worse than that of strangers. Be it blood or water, it's all meaningless in the face of power, Cyan added. He told her that if they treated her that way, it just meant they were wary of her. This encouragement made Aaron blush, her face red, which made Leximus wonder if she was all right. Cyan announced that he was back in the room. Nana was asleep. He was confused that no one else was there. He called out for Brian and Karam. Karam showed up, complaining that she couldn't even take a break. Cyan asked why she was in her ball form. She explained that it was more convenient to hide her presence that way. She asked what he needed. Cyan instructed her to look for Brian, leaving her confused. She complained, asking if Cyan thought she was a dog searching for people. She uttered that Brian would find his way back, but then she smelled something blood. Meanwhile, Brian was thrown to the ground. A student with armed men surrounding him told Brian he should have listened while they were being nice. Barrett complained that Brian made things annoying for them. Barrett expressed that he thought Brian was the only guardian knight, but was actually just garbage. He threatened to cut Brian into pieces and send them to his owner as a gift. Barrett taunted him, saying he wanted payback on Brian's owner. Brian simply replied, "Okay." This left Barrett confused. When Brian mocked him further, Barrett called him an insane bastard and asked if he had lost his mind from all the beating. The armed men surrounded Brian, who lay on the floor. Barrett, finding it no longer fun, ordered the men to kill him. Suddenly, a voice asked what they were doing. It surprised Barrett. Cyan had arrived and identified Barrett Lewis Meal despite his swollen eyes. Brian recognized his young master. Cyan commented on how Brian looked like a mess. Barrett, pleased, threatened Cyan, saying he had walked into the tiger's den. Instead of being scared, Cyan expressed excitement at the situation. He used a thick fog form assault, moving toward Barrett and his lackeys. His attack left them defenseless, slicing them with a single move. Barrett was flabbergasted to see Cyan defeat the mercenaries in a flash. He doubted their chances against him, recalling Cyan's dark energy ball from a previous encounter. Furious, Barrett vowed to kill Cyan, but before he could launch his magic, Cyan had already kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying into a wall. Cyan mocked Barrett for his unchanged ways, asking if he enjoyed harassing weaker people. Barrett argued that his hobbies were none of Cyan's business, taunting if Cyan would kill him for it. Barrett, the eldest son of the Lewis Meal household, was known for his authority in the Gam Kingdom and his problematic behavior. His crimes included physical assault, burning small animals for entertainment, and even murdering a classmate. In the past, Cyan infiltrated Barrett's mansion and discovered countless corpses of servants he had tortured and killed. Back then, Cyan planned to kill him painfully. Now Cyan forced open Barrett's mouth and created a purple energy orb. Barrett tried to intimidate Cyan, reminding him of his family's power. Cyan dismissed his threats, shoving the energy orb into Barrett's mouth, calling him garbage for laying his hands on Brian. Barrett choked on the orb, screaming as a purple mist escaped his body. Someone watching from the roof, cloaked in a robe, was shocked at Cyan's hidden powers. He decided to notify Ashel right away because it might affect their plans. But before the guy could move, Sarika was already behind him. This covered his mouth and placed a blade on his neck. She finally found out who the little obsessive stalker is. The guy kept following San's disciple everywhere recently. Meanwhile, Brian was still hurt. He apologized to Tan and explained that he never imagined being attacked by such a large group. Cyan had a disgusted look on his face. He found Brian's swollen face ugly. Cyan asked him if he's really his subordinate when he engaged in a fight where he's going to lose. Our MC asked if that's how he shows the loyalty that he had sworn to him. Cyan crouched down to meet him at eye level and asked why Brian didn't just run away. He teased him by asking if he's stupid, but Cyan turned serious when he stated that he didn't need a loyal subordinate who died. He told Brian not to do stupid things. Cyan told him that he'll be scolded once they get back. Brian apologized. This kid then sighed and asked Master Circa to come out. Several men wearing robes appeared. Sarika was surprised that he noticed. Cyan explained that there's no way he wouldn't notice when she brought all the hall members with her. Sarika told her that she brought him a gift. She threw a guy bound with ropes on the ground. He told her that it's the guy that has been following him lately. Sarika was surprised that Kyan already knew about that. Kyan shrugged and answered, yes. Sakaide admitted that Kyan sure is talented, especially when Kyan had powers surpassing that of a mist assassin, intellect that allows him to strike fair negotiation with the Dean, and a mental fortitude that allows him to handle the demonic sword perfectly. Given all that, there's no doubt that Cyan is an ideal fit for a successor. But Sarika reiterated that those kinds of things couldn't continue to happen because there will be more people who will find Cyan suspicious. Cyan told her that he will be careful, but he also firmly stated that he doesn't intend to live like an idiot, taking from others. He vowed that if anyone lays a hand on his people like that, he will crush them no matter what. Circa had realized that Cyan would protect his own people. She didn't expect that, so she decided to just leave him be. Sarika let Cyan take care of the guy while she handles Barrett and his minions. The guy was scared. He asked if Cyan was going to kill him. Cyan had a devilish grin and told him that killing him would be too easy. The guy put up a brave front by saying that Cyan won't be able to extract any information from him, even if he tortures him. It was funny how Cyan just blurts out that the guy is Ash's #1 subordinate. Taken aback, the guy asked him how he knew about it, but of course, Cyan wouldn't forget that the guy never stepped away from Ash's side. The guy used to be jealous of Cyan's relationship with Ashel in his past life, thinking he's gay. Thinking about that, Cyan felt that the guy might be dangerous in a different sense. Cyan raised his hand. Magic started to come out of it. Cyan thought that it would be fine to kill the guy now, but he also had other plans. Since the guy is Ashel's subordinate, the guy would be pretty useful for Cyan's plans. Purple mist approached the guy and made him scared. Cyan used creation shadow personality. The purple smoke entered the guy's mouth. It also entered from his eyes. This process made the guy scream loudly. A few days later, after the incident, we see Leximus charge in. She was against Aaron. Aaron was confident that she would get her, But Leximus was quick on her feet and was able to stand behind Aaron. Then she pointed her sword at Aaron and told Her Highness that it was her victory. Aaron was stunned at how fast it happened. Aaron admitted that she couldn't win against her. Also, she reminded her to call her by her name when it's just the two of them. Leximus apologized to her while calling her Your Highness. Aaron glared at her while correcting her to call her Miss Aaron instead. Their attention shifted when Brian called out to the young master. They noticed how those two are training hard. Brian was punched in the stomach, which made him lose balance. Then it was followed by another blow. Cyan noticed that Brian got the endurance for someone who was more like an errand boy knight, and he's pretty strong too. Cyan knew that he might be useful later on. Brian was panting heavily. Cyan asked if he's tired already. Brian insisted that he can keep going, but his body betrayed him when he coughed up blood. Cyan would have kept going even if Brian was tired. It's because there was no guarantee that an incident like with Barrett won't happen again. Brian needs to be able to defend himself. Brian asked if Kellen is all right. Cyan told him not to worry because that guy is already their ally. Back then, the purple smoke entered Kell's body. Brian watched it happen slowly. The purple smoke disappears. Cyan had a hard time doing that since it had been so long since he last used it. The 9-star dark element magic, shadow personality. It creates a personality from the shadows to manipulate the opponent. Cyan only used it once in his past life. Cyan asked who he was. Kellen Diego introduced himself as a guardian knight of Vas while kneeling down in front of Cyan. Kellen admitted that he was given an order to keep an eye on the young master Cyan, so he came to Lewin. Cyan had observed that Kellen is already submissive. He asked him who his owner was. He replied that he had been serving young master Ashel and expressed that he wished to serve Cyan. No. He begged him to take him in. Cyan told him to listen to what he has to say and relay it to Ashel back in Vas. Cyan told him not to leave a single thing out. Kellen replied that he understood. Cyan recalled Kellen's eyes back then. It was overwhelmingly brimming with loyalty, but he's confident that it will be all right. Aaron approached them and asked Cyan if he came there to train with his guardian knight. Brian politely greeted the princess. Cyan replied to Her Highness that she's right. He asked her if she's there to train as well. Aaron replied that she goes there every weekend to train with Leximus. She thought that it would be a good idea given that an incident happened recently. Cyan wondered if the princess is referring to what happened a week ago. Barrett was found in front of the nurse's office, completely out of his mind. He was beaten to a pulp, but nobody could get him to say who had done that to him. It's because he couldn't say who it was, not that he didn't want to. And the thing is, he won't be able to use magic ever again. Cyan turned to Leximus because her reaction wasn't what he anticipated. He thought she would feel happy about it. All of a sudden, a young girl yelled, "Papa!" She was falling from the sky. Brian and Cyan's jaws dropped when they saw Nana. They left her with Karam earlier, but this Karam slept soundly. Aaron caught the young girl. She was surprised and confused about where she came from. Nana was happy that she found her papa. Aaron was confused. Cyan tried to ignore Nana, but she kept calling him Papa. She was even pointing at him. Aaron was dumbfounded. In her mind, she wondered when it happened, who's the mother, and how Cyan did it. Cyan avoided her questioning gaze. After a while, Aaron was caught up on the happenings. She was relieved to know that it isn't really Cyan's kid. She admitted that she had all kinds of ideas about where the child came from. Aaron couldn't believe how kind he was. It was unexpected. Deep inside, Cyan was worried that she should blackmail him for that. Brian too was nervous that they would get kicked out if the academy found out about it. Aaron even knew that Nana was a draconic human and a waifu candidate. R assured Cyan that she wouldn't tell anyone, which surprised him. Cyan asked if she's serious, and Aaron replied, yes. She asked Leximus if she agrees. Even without verbally answering, it was obvious by how Leximus is fond of Nana. Then Leximus replied that she doesn't have anyone to tell it to anyway, since she doesn't have any friends. That made Aaron pale. Cyan probed why she would do that for them. Aaron simply answered that it's because she feels bad for humans. Simply, she wouldn't be accepted by anyone. But Cyan chose to take care of her, and that's a good thing. Ayn asked if she could come over sometimes. Cyan asked if she meant his room. Aaron blushed and told him not to get mistaken. It was just because she wants to see Nana sometimes. Cyan replied that it doesn't matter and reminded her that it would be their secret. Erin promised him that. Ayn flushed at the idea that they share a little secret. Cyan said his goodbye to them. Leximus noticed that Erin was acting strange. Her face was red, and her thoughts were occupied with how she had gotten closer to Cyan. Her strange behavior made Leximus worry. Meanwhile, Karam found out about it and felt slightly annoyed that something like that happened while she was sleeping. She sarcastically suggested revealing the fact that Cyan is living with the demonic sword too. Cyan told her to shut up and reflect on her actions. Karam argued that Nana does whatever she wants because she takes after her father. Brian suggested taking Nana on walks because he thinks Nana is stressed from staying in the room all the time. Cyan admitted that it's a good idea. Brian blushed at the acknowledgement and proceeded to head out with Nana. At nighttime, two human-like creatures with wings were flying across the dark sky. The silver-haired one stopped when he sensed something. He observed the area down below. His female subordinate asked him what was wrong. The guy replied that he smelled something sickening. He asked the female, named Catalina, where they were. Catalina replied that they're in the vicinity of Lewin. The guy knew about Lewin Academy and decided to push off returning for a bit because he felt an aura coming from that place. He couldn't permit it. Being a dragon himself, at the outskirts of Lewin, Brian was chasing the flying Nana while Cyan was walking leisurely. Brian told Nana to wait because her actions could pose danger, but Nana was so excited since the place was huge. Cyan smiled while watching her have fun. The place they are in is 10 kilometers away from the center of Lewin. Cyan thought that it should be fine for her to play around there all she wants. Karam teased Cyan on how he's acting like a real father. She suggested that he should get Nana a mom too, like the princess earlier. Cyan was starting to get annoyed. All of a sudden, they felt an ominous presence. Karam stated that something is coming. The silver-haired dragon appeared, commenting that it's sickening. Brian called out to Nana since it was dangerous. A powerful magic struck at them. Fortunately, Brian was able to get Nana out of the way on time. Cyan immediately asked Nana how she was. Brian reported that she's okay. Cyan instructed them to get behind him. The attack created a dent in the ground, and that's where the attackers landed. Cyan wondered why there were high-ranking dragons in that place, 2 of them too. The silver-haired dragon looked at Nana and finally found the source of the sickening stench. He expressed how disgusting it was. This dragon was a high-ranking silver dragon named Luchan. His lady companion Catalina also didn't welcome a mixed creature. She was a high-ranking red dragon. They asked Cyan if he was the owner of the halfling. They also noticed that he owned the demonic sword. Karam countered how they were objectifying her. Catalina got tired and told her to shut up. She insulted Karam by calling her an inferior thing that degraded herself to become a human slave. Karam got angry. Catalina was furious. It looked like she was about to attack. But Luchan placed a hand in front of her to stop her. Luchan told them that he's not interested in them, as he didn't wish to fight against inferior beings unnecessarily. However, he demanded that the halfling be handed over to him. Nana got scared. As a response, Brian hugged her tightly. Luchan mentioned that a half-human and half-dragon was worth experimenting on. He told them that they would let him go if they handed over the halfling. But as usual, Cyan just told him to shut up. That triggered Luchan. He asked what Cyan had just said. Cyan repeated, "Shut up, you lizzlebard piece of—" It made Luchan laugh. Luchan attacked Cyan, but Cyan was unfazed even as the ground was crumbling. Brian got worried for him. Cyan told him that it was fine and instructed him to go far from that place. Brian immediately followed the order. The ground was carved out in his head. Cyan commented how it was a fancy technique. Luchan stated that it's the reason why they call him inferior. Cyan used the thick Fogninth form, demonic sword manifestation. It looked like Karam had taken over him. Catalina was surprised to see that power. Luchan also recognized that it was the power of the exile. Luchan commented that their encounter was full of surprises, but no matter what he saw, he still saw Xian as an inferior human. He didn't expect Xian to move so fast. He was taken aback. Xian swung his sword. Luchan tried to block, but he was furious. He charged at Xian and used a shockwave. A large magic circle appeared above Cyan, and a blinding light started to appear from the magic circle. A powerful beam destroyed the ground. Cyan stood on. Luchan was once again taken aback when Cyan showed up behind him and used the thick fog third form, Fog Glide. It was followed by Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. Cyan's powerful attack was blocked by a fire barrier. Catalina joined the fight, but Luchan instructed her to back off since she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Catalina assured Luchan, "Don't worry, sir, I'd win." Catalina had put up a dragon's barrier made from 1,000 years' worth of accumulated mana. She was confident that a human, who couldn't even live for hundreds of years, wouldn't be able to do anything, but she was proven wrong when Cyan used Fog Sword. Eighth form fluttering petals, Catalina was caught off guard. Cyan clashed with the barrier, and of course, shattered it. Catalina couldn't believe it. The next thing she knew, she was being cut by Cyan's double serial slash. Luchan watched as Catalina's body fell. It made him angry, and he questioned Cyan on what he was. He screamed that the god of fog has no authority at all, so it was a mystery to him how Cyan could have so much power. Luchan demanded that Cyan tell him who he was. Luchan took it that Cyan didn't want to answer. He admitted that Cyan was a worthy opponent. Cyan watched Luchan use polymorph. A large magic circle appeared in the sky. It was a spell that made a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original one. The fangs of the dragon showed up. It had sharp claws and roared loudly. Cyan saw that as a good opportunity since Luchan was at his most vulnerable right now. Cyan leapt high enough that it made Luchan wonder what Cyan was trying to do. That's when Luchan realized that Cyan might know the weakness of polymorph. In an instant, Cyan pierced through the dragon's skull, making it cry loudly. That's when Luchan knew that he had to get out of there, but it was too late. Cyan used Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Then he stabbed the dragon deeper once again. The dragon cried loudly. Cyan continued to slice it through and through. This Lizzlebard piece of knew that they messed up. Brian rushed towards Cyan to check if he was okay, but he immediately stopped when he spotted his master. He covered Nana's eyes. Our boy Cyan was already feasting on the dragon's meat and offered it to Brian. Nana asked for some too, but they didn't allow her. Meanwhile, an update to these two. Ashel listened to Kel's report that an unknown force is supporting his brother. Kellen added that the informants they sent were eliminated by them too. Ashel asked if that was all. Kellen apologized for the lack of information. Ashel found it strange. He didn't see the sense of desperation that Kellen had before leaving. It was as if he was a completely different person. Ashel acknowledged what Kellen had said. Then he told him that he had a question for him. Kellen was slightly nervous. Ashel stared at him intently. Kellen realized it was a test. Since Ashel was starting to doubt him, Kellen placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Ashel while wishing him to have the blessing of Lumel with him. That made Ashel smile, and he expressed that he appreciated the response. Ashel told him not to take it the wrong way since it was just a kind of regular ritual. After that, Kellen was excused. Kellen realized that he should be careful. He knew that once Ashel's doubts bloomed fully, he wouldn't be able to get out like that. He decided to ensure that he did not get in Cyan's way. When Kellen opened the door, there was a woman on the other side. He recognized her as Cyan's maid. He asked her what she was doing there. Ashel butted in and replied that he was the one who called her. Ashel went to them and confirmed the maid's name. Emily was flustered as she replied, yes to him. Ashel wanted her to do a favor for him. Emily blushed as she was enamored with his smiling face. At the castle, someone was surprised to know that Luchan and Catalina were missing. One person reported that they manifested diving powers at the outskirts of Luan, but that's the last trace of them. It was surprising since they were above 8-star. The dragon's mana stone had shattered. Those types of destructive traces were the only ones left behind from the battle. One dragon asked if it meant that the one who killed the two dragons erased all other evidence with magic. For that to be possible, it would most likely need to be someone with dark elemental powers. The only one capable of killing those two was Kundal Quizel, but they knew Kundal did not possess dark elemental powers. In other words, there were some individuals they did not know of. Those dragons who gathered, represented by a monotone, were aware of a boy named Kyan Ver. He was the only dark element user in the Royal Academy. There were rumors that Kyan had survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines, so they started to think that Cyan had something to do with the death of Reynold Crimson and Zickerman Albus. Those two worked with the dragons to bring in test subjects and materials. They wondered if there was some kind of connecting link between them. They decided to keep an eye out. They instructed Lunav Rainreaver to make one of the dragon's granddaughters be acquainted with Cyan Verda, new waifu candidate, back at the Royal Academy, Royal Dorms. Aaron surprised them with a special cake made by the chefs of the palace. She offered it to Nana, who was already drooling. Due to her happiness, she expressed that she liked Princess Aaron. Aaron told her that there was more for her. She wasn't kidding because there was a mountain of presents behind her. Cyan watched them have fun. He recognized that they had to stay on the down low for a while. If the dragons sensed Nana's presence, they might ambush her again. Cyan decided to protect his people after all. He decided to live for his own sake, and he was on a mission to completely ruin that bastard Ash's plans. Aaron noticed him. Cyan was smiling, and she asked him if something good had happened. Our boy smiled even more and replied that he just had a nice thought. At the Vert residence garden, a long-haired guy mentioned that it had been a while since he last saw Ashel. This man was Lionel Severus, the first prince. He commented on how Ashel looked like he was doing well. Ashel smiled and replied that it was all thanks to his majesty. Lewel became serious. He asked Ashel how long he intended on rotting in the estate in the middle of nowhere. Lionel had heard that Alice had left on a journey. Ashel expressed that he was worried for his sister since he didn't know what she was doing or where she was. Lewel asked if he was really worried about her. Lionel suggested that Ashel was actually worried that Alice might threaten Ashel's position of power. Ashel glared at him and told him that it wasn't something they should speak of. Lionel argued that they were friends, so they shouldn't hold back. Then Lionel brought up Cyan. He shared that his father was interested in Cyan to the point that he was considering an engagement between Cyan and Ain. Lionel had no idea why the king was so adamant about protecting his useless little garbage daughter. Ashel told him not to feel rushed since the more attention Oren received, the more power she gained, and the more she would be of use to them. Lewel appreciated that Ashel understood how he felt. The guardian knight offered Ashel some wine. Ashel noticed that he had never seen that man before. Lionel remembered to share the story. He described the guardian knight as a jewel that he found while scouting the slums. Ashel watched the man intently and agreed with Lionel that he had found the most exquisite of jewels. The man introduced himself as Boris. If you guys remember, this heir was the person that fought our MC during the start of the story. And with that, a time skip happened. 2 years had passed. Cyan had tried to be as inconspicuous as possible and adjusted to academy life. Alice had also come back. This scene looked like a meme at the academy. She knocked at the headmaster's door. The headmaster greeted her, saying that it had been a while. He asked if she enjoyed her travels. She replied, yes, and expressed that she visited Fue. The headmaster was surprised since it wasn't a place a human would have been welcomed. Alice replied that he was right. She shared that it took her a year to adjust, but she really wanted to find the meaning of harmony that the headmaster mentioned. Since he said that the place would hold her back from growing, she needed to think where she belonged. The headmaster realized that Alice had made up her mind. Alice declared that she was going to join the Knights of Light. It meant that she was going to continue the will of her family. She replied that someone had to take on the duty. She expressed that she's worried about her younger siblings too, especially Cyan, since he's a shy kid. That made the headmaster burst into laughter. Alice was confused. The headmaster couldn't imagine Cyan being shy. Cyan entered and told him that he's being harsh. Alice was surprised to see Cyan but had to double-check if the person in front of her was really him. Cyan smiled at her and told her how much he missed her. Cyan, Alice, and Brian walked around the academy's grounds. Alice commented that Cyan had changed quite a bit. Firstly, Cyan and she are of the same height now. And later on, Cyan would get taller than Alice. Cyan teased her by replying that maybe she shrunk. She pinched her cheek to make him stop. 2nd of July in the year 988. Cyan remembered that day in his past life too. It was the last day he saw his sister alive. Alice asked if he wasn't going to go home since it's summer break. Cyan replied that there's no one other than Alice who would welcome him there. Alice asked if this was the reason Cyan didn't go home for 2 years. In reality, there are more than a couple of reasons why he didn't. One is that Ashel is there, plus the Duke's wife is trying to kill him at every opportunity. His father doesn't do anything about it, so going back to that place would be an act of suicide. Cyan planned not to return until he graduates. Alice asked if he's good friends with Cray. Cyan replied that it's impossible. Alice asked why. Our boy looked angry as he told Alice that she knew very well how Cray had treated him. He shared that Cray even tried to kill him once. Hearing that made Alice pale. Brian joined the conversation by saying that he can testify to that. Alice asked who he was. Cyan replied that he's his guardian knight, Kendrick. Alice had been wondering earlier why the guy was following them. That made Brian embarrassed. They shared the story with Alice. Alice felt sad that she was in Freya and was totally unaware of it. Cyan comforted her by telling her that the bad guys are the Duke's wife and Cray, and it's not her fault. Alice was enraged. Cyan called out to her. Alice asked if Cyan had talked to anyone else about it. Cyan replied that there's no point in talking about it since it's all in the past. Cyan added that Cray doesn't seem to be reflecting on his actions at all. Alice pulled Cyan into a hug. Tears fell from her eyes as she told him not to keep it in. She told him to depend on her. She promised to protect him from then on. Brian was emotional. Alice let go of the hug and told him that she would like to stay with him longer, but she had somewhere to go. She told him to take care of himself while she's gone. Brian sensed something. Alice had hugged him, and it made him flustered. She told him to take good care of Cyan. Meanwhile, Cyan was giving Brian a death glare. In Brian's head, he wanted to complain that he didn't even do anything. The sun was about to set. Cyan waved goodbye to Alice. It had been a while since Cyan saw Alice's angry face. Back then, at the Duke's house, the young Cyan struggled to block the wooden sword. He fell on his butt while being taunted by Cray. Cray told him to get up and called him an orphaned. Cyan begged him to stop since Cray had already won, but Cray hit him with the sword instead. Cray continued having fun hitting him until someone yelled for Cray to stop. It was Alice. She probed him on what he was doing. Alice was furious. She demanded that Cray apologize immediately. Cyan saw that face only once in his past life. Given that Alice made that face earlier, the Duke's household was going to be in an uproar pretty soon. Cyan thinks that Alice needs to know the truth about her family so that he can protect her from the miserable future. A letter arrived for the young master. Cyan asked where Brian got it. Brian replied that one was from the academy and the other from the janitor. Cyan took the black envelope. Brian asked if he wasn't going to take the red one. Cyan had an inkling that it might be from the palace. Brian took a good look at it and saw the imperial family seal on it. Karam asked what it was. Brian was curious as to what it contained. Cyan explained that the palace holds a banquet around that time of year. The black envelope contains an assassination order. His task is to assassinate Durni and Nephila. It was a pretty big incident that happened during the palace's banquet since Drainan is the younger brother of the Empress. It came as quite a shocker to everyone. Karam asked if Cyan would be going. Cyan replied yes, since he also had some other business there. Now that he thought of it, in his past life, someone else was put on that mission, but now it's him. It made him think that the Halm likes him. But it's annoying for him, though. Karam looked at the envelope and told him that it's from Princess Ain. Karam teased him for receiving a love letter. It was funny how Cyan didn't engage with Kairam and instead used the demonic sword restriction. While Kairam was put face down on the ground, he told them to make preparations for the palace. Nana also came out and told her papa that she's hungry. Upon seeing her, Brian panicked. Cyan asked what was the matter. But Cyan was flabbergasted when he saw it. Nana had grown even more in just 2 years. The once cute baby dragon turned into this thing. At the Duke's household, Alice was stomping in. She forcefully opened the door. The servants were surprised to see her. The butler asked if she's back. She was furious. She was about to ask where her mother was, but she corrected herself and called her the Duchess instead. The Duchess was in the drawing room. She was surprised since Alice just barged in. The Duchess acted friendly with Alice. She was just about to ask how she had been, but Alice raised her hand and gave the Duchess the crunchiest slap she could ever receive. The slap was so crisp that it was heard throughout the mansion, and that made the head butler step in and get the attention of Gigachad Alice. The butler also shouted towards the guards on what they were doing. Margaret fell on the floor, still in shock at what just happened. She asked Alice if she was out of her mind, but Alice countered, "You're the one who's out of your mind, Duchess Margaret." With an intimidating expression, Alice revealed that she knew Margaret tried to kill Cyan. In Margaret's mind, she was baffled on how Alice knew about it. She also tried to deny Alice's statement by asking if she had any proof. Margaret's sheep-acting skills wouldn't work on Alice as she told her, "You just confirmed it for me. It must be true since you're asking for evidence." Finally, Margaret managed to stand up. She was angry because Alice had laid a hand on her. Even though she doesn't have any real evidence yet, Alice also got surrounded by the guards. And since this bee was guilty, she wanted Alice to be dragged out of the mansion. The guards all dashed towards Alice while saying their apologies to her. Alice knew that this was coming. She easily evaded one of the guards who wanted to restrain her. And then she made her counterattack. She also used her skill called Elemental Spirit Yundan Summoning. This skill then attacked all the guards in one swift move. Margaret saw all of it, and she was now trembling a bit. She couldn't believe that Alice was able to use spirit magic. On top of that, she took down the guards so easily. Alice was done with the guards, but not with Margaret. She was making her way toward her, telling her that the Cayenne Guardian Knight had confessed everything. Alice added that Brian said Margaret was the one behind the assassination attempt on Tyann 2 years ago. Her brother had kept quiet about it, so maybe Margaret thought she could just get away with it. Even with all of this, Margaret tried to deny it. She asked Alice if she had lost her mind, accusing her of believing the words of those inferior beings over hers. "Shut up, Margaret," Alice snapped. Alice had already decided to tell her father everything. She warned Margaret to be prepared, her eyes glowing with anger as she uttered, "You're done for." After that, Alice walked away, while the guards were still struggling to get up. Margaret was speechless for a moment. Then, with a devilish smile, she commented that Alice was such a stupid expletive, still unaware of some things despite all she had been through. Margaret added, "Duke Villiarth doesn't care about anything other than that child." She was likely referring to his oldest son. That same day, the Duke was seen saying he already knew Margaret had tried to kill Cayenne Vert. "What about it then?" he asked. Of course Alice was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her own father would turn a blind eye, even though his own child was almost assassinated. The Duke told her he didn't intend to make any excuses. He thought it was fine as long as Cyan was all right. Alice countered that Cyan had to fight 6 official knights. Cyan would have died if it weren't for his knight, Brian Kendrick. The Duke chuckled at her statement. He revealed that Brian was just a stupid guy, an errand boy for the knights, so it would be impossible for him to help Cayenne. Sweat formed on Alice's face as she asked if the Duke was saying that Cayenne took all the official guards down himself. The Duke made his way toward Alice, telling her she didn't know Cayenne at all. He showed her a red envelope. Alice asked what it was. The Duke told her it was a banquet invitation from the imperial family. He couldn't go, so he wanted Alice to attend on his behalf. He also advised her to relax a bit, assuring her that she didn't need to worry about Cyan. The Duke revealed that Cyan was stronger than Alice thought. Their conversation ended as the Duke needed to return to the barracks immediately. All this information left Alice speechless. She made her way outside, still skeptical of what her father had told her. How could she not worry about her brother when he was only 13 years old? Alice stopped in her tracks when someone called her name. Her bothered face brightened with a smile as she saw a familiar face, Cecilia, a composed female knight. Cecilia greeted her and welcomed her back. Unable to maintain her cool, she suddenly hugged Alice, asking why she hadn't sent a letter all this time. Alice smiled apologetically and told her she was sorry. We learned that Cecilia Rye, a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, was also Alice's exclusive maid, teacher, and friend. Alice knew she had to make it up to Cecilia, so she suggested a change of scenery. Cecilia asked what she meant. Alice smiled mischievously and showed her the banquet invitation. "Let's go to the Imperial Palace," she said. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a carriage carried Cyan and Nana. Nana, no longer a little draconic human, wore a maid outfit. She gazed outside, amazed, exclaiming at the sight of a deer. Cyan, with a nonchalant expression, told Nana to put her tail away. She quickly followed his command. Within seconds, her wings and tail disappeared. Cyan thought it was safer to travel this way but was still concerned about Nana causing trouble. Suddenly, a ruckus outside interrupted his thoughts. Cyan asked Brian what was happening. Brian reported bandits ahead. Their leader demanded they surrender everything. Unfazed, Cyan commented, "No big deal, get rid of them." Nana asked what was happening. Cyan casually replied, "Just some insects." Moments later, Brian slashed the bandit leader's head off in one strike. The remaining bandits, enraged, attacked Brian but were swiftly defeated by his new skill. Brian, satisfied with his progress, was cut off by Cyan whining about him being too slow. They resumed their journey. Elsewhere, a stack of papers landed on a desk. The list of imperial banquet attendees was handed to Sarka, a studious noblewoman. Her assistant noted the unusually large number of guests this year. The assistant suggested postponing their plans, but Sarka firmly insisted the assassination of Ian Neelis had to happen now. She explained her reasoning. Ian Neelis was a rapist who preyed on married women. Using his powers, he had to die. Looking at Ian's picture, Sarka revealed he was her fiancé. Another name on the list caught her attention: Lunav Rainreaver, the granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association's head. Despite her fragile body, Lunav had exceptional elemental stats, making her a rare genius. Sarka felt uneasy. Why was Lunav attending the banquet now? A few hours later, Cyan and his crew arrived in the Imperial City. Brian remarked on the size of the roads, while Nana continued marveling at her surroundings. Distracted, Nana bumped into someone. The guy that she bumped into got irritated and angrily told her to look where she was going. Nana immediately apologized. She then used her hidden jutsu cuteness technique and asked what she should do to make up for it. The guy, as expected, blushed like a tomato. His angry expression was then replaced by a bright smile as he told Nana that all things were fine now. Nana immediately turned to her dad and commented that the people here are all so kind. But Cyan knew that was not the case, so he wished Nana to get away from that guy immediately. Cyan noted that he forgot that Nana doesn't know much about the world. She needs to be more wary of people. He knew that this was bad, and while he was thinking about that, Brian was alerted to something. He then slowly told his young master about Nana's eyes. Cyan quickly looked at what Brian was talking about. His own eyes widened as he noticed it. Nana's pupils were back to normal, and this was all because Nana was already hungry. She was already emitting this dark aura around her. Cyan knew that people were going to find out about her if this continues. Since this was an emergency, he hurriedly commanded Brian to send her to a restaurant right away. Luckily, Brian was quick. He already got Nana, and they were on their way towards the nearest restaurant. Cyan had this look on his face as he couldn't believe that this was all just because of Nana's hunger. A few moments later, inside the restaurant, Nana had this satisfied look on her face as she informed her papa that she's full and she finally feels that she's alive again. Cyan could not do anything about it. He was just thankful that he brought a lot of money. He also noted that raising a kid is really tough. His carefree expression then changed as he sensed a strange manna coming towards him. A lady with short silver hair approached our MC and told him that it was nice to meet him. She then confirmed if he was really indeed the infamous Miss Cyan Vert. The lady had this cunning smile on her face as she stared at our boy. Is this waifu number 2? Comment and subscribe if you guys think that she is. Cyan was taken aback that she knows his name. He asked her who she was. The girl sat beside him, asking him if he minds. Cyan reiterated that she hasn't answered the question yet. She introduced herself as Lunav. She told him that she's a second-year student in the same academy as him. He was snobbish when he replied that he doesn't really care about students who are not in his year. Lunav replied that it's fine since she's practically a loner compared to someone as popular as him. Nana asked Brian if that person is her papa's friend. Brian replied that he doesn't have any idea, but it doesn't seem like it. Lunav noticed that Cyan's guardian knight and maid are close to him since they are eating with him. She commented that Cyan looked like a warm person. Unlike the rumors, Cyan simply replied that there's no point in eating separately. Cyan felt wary of Lunav since she praised him out of nowhere. He's also curious as to why she approached him. She inquired if he went to the capital for the banquet. Cyan replied yes and probed on how she knew about it. Lunav replied that Cyan had no other reason for coming in there when he never leaves the academy. To me, Lunav told him that they would see each other there since she was invited too. Cyan had figured out that she's most likely a noble for also receiving that letter. After that, Lunav stood up and decided to end their conversation there. She noted that it's a shame, but she better get going. Before she leaves, she tells him to remember her. She told him that her full name is Luna Rain Riev. That jogged Cyan's memory. She's the Aram Mage Association president, Regan's Rainreaver's granddaughter. He wondered if that old geezer had sent her to him in Cyan's past life. Lunav died young while attending the academy, though Cyan wasn't sure if it happened because of her fragility or because the association performed intense human experiments on her. Cyan was annoyed that he kept getting involved with people he didn't even encounter in his past life. He knew it meant that the future is constantly changing. He wondered why it all had to happen on the day of the banquet, which resulted in the banquet being called the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, in another setting, Iron ties her hair. She turned around and asked Leximus if she looked okay. She's blushing heavily. This is the first time we're seeing waifu number 1 after the time skip. Leximus assured her that she looks pretty. Inside Leximus's head, the princess had already tried on enough outfits, and Leximus wants to be freed now. But Aaron would be far from that since she wasn't satisfied with the outfit. Leximus replied that Cyan would like the dress too. It made Aaron look like a tomato. Aaron was confused as to how Cyan would see her, and Leximus retorted that Aaron actually sent him the invitation. She told Aaron not to play dumb. Aaron couldn't refute that. Leximus told her to stop since she's very obvious. A maid approached them and told Aaron that His Highness Lanel had sent a gift. His Highness gave her a necklace that would look good on her. Aaron was surprised that her brother sent her a gift. It was a pretty necklace with a ruby at the center of the pendant. Leximus butted in, saying that Cyan would also find her pretty with it. Aaron, with her cheeks red as a tomato, insisted that she doesn't like Cyan. Later that night at the banquet, the guest had arrived, a knight was on his toes, and then we saw our boy. Cyan stayed in a corner since it was crowded. At this point he hasn't seen his target yet. He then looked at his side. Cyan talked to Kellen, who was hiding in a corner. Cyan assumed that if he's present, then Ashel must be there too. Kellen reported that Ashel is with Prince Lewel at the moment. Kellen had something urgent to tell Cyan. He asked Cyan if it's possible for him to leave the banquet. It made Cyan wonder if there's a leak about the purification mission. He asked Kellen if something happened. Kellen replied that he had a feeling that many people, including Cyan, would be in danger. It's because Ashel ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet begins. Ashel said that he has prepared a small event. That alarmed Cyan. He realized that the person behind the banquet of blood is Ashel. Kellen expressed that he couldn't bear to see Cyan get hurt. Cyan acknowledged him and told him that he's excused. Kellen was worried, so he asked Cyan if he would be all right. Cyan replied that he is, and advised Kellen to leave since he might be in greater danger than him. Kellen turns around and tells Cyan to take care of himself. Cyan smirked at the thought of the small event. Our MC realized that the son of Ashel is crazier than he expected. Karam then showed up in her ball form and asked Cyan if he's worried about innocent people dying. Cyan replied no and admitted how Ashel is being cute. Since he had learned new information, he had decided to push off the mission. Cyan used psychological influence. He complimented Sarika on how she looks for the banquet. She asked him what was the problem since he used psychological influence. Cyan told her that they have to push off the purification mission. She asked for the reason. Cyan revealed that he received intel that the banquet hall is going to become an ocean of blood soon. Sarika was alarmed. Cyan told her he will explain later. He told her that their priority for now is to check if there aren't any monsters nearby. Sarika verified if the intel is trustworthy. While having this creepy grin, Cyan replied that he knew the person who might be behind it very well, and his gut feeling was screaming that it might happen, which he had just confirmed. Cyan assured her that the target, also called Sarika's perverted fiancé, will die in it too. Sarika blushed and inquired on how Cyan knew that the target was her fiancé. Cyan left, telling her that he'll go to work. Sarika was slightly annoyed. She told him that he should explain himself later, Alice noticed. Circa heard the voice and confirmed that it was Alice who called her. Alice happily greeted the instructor. Sarika asked why she was there. Alice replied that she was there to get some fresh air. Sarika knew the situation was bad since Alice could get swept up in it. Another person called out to Sarika. That man noticed Alice too. He even added that it was like he was seeing two walking flowers. Sarika was annoyed, as she was already occupied with Alice. Now even the target was approaching her. He introduced himself as Drinan Nephis. The man had a perverted smile on his face. This right here is Sarika's fiancé. Meanwhile, Cyan kept walking until he met up with Brian, since he needed him to do something. While his hand was on his chest, Brian seriously replied that he would carry out any order. Cyan told him to stop since it was awkward. Cyan had noticed that Brian had been walking on air lately. He speculated that it was because Brian felt more like a proper guardian knight after taking that dragon blood. Cyan instructed him to inspect the underground pathways of the palace. Brian complained that the place was dark and scary inside his head. Cyan thought, walking on air. My ass. It was funny how he commanded Brian to just go. Brian had a surprised expression on his face as he told Cyan to look behind him. The knight told him that a suspicious person was taking a peek at him. It was a woman. Cyan felt an eerie presence. We all know who this is. Brian decided to charge in and take down the person. They stumbled. Cyan turned around and told him that it was fine since he knew who it was. Brian apologized while he was on top of Emily. She was left dizzy on the ground at a dark staircase. A man wearing a robe descended. The area was dark, and only his torch was the source of light. Upon reaching the bottom, he saw that there were several people wearing the same robe. The man called them his subordinates and told them that it was finally time. He commanded them to arise. Those people wore white masks on their faces, and their green eyes glowed in the dark. It was creepy. Back at the banquet, Erin had finally arrived. She felt bad since she couldn't find the people that she invited. She commented that they were so fickle. Someone approached her. It was Lunav Rainreaver. Erin knew her. Lunav was honored that the princess remembered her. Erin replied that she would never forget the genius of the Gam Kingdom, Arin happily welcomed her at the banquet. Lunav replied that she was so kind and that she hoped Kyan realized it too. Ein asked if Lunav knew Kyan. Lunav shared that she was just with him yesterday. Ein's face turned pale after hearing that. She asked if they were close. Waifu number 1 was then surprised that she blurted out her thoughts just like that. This gave Lunav a gut feeling. She straightforwardly asked Eren if she was in love with Kyan, and that caught Eren off guard. Suddenly, there was a loud scream in the room that caught their attention. A woman yelled for somebody to call the guards, but immediately there was a masked person behind her and sliced her head off in front of everyone. Eren couldn't believe it. A monster had entered the palace. People started screaming and running all over the place. The masked man said, "Found you!" It was talking to the princess. Meanwhile, Nana introduced herself as Cyan's maid. Emily was surprised. She fell to her knees, feeling defeated since Nana was younger and cuter than her. While crying, Emily asked her master if he left her for Nana. Cyan immediately replied, "No." Our boy then confirmed with Emily if it was Ashel who brought her in there. Emily replied, "Yes." She shared that Ashel wanted her to the point that he would offer her a job. That made Cyan's expression grim. Back then, Ashel suggested to Emily that she become his maid. Ashel's reason was that ever since Cyan left for the academy, Emily looked lonely. Emily told Cyan that she declined since she wanted to make sure she would be there when he returned. He asked her if she was sure. Emily replied, "Yes," but she had assumed something. Maybe Ashel hadn't given up on her yet. Cyan was silent. Then, he instructed Brian to guard Emily and Nana since it was dangerous outside. Brian acknowledged the order and asked if Cyan was leaving. Cyan replied, "Yes," because he needed to. In his previous life, Emily wasn't at the banquet since Cyan found Kellen spying on him. He knew Ashel was planning something. Cyan was furious. He won't ever allow Ashel to lay a hand on his people. With that, Cyan exited the room. Emily showed a bow tie, which was given by Ashel. He instructed Emily to give it to Cyan, but Emily forgot it earlier. She was even blaming herself for being too stupid to forget a simple task. But then, Nana sensed something. It was coming from the bow tie. She wondered what it was. Outside the palace, a man gripped his sword. Ashel told Prince Lanel that it had begun. The prince was excited that the day had finally come. He acknowledged that Ashel had put in a lot of effort into it. Ashel shared that their gifts had been delivered to them. The man named Boris was quite useful. Prince Lanel planned to use that man even more to change the empire that was drenched in peace. Ashel agreed with him. They planned to show everyone who the empire needed. The attendees of the banquet were ushered towards the exit. Arin instructed them to evacuate quickly. Lunav told her that she was the one who needed to evacuate first. Arin was stubborn, though. Because of that, Lunav decided to help. Arin thanked her. The guards fought against the monster. They had to stop it at all costs. But then, they heard someone screaming. They were surprised to see that there were others. One monster grabbed a man on his head. It made the guards nervous. Someone called the captain of the guards to report that there were high-level demonic beast mandrakes. The captain was confused as to why there was a monster there. He lost all hope and accepted death. Suddenly a bright magic hit the mandrake, and it dissipated into thin air. The magic was from Sarika. She instructed them to use that opportunity to evacuate the people. The captain was stunned to see one of the instructors of the academy. He didn't sense that a monster was targeting him from behind. Alice drew her sword and used her technique, Quick Blade, to target the monster before it could harm the captain. Alice told the captain to leave it to them immediately. The captain ordered the knights that they would be guarding the people who were evacuating. The mandrake used its vines to attack Sarika and Alice. They anticipated the attack, but to their surprise, it evaded them. They were confused. They were not being targeted. They followed where it was heading. It was headed straight towards the princess, who was already at the door. Arin was stunned. Sarika shouted to Ein, saying that she was the target. The vine was almost at her face, but the captain was able to cut it in time. She instructed the guards to protect Princess Ein. Blood splattered onto Ain's face. She was mortified. The vines stabbed the captain in several areas of his body. Ain, who had the front seat in watching this, shed tears as she meekly called out his name. Slowly, the vines let go of Morris. Eren rushed to his side and caught his body while telling him to wake up. But Morris remained silent. Eren blamed herself for this. Lunav then released an aqua blast. At the same time, she cast a serial attack wind spear. Eren had observed how Lunav fused her spells. It was amazing. especially since Lunav was only a second-year student. Lunav turned to Aaron and told her that Morris couldn't be saved anymore. Lunav suggested that Aaron evacuate to somewhere safe. Aaron watched Morris with sad eyes. They noticed that the vines would soon attack them again. The knights surrounded Aaron to protect her. They were driven with anger and grief, not letting their captain's sacrifice go to waste. Lunav encouraged Aaron to leave with her. With a sullen expression on her face, Aaron agreed. She vowed never to forget Morris's sacrifice. The knights were surprised when they were enveloped with golden light from the grim armor spell. It was a temporary barrier made by Aine. She warned the knights that the mandrake's roots were made of lethal poison. Just getting into contact with it might kill them. But her barrier should be able to protect them from the poison she then uttered. "So please do not die. This is my order." The knights enthusiastically agreed to that. They were determined to fight for the princess. They slashed the vines with all their might, which made the mandrake shriek loudly. The blonde knight was hit with the vines as well as the rest of the knights. Suddenly, Alice appeared and told them to fall back. She casted freeze, and a portion of the mandrake turned into ice crystals. Alice ran towards Aeon, telling her to run away quickly. Aaron asked who she was. Alice introduced herself as she led the princess towards a safe path. The mandrakes moved again unexpectedly. A woman climbed up its vines. It was Serica, and she slashed them quickly. As the alchemy instructor of the academy, if she were to fight with a dagger, it might expose her for who she truly is. But she deemed that it wasn't important at that moment. She used Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals to the mandrake. The knights observed that it rendered the mandrake motionless. Because of that, they decided to group up and attack. But to their surprise, the masked monsters targeted them. Before the monsters could reach them, Serica had already sliced the monster's head. She reminded the knights not to let their guards down. Serica hoped for Alice to get the princess out safely while they dealt with the monsters in there. It was a plan, but she couldn't shake off the anxiety. Alice, Aine, and Lunav ran through the corridor. Aaron watched Alice and realized that she might be Cyan's sister. The thought of Cyan made her worry. She wished for him to be safe. Suddenly, a large creature appeared from underground, blocking their path. Alice didn't expect that there would be a monster in that area. She sensed that it was as if the monsters knew who they were. She doubted that she could defeat the monster alone, because it wasn't just any monster. It was a high-ranking nightcrawler. Aaron activated Chain Trap, and at the same time, Lunav released Flame Spear. The monster's leg was bound, while the spear grazed its arm. That caught Alice off guard. She turned towards her companions. Lunav and Aaron told her that they would help her. It lifted Alice's spirit. She thought that she couldn't look all defeated in front of her juniors. The monsters roared loudly, and then it released a powerful strike. Lunav used protection to make a barrier around them, and Alice took that chance to attack the monster from behind. She sliced through the large monster, declaring that she's Avert, the one who protects the Empire, with her angry expression. At that moment, the monster would have regretted appearing in front of her. Alice used Aquablade and cut through the monster. Back at the hall, all the monsters were lifeless. Serica looked around to check if that was the last of it. She grabbed the mask of the monster, since she had a bad feeling about it. She was surprised at what she saw. It was Marionette. It is a spell that brings back the dead to control them like a marionette. This is actually a banned spell, and it is very difficult to cast. It requires an immense amount of mana and time to produce that quantity. Because of that, Serica deduced that it's not possible for a single individual. It made her wonder if someone was planning a war. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a masked monster's head was cut off. It was done by the Emperor. He couldn't believe that something like that happened on the day of the banquet. The Emperor fell to his knees when that happened. Ashel and Prince Luanel acted concerned, but the Emperor told them that he was okay and had just pushed himself a bit too much. The Emperor looked at them and said that he was glad that the two were with him. Ashel helped the Emperor to get up, and the Emperor thanked him for that. Luanel looked unhappy. Ashel supported the Emperor to stand up, but the Emperor told him to just focus on the monsters. Ashel replied that the knights could take care of that. He assured the Emperor that they would be by his side. There's another meaning in Ashel's statement. Meanwhile, another nightcrawler appeared. Alice wondered where it came from. She looked worn out, and that was the same for her future sister-in-law at the back. But the problem was, the fight was still not over. More monsters and even Marionette kept on spawning, and now they needed to fight them, or else they might just all die. Cyan checked the corpses. He found out that there were Marionette and Mandras. He realized that someone was already helping Ashel. It was that time that Boris became Ashel's subordinate. Karam also saw necromancy-type dark magic. She was astonished that a human in that generation was using ancient magic. Cyan replied that there's a tactic the guy used pretty frequently. He shared that it's the acceleration of monster strengthening using daze stones. Apparently, the mana in that stone attracts monsters. Karam told him that she felt those daze stones' mana coming from a certain direction. Cyan decided to go, since the entire place was a bloodbath. But he remembered to do something first. He wanted to get changed. Back to our best girl, Alice. She's still facing the enemy. She had summoned a female spirit with blue hair. Lunav asked if it was the spirit Marion. She wondered if Alice used light-type mana to summon spirit Marion. Temporarily, mana cannot be mixed with others. Lunav expected Alice that she wouldn't be able to hold up for long in such an unstable state. She worriedly announced that they should stop Alice, or else Alice's body would break down. And right now, Alice was oozing with a blue, menacing aura as the power of the spirit merged with her. Spirit Marion used telepathy to ask Alice why she was sacrificing herself. Alice replied that she couldn't think of any other way to defeat the monsters. Spirit Marion commented that it's such a cruel fate, especially for a child that had been blessed by Fru. However, Spirit Marion found the monsters unpleasant. She released her powers to get them away from Alice. In an instant, the bodies dissipated. Erin was surprised to see that, in just the swing of her hand, it released that much force. Lunav knew it wasn't enough, and that was because the monsters were getting back up again. Erin commanded Alice to stop, since she'd die if she continued to push herself. But Alice was aware that the situation would get worse if she stopped. She knew she needed to end it. She used the Skill Spirit King's authority Romant. But suddenly, a man touched Alice's hand. Spirit Marion was surprised. Alice too. Even Arin and Lunav. They all wondered who that person was. They didn't even notice him approaching them. He could have been another marionette since he's wearing the mask, but they felt a completely different aura from him. Alice also noticed the black fog. His grip on her hand was so tight that she couldn't move. This masked man looked menacing. Alice was worried, since she was being consumed by the fog. All of a sudden, Spirit Marion said goodbye to Alice. She told Alice that it's the end of their journey. She shared that goodbyes can be a sad but joyous thing. I don't know about you guys, but this scene reminded me of Lucy and Aquarius from Fairy Tale. Anyway, the man removed his hand from Alice's hand. Alice felt so weak. She wondered if it was because of the black fog. It was as if all of her strength left her body. But then she heard the spirit say something for her to remember. She told Alice that Fru will always welcome her with open arms. And with that, the spirit was gone. Meanwhile, Arin asked Lunav what was going on. Lunav explained that the guy blocked off the mana to nullify the manifestation of the spirit, but she's uncertain if the man behind the mask is really a human. When Alice saw the next wave of monsters, she knew it was all over. The monsters attacked the masked man, but the masked man easily defeated the monsters. Alice was surprised to know that the man was from their side. The masked man killed more monsters, and then observed something. If he takes even a small step back, all of the monsters will be drawn to the princess's group. It's as if they are strongly attracted to something. Cyan, the masked man, asked Karam if she felt a special kind of mana from anyone in this group. Karam confirmed if he meant anyone besides Lunav. Cyan told her that Lunav is just like that. Karam told him that she felt the mana like that of monsters from the princess's necklace. Cyan asked for Karam's help since he plans to close the distance in one go. Karam whined that Cyan only needs her in these kinds of situations. At the same time, Cyan activated Creation Space Fog Domain. A mysterious red field started to spread throughout the area while the monsters rushed to attack Erin. This was just like domain expansion. The Royal Knights advised everyone to be careful since they don't know what the fog is. It felt like they were transported to a different space. The marionettes kept running, but they stopped when they stepped on the black fog. Alice was surprised to see that the black fog was consuming the marionettes. They were slowly fading away, and then it swallowed them. Eventually, the place got quiet, as if nothing happened. Erin noted that the masked man killed all those monsters. It made her wonder who that masked person was. But suddenly, Lunav collapsed. She told him to get it together. Little did she know, a black fog had already appeared behind her. Suddenly, the masked man appeared behind her. She screamed loudly. The Royal Knights were alarmed. The masked man pointed a dagger at Erin's neck. The Royal Knights told the masked man to let Arin go. Arin realized that the man felt familiar to her. The masked man then stabbed her necklace. Everyone was worried for the princess. They thought that she was done for. A royal knight attacked the masked man, but he missed since the masked man instantly disappeared. The royal knight was bothered by the fog. Suddenly, the masked man was with Lunav. Aaron saw it and yelled, "No!" loudly. She screamed at him to get away from Lunav. In the heat of the moment, she used her skill called the God Stinger and attacked him. The masked man saw it coming. He turned into a fog when it reached him. At the same time, a mysterious voice was then heard. Cyan told everyone that he's not trying to harm them. He explained that he destroyed the jewel so the monsters shouldn't be attracted to Aaron anymore. Aaron asked if he meant that the necklace that his brother gave her was the reason why she's attacked. The masked man instructed her to go through the front gates and get out of the palace. He had already cleared out the path for her. They noticed that the whole place was turning back to normal. A royal knight approached Aaron to ask if she's hurt anywhere. She told them that she's fine. She asked about the well-being of Alice and Lunav. They replied that they're okay too, suggesting recuperating and leaving through the front gates like the man said. Alice's priority now is to get them to safety. She decided to think about the masked man later. Meanwhile, Luna's eyes glowed. She uttered Cyan's name. I bet she had already found out the real identity of their savior. Meanwhile, in another place, the behemoth is dead. Its blood created a mess on the floor. Nana was looking at it. Emily clung to Brian because the sight scared her. She asked him what the deal about the kid was. Brian admitted that he had never seen her like that. Nana's dragon body parts are now revealed. She's flying in the air while exuding an ominous aura. In Cyan's past life, there was a rumor. It was about the banquet of blood incidents that resulted in the death of many people. The rumor was that the person behind the incident was the fifth princess of the empire, Aranseos, who had been blinded by her desire to seize power. It was likely caused by the day's stone. It is highly likely that Ashel or Lanel gave it to her. After that incident, they were praised as heroes of the empire, and they benefited the most from that incident. Cyan confirmed with Karam. If it meant that Ashel and Lanel made up the whole incident for their own profit, she couldn't believe they would sacrifice their own kind for their own benefit. She commented that humans are worse than demons. Cyan replied that what they had done was nothing compared to what they will do in the future. Cyan recalled how he helped with worse massacres than that in his past life. He thought that he's even worse than them. Our boy stood up, so it prompted Karam to ask if they would be leaving. Cyan replied, yes, since Nana must have been waiting. He trusts that the palace's knights will take care of the rest. But then, Karam interrupted him as she remembered to mention that the princess's necklace bothers her. Cyan asked why, and Karam mentioned Emily. Then, she told Cyan that the maid smelled like day's stone too. Cyan's face turned grim. Meanwhile, Nana smelled Emily and said that she smells delicious. I bet she's right. But anyway, she was still in her frenzy state. Brian tried to calm her down. Emily cried and hid behind Brian, saying that she doesn't taste good at all. Brian was confused about what's happening. Looking at her, Brian thought of one thing. Nana is acting like a monster, and Brian noticed that for some reason, she only wants to go after Emily. He knew he must stop her, but that being said, he can't hurt the kid. Nana decided to attack since she can no longer wait. Emily panicked behind Brian. Brian was frozen in place. He couldn't afford to hurt Nana. He was planning to just use himself to shield her attack. Suddenly, Cyan appeared, and the attack landed on his back. It happened too fast. Brian and Emily were surprised to see him. At the same time, Karam went behind them. Cyan asked Karam to hurry. Karam took something from Emily. It was the necktie that the young master Ashel gave to her. She panicked when she saw Karam stomping on it. Karam then spoke to Nana and told her to get it together. She told her that her beloved Papa is here. That caught Nana's attention. The word Papa brought her back to her senses. Right at that moment, she saw what's in front of her and asked what happened. She started tearing up. Nana asked if she's the one who hurt him. Cyan replied that it's okay. Despite the bead of sweat on his face, Cyan told her that it doesn't hurt at all. He comforted her by saying that she didn't mean to do it, that she didn't do anything wrong. Nana fell to her knees and cried. Brian was worried for the young master. Our Messie then invited them to go to another place since the room was a mess. Meanwhile, the scene shifts with Lanel, who was unhappy because he's confused. The place should be full of monsters, and yet it's quiet, as if the monsters never existed. The king had noticed that too. Lanel replied that it was a relief that the situation had been taken care of. Ashel scowled at that. Then, they heard someone. Aaron called out to her father. She ran towards him. Ashel gritted his teeth as he tried to hide his anger. Aaron hugged her father tightly. The king reciprocated and was relieved that she's safe. Luel asked her if she's hurt anywhere. She replied that she was able to reach them safely because of the two people with her. Lanel replied that it was good. He told her that he's glad that she isn't dead, but his expression says otherwise. Aaron looked uncomfortable with him, but she replied that she's glad he isn't hurt too. She had tons of questions for him, but she prioritized other matters first. Alice greeted the king. The king thanked her for protecting his youngest daughter, and he promised to reward her generously. Aaron noticed Lanel and Ashel on the side. They were whispering at each other. She got curious about what they were talking about, but then Lanel grinned. The next thing we knew was that he pointed a sword at Lunav and announced to everyone that he knew who was behind the incident. He told them that she was the granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association president, and he arrested Lunav. Alice was confused about his actions. She wondered what this guy was trying to do. They watched for their reactions. The king told Lanel that he's crossing the line. He ordered him to lower his sword. Aaron also explained that Lunav saved many people alongside her. Luel argued that it was just a trick, and that the Gam Kingdom had always been waiting for a chance to strike the USF Empire. Lanel added that Gam Kingdom's goal was assassination, with the intent of creating chaos in the Empire. Lunav calmly responded that Lanel spoke as if he had any proof. Ella joined the conversation to explain that a suspicious aura of mana was detected at the place where Lunav was staying. The king asked if that was true. Aaron called out to him to stop him. The king warned Lunav to be smart with her words. Lanel added that he invited them to try and convey the desire for peace, but he kept an eye on them as a precaution. He promised to find the evidence if he's granted enough time. The king then agreed. Aaron tried to protest, but Lanel grinned as he assured the king to trust him. Lunav wondered if it was a trap or something her grandfather intended to happen. A few moments after, Lunav was imprisoned along with her group from the Gam Mage Association for investigation. Leximus, who had been apart from Aeon, worked with the other guard knights to protect the nobles. The funerals of Marquise Draenen, the Empress's younger brother, as well as the countless others, were held in the streets. Cyan was able to prevent many more deaths than his past life, but he could not change the fact that the banquet was called the Banquet of Blood. We then see Cyan being bandaged up. He told Alice that she doesn't have to do that. Alice insisted since he is her brother. Alice told him that it would have been so dangerous, so she's glad he was able to run away. Then she added that if it wasn't for the person behind the mask, she would have died too. She's still intrigued by who that person is. Then she noticed that the person's height is similar to Cyan's, and she expressed that she realized something, which caused Cyan to be alert. But funnily, she just noticed that her brother had gotten fitter, and that he had a lot of scars, which indicated that he must have trained hard. Cyan replied, "Of course." And she teased him for being embarrassed. She asked if she could touch his muscles. He moved away from her while telling her to stop making fun of him. Someone entered and commented on how Cyan recovered quickly. It was Ashel. He also commented on how the two were as close as ever, and that it made him jealous. He asked if Cyan was all better now. Cyan's expression turned cold as he replied that yes. Alice noticed that Cyan was wary of Ashel. Cyan inquired about the investigation. Alice started to wonder if Cyan also knew about Ashel, that Ashel had a vile side to him. Ashel replied that he went to him because of the investigation. He told him that a bracelet embedded with a stone was found in Lunav's room, and that Lunav claims that it was gifted to her. Cyan concluded that the one who gifted it to her would be on the list of suspects. Ashel commended him for being smart. He asked Cyan if he remembers receiving anything from anyone during the banquet. Cyan replied no. He asked Ashel if he knew who gave the bracelet to Lunav. Ashel shared that there was a merchant in the palace, and that merchant was found dead, so he's trying to look for those people. Ashel's gaze turned serious as he asked again if Cyan had received anything on that day. Cyan confirmed his suspicion and that it isn't an investigation. Rather, Ashel is trying to create a scapegoat. Meanwhile, in another place, someone was humming happily. An armed man approached the woman. The woman was none other than Emily, and she sensed the armed man. It was at the same time when Cyan realized that Emily was in danger. Back to these siblings. Before Ashel could expect an answer, he heard Cyan complain about his head. Our boy was quick on his acting skills and told his brother that he's sorry as he's still not feeling better. Alice, being gullible when it comes to Cyan, immediately assisted her brother. She then turned to Ashel and told him that Cyan had lost a lot of blood and that the doctor said that he needed rest. Ashel was clearly not expecting this, but since the acting was good enough, he opted to tell Cyan to go and get the rest that he needed. He's also about to leave, but then Cyan's voice caught his attention. Our MC told him that he doesn't remember receiving anything from anyone, and even if someone tried, he's sure they couldn't have survived that hellish situation. And since he got the answer that he wanted, Ashel's expression brightened up. He thanked Cyan for it and thought that his answer makes sense since the monsters might have killed them. Ashel also thought that it's good enough for him since there isn't anyone else he has to eliminate anymore. But he's just ashamed of one thing. Deep inside, this guy was hoping that the incident in the banquet would be his chance to get rid of Cyan, and that faint bloodlust was felt by our MC. Alice noticed the facial expression that her younger brother made just now, and she called his attention with an unexpected slap full of love. She commanded Cyan to just lie down already. Meanwhile, in another place, we could see someone's blood dripping. A maid was slowly backing away from someone while asking why this mysterious person was doing this to her. Her face was full of worry while telling the person that she did as she was told. Apparently, this maid was the one who gave Princess Erin the necklace while a sword was being pointed to her neck. She pleaded that Erin won't ever know what purpose it served. She wanted to be spared, but the man just told her that she had indeed fulfilled her role. But unfortunately, he also had to play his part, and he had to do this. The mysterious person was none other than Boris. The meme that our MC fought at the start of the chapter. Boris then said that the more he thinks about it, the more unpleasant it all is. He prepared so thoroughly for everything, and yet things didn't go as planned. The next thing we knew was that blood was splattered all over the place. Boris then walked away while telling the maid to go and just rest in peace. But before he could leave, he uttered that he almost forgot something. Since a corpse was found last time, it could have been bad. I bet he was talking about the corpse of the merchant that Ashel mentioned earlier. Boris knew that he needed to make sure that didn't happen again. He brought out his grimoire, and a menacing black creature with a lot of eyes and sharp fangs appeared while grinning. He commanded this creature to eat up. Back to this scene, when Emily was humming, and a mysterious person was behind her. The person called her by her name. It was none other than Brian. The anticipation about this being assassinated as well had been cleared up. Apparently, Brian picked up some apples from the town. Emily thanked him immediately. She quickly munched the apple like Snow White. These two peacefully sat down side by side, while Brian made a small talk about the weather being pleasant today. Emily then asked him how long they were going to stay in that place. Brian told her that their young master's answer was, "Until I say otherwise," so things can't really be predicted. A scene from back when Cyan held the gift from Ashel was then flashed. Emily told him that this thing was meant to congratulate him on his first society event. But our boy knew that that was not the case. He commented that Ashel Short tried to make it as complicated as he could with that Cannon burned the damned gift. Emily freaked out about it. But Cannon told her to listen to what he was about to say. The palace and the Vert estate are not safe for her anymore, so she will stay hidden until he says otherwise. Brian, while busy assisting Nana, was also called by Cyan. Our boy commanded him to protect Emily as he just had some business to tend to. Brian was quick to answer that Cyan could leave that to him. Cyan then patted Nana's head while telling Brian to also protect her. With a reassuring smile, Cyan told her that this is just for a while and reminded her not to cry. Back to the present timeline, Brian thought that he had never seen his master make that kind of face. He knew that he needed to make sure that he could support him this time. Emily then interrupted his chain of thoughts by asking if Nana was all right. Bree revealed that Nana struggled for a few days, but he thinks she's fine now. That made Emily comment that a lot of things happened with the young master while she was gone. She never imagined that the girl she thought to be a maid would be a draconic human. She's now more determined to help out as much as she can. Brian then turned to her and told her that he was just thinking the same thing. These two are looking more like each other now. A brief memory then flashed back to our boy Brian. It was the time when Emily held his arms. This blushed as he wondered why he was reminded of that incident. "I knew it, Brian. We support you." In his perspective, this is how he sees Emily. "You're in trouble, Brian," this maid commented for them to do their best for their young master. Of course, that kind of scene would make him blush, but hearing those words made him reassured, and that flashed a wide smile onto his face. Meanwhile, in another setting, someone was questioning the decision made by their father. This person was Lannel. He's now protesting about letting all the suspects go while they have clear evidence. But the emperor told him, "Watch your mouth, Lanel. I have already made up my mind." That answer made this enrage. He questioned his father how he will seize reign over the continent when he's so soft. "What the heck about the Gam Kingdom? Are you so scared of that?" That statement then resulted in a holy beam nearly blasting his face. Apparently, the emperor had never thought about reigning over the whole continent. It's a nice goal, but there's a problem. The Usif Empire shares a border with not only the Gam Kingdom but also the Demon Realm, as well as Speria and Fuina. If they make an enemy out of the Gam Kingdom, they will no longer be able to hold back the Demon Realm. He also revealed that the entire continent will suffer from all the monsters pouring out of there. He continued to make this know that even if they were able to gain power over the continent somehow, that would sacrifice too many people. With conviction, the emperor shouted that someone who does such a thing is a monster, not an emperor. He added, "Are you not even aware of such common sense?" But even after those statements, Lanel was still trying to prove his point. He was talking about the Daystone. But the emperor cut him off by asking if he was talking about the Daystone. That made Lanel back off for a moment. He wondered how the emperor knew about that. Since he's sure that his people shouldn't be done with the investigation yet, the emperor continued to say, "Your face tells me everything, Lanel. Ever since you were young, you would not give up until you had what you wanted." This started to sweat heavily now while trying to deny what his father had said. But the emperor told him that that was enough. He even called his son a fool. He then questioned him how Lanel ended up like that. While turning his back around, the emperor told him that even Aaron was a better fit for a ruler than he will ever be. And to seal the deal, his father doesn't want to see his ugly face again. Poor Lanel was now trembling in anger. He didn't expect to be compared to Aaron of all people. All he could do was grit his teeth. "I didn't think this face could even be uglier," Lanel thought. "Aaron Seuss, that damn ruined it all ugly." Lanel then rushed toward someone's room. The guard that was guarding it questioned his visit. He forcefully opened the door while telling them to move. We then see Leximus addressing him and telling him that Aaron needs to rest. But before she could finish her sentence, Leximus was hit by an unexpected punch. Aaron freaked out as soon as she realized what was happening. She called for Leximus's name, but a hand stopped her from moving. She glared at her brother with a more composed expression. Aaron asked ugly Lanel what was all this about. The once fragile and ruined princess of the Usif Empire was gone. Waifu number 1's character development had come forth. Meanwhile, with a trembling voice, this guy exclaimed that he had come there to talk with his precious sister. Leximus reminded Lanel that even if he's a prince, she will be forced to take action if he continues to act that way. Lanel challenged her on what she can even do when she's just a parasite. Lanel threatened her that he will have her and her relatives executed, and he will completely erase their bloodline and leave no trace of it. Ain firmly told him to stop and asked why he came to see her. Aaron inquired if he wanted to hear something from her. Lanel was taken aback. He didn't say it out loud, but he wondered if it was the same Aaron Seuss that he knew. Because she's different from before, Aaron decided to tell him instead that she did not receive anything from her. Lanel looked like he was intimidated. Earlier that day, the emperor asked Aaron if there's no relation at all. Aaron replied, "Yes." The emperor was confused since the jewel that Aaron brought her isn't an ordinary one. It's a daystone from the Black Blood tribe. It is used to master outlawed dark magic. Although they are disdained, it is said that daystones are used to control monsters. The emperor informed her that there has been intel that someone within the palace bought those in secret. It was the black market merchant Gilbert and maid Milda. It seemed like they had been securing deals for a while, but those two are either missing or dead already. Aaron was shocked to hear that the emperor shared to Aaron that those two got in touch with Lanel a lot. He asked again if she didn't really receive anything from Lanel. He suggested that it could be a necklace. Ain fiddled with her fingers and replied, "No." She denied receiving anything from him. The emperor looked at her with sullen eyes. Aaron had figured out that the emperor already knew who brought the jewels to the palace, so she pointed out that Lanel should no longer be a suspect. She requested for her to be released and supported that request by stating that Lanel had saved a lot of people at the banquet. The emperor agreed and told her not to worry. Aaron lied on purpose because if she told him that Lanel was involved in the incident, she's afraid of what he'll do to the people around her. She won't allow it, so she made sure to prevent those people from getting hurt in the future. At the present time, she asked her brother, if he's satisfied now. Lanel had a grim expression on his face and agreed that he had never given her anything. Irene made sure to let him know that it's exactly what she told their father. Lionel is furious to the point that his veins are popping out. He didn't like Ain's attitude since he perceives that Aaron is acting like he had done something wrong. He threatened to hurt her subordinate. Aeon told him that she's expecting a guest. Lionel didn't expect that. He asked who could be more important than him. Cyan was leaning on the post behind Aaron. Aaron responded that Hyun's important to her. Cyan apologized. Lunel was surprised. He didn't feel Kyan's presence at all. He wondered why he was there with a pissed expression on his face. Cyan told him that he heard it all. Lunel asked how long he had been hiding. Cyan replied, hiding? He explained that he just doesn't have much presence at all. Well, it's one of the assassin's traits. Lunel grits his teeth in annoyance from the audacity of Cyan to run his mouth in front of him. Cyan challenged him on what he'll do. He asked if he's going to do something about him too. It made Lionel think that the rumors of engagement between those two are true. He knew that it wouldn't be good to make an enemy of Cyan Vert. Cyan is the son of his father's friend, and something about what Ashel told him bothers him. Back then, he was telling Ashel that he wanted to eliminate Aaron from the throne. He also asked why Ashel wanted to get rid of his brother when their father trusts him a lot. Ashel replied that Cyan gets on his nerves. He knew that Cyan was hiding something very big, and it got on his nerves a lot. Lionel finally understood what Ashel meant. He noticed that Cyan gave an unpleasant feeling of intimidation. Lionel glared at him. Then he decided to back off by saying that he's just joking. He made his exit while saying that all the misunderstanding had been cleared. Cyan thought that Lunel's personality wasn't bad at that time. Well, at least for someone nicknamed the Insane Emperor, he's better now compared to himself in Cyan's past life. Lionel apologized to Leximus. Leximus replied that it's okay, and she apologized for her rude behavior. Lionel glared at her and told her to watch out. When he was gone, Leximus let out a sigh of relief. Then she uttered that the guy was some piece of... She thanked Cyan for the help. Cyan replied that he didn't do much. Cyan finally understood the personality of the one branded as the continent's best swordsman. Tian stated that it was Princess Aren who did most of the work. Aren blushed and tried to counter him, but she got flustered when he sat beside her. Cyan replied that his legs hurt from standing too long. He asked if he was allowed to sit there. Ain's face was red as a tomato. She replied that it's okay for him to sit there. Leximus, who watches their interaction, thought to herself that Cyan was really stupid. Cyan expressed his shock that Aaron was able to say all that to the prince. Cyan made his way to the door. Now that they had made Elle and Elle believe that they were together, Lunel won't be able to do anything to Aaron for a while. Then he bid farewell. Aaron stayed. And embarrassed, Lemus saw him off, but deep inside she thought of how ignorant Cyan is for doing what he needed and leaving right away. Meanwhile, Ashel was cornered on a wall and a hand slammed beside his face while Lionel is screaming at him on how he plans to fix it. He reminded him that he boasted that his plan was perfect, but now the ones that they wanted are all alive, and he lost his father's trust. Ashel glared at him. Lunel continued to speak. He screamed, saying that the situation was bad. He complained that he was supposed to be the savior of the goddamned Yusuf Empire. A person butted in and told him that there was a bit of success. Lionel asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Boris. He respectfully greeted the prince. Lionel angrily asked where he was all this time. He explained that he had to carry out an order from Ashel. Ashel stated that Emily had disappeared and probed, "What is the success there?" Boris reported that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Aren. Lunel sarcastically asked if he should reflect. Boris replied that there is nothing for him to reflect on. He showed them a mana crystal used by Ain's friends during the battle. He reported that most of the mana is ordinary. The crystal was slowly being clouded with a mist. Then Boris stated that it's very rare. It can be considered something very evil and ominous. He stated that it is the mana of the demonic sword. It meant that one of Princess Aren's friends possessed the taboo demonic sword. In another setting, we see a large centipede served on the plate. Brian turned pale, seeing that. He expected a crab stew, but it didn't look like it. He wondered why Cyan and Nana aren't fazed by it. Emily was pleased to watch Nana eat with gusto. She reminded her to eat slowly. Brian looked at Emily with a dumb expression. Then he noticed that the meal moved. Our boy was now starting to doubt this with her cooking skills. A few moments later, Cyan announced that he's already full. Emily encouraged him to eat more. Cyan declined since if he stayed longer, Ashel might have caught them. He only went to check on them. He also informed them that it's still not safe for them to come back yet, so if they need anything, they should just send Brian. He also has people standing by on guard. The place where they are at is safer than anywhere else. Then he went to leave. Emily reminded him to come back. He assured her that he would. He also told Brian to take care. Brian called the young master with a dumbfounded expression. It was like Brian was silently telling him that he didn't like the food. It was a funny moment, especially when Cyan didn't understand what he meant. Cyan exited the place. He heard someone comment that they had such a nice family. Then the person in the robe asked for an explanation. It was Sarika, and she demanded an explanation on how Cyan knew about the banquet of blood and the death of her fiancé. She's suspicious since everything he has done is as if he knew about the future. She told him to be careful of what he will say because depending on his words, she might consider him an enemy. She asked who exactly Cyan Vert was. Sira inquired how Cyan knew about the banquet of blood and the death of her fiancé. On top of that, the fact that he was her fiancé was something that Cyan could not have possibly known. So she probed him about how he knew about it. Cyan replied, "If it still matters when Dreenan was someone I had to purify anyway," Sarika replied, "Yes, because she's concerned that he could be a spy from another organization." Cyan asked, "What will happen if he is?" Sarika brought out her weapon while saying that it's obvious. She attacked Cyan, but he was able to deflect it. She asked if Karam was getting in the way. Karam showed up in her true form. She warned Se not to put her hands on her owner. Sarika told her that she's the one who doesn't learn since she enjoys the situation. Kam told her that she's annoying. They fought each other. Karam has something nice to show her. She created a red sphere. Circa anticipated that it's the Black Fog's power. Adamant Sarika was confident that she'll be okay as long as she avoids it, but she was taken aback by how powerful it is. She was amused by Karam's power. She knew that if she got hit by that, or tried to deflect it, she would have died on the spot. Now she understood why Karam stays in the sword form most of the time. If Karam would desire, she could blow up the whole city in order to stop someone like her. She knew that she would need at least the Demon King. Karam advised her to be ready. Because Karam was just warming up, Sarika was actually excited, and it showed on her face. She replied that she'll do her best. But Cyan uttered, "Demon sword control," which forced Karam to crash on the ground. Face first. It was like gravity was pulling her down, but she still managed to complain that she's just getting started. Cyan was annoyed and told them that if they made such a huge ruckus, all of them would get caught. That's when Karam and Sarika realized that Cyan told them he would go back and tell Brian and the others to move to another place, and he instructed them to fix their mess. He slammed the door, which left the two women speechless. He sighed and then informed them that there had been a change in their plans. He instructed them to pack up right away. Then someone spoke. "You're here." It confused Cyan. When he placed down his hand, he saw Lunav sitting with the others. Lunav commented that there's a lot more to the family than she expected. Brian apologized to Cyan and explained that Lunav had just suddenly appeared. A bead of sweat fell on Cyan's cheek as he realized that Lunav got through the barrier and the mist's detection. He inquired how she found out about the place. Lunav was more skilled than Cyan had expected. Lunav responded that it was one of her talents. She assured him that she's the only one who knows about the place. But then, funnily, she took it back since there was such a ruckus outside. She asked what happened. Nana, Emily, and Brian stared at Cyan, waiting for him to explain since they didn't know about it, but Cyan chose to dismiss the question. It was a funny sight. Then, he asked what Lunav was doing there. She uttered, "Thanks," and that was all she wanted to say to him. Cyan asked her what he did for her to thank him. Lunav replied that she already knew. Then she added, "The moment you came inside me that day." Brian and Emily looked at Cyan with judging eyes. Meanwhile, Nana had no idea what they were talking about. Cyan wondered if it's about their interaction before, when Lunav was on the ground and he touched her back. Then Sion thought that she was unconscious. Lunav released wind and fire on her hands. She explained that she can use all elements of magic. She can combine them or change them. She can also track down a specific person's mana. She finds it cool. It was a gift that her grandfather gave her. Cyan replied that it's more like a curse, and he told her that her body is broken. Lunav perked up and asked if it was really true. Cyan invited her to talk about it someplace else. Meanwhile, Brian and Emily gossiped about them. It was funny how it got to Cyan. He instructed them to start packing. Instead, Emily asked where they were going. Sion told them that the destination is Luenel and the academy. Emily was delighted since she could take care of him every day now, but Brian wasn't as thrilled when he imagined the kind of food Emily would serve them. It was so funny. Nana noticed his expression and asked why. He replied that he had mixed feelings about it. Lunav narrated that she spent most of her younger days in a cold and dark place. She had to endure all kinds of painful experiments there, and she had no choice but to endure them. Her eyes didn't have any life in them, but she knew it was her duty as the granddaughter of Ryan's Rain Reaver. She asked Sion if he also has a duty to fulfill. Sion replied, "Not really," which made Lunav curious as to why he saved them anonymously. Sion casually replied that he doesn't want to become famous since it's a pain. He assumed Lunav would know why. She thought of that, and understood it was because of his mana element. At first, she thought it was darkness. She collected a bit when she first saw him at the restaurant because of that conversation. Sion found out that Lunav can read people's mana information just by touching them. He didn't know about that in his past life. On the day that she passed out, Sion gave her mana. She took it out, and it was a sphere of red energy. She commented that it looked like it was not of their world. Sion asked if she wanted to take that to Ryan. She diffused the mana and replied, no. She had no reason to do it, and it would only be a pain. Sion smirked and questioned her if it was just her being rebellious or something. She approached him and replied that he might have an idea. She hugged him and thanked him for lessening her old pain. Sion knew that Lunav's body was like a boiling pot full of all kinds of elements of mana. It was chaotic, but someone closed the lid on that pot. It was probably to prevent the loss of mana. But that led to the pot overheating and the mana spilling out, beginning to put out the fire of life, putting Lunav on the brink of death. Sion had just happened to put a hole in that lid of the pot because, in his eyes, Lunav also looked like someone else's marionette, and that annoyed him. He gently pushed Lunav away and told her that there's no need to thank him. He told her to keep his secret and that he'll leave now if she had nothing more to say. Sion told her that it would be dangerous if she pushed herself again, so she better watch out. Lunav smiled at him and watched him leave. She knew that he's definitely a good person. At the GAM Association president's office, Ryan slammed his hands on the table. His butler explained that there were no charges, but he told the butler that it wasn't the issue. The issue is that Lunav is stopping by elsewhere. He ordered them to track her down and bring her to him immediately. The carriage started moving. Emily looked so pleased that it made Sion curious if she was really that happy. She replied yes, because she got to serve him again, but she knew maids aren't allowed in the academy. Sion replied that the principal will make a special exception. When they reached the academy, the principal firmly said no. Sion promised that people wouldn't notice her. The principal demanded a reason why he should make an exception. Sion promised that he won't skip his lessons. The principal replied that it is how it should be, and what annoyed him even more was that Sion was requesting 2 maids instead of 1. Then he asked Sion. He inquired if it was related to the banquet of blood. He knew that Sion wouldn't ask him for permission just for stupid reasons. Sion thought about it. Then he responded that he would reveal the reason when the principal approves it first. The principal succumbed and told him to do whatever he wished, since Sion would do it despite his rejection anyway. Sion admitted that it's difficult for him to explain it to him right now, but he had one thing to say with certainty. It wasn't him who orchestrated the banquet of blood. He asked the principal if that's what he wanted to know. The principal asked if he was certain. Sion admitted that he doesn't understand the principal. He was quite pissed off as he wondered how the principal saw him for him to assume that. The principal dodged the question and advised him not to skip his lessons instead. So, in the end, the conversation with Kundal went well. Sion wondered how Kundal would react. If he found out that the person behind the banquet of blood was his grandson from what he knew, it couldn't have been Lanel himself because he's not that thorough. He assumes that Ashel was the one who planned everything and Boris carried it out, because that's how they have always done things. When Sion reached his room, there was a man doing push-ups in front of it. Seth was already at 1,000. Seth noticed him, so he stopped and stood up. He invited Sion to fight with him, but Sion ignored him and immediately entered the room. Seth had been doing that every single day for the last 2 years. Seth assumed that Sion was just busy, so he told him that they'll have it next time. After that, Sion noticed a body on the ground. It was Brian, and he was laying in a pool of dark liquid. Brian looked pale. Sion wondered if he's dead. Emily appeared, and Sion asked her what was wrong with him while munching on some creepy food. She replied that she had no idea, and that Brian just fell asleep after eating the cookies that she baked for Cyan. She offered him the cookies, but honestly, it didn't look like a cookie, it was more like disgusting, rotten, poisonous food. Cyan instructed her to never cook for Brian again. Emily asked why, but Cyan had no explanation and reiterated that she shouldn't. Emily pouted and complained that he's being harsh. Cyan sat down, and Hyun's already worried about their future. He noticed the envelope at the table and asked where it came from. Emily responded that it was Brian who received it, so she had no idea. He saw that it was from Lunav. Suddenly, someone called Cyan. When Cyan saw who it was, he got confused about how she did that. Emily, on the other hand, was quick on her feet and got in front of Cyan, demanding to know who it was. It was Lunav. She shared that she ran away from home. Meanwhile, at the sewage, 2 people wearing robes traversed the path. One of them said that the guards of the GAM Association will be there soon. The other person replied that he had already taken care of it. One of those people in robes was an old man with eyeglasses. He warned the other person that it's the only way to stop Ryan's rain reaver. The other person was a woman. She asked if he was worried that she'll feel guilty. The old man was concerned because he was her student. That person is Luan's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. She replied that she's not foolish and that she would feel pity for that monster. He replied that it was good. Nella decided to head to the location since their colleagues had already reached Lunav. The man bowed and said, "Let there be glory to the Gam kingdom." Back to these two. Lunav and Cyan were at a cafe. Cyan dragged her out earlier, which made her comment that he could be quite aggressive. She didn't expect him to drag her out like that. Cyan knew that there's a barrier spell on dorm doors. He asked her how she got past that. She explained that she analyzed the barrier using her mana and used a spell to cancel it. Deep inside, Cyan knew it was insanely overpowered. Lunav can analyze and do spells, it's more than just scanning. Lunav asked him if he had read the letter. Cyan replied that she arrived when he was about to do it. She said that she went to see him immediately because she could no longer wait for his response. Cyan asked if Ryan asked her to do that. Lunav paused. Cyan intimidated her while asking her if it was Ryan who told her to get in touch with him. Lunav admitted that at first. That was the only reason. But she clarified that it isn't the case anymore. She told Cyan that it's up to him whether he will trust her or not. Cyan shared that he doesn't trust others easily. He asked her about her intentions. She shared that recently. At the association, there have been a few ominous happenings. 2 dragons had been in touch with the association and suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Luan region. People who had been smuggling items from overseas were found as cold corpses. She found out that Cyan had been involved in all those things. It was her assumption until recently, but she's certain now Cyan had no idea that dragons were related to the association. He asked her what her plan was. Lunav admitted that she's going to die soon. Cyan had helped her before, but she's fully aware of her body's condition. She knew that she's already broken beyond repair. She estimated that she has around 3 years left. Thanks to Cyan's help, Cyan replied that he doesn't believe her. He asked why she's so casual about it. He inquired if she isn't affected by the fact that she will die soon. Lunav wished that she could feel something. Cyan felt annoyed. He then stood up and replied that it was not his business. Lunav asked if he's leaving already. He replied yes, since he doesn't like getting involved in annoying affairs. Lunav smiled and waved him goodbye, telling him that she'll see him next time. Khayyam asked Cyan if it's okay to just leave her. Cyan knew that it's for the best. He's aware that the GAM Association had been waiting there for a while. The men in robes appeared. Lunav uttered that she thought she had done a great job sneaking out. She told them that they had come too early. One of those people told her that they should go since Ryan is looking for her, but she just stared at that person, making this person ask what the problem was. She replied that it's always Victor who comes to pick her up. He asked the person who she was. The person replied that Victor is busy, so they came in his stead, and they are from the 6th branch of security. Lunav giggled and called this person a liar. It was because she doesn't know anyone named Victor. Lunav activated the skill Windy, which blasted the people away in white robes. They panicked since she's getting away. She wondered if they were extremists. She knew she needed to get out of there. She didn't see in front of her that there was a person. This person placed his hand on her forehead and used sleep catch. And Lunav fell on the ground. The person in the white robe laughed and commented that he didn't expect that it would be easy, but they were caught too quickly. Their leader instructed them to bring Lunav to the carriage. Lunav was deep asleep. It was then when Karam sensed something. She noticed the fight, which made Kyan wonder if those people aren't from Gam. He observed the situation. Later that night, the carriage had arrived at its destination. One person was tasked to stand by. The leader of the men in white robes entered the church and announced that he had brought Lunav Rainreaver. A person replied to him, "Well done." The man in the black robe sitting in front commented that Lunav is a pitiful child because she was experimented on all her life just to be used and thrown away in the end. They planned to use her for a good cause. The man who was asked to stand by noticed something. There was a dark fog all over the area. One guy realized that it could be missed, but before he could finish his sentence, his head was chopped off. The attack was so fast that it could barely be seen by the eyes, and it continued. The man hid. He had no idea what was going on. Then he yelled, "Stop!" But he sensed someone behind him. Then he yelled loudly that the boss heard him. The woman in the black robe asked the boss if they had guessed. The leader had figured out that someone had followed them, the woman told Ralph, the leader, to show the enemy what happens when someone gets in their way. Ralph heads out to silence the enemy. Karam commented that it was way easier than expected. Cyan replied that it's not over yet since the stronger guys are inside the cathedral. Ralph praised Cyan's skills. He asked him if he's alone. Cyan replied that it wasn't the same case for the big man, though. Cyan sensed that this person is like Lunav, but he corrected himself because he noticed that the man is more unstable than her. Ralph replied that he doesn't need anyone's help, especially when he's just dealing with a kid. The woman came out and asked Ralph if he's done, but the woman's eyes widened in shock. It was a sight that she didn't expect. Ralph was on his knees, and eventually, his body fell on the ground. Cyan asked the woman if she's the last one. He probed for the reason why they wanted to take Lunav. The woman made a golden sphere in her hand and told Cyan that he isn't going to be popular with the girls if he's so interrogative. They told her to find out the answer herself. Cyan noticed that she's combining elements freely. She's like Lunav. She released Thunderflame. Cyan evaded it. But he was slightly distracted because he had a lot more questions now. He took out a firearm, and the woman immediately took notice. Cyan was deflecting the Thunderflame with just a dagger. While she was distracted, Cyan was able to get close to her, and it made her scream. She used Air Leap to avoid the attack. She realized that the kid she's dealing with is dangerous, so she couldn't let him live. She attacked him with a charge shot. Karam appeared behind the woman and told her to look out. The woman was caught off guard that the kid wasn't alone. Kayam hit the woman, but she created a blinding light between her hands. It was like a large blade slicing the ground. It even sliced the cathedral. Cyan couldn't help but notice how this woman uses a lot of mana. The woman had been bound through Cyan's power. Karam told her to stop struggling because no human would be able to free themselves from those restraints. Cyan inquired, "Who ordered Lunav's kidnapping and how many of them are there?" The woman replied that he'll find it soon because they will seek him out. Then she told him that she'll see him in hell. But Cyan wasn't intimidated. In fact, he and Karam watched her with curious eyes. Karam noticed from the woman's reaction that she could be from the heart curb. It is an artifact that keeps the user's mana in the heart. That's why she couldn't circulate it throughout her body. Cam assumed that Lunav had something similar. The woman was shocked. She asked how Karam was able to guess that. Cyan knew that the monstrous organization that carries out all of the vile experiments in the GAM Association was the path of evolution. The woman became more intrigued about who the kid is. It was funny and petty when Cyan replied that she could find out the answer for that in hell. The woman complained that it's not fair to die like that. Cyan punched her in the stomach. In Cyan's past life, he found an ancient text in a laboratory room of the Gam Kingdom. It described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb and how to control it, as well as experiments related to it. It also described how to eliminate when utilization was a failure. The woman's body vanished into thin air. Cyan took the Heart Curb and it looked like it's still functional. Karam asked him what he was going to use it for. He ordered Karam to take Lunav to the carriage. Lunav refused to do it since she had no reason to. Cyan threatened her by asking if she wanted to be controlled too. She followed his order and laid Lunav on the carriage. Cyan admitted that it's his first time doing this, so he doesn't know if it will work well. He crushed the heart curb with his hand and placed the energy at Lunav's chest. If Lunav has something like this in her heart too, then what he's doing now should be able to destroy it. Lunav was still unconscious while Cyan was doing it, and then eventually, she opened her eyes. It showed her multicolored pupils, like a galaxy was in it. At the main building of the Gam Mage Association, Lunav opened her eyes and wondered what she was feeling. Her body felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. And it's a puzzle how she feels. Cyan, more than usual, was at the top of the building overlooking the city. Karam asked Cyan what he was trying to do. Cyan stated that he thought he could use Lunav later on, since it would be a shame to kill her. Karam replied that he's doing charity work. She was worried that he might get stabbed in the back later on. Cyan commented how it's funny hearing that from Karam. Karam justified that his body will eventually be hers, so she wants her to take good care of him. They decided to leave the area, since it wouldn't do them any good staying any longer. Moments later, Lunav was interrogated about her statement that she doesn't recall anything after being kidnapped and someone placed her there. She told her grandfather that she really doesn't remember anything other than that. But her grandfather was furious. The kingdom was in chaos because of the banquet of blood, and yet Lunav was that lackadaisical. The butler apologized and owned the mistake of failing to seek out Lunav earlier, but Reigen told him that it's not his fault, since Lunav acted on her own. The butler thanked him for his consideration. Reigen patted the butler on the shoulder and acknowledged how he's always put to work because of Lunav. The butler replied that he's just fulfilling his duties. Reigen replied that he had done well up until that point. Out of the blue, Reigen emitted fire from the hand that was on the butler's shoulder. Reigen revealed that he knew long ago that the butler had betrayed them. He asked the butler if he really thought that he could get away with harming his granddaughter. The butler was nervous as he tried to ask for a chance to explain, but Reigen simply replied, "Shut it." Reigen was enraged as he spoke about how listening to the butler was sickening. He burned the butler alive. Lunav couldn't help but say how Reigen was too harsh. Reigen told her that the butler was one of the people who ordered her kidnapping. He proceeded to ask if Lunav had found out anything about Cyan. Deep inside, Lunav knew that her grandfather already knew the answer, so she replied that there's nothing special about Cyan. She knew that an obvious lie wouldn't work. Her father asked what she meant. She elaborated that she returned late because she met up with him. She couldn't find anything special in the first meeting. Reigen placed his hand on her shoulder and told her that it's not the answer he wanted. He demanded to know what Cyan was hiding. Cyan being a vert made Reigen think that he's got something. If not, it could be that someone is helping him. Lunav informed him that Cyan has a guardian knight and a useless maid. There wasn't anything linking him to the incident, which prompted Lunav to ask why her grandfather is so obsessed with him. Reigen intimidated her by asking more questions. He eventually answered that there's something about Cyan. He reminded her that she shouldn't ask questions because she's born as a rain reaver, which means all she needs to do is follow his instructions. When Lunav had nothing else to say, Reigen told her to leave. Lunav was told that she's not allowed to go outside for a while, but the butler's body continues to burn in front of Lunav. Lunav had a sullen expression on her face as she admitted to herself how she's sick and tired of their household at the Len Academy. Shahareen is dozing off in front of Sen's dormitory door. Cyan took a peek at this annoying bastard who doesn't even attend his classes. He decided that he'll just come back to his dorm room later. When he was in the hallway, he noticed some students gossiping. Their lesson has been canceled because the professor hasn't been found yet. Cyan got curious as to what was going on. Someone spoke behind Cyan and informed him that an instructor called Nella Aronis went missing. It was Sarika, and she whispered in Cyan's ear, accusing him of killing the magic instructor. Cyan was in full defense mode as he explained to her that it wasn't him since he doesn't even know who that person is. Sarika replied that it made sense he wouldn't know, since he skipped all his damn lessons. Sarika explained that the instructor was a very talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. It's common for mages to come to Lewin, a neutral area, but there were rumors that the instructor was against Ryan's reign. Reaver. They had been keeping an eye on her, but Cyan never predicted that Lunav would get kidnapped. They were going to help her, but Cyan beat them to it. Cyan looked dumb when he realized how that person looked familiar. His expression annoyed Sarika, which made her ask if he's even listening. Sarika explained that she's the only one who knows, so Cyan had nothing to worry about. She told him that she would give him a mission, so he should stay outside the academy for a bit. Cyan asked, "Who's going to be the substitute instructor for that?" Sarika assumed that the other instructors would take turns. They needed a new mage to fill in the position, and the advertisements for that are already out. Meanwhile, in another setting, a trunk was placed on top of a haystack in the wagon. A man expressed how he loved the view of the grassy field. The driver of the horse-drawn vehicle replied that it would make sense since the man was from the city. The old man inquired about the reason as to why the man would move into the suburbs. The man explained that there's a job he wanted and the position is available now. That's also why he's in a hurry. The old man got excited to hear about this man having a job in Lewin and assumed that this person was a teacher. The man was embarrassed and replied that he's not yet a teacher. Meanwhile, our girl Emily looked so bored, Karam demanded her to get up because she's taking her spot. Emily challenged her idea by reasoning that it's the young master's dorm and none of those things belong to Karam. That annoyed Karam. Cyan entered the room and noticed that those two were acting strangely. Emily got a big lump on her head because of Karam. She tattled about how scary Karam is. Cyan told Karam to get up since they have a mission, and Emily expressed that she wants to go with them. But Cyan said no because he has a more important mission for her, which was to make sure that Nana doesn't go hungry. Emily complained that it isn't important at all. She figured out that Cyan is just trying to get her off his back, but then she heard a loud rumbling noise behind the door. She realized that Nana might turn into a terrifying creature. Back then, Nana stepped out of the room while emitting an ominous aura. Immediately, Emily stuffed Nana's mouth with bread, and in an instant, the terrifying aura was gone. Nana looked pleased with a serious expression on her face. Emily told Cyan that she'll take care of things, and he had nothing to worry about there. Cyan gave her his approval with a thumbs up. Emily had a smug look on her face while saying that she's confident in her cooking. But then Cyan reminded her not to feed Brian since he's still recovering. This poor guy was already seeing his late grandma in his sleep. Karam inquired where they were headed. Cyan informed her that they are off to the southwest of the Yusuf Empire. The place is called Lamister. It's a city of crime, ruled by money and violence. Rowdy people were cheering for their bets. 2 people were inside the ring. It was a match between Zelbard and Zelbard. One guy commented that the opponent is such a monster. This monster asked how he should kill him. The monstrous guy heard the crowd crush his opponent. He made sure to intimidate his opponent even more by asking what he thinks about that. The man courageously replied that the monstrous human should just shut it and attack. He even taunted this guy by calling him pig. The referee told them to start as soon as the cue was given. The monstrous human punched the opponent, but his attack didn't land. The guy insulted him, calling him slow. He vowed to make this pig pay for underestimating him, but the monstrous human grabbed him with a single hand and decided to crush him. The crowd concluded that Zelbard was already down. They're not exactly wrong, since Zelbard had coughed up blood from being squeezed tightly. Later on, Zelbard was declared the winner. Sometime later, we see the area was creepy, with drunkards on the street. Karam commented on how dirty the street was. Lewin is a neutral region because of agreements between nations, but the place they are in is impartial because it's way out of control. Karam asked what it meant, but before Cyan could answer, someone greeted them. It was a large muscular man with long blonde hair, and behind him were 2 hoodlums. The blonde man addressed Karam, suggesting that she hang out with them instead of a kid. Cyan answered Karam's question earlier. He explained that the place has a lot of criminals. Karam asked the blonde guy if he's talking to her. The men grinned and told Karam that she should brace herself because they would be rough with her, and they told the kid to scram. After a moment, those men were lying on the ground with bruises all over their faces. Cyan walked past them. The poor dudes were just beaten to a pulp. Later on, our MC placed a bag full of coins while demanding the best room. The receptionist was confused to see a kid. She asked him how old he was, but Cyan rudely asked if she did not hear him. He again demanded the best room for a single person. Then he started complaining about how the inn treats their customers. He asked for the owner of the place. The receptionist was flustered. She stuttered in welcoming him to the Lamister cage. Once he was up in his room, Cyan watched the people from his window. He noted that those people had finally started to arrive. That means he has to get going, too. He confirmed that the receptionist's name is Lisa. Lisa was pleased that he got it right and asked him how she could help her. Cyan informed her that he wants to use the cage. Lisa looked disappointed as she informed him that new customers are not allowed to use the cage. Cyan had an inkling that drugs were definitely sold. He looked around and asked what happened to the people that were in the lobby. It made him ask if he's the only new guy there. Lisa glared at him, and Cyan felt her murderous intent immediately. Lisa acted docile and apologized. She explained that she's just doing her job. Cyan finds her interesting and was curious to know what she's wary of. Cyan released a red aura while getting something in his pocket, and immediately Lisa pulled out her daggers. She was ready to attack him. Cyan stepped back. He threw something at her. Lisa had a good look, and it was just a gold coin. She realized that she reacted instinctively because of the intense murderous intent coming from somewhere. She couldn't believe that it was from the kid. Kyan felt bad about the previous gold coin. Lisa immediately apologized. Kyan asked if she just tried to attack him a while ago. Lisa denied it by saying that it was a misunderstanding and that she didn't mean to harm him. Kyan acted like a rebel and expressed how displeased he is. He threatened Lisa and asked if she's going to take responsibility for it. Lisa was dumbfounded. She then opened the door to a hallway. She instructed Cyan to follow the staircase to get to the cage. Lisa gave him a VVVP plaque. Cyan asked what it is used for. She explained that it is given to customers who use special rooms. She added that Cyan will be pretty safe if he keeps it on him. Lisa had no idea why he wanted to go to the cage badly, but she advised him not to go there unless he has multiple lives. Then she wished him good luck. In Cyan's head, he replied that he wished to do his own thing. He told Lisa that he will take her statement as a threat and will never forget it. Lisa was annoyed and decided not to worry about him. Cyan decided to head down. Karam inquired why Cyan didn't simply ask the woman to bring the owner. Their mission was to bring out the Lester Cage's owner. That person is Linz Nihaloff. She's the veiled individual and owner of Lester Cage. Cyan replied that there are no clues of that woman at all. Karam was annoyed that Cyan gave them a riddle-like order. Cyan knew that they'd figure it out soon. Karam commented that Cyan sounded like he knew all about the place. Cyan admitted that he came there a few times in his past life. He did, until the place collapsed because of the Civil War. Karam was curious as to what extent the chaos in the area is. Cyan just reiterated that they'll find out soon about the true Lambus Cage. In another setting, a man with a cigarette was amused that a young boy did that to his acquaintance. It was the dude earlier that tried to bully RMC. The blonde man replied that it happened near the entrance of the city. He stated that it was no ordinary kid. The man with long white hair like a wolf was interested to know if that kid was in the Lawmaster Cage. The blonde man replied that they did everything they could, but the kid booked a VIP room and they couldn't do anything about it. So they came to this white-haired man. The man asked if the kid was a son of a noble household. The blonde man replied that he's sure of that. He whined about how upset he is and asked for Gunther, the white-haired man, to help them. He wailed while complaining about how he couldn't go around the public anymore. Gunther consoled him by agreeing to the request. Gunther was interested in checking out what the kid looked like. He headed off to the cage right away. The scene then shifts where a fight is going on. The crowd cheered as the referee announced that Linda Weasley won. Linda celebrates her victory with a loud scream as she tramples on the loser. After witnessing that, Karam expressed that she now understands why the town went under. Cyan explained that betting on fights like that attracts attention after all, and it's the reason why he's there. Cyan decided that if it's hard to approach Linda Neoff, then they will just make her come to them. Karam was confused. Then a person noticed Cyan. There were two large men. They told Cyan that the place isn't for kids. Cyan was pleased with their timing. Cyan punched the man closest to him. The bald man rushed over to his colleague's side. The man who was writhing in pain was surprised when Cyan grabbed his hair. When the man named Jason saw Cyan's fist, he immediately apologized, but Cyan still punched him. The bald man was frozen in shock. Cyan dropped the man on the ground, then he asked where he should sign up to fight. He liked that more than just watching and betting. The crowd was disappointed. They assumed that the cage is doing badly, and now there's a shortage of participants. One of the uniformed organizers was angry because a kid is a participant. Cyan heard someone speak about how excited he was for the surprise event. It was the humongous human. He looked down at Cyan while asking how he wanted to die. The crowd weren't pleased. They assumed that the fight would be too one-sided, but there were some who thought it was better. The man couldn't agree that a kid will be up against Zelbard when Zelbard is a monster. People labeled him as half-ogre. Meanwhile, Zelbard announced that he's going to crush the kid. But then Cyan leapt, and it surprised Zelbard. He didn't expect for Cyan to be in front of his face already. Cyan punched him with a powerful impact. Zelbard didn't even have the time to react. He fell on the ground. This was knocked out. Most of the audience had their mouths gaped open from the shock. They couldn't believe what just happened. The referee announced that Lamia Simon won. It made the crowd cheer. Karam asked what Lamia Simon is. Cyan explained that he can't just go around revealing who he really is, especially when he is a son of a duke. Karam argues that Tan's face is out in public, so it doesn't make sense. Cyan replied that he activated a spell for that, so there's nothing to worry about. Karam figured out that the idiot god her father shared his authority again. Those people will know Cyan if they were to actually meet and interact with him. But if they tried to recall his face, nothing will be recalled. Karam decided to go back to sleep. Cyan commented that it's so unlike her to worry about him. She argues that she isn't worried. Meanwhile, Gunther was watching the match and he got curious about Lamia Simon. He now had chosen this person to be his opponent. He hoped that Simon wouldn't disappoint him. Later at the inn, Lisa looked annoyed as she talked to the person in front of the counter. The blonde, rich-looking woman was just as annoyed and expressed that she doesn't want to be there for long too, so she decided to get right to the point. This woman is Delkia, the manager of the red light district. She talked about the little kid who just caused a ruckus that day. She wants that kid to be brought to her in that instant, and she's certain that the kid is staying in that inn. Lisa played innocent and edged her away. Delkia has several men in suits behind her. She threatened Lisa by saying that it would be terrible for them if she asked her men to get to work. She emphasized that the issue happened in her territory, so Lisa should stay out of it. Lisa is almost at her limit. She told Delkia that she will no longer tolerate any more of it, especially since it concerns their customers. Her daggers are already out behind her back. Because of that answer, Delkia became certain that the kid is indeed inside. Delkia's men made sure to let her know that they're ready, and she could give her order any time. In Lisa's head, the kid had really done it. Now, they're in a bad situation. She wondered what she should do. All of a sudden, Cyan appeared and asked if they were looking for him. The men in suits were surprised. Even Lisa had her mouth gaped open. She asked Cyan how long he was there. Cyan replied that he heard from the moment Delkia uttered that the issue happened in her territory. Now that he's there, he urges Delkia to talk to him instead of harassing Lisa. But something strange happened. Delkia was captivated. In her point of view, Cyan was nonchalant as he extended his hand, while uttering an apology for displeasing her. He explained that the guy provoked him first, but Delkia cut him off mid-sentence. Her face was red and she asked for his name. Cyan replied that his name is Simon. Delkia commented that it's a brave name for such a fine face. This woman was in deep trouble. Our MC's riz was just too much for her to handle. Lisa looked disgusted and, in her head, wanted to scream that it's a minor. Immediately, she told Cyan that he doesn't need to talk to Delkia. She urged him to hurry and come to her side. Cyan casually replied that she has nothing to worry about and he'll take care of it. Lisa screamed that the woman was dangerous. From her bosom, Delkia took out her business card. She invited Cyan to have a deeper conversation with her next time. Cyan looked at the card. It stated that the place is Delkia's room of pleasures and they cater to the customer's taste. Cyan was disgusted and, in his head, commented on how crazy the woman is. Delkia continued to flirt with him, encouraging him to stop by. She added that if it's Simon, she'll serve him for free. Cyan and Lisa were left disgusted. Lisa accused Cyan of not listening to her. Cyan defended that they provoked him first. She nagged about how Cyan even joined the match and won. Cyan couldn't help but comment on how fast the news spread. Lisa replied that it can't be helped since it's a small place. Before Cyan went upstairs, Lisa reminded him not to ever think about going to the room of pleasures. Cyan yelled that he doesn't go to places like that. Deep inside, Lisa found him cute for acting embarrassed. Lind was amused that Delkia just backed off on her own. Lisa didn't know she was there, so she was surprised when she heard her speak. Linz and Nahala had observed that Lisa had gotten close to the kid. Lisa bowed and greeted her. She explained that she only treated him like she would any other VIP customer. But Linza didn't buy it. Given that Lisa offered advice to that kid, Lisa explained that it didn't involve any personal feelings since it was just a kid. Gunther joined the conversation and told Lisa that she's underestimating the kid. Lisa instinctively got angry that Gunther stepped inside. Gunther greeted her and commented that the place looks old. Now, he asked why they wouldn't remodel it. Linsa explained to Lisa that she was the one who called Gunther. Lisa was confused as to why Linz was instructed to arrange a fight for Gunther. Lisa uttered that Gunther was expelled ago. She inquired who the opponent was. Gunther announced that he wants to fight Lamia Simon with a smug look on his face. Gunther suggested that he could already smell the money. As the night deepened, a loud scream was heard behind the room. The men had observed how that lady was being pretty loud. One man was unimpressed as he uttered that the lady before leaving stated that she was the one who would do the seducing. It was funny how she fell completely head over heels for that kid because they knew her. They expected her to do everything she could to get the kid to come in there. It's because Delkia always gets what she wants. The loud gurgling from behind the door made the man feel sorry for the kid. At the same time, they felt fortunate for having ordinary faces. It seemed like Delkia was looking for something. She kept on drawing while complaining that she can't remember the face. It sounded unreasonable when she just saw him. She's going crazy that she can't remember Simon's face, that beautiful face of his. Tears streamed down her eyes as she asked why she expressed that her brain is foggy. And when she tries to remember him, it is all blurry. It's driving her mad at the same time it's making her want him more. She's fixated on Lamia Simon. This was clearly crazy and horny as alcohol, women, and gambling. It's the red light district of Lamister. This is where one can partake in all forms of pleasure and ecstasy. Cayenne knew never to step foot in that place. He did expect Delkia to be strange, but not to the point of having rumors about her having questionable tastes. Cyan decided to look around in other regions for clues about Linda. Accidentally, someone bumped into Cayenne. Several boxes from the basket fell. He asked if the girl was all right. The girl immediately apologized to him, leaving Cyan dumbfounded as to why she's apologizing. Cyan picked up a box and saw that it was cigarettes. He placed everything inside the basket while asking if the girl was hurt anywhere. He told her that he should be the one apologizing. The girl bowed to him and thanked him for his mercy, but Cyan told her to stop. Cyan handed back the basket while asking if she's selling those. The girl replied yes and informed him that those are exquisite cigarettes from the Grey Merchant Union. She asked him if he wanted to buy one. Cyan told her that he doesn't smoke. Cyan took a mental note of the Grey Merchant Union since it doesn't sound familiar. The girl apologized again to him. Cyan inquired where she'll sell those. She replied that it will be on the alleyways west of the red light district. She was pleased to share that she could sell her whole stock if she gets lucky enough during the night. Then, she'll be able to go home before sunrise. Cyan realized that the girl can only go home when the whole batch is sold. Because of that, he figured out the position she's in. He gave her 1 golden coin and asked if he would be able to buy all of the stocks with it. The girl was confused since he just mentioned that he doesn't smoke. Cyan insisted that she take it, then added another coin just for her. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. She thanked him and told him that she will never forget about it. When the girl was gone, Karam appeared in her ball form and teased Cayenne to run a charity. Cayenne burned the cigarettes using his powers, then replied to Karam that the girl was headed to the dump site. He decided to follow the girl. Karam asked why, but Cyan just told her that she'll see it later. A few moments after the encounter with Cyan, the girl was thrown on the ground. A blonde, muscular man had punched her. It was the same hoodlums that Cayenne beat up at the entrance of the city. When the girl crashed on the ground, the other golden coin slipped, and those hoodlums saw it. They got angry that the kid they called lied to them. Those men cracked their knuckles in preparation to teach the kid a lesson. They accused her of lying about selling all those cigarettes, too. The blonde man took this chance to let his anger out because of that damned Simon bastard. The girl yelled that she didn't steal it. She begged for them to believe her. Suddenly, Cayenne appeared behind them and told them that the girl is begging them to believe her, so they should stop. The blonde man recognized the voice. Cayenne called them pathetic for being grown-ass adults and stealing money from kids. Those men were surprised to see Cayenne coming to their base on his own. They vowed not to let their guards down this time. Cayenne stepped on the blonde man's foot. The girl watched those men get beat up. Eventually, the blonde man begged Cayenne to stop. He asked Senna for his motive for doing that to them. Cayenne grabbed the man's leg while replying that he simply feels joy at the smallest things. One example of that is torturing bad guys. The man sensed what Cayenne was about to do and begged him to stop, but Cayenne continued to twist the man's leg until eventually the blonde guy lost consciousness like the rest. Cayenne picked up the golden coin and informed the girl that the guy wouldn't be able to walk for a while. He gave it back to her and told her not to drop it next time. The girl thanked him for it. Out of the blue, Gunther showed up, clapping his hands while expressing how impressive it was. Cayenne asked who he was and if he knew him. Cayenne predicted that the guy wouldn't be able to recognize him because of his spell. Gunther thought about it and expressed that there's only one person he knows that is as skilled as that. Gunther guessed that the kid was Simon, then introduced himself and informed him that he runs the place. Cayenne replied that it's a good opportunity since he had a lot of questions. Supposedly, he's going to ask the guy lying on the ground, but Gunther will do. That's when Gunther noticed the man on the ground and stepped on him, while saying that the man is useless now. The blonde guy tattled that it was that bastard who thrashed them at the entrance. Gunther stated that he's going to throw the guy out now that he's worthless. That statement was followed by blood spilling. Upon witnessing that, The girl got terrified. Cyan stated that there was no need to kill the guy. Gunther brushed it off by saying that he's just too excited. He shared that he just came back from meeting the owner of the lobster cage because he wanted to fight Simon. Cyan didn't expect that the guy would know Linz's name. Gunther was taken aback that he's suddenly being attacked. Gunther was able to block Cyan's leg and felt the weight in Cyan's attack. He asked if Cyan really wanted to fight at that moment. Since Cyan attacked him again, he took that as a yes. He fought back with a punch, but Cyan was able to dodge it. Gunther's attack was powerful and left a large dent on the ground. Cyan noticed how the man was destroying the place and wondered if Gunther has some ability to reinforce strength. Gunther stated that there's no need to wait for the match in the cage just to fight with Simon. He leapt quickly, and both he and Cyan were now in the air. Gunther was pleased to know that Cyan was better than he expected. He urged Cyan to keep entertaining him that way. Cyan had observed how Gunther wasn't in his right mind. Gunther's attack landed on Cyan, somewhere in the pocket dimension of the god of black fog. Our girl Sarika could be seen meditating. Eru uttered how Sarika gave Ken an interesting mission. The person mentioned in the mission wasn't on the list of the altar. Eru didn't want to lecture Sarah about this, but was surprised that she decided to drag that child into her personal business. Sarika didn't intend to deny it, but rationalized that Lindenalo is someone they had to eliminate at some point. She expressed how she wanted to test Cyan. She wants to know whether he is someone they can trust as the successor, or maybe Cyan would turn out like Lindenalo. Eru commented on how interesting the enigma is. Sarika replied that they'll find out soon, since one can never predict fate. Back to these two. Gunther was amused that Cyan is still standing after his attack. He couldn't help but be glad that he came to find him. He encouraged Cyan that they should keep going, and he told Cyan that he should continue his gimmick. Several areas had been destroyed from their fight. Cyan kept attacking while inquiring where Linda is. Gunther was amused that Cyan is bringing up that woman in the midst of their match. Gun yelled at Cyan not to underestimate him. He punched Cyan, but Cyan was able to step back and evade it. Cyan had noticed that Gunther's arm is not taking any damage from his attacks. Gunther challenged Cyan to try dodging his next attack. That attack was so powerful that it shattered the ground that it traversed. Still, Cyan came out unscathed, which made Gunther comment that Cyan isn't so bad. Actually, Cyan, or Simon as he knows him, is better than he expected. Cyan was standing on the single pillar erect in the area, and Gunther told him to come down. Karam asked if she should step up. Cyan told her to wait because he sensed someone in the area. Someone threw several knives at Gunther and told him to stop. That annoyed Gunther. He asked them why they are butting in as if they have death wishes. It was Lisa. She demanded to know why he's fighting their esteemed customer. Gunther was like a child whining that Cyan was the one who started it. While Lisa didn't buy his nonsense, Gunther insisted that he's telling the truth. He had the guts to ask why he's always blamed for everything. Lisa didn't hold back in saying that Gunther is a troublemaker. Watching them made Cyan curious if Lisa and Gunther knew each other. Gunther decided to leave. He told Lisa not to forget their fight. Cyan was surprised to see that Gunther was more obedient than how he was acting before. Lisa asked Cyan if he's okay. Cyan replied that he's fine, but Cyan showed them his displeased face again. It was hilarious. Lisa was flustered and empathized with him. Cyan noticed that she had a favor to ask. Lisa was surprised. She asked how Cyan found out. Cyan explained that Gunther mentioned earlier that he met with the owner to request a fight with him. He answered that he didn't mind. Lisa asked if he's sure. Cyan told her that he has one condition. Cyan looked at the girl and uttered that Lisa should give her a job. The poor girl was trembling in fear while in the corner after that fight. The news spread fast, and people were excited about Gunther coming back to the cage. They didn't expect to see Gunther at the garbage dump again. What's even more exciting is that he'll be fighting Lamia's Simon. People expected that the kid would be in big trouble. Lambister was bustling with talk about Cyan and Gunther's upcoming fight for a week. Cyan roamed and fought around for a bit, and he learned that there are a few rules to the cage. First, there are no weapons. Second, he must fall back if the opponent loses the will to fight naturally. The third rule is that he must not kill the opponent, but that was before the match. Now there are no rules. It was the match between Cyan and Gunther, and the cage's owner has specially permitted the no-rule match. The referee answered Cyan that it's exactly what it is. Cyan told him that he was never told about it. Gunther expressed how much he had been waiting for their match. He had brass knuckles on. It was comedic how Cyan asked him where he got it from, and when he was about to complain to the judge about how unfair it is, he was gone. Before Cyan could protest any longer, the referee announced the beginning of the match. Meanwhile, Lind was watching from above. She wanted to know how skilled Lamia Simon is. Gunther asked Cyan if he wasn't informed about the match being a no-rule match. Cyan replied not at all. Gunther told him to grab a weapon if he's afraid. Cyan was getting annoyed. He replied that he'll be fine even without one. Ominous mist appeared on his hand. He prepared himself and admitted that he has a plan in his mind. Cyan uttered, "Let's do this." Gunther liked that Cyan has magic. He taunted him by saying that he was worried that he might kill him. Cyan simply replied that he had no idea that it was a death match. Gunther assumed that Cyan must have not heard about him. He admitted that he knew how good it tastes to kill a human. Cyan simply replied, "Is that so?" Gunther intimidated him by saying that he would gouge his arrogant eyes first in a shift. Second, Gunther charged forward. Cyan manifested Karam on his hand. Gunther was taken aback by being slashed. It happened so fast, the indestructible arm that Gunther was very proud of was already cut off. The next thing he knew, he was coughing up from the pain. The crowd was confused. Gunther fell on his knees while yelling and clutching his arm. He vowed that he'd never forgive Cyan. But before he could utter another word, our boy Cyan told him not to move, or he might actually die. Gunther felt the intense pressure just from those words and froze. He knew that Cyan was not kidding about killing him right in an instant. The next thing they knew, Lamia Simon was announced the victor, since Gunther remained silent. The crowd couldn't believe how Gunther lost so pitifully, but along with the crowd, one man noticed the black fog and the mysterious mana. It made him certain that Cyan wields the demonic sword. Cyan thought of how someone ensured that he won't get any information on the rules of the match. It made him wonder if Lind realized what he's trying to do. The girl that he saved earlier happily greeted him and offered him a cup of water while telling him how cool he was. Cyan asked her if she had started working at the inn. She explained that Lisa positioned her as an assistant first. Cyan saw her name tag, which states Lewis. He patted her head and told her to work hard. Suddenly, someone called Cyan. He was waiting for the time to scold this person. It was Lisa, and she was bowing intensely as a way to apologize to Cyan. Cyan interrogated her on the reason why she hid the information of it being a no-rule match. Lisa was surprised. She denied that she knew about it, since it was information shared only between Gunther and the owner. She apologized for not checking beforehand. Cyan stated that he wants to meet the owner. Lisa replied that it's not possible since the owner prefers to stay anonymous. Cyan realized that his method won't work. Suddenly, someone approached Cyan. Cyan asked who this man was. He introduced himself as Morris of the Gry Merchant Union. He whispered something while approaching Cyan with a wicked expression on his ugly face. He mentioned the demonic sword and asked Cyan if he's willing to sell it to him. Cyan glared at him and replied that he has no idea what he's talking about. Morris told him that hiding it is useless since he recognized it well. He shared that he used to work for the Albus Merchant Union. He stayed there until Zickerman Albus, the head of the Albus Merchant Union, was assassinated 2 years ago. Since then, he left and has been working for the Grey Merchant Union in Lawmaster. He shared that his specialty is swords and various weapons, and that he had supplied weapons to the GAM Association even back when he was in the Albus Merchant Union. That made Morris confident about being the best when it comes to weapons, and he insisted that what he saw earlier is the demonic sword of the Dark Fog. He speculated that it has been waiting for its owner for years and years. He told Cyan to name the price, and he'll buy it no matter what. Cyan asked if he's the only one who knows about it. Then he grabbed Morris's neck and choked him while lifting him in the air, all the while saying that it's good that he's the only one who knows, because it means he only needs to get rid of him. A man covered in black clothing appeared, looking like a ninja. Only his eyes could be seen. Several of those men arrived and pointed short blades at Cyan while demanding him to let go of Morris. Cyan looked intimidating as he asked if Morris really thought he could stop him with those guys. Cyan recognized that those men were from Sparia's Shadow Assassin Squad. He assumed that Morris invested a bit into his security after the death of Zerman Albus. Cyan tightened his grip on Morris's neck while asking him if he really thinks those guys can save him before he snaps his neck. Morris struggled to ask for help. Suddenly, Lewis and Lisa arrived. They were both alarmed and confused. Lisa took out her blades while asking what they were doing with the guest. She encouraged resolving it with words, and if not, she would have to use force. Cyan had observed that this might pull Louis into the mess too. He was quite annoyed. He let go of Morris and told him that he will spare him this time. He told him to scram before he changed his mind. Morris's security asked him what they should do. Morris instructed them to put away their weapons. Morris acknowledged that Cyan, aka Simon, must be upset. Cyan glared at him, and Morris responded that he'll back off for now. But he didn't stop. Instead, he made sure to let Cyan know that his offer still stands, so Cyan should think about it. They exited the room. Cyan knew that the Grey Merchant Union was a new organization formed as a consequence of him killing Zierman Albus. Lewis asked if he's all right. He replied that he's fine, but Lewis brought up how scary those people are. He patted her and assured her not to worry about it. Then he told Lisa that he has a favor to ask, which is to meet the owner of the Lobster cage. Lisa was taken aback. Meanwhile, someone was screaming at the top of his lungs while smashing a rock. It was Gunther. His men told him to calm down. Otherwise, he's going to reopen his wound. He yelled Simon's name. He was furious to the point that he felt like he was going to die if he didn't kill him. Gunther felt so powerless in front of Cyan. He racked his brain on how he could bring him down, but he couldn't think of anything. Then he remembered Lewis. His eyes were bloodshot red as a eureka moment came to him. He laughed and thought he could bring down Simon using the kid. He had an idea. At the end, Lewis was in a hurry. Someone opened the door. She was surprised to see that a customer would come in at that time of the night. Despite carrying loads of towels in her hands, she made sure to welcome them to Lobster cage. The customer grinned, but Lewis felt nervous because that wasn't a customer. It was Gunther. He asked her if she remembers him. She replied yes. Gunther looked like he had something evil in his mind when he asked the kid to help him. Meanwhile, Cyan asked why he couldn't meet the boss. He threatened to put in an official complaint. Lisa simply stated that the boss is not someone he can meet easily. He asked Lisa why she's defending Linza Nihaloff so much. Lisa was taken aback that he knew her name. But as she expected, Cyan isn't an ordinary person. Then she revealed that the boss is keeping an eye on him too. Lisa explained that it was the boss who permitted the fight with Gunther, and also the one who changed the rules of the match. So she warned him that he needs to leave the place. Otherwise, he might actually end up dead. It made Cyan wonder whose side Lisa is on. All of a sudden, they heard a scream from the lobby. Lisa recognized that it's Lewis's voice. She quickly ran down the stairs. She saw the mess of broken furniture and wondered who would have done that. Cyan picked up something on the floor while saying that he might have an idea. It was Lewis's nameplate. He told Lisa to stay there while he goes to get her. Lisa tried to stop him since they don't know who took her, but she regretted her words when she felt Cyan's threatening aura. Cyan emphasized what he said, that he thinks he knows who it is. Meanwhile, there were several sketches of a man lying around. Delkia lay on the bed, looking haggard. She told herself that a lady's room shouldn't be so messy. Someone entered the room, which made her ask who it was, since they didn't have any permission. It was Morris. He told her that she's a mess. Delkia asked what he needed. He told her that he has an offer. She replied that she's not into pigs. Morris commented how Delkia must have fallen for the boy whose face she can't even recall. She asked him what he would even know about that. Then Morris decided to get right to the point. He took out a vial and told her that it is the most potent paralysis potion there is from the Garum Kingdom. With it, he'll be able to have him. She took it and asked what he wanted in return. He simply replied that he wants something that the boy possesses. She asked if that's really all. He replied yes and decided to leave. In Morris's mind, it doesn't matter who it is. He just needs Simon to be gotten rid of. He only wants the item. So for now, he hopes that Gunther will take care of the child. Gunther greeted Cyan by saying that he's been waiting for him, Simon of Lamea. Cyan asked about the kid. Gunther threw something at Cyan. He said that he should keep a souvenir. It dropped on the floor. Cyan turned pale upon seeing it. It was an ear. Then Gunther tapped on the box that he's sitting on and uttered that the rest of it was inside. He dared Cyan to take it. Our Emk had not expected that move, and of course, having an innocent kid get caught in their fight was never a good idea. Cyan was angry. He told Gunther that he should have told him that he wanted to die. Blood started to form on Gunther's missing arm. He liked how Tian reacted, and with an intimidating expression, Gunther provoked and dared Kian to come at him. In another setting, Linza Nyloff asked if they thought Cayenne would really kill Gunther. Lisa replied, yes. Linza asked if Lisa was worried about them. She stated that it has been a long time since she lost attachment to him, though she's curious as to why Lind is obsessed with Simon. Since Lind found out that she's curious, she assured her. Lice asked if Lisa could remember Simon's face. Lisa tried to, but she couldn't recall his face. Lindsay knew that it's one of Eru's authorities. The ability to make people forget their face. Lisa asked if she meant Eru, the god of darkness. Linda replied, yes, and commented how her past has found her. Lisa worried because she thought Linz would be in danger, but Lice replied, no, because it has been a while since they had such a precious guest, so she wants Lisa to treat the guest accordingly. Gunther had formed a new arm, its color red like blood, shaped as an arm. He teased Cyan, aka Simon. Gunther scratched his arm to the ground to control his speed. Then he attacked again. It almost messed up the place. Cyan was thrown in the air. Gunther asked why Cyan isn't using the skill from before. Gunther told Lamea Simon to try harder. Cyan noticed the skeleton on the side. Gunther told him that Cyan had dug up the remains from his movements. Gunther told Cyan that those are in there because those people are useless, so naturally, they belong to the place, which is a junkyard. Gunther stated that Lamer was full of trash. Gunther and Lisa grew up amongst the garbage. They tried their hardest to survive in the hellish place. Gunther bit down on anyone who tried to harm them. Then he got to know a boy. That time a blade was pointed at a man's neck. This man begged to be spared by this person he calls Master, but the Master stabbed this man. Gunther narrated that one day. That boy eliminated the manager of the junkyard who used to harass them all the time. The boy told them that he left Lou in academy to look for some fun there and cleaned up the garbage in the junkyard. The man extended his hand to Gunther and Lisa and told them that they are safe now. Gunther couldn't forget the man's angelic face, and that man is Ashel. Gunther admired that man. After that, his life changed. He dreamed of the day he would scrap all of the garbage in Lamister and slowly expanded his forces and even became the manager of the junkyard. He started off in Lamister Cage to earn money. He ended up killing someone and was expelled, but he did not care. In his head, the person he killed was just garbage that he had to scrap anyway, that made Lisa cut ties with him. But Gunther didn't care. He knew he was one with the junkyard itself. He dreamed of one day he would scrap all the garbage in Lamister, and that's what he sets his mind to. Cyan told him that he had enough of his nonsense. He told Gunther to look at him because he's perfectly fine, as if to taunt Gunther. He told him to try harder. Gunther replied that he'll give everything he got. Gunther used scalpel. His blood arm grew bigger with chains and gears in it. He told Cyan that he'll show him something interesting. Cyan noticed that it could be an artifact on Gunther's hand. It made him curious as to where he would get an ancient relic like that. Gunther shared that it's called Gravity Chamber. It creates a room of mana out of a chosen location. Sen got trapped in a cube. And inside it, the gravitational force is multiplied 20 times. Gunther commented that C is holding on pretty well, but he planned to attack him and see if Cayenne could endure that too. Gunther had his large hand over the cube. He asked Sen if he needed help, but C replied that there's no need. Chenna glared at him and told him that he doesn't require Gunther's scraping off. He moved quickly and was about to punch Gunther. He hit him in the torso. Gunther had no idea what just happened. It should be difficult for Cayenne to move, but Gunther stated that this was impossible. Cayenne reminded him of ears and told him that he will crush everything on him other than his ears. Gunther was surprised. Cayenne hit him in the back and then elbowed his torso. Cayenne hit Gunther on several parts of his body until Gunther reached the ground with a powerful impact. Gunther is now severely injured. He coughed blood and mentioned that he's destined to die from the beginning. He shared that he had no regrets. Then he talked about Lewis being born in Lambus, and that he's certain she would grow up to become garbage just like Lisa and him. He utters that it is the rule of the city made by the owner. Then he requested Cyan to make sure it doesn't happen and that he has faith in him. Upon hearing that, Cyan was shaken. Gunther lost his life immediately. Cyan turned to the coffin. His initial reaction was, "What the hell?" He approached the small coffin. Then he opened it. A few moments later, Lisa and two others came into the scene. She asked what happened there. Something then caught her attention. It was Gunther at the center of a crater. She was worried that it would have happened to him. Lisa instructed the armed men to make sure that the VIP was safe. Cyan caught their attention. Lisa approached him. She was stunned because she saw Louis unconscious in his arms. Cyan assured her that Louis isn't hurt anywhere, and it seems like she's just sleeping. Lisa asked Cyan if he's all right. He replied that he's fine, and requested Lisa to take care of Louis. She asked him where he's going, and Cyan simply replied that he's off to clean up. Lisa asked where dark aura was oozing from his body, while Cyan replied, "Lamister." There are 4 districts in Lamister, with the Lamister cage at its center, the junkyard stands in the west, the commercial district at the east, and the entertainment district in the south. There is no facility that handles the city's security. However, there was still a bit of a system in place to maintain the rules of Lamist that was handled by the managers of each district. That was Morris, Delkia, Gunther, and possibly Linz. Back then, Cyan asked Ashel how he planned to conquer a place like that. If it was a normal country, they could just wage war against them, but they can't even do that. Cyan back then suggested going alone and taking care of the managers. Ashel told him that there's no need. Ashel was certain that they would destroy themselves even if they didn't do anything. They just simply have to get there on time to take over it. Cyan inquired as to how Ashel could be this certain. Ashel replied that it's because the city is rotten, and he had seen it himself. Cyan was bothered by how certain he looked back then. But now he knew that Ashel is right. The city is rotten to the core, and it's the day Cyan is going to dig up its roots. Cyan holds a teacup with a minty sweet scent. Even though it's supposed to be a cup of black tea, in his head, it was like Delkia wasn't even trying to hide that the tea is drugged. He knew that it's the scent of a very popular paralysis medicine. Delkia thanked him for responding to her invitation. She assured him that he will enjoy it. He brought up that the tea is specially scented. Delkia felt that something was off. She wondered if Cyan had noticed that she spiked it. Cyan glared at her while telling her that he's looking forward to it. He chugged at the tea. Delkia was flabbergasted that he drank it all. The teacup fell and shattered. Cyan's body was slumped. Delkia was pleased. Now that she had done it, finally, that child is hers. At the commercial district, Grey Merchant Union, Morris had heard that Delkia managed to capture Cayenne. His butler told him that the message was from the entertainment district. Morris commented that God is on his side. He felt that it was a shame to have wasted the gravity chamber on Gunther. He had worked so hard to get that from the Garum Association, but he let it go since he was hopeful that the demonic sword will soon be his. His security personnel, the one that's like a ninja, appeared and told him that it's suspicious how things are going so smoothly. Morris scolded the man, not to jinx it. The man insisted that his instincts were never wrong before. He decided to go there ahead of time to scout the place. Morris agreed but warned him not to do anything unnecessary. In Morris's head, he's cursing at the Sparia bastards for being so nosy instead of doing the job that they are paid for. It made him wonder if they wanted the demonic sword. At the center of the street, someone is yelling for the pedestrian to get out of the way. The carriage was in a hurry. Morris is riding that carriage. He happily entered and announced that he had arrived. Delkia told him that he came early, and he could have been slower because she was just about to have fun. Morris blushed and replied that he doesn't need the body. It's just the item that he needed. Delkia told him that she already took that off him. Morris exclaimed that it's all he wanted. He told her to give it to him at once. Delkia told him not to rush her since he's in for a surprise. She pulled a rope. It revealed people behind the screen. Morris was surprised. There was Delkia chained up, while the hosts and the guards were all lined up on her side. Delkia, the one who opened the curtains, asked if what Morris wants isn't there. Morris was creeped out that she had stuffed humans behind the curtains. He noticed the person in the middle. It was Delkia. Morris asked, "Who are you?" She told him not to be so rude. Karam slowly removed the appearance of Delkia and revealed that she's the demonic sword that Morris wants so badly. She revealed her true form. Morris's jaw dropped from the shock. It was so exaggerated he even fell on his butt. He couldn't believe that the demonic sword turned into a human. Cyan was behind him and told him that he knows too much. Morris called for the shadow assassin to save him. Cyan complained that he's too loud, slapped him, and told him to shut up. Morris cried. Cayenne told him that if he wants to see those guys badly, he'll send him there. Cyan used creation space and fog swamp. Morris was baffled that the shadow was turning into fog. Then he started groaning. Cayenne mentioned that it was Morris who gave Gunther the artifact and the paralysis medicine to Delkia. Morris apologized and promised that he won't do something like that again. Cyan told him that he will make sure that he won't be able to do anything like that ever again. He bids him farewell as Morris drowns in the shadow. He begged desperately. It was like he's drowning in red water. This ugly ass even noticed someone that was beside him. He turned around to see who it was. It was the assassin. From the shock, he choked to death. Back to these two. Now there's Delkia left to deal with. Karam told him that she would take care of her, and Cyan could just leave. Cyan agreed but warned her not to go overboard. Karam refused to, and uttered that she would. She's furious that Delkia dared to lay her hands on her owner. Delkia flinched, even when her eyes were closed. Karam told her that she knew that she's awake, so she better prepare herself. She will divide her up into exactly 1,000 pieces. Delkia apologized while crying, but Karam mercilessly punched her face. Delkia screamed loudly. Through the other side of the door, Cyan knew that Karam was going to beat Delkia to a pulp. Cyan sensed a familiar mana. Then he realized something. It was fog domain. The only difference is his fog domain has this reddish color. Someone told Cyan that his face looks funny. At that moment, she introduced herself as Linda Nyalo, one of the managers of Lamister. She's speaking from a misty orb in the air, and slowly her body appears. Cyan was surprised to know that she's part of the mist. From Cyan's expression, Linda figured out that CA didn't inform Cyan about her. Now it made sense why Cyan went around killing the other managers. Cyan thanked her for her consideration because now he doesn't have to look for her. Cyan released an aura on his hand while asking her if he should refer to her as his colleague or more like a traitor. Linda replied that she's not the one who will fight with him. Cyan sensed something. He was attacked from the side. He's confused that there's another person. Linda introduced the person. Cyan was surprised to see her. It was none other than our favorite bereaved Lisa. Linda stated that they already know each other, and Lisa agreed at the same time. Lisa declared that she will now be eliminating Simon of Lamea. Lisa began to attack. Cyan wrapped his hands in fog and blocked the attack. Lisa did not stop and kept attacking. Cyan, panicking, began blocking frantically. With a desperate look, he asked her to step aside, explaining that he had unfinished business with Linz and that this had nothing to do with her. Lisa, undeterred, launched another powerful attack with a piercing gaze. Cyan realized she wasn't listening. His eyes shining with determination, he started to run toward her. Deciding there was no other choice, he used the secret technique, Wave of Bloodthirst. Joining his hands, he launched a powerful burst of energy toward her. The attack struck Lisa, sending her flying backward. Despite the impact, Lisa continued as if nothing had happened. She planted her hands and feet on the ground, stopping her moving body. Seeing the attack had no effect, Cyan smiled, surprised by her resilience. He realized she had been trained thoroughly. Lisa stood up, her gaze fixed on Cyan. Her strength was undeniable, having withstood the wave of bloodthirst. Meanwhile, Linza, who had her arms behind her back, approached Cyan with a smile and asked why he had hesitated, knowing he could have killed Lisa if he wanted to. Cyan, now calm, asked Linz how much longer she planned to hide in the fog. Linza smiled, explaining that she wanted to test the boy trained by Sarika against Lisa, who had been trained by her. Upon hearing Sokka's name, Cyan became serious and questioned her connection with him. Linza began to disappear, reminding Cyan to focus on the task at hand. Snapping out of his trance, Cyan went on alert as Lisa activated her ability, Rain of Needles, summoning a swarm of knives. She stared intently at Cyan and launched the attack. Cyan moved swiftly, dodging with a backflip. As Cyan got up, Lisa seized the opportunity. She leaped into the air, prepared to attack again with all her strength. Once more, Cyan wrapped his hands in mana, raised his arms, and blocked the attack. Lisa's hands trembled as she glared at him with hatred, mentioning she had cut ties with Gunther, but vowed to make him pay for taking her last remaining relative. Holding the blade of Lisa's knife with his hands, Cyan remained calm, realizing their connection ran deeper than mere acquaintances. His attention fixed on her eyes, recognizing that Linz had activated the subordination of the Shadow's personality. Using a small memory fragment, Linz had planted resentment in Lisa. Realizing his mistake in closing the distance, Cyan moved swiftly. Before Lisa could react, he grabbed her neck, shocking her. He threw her onto her back, climbed on top of her, and forced her to drop the knife. With a decisive blow to her head, Cyan knocked her unconscious. Relieved, he muttered about finally succeeding. Turning his attention to Linz, Cyan demanded she reveal herself. Linz manifested in the sky as mist, smiling as she claimed he already knew this domain was hers. Observing her, Cyan expressed surprise, not only at her being the mist, but also at her betrayal. Pointing at her, Cyan accused her of stealing the Ring of Inari, an artifact capable of absorbing mana and divine authority. Linza, confused, showed the ring, which began emitting a powerful blue fog. With fury and confidence, she commanded Cyan to submit to absolute power. Calmly, Cayenne noticed Linz had fallen into a trap. She activated the black mist ability, Mist of Good Power, which caused the ring to create a powerful barrier. The barrier expanded, trapping Cyan and Lisa inside. Linz descended to the ground, confident and triumphant. She revealed that this was her realm, one only she could control. As she approached Cayenne, she summoned a dagger, declaring it was time for him to say goodbye to the world. Suddenly, Linz's confidence wavered. A crack began forming behind her. Fear filled her eyes as she noticed something unexpected was about to happen. She couldn't help but start sweating and feeling terror. Karam opened the portal with her hands, started staring at her, and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that she was also chasing her master. Linz tightly gripped the dagger, turned around, and upon seeing Karam, she couldn't help but fall into confusion. She couldn't believe that she had interrupted her realm, realizing that she was as strong as the god of the black mist. Her gaze fixed on Karam, and she went on alert upon realizing that apart from Eru, there was only one other person. After giving Delkia a good beating, Karam opened a rift and entered inside. She placed her hand on her hip, started walking toward her, and with a smile asked why people kept chasing what was hers, and also into how many pieces she wanted to be cut. Linz didn't take long to recognize the demonic sword Karam. Karam's gaze fixed on her, and with a confident grin, she snapped her fingers and decided to first destroy this. At that moment, a crack appeared in Linz's realm, and not long after, the barrier that the ring had created began to shatter into pieces. She began to look up, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but panic. She couldn't believe that Karam had destroyed her realm so easily. Her power stopped taking effect, freeing Cayenne. He began to look at her and, with a calm gaze, asked why Karam had taken so long. She couldn't help but get angry like an ogre. Without knowing why he was complaining even when she had saved him, Cyan put his hands on his hips and started scolding her, saying it could have been dangerous. Lindsay lost her composure, reached out to the side, and with a furious expression, told him to shut up as there was no way Cayenne could be the successor. She clenched her fist tightly and mentioned that there hadn't been one in 300 years, so there was no way a child like him could have been chosen. Karam put her hand near her mouth, and with a confused expression, asked Cayenne what was wrong with her. Cayenne started looking at her and replied that he had already made her angry before. Linz's gaze filled with fury upon seeing that he was nothing more than a child. She began to move toward them with the intention of attacking, clenched her teeth, and asked not to be underestimated by calling him a false successor. Karam's gaze fixed on her, and little by little, she began to disintegrate, asking why she was so angry. She transformed into the demonic sword. Cyan grabbed it, prepared to defend himself from the attack, and with a smile, assumed that she was not going to be a good assassin with that kind of behavior. Both began to move at great speed. Using the accelerating M-Storm ability, they started swinging their swords forcefully, attacking each other. Due to the difference in strength, her body was thrown backward until she fell on her back against the ground and dropped the dagger. Her dagger stuck in the ground while our boy's body was surrounded by a powerful energy. He began to stare at her and, with a smile, asked if she still didn't believe him. Karam decided it was time to show her true authority. Several seconds later, Linza sat on the ground, and Cyan used the power of the black mist. Upon hearing this, her gaze filled with surprise, leaving her in shock. Looking to one side, she saw our boy. He extended the sword toward the sky, creating a great ball of energy. Now, he wore a mask made of fog. He began to stare at her and asked her to try to block this attack with her stupid ring. Linza swallowed hard and couldn't help but feel fear, realizing that this was not good. Cyan extended the sword toward her, causing the energy ball to shoot out at her, which began destroying everything in its path. Linz, defenseless, started watching as the energy ball was approaching without being able to do anything. A few years ago, in the Black Mist Temple, Sarika asked if she was going to leave. Lindsay turned her back on her and, with a confident expression, replied that she was tired of waiting for the successor in this place. Sarika remained calm and, with a tranquil expression, accepted her decision, thinking it was a shame. With a cheerful smile, Linz turned around, asking if she was going to come to kill her. Sokka's attention fixed on her, responding that she wasn't going to because there was no reason. There were other bad people she needed to get rid of, asking her not to worry. With a suffocating gaze, she made one thing clear. The moment she became contaminated, she herself was going to purify her. Linz couldn't help but feel fear upon seeing her expression. If that moment came, then she would also take all the equipment she had stolen. This was something no one knew now, so Sarika asked her not to worry about it. With a piercing expression, she asked Linz to take care of herself. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on her face, and in this way she said goodbye to Sarika. She turned her back on her teacher and began to walk away. She left the organization that held power but remained hidden in order to create an organization of her own where the powerful would be recognized. She did not want to stay hidden forever, waiting for the successor. Back to the present, Cyan's attack cut her fingers, causing her body to start trembling. The attack had been so powerful that she had a hole in her body. She didn't know how this had happened, believing she had come so far. Not long after, she fell to the ground, and upon seeing this, Cyan began deactivating his power, and, with a serene expression, asked if she had any last words to say. She lowered her head, and with a lost gaze, mentioned the name Sarika. Upon hearing this, Cyan started observing her and began thinking silently. She raised her head, and with tears in her eyes, she asked our boy to tell Sarika that she had been wrong. For her, this was painful. So she asked him to end this as soon as possible. Cyan extended his hand toward her, and her body began to transform into fog. The gaze of our boy fixed on her. No one could predict their own downfall, and this was something that had also happened to him. When Linz's life came to an end, the domain she had constructed slowly began to fade away, revealing the outside world. Cyan lifted his gaze, focusing on a building in the distance, and recognized it as the Lambus Cage Hotel. Even though he didn't know how he had ended up here, he was happy since this had saved him some time. While he was distracted, someone asked why he was sparing her life. It was Lisa. As Linz's domain slowly disappeared, she began observing Cyan, reminding him that she had tried to kill him and also knew about mists. With a calm gaze, Cyan began to observe in silence. Lisa was quite injured. She placed her hand over the wound on her other arm and, with a sad and guilt-filled gaze, mentioned that there was no reason for him to keep her alive. With an indifferent expression, Cyan turned toward her and started staring at her intently, asking if she was going to tell the others. She became nervous and replied that she wouldn't. Upon hearing this, he decided it was better to keep her alive. With a tired and confused expression, she asked what she was supposed to do now. Just before Cyan could respond, the girl in the guards opened the door and, somewhat worriedly, began running toward her. The girl panicked and, with a curious expression, asked if she was okay. Seeing this, Lisa couldn't help but stay somewhat surprised. The girl approached her, clenched her fists, and started crying because she was worried about her since she had suddenly disappeared. Seeing her, Lisa's eyes filled with joy, and she began to smile upon seeing that the girl was fine. Asking if she was hurt anywhere, the girl approached her and gave her a strong hug. She didn't care about her own wounds, vowing never to lose sight of her again. Seeing this, Lisa couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The guards approached them and began to observe in silence. The girl closed her eyes and started crying even more. Lisa had been the kindest person she had ever known, begging her never to leave her alone again. A light of hope began to shine in Lisa's eyes. With a kind smile, she explained that they had only been apart for a while, asking the girl to cheer up. Cyan began observing them with a serene gaze and realized that Lisa had found what to do now. She had managed this place for a while since the district managers were gone. He asked her to make sure that the girl wouldn't grow up to become someone like herself or Gunther. Lisa raised her head, started to look Cyan in the eyes, and, despite being unsure, she accepted. Cyan approached her, sat down, started to stroke the girl's head, and with a kind smile, asked her to make sure to behave well. The girl put her hands on her chest and, with a confused gaze, asked if Cyan was leaving. The guards and Lisa started to look at them in silence and couldn't help but smile and feel an inner peace. Cyan's eyes filled with joy and, with a smile, he replied, "Yes," asking her to take care of herself. He stood up, turned his back on them, and began to walk away from the area. With an uncertain expression, Lisa asked if Cyan was ever going to return. He closed his eyes, started waving goodbye to them with his hand, and replied, "Maybe." Lisa put her hand near her mouth and, while smiling, said that he had to come back. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Cyan's face. He decided to come back. Cyan's eyes filled with sadness as he remembered that, in his past life, the city was in flames and chaos. He hoped not to see that scene again next time. A few hours later, Cyan went to Miss Slayer and handed Lince's dagger to Sarika. She took Lince's dagger, and it began to emit a suffocating energy. She couldn't believe that Cyan had managed to purify Lince's. Sitting on top of a stone floating in the air with a smile, she realized it had been hard for Cyan to purify Lince's. A boy, who had his arms crossed, asked if she hadn't sent him knowing that mission was going to be difficult. She began to point at Cyan with the dagger, her eyes filled with joy upon observing him. She assumed he had many questions to ask. Cyan raised his head and, with a calm gaze, asked what her relationship with Lince was and if she was also part of Mist. A smile spread across Sarika's face, affirming that yes, she started to recall when she and Lince used to train together. But one day Lince turned her back on Sarika and began to leave along with the ring that had been passed down only to the masters of the hall. Since she didn't like where Mist was heading, Sarika started watching as her friend was leaving in silence. Cyan took out Lince's ring, began showing it to her, and asked if it was Inari's ring. Sarika descended from the rock and landed on the ground, confirming it and revealing that it was supposed to be hers. Cyan started observing her in silence, and many questions came to his mind. She rested her hand on her waist, and just before she could speak, with a curious expression, Cyan remembered that she had just mentioned that it had been passed down only to the master of the hall. Sarika's eyes began to shine, and with an excited smile, she mentioned that she no longer needed the ring because she was already strong enough. Cyan's attention fixed on the ring. He began to observe it in silence. He had thought that she had sent him on that mission to recover the ring for her. This was unexpected. Karam manifested herself, crossed her arms, and, with a serene expression, realized that Sarika must be resentful. Upon seeing that the two of them already knew each other, Cyan, who was holding the ring, turned his head to one side, and upon seeing Karam, became somewhat confused. Sarika turned her back to them, closed her eyes, and, with a smile, mentioned that she was only fulfilling her promise. She explained that the minds of most people were broken by the power of the ring. Cyan and Karam remained thinking in silence. He asked if this was some kind of test. Sarika stayed silent, without answering the question. The ring began to emit a sinister aura, and upon seeing this, Cyan assumed that she was trying to see if he would be tainted by the power of the ring. He clenched his fist, then, with a serene gaze, asked if she was going to warn him about it, and said that if he also fell victim to the power of the ring, he would be subject to purification. He questioned whether she didn't like him being the successor. Upon hearing this, Karam's mind filled with questions. She placed her hand under her chin and supposed that could be the case. Sarika turned slightly toward them, and with a smile, explained that she was just trying to see if he was going to be a disaster for humanity or a hero. She mentioned that such a test was normal for a successor, and that it was possible Karam had made a bad choice. Karam got angry, and, with a furious expression, asked what she had just said. Cyan put the ring in his pocket, somewhat confused, believing that Sarika had good intentions. At the same time, at Lewin Academy, the sun began to set. The dean approached the window and started watching the sunset with his arms behind his back. After instructor Nella's disappearance, the students' anxiety had grown. The dean began to turn around, and with a serious expression, said that he was sure this was a great burden on his shoulders, especially because he had just been appointed. But even so, he believed in him. A man approached him, asking him not to worry. It was Boris. He placed his hand over his chest as a sign of respect, and, with a kind smile, swore to try to be understanding with the students. The dean thanked him, and Boris bowed his head before him, deciding to go take a look at the academy. With a smile, he turned his back to the dean and began walking toward the door. The dean started staring at him intently with a suspicious gaze, realizing that he had very strange mana. At that moment, Sarika, who was holding a book, entered the office and, with a panicked expression, apologized for being late. Her attention focused on Boris, leaving her somewhat surprised and on alert. Boris placed his hand over his chest and, with a kind smile, introduced himself as the newly appointed instructor. Boris passed by her side and said goodbye to them. She panicked upon realizing that his mana reeked of blood. She turned back, her attention fixed on him with a piercing gaze. She noticed that he was dangerous. The dean began looking at the ground, revealing that Boris was from the capital. With a suspicious expression, he gave her the order to keep a close watch on Boris. Despite being skilled and having good manners, he possessed rather strange mana. She adjusted her glasses with her finger and accepted the order. The kind of blood smell in Boris's mana could not be erased, no matter how much he tried. With a smile, Boris left the office. It was as if death itself were walking around. The next day, someone raised a banner with the symbol of Lewin. They were knights who were excited to welcome everyone to the City of Harmony. Princess Erin appeared, and upon seeing so many guards, she felt somewhat confused. Leximus, who was behind her, began observing the guards and couldn't help but feel fear. Both started walking between the row of guards. Arin had heard that the number of guards had increased after the blood banquet, but so many guards were a bit overwhelming. While they were walking, someone caught their attention. Upon seeing who this person was, Arin and Leximus couldn't help but go on alert and into shock. In a corner stood Lunav, with her hands resting on her abdomen. Upon seeing this, Arin couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Lunav began to show a kind smile. A few minutes later, they went to a beautiful park. While taking a walk, Arin was glad that Lunav was okay, and mentioned that it was all thanks to Arin. With an expression full of guilt, Arin said that she hadn't even helped, and that Lunav had been locked up because of her. Lunav closed her eyes and responded that she was fine, adding that she was a big girl. Leximus put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help but be impressed at how beautiful Lunav was. Arin extended her hand toward Leximus and introduced her. While they were talking, someone appeared in front of them and greeted them. It was Boris. He lowered his head before them and introduced himself as the newly appointed instructor. Asking if she was Arin, Arin began to observe him with a calm gaze and responded, "Yes," explaining that she had heard about him. According to her, he was teaching mana applications. Boris felt honored upon hearing this and asked if she had some free time for him. Lunav's gaze fixed on him since she knew this guy was suspicious. Arin asked, "Right now?" Boris reached out his hand to her and, with a cheerful smile, replied, "Yes," adding that he was not going to take long. With an evil smile, he explained that he had been reviewing the mana ranges of the students and wondered if he could see her monosphere. She complied and summoned her monosphere in the palm of her hand. Upon seeing this, Boris couldn't help but feel joyful. With an insecure expression, Lunav asked her to wait a moment since she had a bad feeling. Arin was somewhat confused, thinking that Boris was only evaluating her mana, so nothing could go wrong. Boris placed his hand near the monosphere and began to use his power, explaining that it would soon be over. But at that moment, someone grabbed Arin's hand by the wrist, making the monosphere disappear. Seeing who this person was, Boris went on alert. On the other side, Arin panicked, asking what they were doing there. It was Cayenne. Arin began to blush. Cayenne started staring intently at Boris and couldn't help but panic as his eyes filled with fury. He didn't know what Boris was doing in Lewin. 1,002 years before Foundation, the raid war of the Demon King's army began. The battlefield was filled with corpses. The monsters appeared, and upon seeing this, one of the priests extended his hands toward the sky and invoked a golden barrier of protection. A large and sharp claw of a monster emerged from the sky and struck forcefully against the barrier, creating a great shockwave that even caused the ground to start breaking apart. Despite the priest using all his strength, the difference in power was too much. He opened his mouth and began to scream, determined not to give up, but the overwhelming force of the monster was too much. The golden barrier shattered into pieces, causing the knights to be thrown backward. The monster crushed the priest with little effort, leaving only a blood-filled crater. Not far away were several knights. Their leader gave the order for them to return to formation. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with despair, but even so, he was not willing to give up, ordering the others to keep pressing on until they fell. One of the priests behind him began pointing forward and, with a surprised expression, mentioned that someone was approaching them. At that moment, Cyan drew his sword and began to fall from the sky toward the monster. Our boy moved quickly and launched some powerful slashes with which he gravely wounded the spider. He landed on the ground, and it opened its mouth and began to scream in agony. Upon seeing Cyan, the captain's eyes filled with joy and hope. He couldn't help but smile since the rumors about him were true. He had thought that Cyan had gone to the western lines, but just as they said, he had arrived to help them at just the right moment. The priest who was by his side started smiling, thinking that Cyan had come to save them. With a serious expression, Cyan asked all the injured to step back as he was going to take care of everything. The giant spider opened its mouth and prepared to launch a powerful monoball. But just then, our boy jumped and disappeared from the area without leaving a trace. The monster launched a powerful burst of energy toward the area where Cyan was. The attack was so powerful that it destroyed everything in its path. The spider began to smile, thinking that Cyan must be dead. But to its surprise, Our boy was still alive. While resting the sword on his shoulder, Cyan mentioned that he was a little excited because he had heard this was a special rank monster. Cyan was sitting on top of the monster's head, realizing that it was too slow. Upon hearing his voice, the spider couldn't help but start to feel fear and sweat, not knowing when he had gotten closer. Cyan used the skill called Void Sphere. He brought his hand close to the spider's head and began to summon a powerful energy sphere. Once the sphere became a bit larger, our boy jumped and threw it at the spider, destroying its head without leaving a trace. Boris, who was also on the battlefield, couldn't help but start smiling and clapping, praising our boy for being impressive. It was no longer surprising to him that Ashel valued him so much. Cyan turned to Boris, started staring at him intently, and mentioned that he remembered that he was in the rear guard with Ashel. Boris put his hand behind his back, approached him, started touching his cheek, and with a smile explained that he had come here because he had heard that the Northern Lions needed reinforcements, but Cyan had taken care of things. Our boy simply closed his eyes and decided not to talk about it. Several hours later, they lit a bonfire. Cyan left the sword next to a stone, sat on top of it, started watching the fire, and with a calm look, explained that everyone was on the verge of dying and that this war was endless. Boris began to observe in silence. Cyan put the branch into the fire. It had already been a year since the Verts commanded the elite knights who had been at the front to deliver the crown to Emperor Enel. The battlefield was a mess. The monsters had taken advantage of the opportunity. When the lions had weakened and had begun to invade, this war had no end. The flames of the fire grew more intense, and with an empty expression, our boy said that all this was due to Emperor Lel's greed. If Ashel hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't even be here. Boris rested his hands on his waist and, with a smile, responded that it was very risky to say that. He was in the same situation as Cyan, so he couldn't say otherwise. Cyan's attention focused on him, somewhat surprised since he thought the Emperor had brought Boris here. Boris closed his eyes and began to show a confident smile, explaining that he had been chosen for his talents and believed that his personality aligned more with Ashel's. Boris began to use his power, extracting the mana from the spider's corpse. The sphere Cyan had used to kill the monster appeared in Boris's hand. He put his hand under his chin and revealed that he collected the traces of mana Cyan had used and transformed them into spheres. Using his power, the sphere turned into a small ball. He had the power to store mana. Cyan's mana began to emit fog, and upon seeing this, Boris became somewhat curious, thinking that his mana was unique. The attention of our boy was directed to him. With a confused expression, he asked if there was something wrong with his mana. Boris showed the mana ball and, with an evil smile, said that Cyan had great potential and perhaps was the person he had been looking for. Cyan's gaze fixed on him. Since then, Boris and Ashel had begun to pursue him. Back to the present, Cyan grabbed Princess Arin's hand, leaving her and the others in shock. With a murderous look, he decided not to make the same mistake again. Boris went on alert, unsure who Cyan was, but our boy knew it wasn't a good idea to give mana to this guy. Boris's gaze fixed on Cyan, and upon observing closely, it didn't take long to recognize him. Leximus panicked and, with a surprised expression, asked why Cyan was behaving this way. Boris touched his head, extended his hand toward them, and explained that it was a misunderstanding, that he was simply checking the students' skill levels as an instructor. Despite hearing this, Cyan did not lose his composure. With a determined gaze, he revealed that he had never before heard such a thing was necessary, and could not believe Boris had been hired as an instructor. Boris began denying with his hands and, with a kind smile, mentioned that they should not feel pressured to comply. He apologized to the princess if he had made her feel uncomfortable. Arin, blushing as red as a tomato, accepted Boris's apologies. On the other side, Cyan stood firm and asked him to leave before they felt even more uncomfortable. Cyan's hostility unsettled Boris, who, with a panicked smile, decided to leave. Boris placed his hand over his chest, bowed his head toward Cyan, and started walking away. Our boy observed him in silence. Boris turned his back on them and walked off. Luna's attention fixed on him as she stared intently, uncertain if she had heard about him before. With a serious expression, Leximus asked Cyan to let go of Arin's hand. Hearing this, Cyan turned around and, with a calm look, decided to comply. He let go of Arin's hand and apologized. Arin touched her wrist, and, with a confident smile, responded that she was sure he had his reasons. Cyan remained silent. Several seconds later, Aaron started blushing again. Grabbing Leximus's hand and leaving her confused, both ran out of the area, explaining that she had something urgent to attend to. Cyan and Lunov were left confused by her behavior. Lunov turned to Cyan, full of curiosity, and asked if he had known Boris before. With a calm gaze, he replied, "A little." Lunov smiled, thinking he was impressive since she had never heard of him before. Cyan turned his back on her and started walking away, advising her not to try learning anything more about him and under no circumstances to approach him. Lunov observed Cyan and couldn't help but feel confused, realizing he was irritated. His words only made her more curious. After a few minutes, Cyan went to the royal hall and used the power of the ring. Fog began emerging from it. He smiled as a mountain of candies appeared from the ring. Seeing this, his daughter couldn't help but feel excited. Without hesitation, she jumped onto the mountain of sweets, thinking she was rich in candies. Emily, who was next to her, said something while Ran, hands on hips, smiled. Cyan turned toward them and praised them for doing a good job. While he was not present with a smile, Brian replied that Cyan had also worked very hard. Emily, who had her arms crossed, mentioned that Brian kept preventing her from cooking. Cyan also crossed his arms and, with a smile, said that he thought she liked it when others cooked for her. Emily let out a sigh, explaining that she felt as if they had taken away her job. Upon hearing this, Cyan decided to go train with Brian. He was very tired and not very sure about this. Asking if now, Cyan turned to him and, with an evil smile, started pointing at him with his finger and replied that right now, asking him to go change. Despite the fact that Brian didn't feel like it, he had no other choice but to obey. Once he changed, they both went to the training field. Upon arriving, Cyan was somewhat surprised to see that someone was still training. Seeing this, Brian's eyes filled with surprise. It was a woman who was breathing heavily and very tired. But even so, she gripped the sword tightly. She began to swing the sword forcefully. Her attacks were precise and sharp. Cyan and Brian started watching her, and Brian mentioned that she was handling a claymore of her size with ease. To our boy, she was impressive. It was Leximus. Her eyes were full of determination. Cyan began to show a smile, thinking that she was going to be praised as the best swordswoman on the continent in the future. Cyan went down the stairs and grabbed one of the wooden swords. He decided to see how much she had improved. She turned around, and upon seeing Cyan, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Not knowing what he was doing here, she became confused and asked what he meant by this. Cyan grabbed the wooden sword, approached her, placed the sword on his shoulder, and with an excited smile, asked her to take the first step. Leximus grabbed the sword but panicked. The sword she was carrying was a real sword, while our boy was using a wooden one. She decided to switch to a wooden sword as well, but just before she could finish the sentence, Cyan appeared above her and prepared to attack. Leaving her somewhat surprised without knowing what was happening, Cyan attacked, but she put the sword in front and blocked the attack. The swords created sparks, and our boy started staring at her, and, with a smile, praised her for having good reflexes. She began to use all her strength to block the attack and couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. She panicked, not knowing why Cyan's wooden sword felt so heavy. She counterattacked, making Cyan step back. Our boy moved away a bit. She gripped the sword tightly and began charging at him with a determined look. She said that she wasn't going to be gentle with him. Leximus began to counterattack with all her strength. Cyan started blocking without much effort and praised her for having good moves. Our boy was blocking the attacks as if nothing, and he couldn't help but get excited. With a smile, he asked her to try a little harder. He began to stare at her and, with an arrogant smile, asked if this was all she could do, asking her to attack with the intent to kill. Leximus was using all her strength to attack. She began to sweat, and her eyes filled with confusion. She was the one attacking but was not able to reach him with her sword. Su. She gripped the sword tightly, and her eyes began to shine. She launched herself into the attack, determined to try to reach him with the sword. Just before she could attack, Cyan moved quickly, and with a smile, struck her on the head with the pommel of his sword. Thinking it was enough, she closed her eyes, clenched her teeth tightly, and couldn't help but feel furious. Her sword fell to the ground, far away, and just then, she also fell on her butt to the ground. Cyan began pointing the sword at her, and with a smile, explained that letting emotions get out of control created countless gaps in her attacks. advising her to be careful with that in the future. She looked away, and her eyes filled with sadness upon seeing that she couldn't be his opponent. She thought it was nice to be so strong. Kyan rested the sword on his shoulder, placed his hand on his waist, and with a calm look, mentioned that she was skilled and asked her not to feel down. She was capable of freely wielding a sword that even most adults would find difficult. Upon hearing this, Leximus's gaze filled with surprise, making her unable to avoid blushing. If she kept improving like that, he was sure that no one would be able to beat her in a sword fight. Her attention fixed on our boy. She started blushing like a tomato, and with a surprised gaze, asked how Kyan could be giving compliments after what had just happened. Cyan put his hand under his chin, and his mind filled with curiosity, he began to observe her, and it didn't take long for him to realize that she wasn't going to understand him. He assumed he wouldn't have to do much, given the level she was at now. He turned around to Brian and asked him to train with her. Upon hearing this, Brian began pointing at himself with his finger, and with a confused gaze, asked if he wanted him to train with Leximus, to which Kyan nodded. He turned towards Leximus, and, with a serene expression, decided to leave Brian with her for training. She picked up the sword again, stood up, and with an uncertain gaze, accepted and decided to switch to a wooden sword. Cyan approached Brian and handed him the sword. Brian prepared to take the sword, and his eyes filled with confusion, asking where he was going, to which our boy replied that he had an important matter to attend to. Cyan turned his back on them and began to walk away. Brian took the sword, started touching his head with his hand, and with a forced smile, said that he was looking forward to their training. At first, Leximus stood watching in silence, but then her eyes filled with excitement, and with a smile, she said that she was excited. Upon seeing this, Brian couldn't help but panic, thinking that she was very terrified. Cyan walked away from the academy's training field and began to wander around the area. He felt a familiar feeling. After walking for a while, he saw Lunav standing in front of him. He started observing her and couldn't help but wonder what she was doing at this hour. It was nighttime, and with a lost expression, she began silently observing something. Immersed in her thoughts, she remained silently watching for several minutes. Cyan approached her, his eyes filled with curiosity. He wanted to know what she was doing. In front of them stood a building, the research laboratory of Instructor Boris. Cyan went on alert, not knowing what she was doing here. He began to walk toward her and, with a curious gaze, asked if she intended to enter. Upon hearing his voice, she came out of her trance, and her attention fixed on him. With a calm expression, she asked how he knew this, if all she had done was look at the place. Seeing this, Cyan's eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe that she really intended to enter. With a serene voice, she explained that she was curious. She began to remember Boris when he had bowed his head before them. Her mind was full of curiosity since she had never heard his name before, not even in the GAM Association. The only thing she knew was that he was an 8th Circle mage. It was strange that no one knew anything about him. The look on our boy's face, filled with confusion and surprise, made him realize that she was just getting herself into trouble. Lunav put a hand behind her back, started pointing at the building with her finger, and with an exciting smile, asked if Kyan was going to help her. Our boy became confused, not knowing why he should help her. She started staring at him intently, and it didn't take long for her to realize that they already knew each other. She knew that he hated Boris. C approached her, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh. Now both of them were going to get into trouble. Seeing this, Lunav couldn't help but smile. A few hours later, Boris left the laboratory, and without making any noise, Cyan and Lunav entered inside. He peeked his head around the corner, began observing the door, and no longer felt any presence. He put his hand in front of her and, with a serious gaze, decided to go first, asking her to stay behind him. Despite feeling somewhat unsure, she accepted without hesitation. Our boy brought his hand close to the doorknob and used the technique called Basm, causing the lock to open. Several seconds later, the door opened. Inside, there was a pile of books on a table. Kyan and Lunav stood silently observing the place. In the room, there was also a bookshelf full of books. Upon seeing so many books, they thought Boris was a nerd who liked collecting books. While Kyan was looking for something suspicious in the room, Lunav approached one of the books and started reading it. Her eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that most of the books were about ancient magic. At that moment, Our boy's expression changed. He began to feel a strange mana and couldn't help but go on alert. He started looking outside through the window. On the roof was Karam. He didn't know what she was doing there, to which she replied that she was just lying on the roof and asked him to continue doing what he was doing. Tyan's eyes filled with confusion, as he did not know what she was doing on the roof. Luna, who was investigating the books, revealed that she had found something. Upon hearing this, with an expression full of curiosity, our boy turned around and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. She approached an altar where there was a book different from the rest. She placed her hand on top of the book and soon realized it was a very old book. This book had a gem in the middle. She took the book, and Tyan quickly realized that this was not just any ordinary book, but Boris's armor called her Kriya. At the same time, Karam began to manifest herself. She appeared on top of the building's roof, crossed her arms, and couldn't help but think that this smell was disgusting, no matter how many times she smelled it. Asking someone to come out at once, her eyes were full of rage. She clenched her teeth tightly and gave the order to her Kriya to come out. At that moment, feathers began to fall from the sky, and an angel with giant wings and white hair started descending. He began to smile since it had been a long time since the last time, asking how she had awakened after 3 centuries. Karam, who had her arms crossed, remained silently watching. Despite being full of fury, she began to show a forced smile, and replied that she was in a good mood. But now he had just ruined it. Her Kriya started observing her with a cheerful expression and couldn't help but smile upon seeing that her personality hadn't changed at all. He assumed that this was why she had chosen Tyan as the owner of all the people. Upon hearing this, Karam lost her composure and, with an angry gaze, prepared to attack, asking what he was insinuating. Her Kriya descended onto the roof, asking Karam to calm down. He approached, and with a smile, mentioned that he was here to help her. Karam's mind filled with many questions, and with a confused expression, she asked what he wanted to talk about. Her Kriya closed his eyes, began to show a smile, and raised a finger. Seeing this, Karam's eyes filled with rage. But even so, she started smiling, asking, "What the hell?" He was trying to do at the same time inside the laboratory. Lunv opened the book and, with a curious expression, began reading. She had never seen a magical text like this before. It was like a history book. Our boy began to gaze at the book in silence, not knowing what it was. The book was written in a secret language and contained many symbols. She placed her hand on top of the page and realized that the texts were written as if they were a code. It would take her some time to decode it. With a lost look, she explained that this was the only thing she could recognize. She began to touch the drawing of a sun. This book was unfinished, and she didn't know what this meant. She put her hand under her chin and started observing the sun, thinking about the sun, dark clouds, and fog. Upon hearing this, our boy couldn't help but go on alert, his eyes filled with fear. Quickly, he closed the book with his hand, leaving her somewhat confused. With a serious gaze, he revealed that they had to destroy this book. Upon hearing this, her mind filled with many questions. With a confused expression, she asked for the reason. Tyan's eyes were full of seriousness. His attention was fixed on the book as he realized that it was what had caused the blood banquet, as well as all the other catastrophes. At that moment, someone appeared and said they could not let that happen. Upon hearing this, Kyan's expression changed. He turned around and couldn't help but panic, clenching his teeth tightly. Upon realizing it was Boris, he hadn't sensed his presence because he'd been distracted by this. The book began to emit a powerful golden light. Kyan and Lunav covered their eyes and moved away so as not to go blind. The book shot out and appeared in Boris's hand. He placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and with a smile, mentioned that he was thinking about whether he should go see Kyan or not. But it was a coincidence that now they had met here. For him, it was quite unpleasant that they were spying on him in this way. Upon hearing this, Kyan couldn't help but get angry, while on the other side, Lunav became confused since she didn't know what was happening. Boris's eyes began to shine. He started to extend his hand toward them and asked if she could leave the two of them alone. At that moment, Luna's body was thrown backward until it hit and went out through the window. Cyan was in shock, and his eyes were full of surprise. Boris began pointing at our boy with his finger, and with a smile, mentioned that he had been a bit rough, but there was nothing to worry about since he had sent Lunav to her dorm. The window was now broken. Boris, who was standing at the door holding the book, decided to talk to our boy alone. An exciting smile appeared on his face. He was very interested in him in the version he showed to the world and the version he kept hidden. Cyan went on alert, started staring at him intently, realizing that this was not good. Even though he wanted to kill him, Haria was a problem. The book called Haria began to emit a powerful golden aura. Cyan was somewhat upset since this had happened while Karam was not there. At the same time, she was lying on the roof with her arms behind her head. With a furious expression, she asked what he was talking about. Haria, who had his eyes closed, began to smile and, revealing a finger, showed that the person whom her owner served was a person chosen by God. So Karam was on the losing side now. She ignored it, closed her eyes, and asked why she, a demonic sword, should side with Lumley and betray her owner. With a serene smile, Haria replied that it was not necessary, since there were many more ways. His body began to emit a powerful golden energy. His attention fixed on Karam, revealing that if she stole Kyan's body, it would be difficult. Even for them to deal with her, Karam opened her eyes, and her gaze filled with curiosity. With a smile, she asked what they were planning to do.
Good and evil, light and dark, creation and destruction. The two opposing concepts have always fought against each other. At the end of this story, the light wins like it always has. It's already been 3 centuries since the Great God-Demon War ended. The surface has been thriving more than ever. However, slowly but surely, the world is forgetting about the light-bearers. It is hard to find awe and admiration that the people used to have for the angels. And so, they concluded after a long while of consideration that they needed darkness. The dark makes them shine brighter. Karam commented that it's such a stupid reason. In summary, if Karam takes over her owner's body and goes wild, the angels will take her down and become the saviors. Hearthcrea exclaimed that it's precisely what he's saying. He's glad that Karam gets it, just as she expected. Suddenly, Hearthcrea's face met Karam's fist. Karam yelled at him to stop the bullshit. Hearthcrea replied that it's such a shame. She thought a demonic sword's fate was to take over the owner's body. She asked if Karam had a change of heart. Karam replied that it was only them who decided that they are evil. Every time all those angels do is to take care of their own problems, instead of trying to depend on others. Hearthcrea replied that it's a shame that Karam thinks that way. He thought it would be easy to communicate with her like with Eru. Hearthcrea told Karam that it was nice seeing her, and that he'll be leaving then. Hearthcrea returned to being a ball of light while his feathers scattered. It made Karam wonder what the hell the foolish Eru did. Back to Boris, he offered a very high-class tea from Sparnia. He hoped it's to Cyan's liking. Cyan brought up what Boris said, that he's interested in Cyan. Boris laughed and replied that it's a given that an interested person would be interested in their students. Cyan simply said that he doesn't even go to his classes. Boris asked why. Cyan stated that there's nothing more to learn. Boris asked if the Duke knew about it. Cyan told him to just get to the point. Boris decided to be direct. He asked if Cyan knew him. Cyan asked what made him think that. Boris stated that he felt that Cyan hated him from the beginning. It is evident from the look in Cyan's eyes. He uttered that it is as if Cyan wanted him dead. Boris added that he had never seen Cyan before, but it made him wonder if Cyan already knew about him. Cyan nonchalantly replied that it's more surprising that he never heard of Boris before. A mage with the 8th magic circle should be famous everywhere. Boris replied that he prefers a quiet life. Cyan probed on where he's from. Boris replied that it's a very rural place that Cyan doesn't know about. Cyan knew Boris was lying. He's certain that Boris doesn't want to tell anyone. In Cyan's past life, Boris tried to hide it until the very end. Cyan asked if there's anything else that Boris wants to know about him. Boris replied that it's late and they can always talk later. When Cyan was gone, Boris commented how Cyan is cold to him. It was so much that he almost didn't know what to say. Boris is in front of the book and utters that he sees now why Ashel threatened Cyan. He assumed that it was Cyan who was helping Princess Arin. He commented how it's quite a strategy, the younger brother of the savior who has been blessed by Lumendel being the owner of a demonic sword. Hearthcrea came out and replied that it is what fate must feel like. Boris commented that it's interesting to look at it that way. Hearthcrea stated that Karam is the same. He suggested that Cyan might be the darkness that they have been looking for all along. Boris stated that if Hearthcrea is correct, that boy will make Ashel shine much brighter, like the prophesied black fog that hid the sun. Boris announced that the reascension of the Savior will soon begin. Meanwhile, in another setting, someone came out of a portal, inside the Black Fog's hall. Eru commented that it's quite surprising that Karam came to see him. Eru asked what brought her in there. She asked him if he's asking because he really doesn't know. She shared that she just met Hearthcrea, and she didn't know that he's close to them. Eru asked if he tried to do anything. His response made Karam conclude that Eru knows everything. She probed him as to why he's not doing anything. She asked if he had forgotten that they were the ones who expelled him. Eru replied that there's no place lower than where he had fallen, which means there's nothing left to fear. Karam was furious and asked him if he's kidding. She claimed that those guys are trying to use her and Cyan. Eru asked him if that's her wish. Karam was confused. Eru replied, to protect Cyan. He told Karam that he will make her wish come true. He gave her a decree, and all mist will help her and the child. Karam took it while replying that Eru won't do anything himself. She inquired if something happened with Lumendel. Eru uttered that every choice he made was for Karam's sake. Karam expressed how she didn't want to hear his pathetic excuses. She was annoyed when she told him that he should just stay cooped up forever. She also called him a freaking coward. Eru became sad that she's so harsh. Somewhere in the Empire, in front of a large angel statue, a woman in a high priest's attire blesses the person in front of her for acting as a proxy of the great god of light, Lumendel, and she proved herself as the worthy savior. The high priest asked her again if she really intends to become a ray of light to save the world from cruel darkness. She was asked if she would stand in the front lines to fight and die on the battlefield. Alice Vert swore to take on the will of the god of light, Lumendel. She looked determined. But deep inside, she wondered if it's really the right path to take. Recently, the Empire has been taking talented individuals into the Knights of Light and sending them to the front lines. Because of that, even during disasters like the Banquet of Blood, there was nothing the Royal Guard could do. It has been her dream to join the Knights of Light, but she wondered if what she must protect is on the front lines. Or it might be something else. Someone congratulated her, which interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see who it was. It was Cecilia. She was happy for Alice for finally achieving her dream. Alice realized that she must call her Dame Cecilia now, since she's just a novice knight. Cecilia replied that Alice can just address her like normal when it's just the two of them. Alice replied that since she's her senior, she shouldn't. Then she bowed at her, which made Cecilia flustered. Alice talked about her worries with Cecilia. Cecilia replied that Alice wouldn't choose any wrong path. She was certain of it because she knew Alice for so long. Alice expresses how she feels conflicted. She admitted that she can still hear the screams of people asking for help. Cecilia told her that there's only one way to find out if it's the front lines that she belongs to. Alice asked, how? Cecilia simply replied that Alice should join her when she goes there. Cecilia shared that Duke Villiarth has entrusted them with an important mission to accomplish. It's Alice's first official task. Cecilia encouraged her to answer her call. Alice was surprised that her father gave them a mission. After that, we see Brian is gearing up. He put on his shoes and secured his sword. He looked serious. Emily inquired where they were going. Brian replied that doesn't know yet, since Cyan only told him to get ready, which he followed. Nana inquired if they wouldn't see each other for a long time. Cyan appeared and replied that it won't take long this time. He told Nana not to worry. Then he asked Brian if he's ready. Brian replied yes, Then he asked where they were going. Cyan informed him that they are off to Lamea Valley. Emily recalled that it's the place that they went to last time, and it's really far. Cyan opened a portal and informed them that they won't take long if they go through there. He told Brian to come follow him. Cyan was in a hurry, because that is the day that Alice dies. A knight mounted a horse. The commander yelled for them to halt, and he informed Alice that they had arrived. He empathizes that it had been quite a journey for the young lady. Alice reminded him not to call her young lady. Sir Yolkin expressed how proud he is that Alice is there as a part of the Knights of Light. Alice lightheartedly told him not to compliment her like that when she has a lot to learn. Sir Yolkin was positive that she'll do great. Then he expressed how the Duke must have been proud of her as well. Alice reminded him not to call her like that. Sir Yolkin laughed, and they dismounted the horse since the Duke was already waiting. Alice approached the Duke, and she reported that the Vert's eldest daughter, Alice Vert, has arrived after receiving his message. The Duke told her that the second princess, third, and fourth princes will be visiting, so she should prepare for it. She replied, yes, but deep inside, she thought of how cold he is as ever. The Duke noticed their arrival at the same time it was announced by a knight. The royalty was accompanied by several royal guards. Third Prince Fabian Severus and the fourth Prince Nerovian Severus stepped out of the carriage. They immediately commented how it reeks in that place. The second princess, Violet Severus, thanked Sir Vert for his hard work. Viljarth Vert greeted the highnesses. The knights all knelt down in front of them. Nerovian made his way back into the carriage while saying that they should finish their business and leave since the visit is just for formality anyways. Fabian was concerned that the monsters were going to attack. The Duke replied that the monsters on the very back lines in there are very small. And on top of that, their best knight is with them, so there's no need to worry. The Duke is talking about his son Ashel. Alice was confused to see him. The Duke placed his hands on Ashel's shoulders while expressing how he believes in him. Ashel replied that he won't disappoint his father. Fabian instructed Ashel to eliminate the monsters before they got too close, since their bodies as princes are valuable unlike Ashel's. Ashel acknowledged the order. Violet thanked Ashel for his hard work. Ashel replied that it's an honor. Then Violet looked for Luenel, since he's not the type to miss out on such a formal event. Ashel explained that the prince left the duty to him because of an urgent business he had to tend to. Violet understood and simply replied that it's great to have him as their bodyguard. They watched as the carriage left. Alice was suspicious because she knew that Ashel always protected the first prince, but he suddenly came there to protect the twin princes and princess. She doubted that it's a coincidence. Ashel talked to Alice, bringing up the topic that she joined the knights at the top of the class. He congratulated her, but the aura he exudes seemed like he loathes her. Alice noticed that familiar look in his eyes. She remembered that it was during her 9th birthday or so. Ashel pats her head while greeting her a happy birthday. Ashel gifted him a magic scroll. It was the 4th star magic scroll that she could not use at that age. He meant for her to use it when she was good enough to use 4th star mana. When time passed and she possessed the 4th star mana, she remembered the gift. She was surprised that it was a summoning scroll. Then somebody stopped her. It was Cecilia. She informed Alice that it's a magic scroll to summon an intermediate monster. That could have been really bad. Alice realized that if she had used that magic scroll, she might have died. She wondered if Ashel gave her the scroll while knowing that. Deep inside her, she wanted to know why he did that. They followed the carriage as it traveled. Nerovian asked if it was Luenel that put Ashel on them. Fabian replied that it's suspicious. They wondered if they were scheming something. Violet replied that it made sense to find it suspicious that someone as skilled as Ashel is their bodyguard. They know very well what kind of person Luenel is. She told them to keep their guard up if they don't want to end up dead. Suddenly, they heard a noise. They saw Alice running towards them and asked what's going on. She informed them that it's an ambush, and they must evacuate at once. They are being attacked by the special monster Antararch. They were surprised. The monster roared loudly. Nerovian was surprised to see the Earth Dragon. He thought that there was no chance of a special monster appearing. It went on a rampage, hurting several knights all at once. Alice told them to hurry. A limb of Antararch was about to crush them. Alice immediately used protection. She urged the highnesses to keep going. Alice wondered how it happened when they were at the very back line of the battlefield. Nerovian panicked. Fabian told him to stop running around aimlessly. Ashel approaches Violet, who is behind Alice. He was about to draw his sword. Then he told her that he will protect her, so she should come to his side. Violet realized that Ashel intends to kill them amidst the chaos. Alice noticed his strange behavior. Someone attacked the monster with wind blossom. It was Cecilia, and she guided Alice towards her. Immediately, she grabbed Princess Violet's hand. The princess asked where they were going. Cecilia announced that they are going to get far from that place first. Alice's gut feel tells her that something bad is going to happen. She felt bloodlust from Ashel when he was looking at Princess Violet. When she looked back, she was surprised. Ashel was standing there while the monster was about to attack. She yelled that it was dangerous. The monster's sharp claw is just an inch away from Ashel's neck. But it was blocked with a protective barrier. Alice was curious as to what even happened. Cecilia urged her to hurry. The monster was thrown in the air. It eventually reached the ground, and it was even more furious this time. The knights got into their formation. Ashel watched where Alice went, and he got pissed. The royal guard commander ordered to prevent the Antararch from getting to the highnesses. He told them to get back into formation. The Antararch was about to release a beam from its mouth. Akel is getting annoyed with this monster. It released a large beam. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky and told the knights to back off. It was Ashel, and he's charging at full power. He let out one powerful strike that caused an explosion. The knights celebrated. They decided to cover for him. Violet looked back at the chaos. She kept running, until she tripped. She uttered no. Alice, feeling confused, asked her if something was wrong. Violet stated that she won't go down easily. Unexpectedly, Cecilia stabbed Alice from behind. Alice was confused. Cecilia looked at her with no remorse. Cecilia pulled out her sword and made Alice fall on the ground. Violet knew that Alice is Ashel's younger sister. Violet knew something was off when Luenell wasn't there, when he loves to be part of everything. Violet accused Alice that she's trying to eliminate her amidst chaos. She uttered how Luenell chose to have others get blood on their hands instead of doing the work themselves. Violet claimed that it was self-defense. Alice explained that it's a misunderstanding, that she just wanted to protect her. Violet told her to shut up. She told her that she knew how ambitious Luenell and the Verts were. She refused to sit still and get killed like some idiot. She told Alice that if she has excuses, she can give them in the little time that they have left. She threw a scroll, and mocked her by saying that Lumendel might save her, and just like that, Violet and Cecilia were gone. Alice knew that there's no way Cecilia would betray her. She assumed that Cecilia might be under the control of a spell. She knew there must be some kind of an explanation. She shed tears while telling herself that there's no way Cecilia would betray her. As if it was timed perfectly, a monster appeared. There's actually several bipedal wolf-like monsters. Alice told herself to get it together. She willed herself to live. She wanted to live and asked Cecilia why she had to do that. She casted a spell. She finished it as soon as the monsters charged towards her. Alice used Undine, spear, at Violet's safe house. She felt better. She immediately lay on the bed. Then she commented how disgusting it was in that place. Cecilia agreed with her. Cecilia frowned as she recalled a nice memory with Alice. Violet asked her why she let Alice live. Violet stated how Cecilia could have killed Alice there and then, especially when her order was to kill her. Cecilia avoided eye contact as she replied that Alice will die soon, because the monsters in there will take care of her. Alice fought the monsters. She fell on her knees. The monsters were all defeated. Now she just needs to get back. She thought about what she should report about the knights. She knew no one would believe her when she told them that Princess Violet tried to kill her. She decided to think about it once she got out of there. Alice felt a presence. When she looked back, she saw high-ranking monsters, the salamanders. She had to think of something ASAP to get out of it alive. The salamanders breathe flame. She forced herself to think. It is approaching her, and she couldn't think of any way to save herself. The monster roared loudly. Unexpectedly, someone appeared and used Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm. He efficiently slashed the monster. Alice saw him, and she forgot about the other monsters. She got distracted when someone grabbed her and took away from the falling monster. It was none other than our boy Brian, and he hurriedly ran. He looked cool at first, but he became funny when he panicked and complained how hot it was. When Alice saw Brian, it made her think if Cayenne is with him. Other salamanders roared. They let out flames that covered the area. Thankfully, Brian and Alice were able to hide behind a boulder as the waves of flames flowed. Alice felt that it would attack soon. Brian was surprised when Karam fell in front of them. The monsters saw a light. It was Karam transforming into her original form. She asked if those bastards got food poisoning. She's annoyed that they are barfing all over the place. She put up a barrier, and Brian exclaimed that she's the best. Karam called Cyan to end it quickly. Alice heard that. Meanwhile, Cayenne used Thick Fog third form, Fog's Descent. He created a void sphere. The salamanders roared loudly. Then Cayenne used Division. That blasted the salamander's body. In an instant, they lost their neck, and several spheres are scattered in the area, causing deadly damage to the salamanders. Few moments later, the flame lessened, and it eventually died out. Brian and Alice came out from hiding, and Alice saw Cayenne in the midst of the lava-turned area. She had her suspicions. She reached out to his mask and removed it. Then she finally had confirmed the person behind the mask. Cyan smiled at her and expressed how he's glad that he's not too late. While Brian heals her, she utters that Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy. She didn't notice until recently. She uttered how stupid she is. Despite that, she was saying that she was going to continue the will of the family. Cyan told her that it is not her fault, and Princess Violet and Cecilia are to blame. Cyan added Ashel to the list. That made Alice stand up. Brian panicked since he's not yet done healing her. She asked Cyan if he meant to say that Ashel plotted it. She asked him if he knew something. Alice reasons that it was their father's order. Cyan was certain that Ashel suggested it. Cyan reminded Alice how their father is willing to do anything that Ashel asks for. Alice asked why. Cyan revealed that it is so that Ashel can be the one to continue the will of the family. Alice grits her teeth, and she's furious that Ashel is going to kill his own sister for it. Alice fell to her knees when she felt a pang of pain. Cyan worries since she has a big injury. Alice asked Cyan if he's certain about Ashel. Cyan replied yes, and reminded her that she knew what Ashel is really like. Alice admitted how she thought she's the only one who sensed it. But now she knew Cyan did too. She finds it strange that their father and others must not know it. She uttered how it seemed like Ashel has something that she doesn't. She noticed that it was like that in the battle earlier too. It was as if some invisible power was protecting Ashel. Cyan's expression became serious upon hearing that. He knew it well. He thought of the invisible power. Back then there was a moment that he felt that he had reached Ashel. But that power is what stopped him. He wondered what it could be. A power that deflected even the demonic sword. That's when he realized there's only one explanation. Alice told him that they have to hurry and tell their father. Cyan knew he wouldn't listen to them. Alice knew that would happen if she was alone. But if they go together, Cyan had a serious expression on his face when he apologized to her and asked her to trust her on this. If she did that, and things go wrong, the entirety of the Knights of Light might become their enemy. Alice thought about the Knights of Light. In Cyan's past life, Ashel was always the center of admiration. Everyone loved him and trusted him like he was their savior. Cyan was one of those people too. Everyone considered Ashel a herp, and no one doubted him. Looking back on it, Cyan finds it strange. Ashel was like a religious figure to the people. If there are people who trust him, there must also be those who do not. But even the Duke, who ended up dead, and Emperor Luenel, who only chased his own ambitions, and Boris, who only wanted to seek the truth, trusted Ashel without a single ounce of doubt. Even Cyan trusted him until his final moments. He was enraged at Ashel's betrayal, but he had one question in mind. He asked what made him trust Ashel, and he knew all of it can be explained with one thing. Achel is an absolute figure who has inherited the authority of the most powerful god, Lumendel. He is the world's savior. Back to the battlefield. The knights surrounded the princes and braced for the monster's attack. They were determined to protect the princes. The large foot of the monster was about to hit them. In panic, Nerovian clung to his brother, Favian, while screaming that they are all gonna die. Favian told his idiot brother to get away from him. Ashel charged at the monster. Favian praised him. Ashel told the prince to back off. The monster growled. Ashel used his shield of judgment aegis. The monster released a laser beam. Nerovian nearly choked Favian because of the way he clings. And once again, Favian called him an idiot and told him to get off. Ashel activated Titanic. It was like a large shield. The laser beam was about to hit it. It was a powerful beam that destroyed the ground while it traveled. The knights braced themselves. The beam dispersed as it hit the shield. The monster was irked. It released more beams. But Ashel went past it, and he was able to slice the monster in half. It bled profusely, and it groaned loudly. Ashel asked if everyone is all right. The crowd cheered that Ashel saved them. They claimed that the dragon is nothing compared to Ashel. Favian praised Ashel. Nerovian promised to tell their father what they did for them. Ashel frowned, but he put on a facade that it was an honor. Meanwhile, Alice looked distressed when she heard that Ashel is the savior. She can't believe that someone like him was chosen by Lumendel. Tyon explained that Lumendel just needed a savior. It didn't matter what kind of person they were. Since Ashel was chosen by the most powerful god, to deny it is sacrilege. Cyan warned Alice that might end up creating an enemy out of all Lumendel's followers. Alice was sad since she had believed in this go for all her life. It was hard for her to understand. She asked Cyan how he knew all of it. Cyan avoided her gaze and simply replied that he can't tell her at the moment. He can't have her intervene more than this. Alice expressed that she trusts Cyan. She's certain that there's a good reason why he can't tell her now. She told him to tell her one day and not to carry the burden all by himself. Cyan had a genuine smile on his face when he replied, "Okay." Alice thanked Brian for healing her. Brian blushed and he stuttered in replying that it was nothing. Behind Alice is Cyan, who is giving him a murderous look. It was like Cyan was warning him on why he's being so happy. Brian saw it, and it made him sweat profusely. Cyan asked Alice what she plans to do now. She replied that she has to resolve the problem first. She planned to meet Cecilia and learn why Cecilia had betrayed her. Cyan offered to help her. She asked how. Cyan knew Cecilia couldn't have gone far. At Violet's safe house. Cecilia was alarmed, which made Violet ask what it was. Cecilia felt that somebody was approaching, but it was her first time feeling that mana. Violet was confident that there's no way, because only he knew the place. Surprisingly, the window shattered. Violet was stunned. She screamed loudly when she saw the sword that almost hit her. Cecilia recognized it. She knew they have fucked up. It was Alice's sword, and now it's time for payback. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, someone expected the markings on the ground. It was Ashel, and he saw the traces of the magic scroll. He assumed that it's a teleportation spell. Ashel advised the knights to look for a shelter around the area. One knight was alarmed at what he saw, so he immediately called Ashel to check. They stood on a cliff. The knight asked Ashel if he thinks Princess Violet is okay. Ashel gave a vague answer by uttering, "We'll see." What they're looking at were swarms of large monsters. Ashel commanded the knights to protect the princess. Meanwhile, a chase was ongoing. Cecilia ran after the invader. She expected the person to be skilled because of the immense mana and bloodlust coming from him. But she dismissed the thought when she saw that it was just a kid. She thought that there's someone with him. She used Windwalker to move faster. She told herself not to let her guard down. Suddenly she was attacked. She swung her sword, but the kid dodged. She asked the kid where he was from since she had never seen any movements like that from the Verts. The kid wore a robe and a mask to hide his identity. Cyan remained quiet. Then Cecilia brought up the sword that he threw earlier. She inquired if he managed to save Alice. Again, Cyan remained silent. Seeing that the kid doesn't want to answer her questions, she emits a powerful mana, and threatened Cyan by saying, "Let's see if you can scream then." She activated Windwalker. Then she charged at him. She swung her sword. She was so quick that it was difficult to follow her movements. Somehow, Cyan was able to evade. He almost got a cut on his ear. Cecilia knew that there were only a select few knights in the order who could catch up to her in terms of speed. She's determined not to be dragged along with this kid. To her surprise, Cyan jumped over her. She couldn't believe that he dodged again. She was caught off guard that he's faster than her. It made her furious that he hadn't even taken out his weapon. She leapt on a tree and charged at Cyan from above. In her head, she doesn't want to be underestimated. She used Sharp Storm, and a large beam of attack hit the trees, and it turned the whole area into a mess. It created a crater. Cyan had a small black sphere on his palm. Upon seeing him Cecilia's jaw dropped. Cyan used Void Sphere. Then he activated Obsession. The sphere was split in half, and that attack had hit Cecilia. She screamed loudly in pain as her tears fell, and several parts of the area exploded. Eventually, Cyan walked up to her. Cecilia told herself that she lost pathetically. She didn't expect to die in a place like that. She told him that he's like a Grim Reaper. She asked if he really won't say a thing. Then she stated that she's going to die soon and requested for him to say if Alice is alive. Cyan crouched down to meet her eyes and uttered that he's curious to know as to why Cecilia is making that face. Cecilia was confused. Cyan replied that Cecilia looked relieved. He expected her to look more tormented. Cecilia replied that it was retribution, and she believed that deserved that kind of ending. Then someone asked her what the retribution is for. Cecilia was surprised, since she recognized the voice. Alice appeared. She was being supported by Brian. Cecilia was extremely shocked. Alice demanded an explanation why Cecilia betrayed her. Cecilia expressed how glad she is that Alice is alive. Alice yelled at her to shut up and answer her question. Tears pooled at the corner of her eyes as she asked why Cecilia had betrayed her. Cecilia cried. She narrated that her hometown was a small village that disappeared after an attack from the monsters. She was the last remaining survivor and was on the brink of death when someone came and saw that there's a survivor. The knight informed her to wait for a bit and assured her that it's safe. The knight had brought her out. Someone ordered a kid to bring water and food. The knight followed the order of this royalty. Cecilia thought of how it was a miracle to be saved by the royal knights who arrived just before she died. And the person who took her in then was Princess Violet. To her, it is only given that she gives her life to someone who saved her. After a while, she got a chance to repay that debt. She was ordered to get close to the Verts and wait for orders. That is how she ended up as a main in the Vert household. And that's how she met Alice. She regretted it. She knew that she should have never left, and how she should have just died in the ruins of her village. Eventually, Princess Violet ordered her to kill Alice Vert since she's a threat. Cecilia thought that if she had died back then, none of it would have happened. Alice asked what she meant when she described her as a threat. Cecilia explained that Princess Violet has always seen the Verts as a threat. It is because of the close relationship between the first Prince Luenel and Ashel. She thought that the Verts were on Luenel's side. Cecilia knew that Princess Violet's anxiety and paranoia grew because of the situation she found herself in. She described the princess as a coward who only trusts herself in that kind of situation. Cecilia expressed how the princess is completely different from Alice. She questioned why she had served someone like that. She was sad that Alice trusted her until the end, and yet she betrayed her. She apologized to Alice for disappointing her. Cyan stood while saying, "Cut the bullshit." He glared at her while emitting bloodlust and told her that if she thought that recognizing her wrongdoings is enough to receive forgiveness, then she's gravely mistaken. Cecilia was surprised to see young Master Cyan. Alice told Cyan to wait and give her time to think. Cyan looked furious as he pointed his sword at her and told her that it's not a light matter. Cecilia agreed and replied that she's aware. Alice panicked and told Cyan to wait. She reasoned that it would be okay to hear out Cecilia even more, before deciding on anything. Brian tried to support and make her calm down. Brian told her to trust the young master for now. Alice was confused. Cyan lifts his dagger onto the other side as if preparing to slash Cecilia. Alice panicked and yelled, "No!" loudly. Cecilia flinched. And then we were transported to another scene where all of a sudden, the door to Princess Violet's safe house exploded. Princess Violet yelled and asked who's there. She panicked when she realized Cecilia wasn't there. Someone entered. Princess Violet turned pale as she wondered how that man found that place. It was Ashel with his grim-looking face, and he had come to escort Her Highness. Princess Violet stated that he looked like he's about to kill her, and she told him he's being rude for barging in like that. Ashel admitted that he planned on killing her. The planned scenario was for Favian, Nerovian, and her to all be killed by the monster. She asked him if he thought he'd be able to avoid the consequences after doing such a thing. Princess Violet discreetly pulled out a scroll. Ashel used God's stinger and hit her hand that held the scroll. The scroll burned. Ashel told her that he's not done yet. Princess Violet's eyes were sharp as she told him that he's being rude. She asked him if he really intends on seeing that plan through to its end. Ashel gave a vague reply by saying, "Who knows?" She asked him what it's supposed to mean. Ashel recognized that the sword stuck on the wall was Alice's. He asked where his sister was. Princess Violet replied that she had her killed, because she was uncertain if she's working with Luenell. She's a sister of Ashel, after all. She stated that it's a good thing. She asked if he plans to avenge her sister. He replied no, because now he's thinking about changing his plan. Princess Violet was caught off guard. Ashel pulled out the sword from the wall. He stated that Princess Violet is pretty calm despite the situation that she's in. Ashel told her that getting rid of those she finds even a bit suspicious was wise. He stated how he's surprised since she's different from Luenell in that sense. Princess Violet was surprised that it seemed like Ashel does not care about his sister. It made her wonder what he wanted. Ashel revealed that the plan was ruined from the start. He will report to Luenell that it was a failure. Princess Violet asked what Ashel wanted from her. Ashel suggested that she join his plan. Princess Violet asked if he's on Luenell's side. Ashel asked her who said that. He clarified that they're just business partners. Princess Violet asked him if he thought she really believed that. He told her that whether she believes it or not, it's true that Luenell is a part of his plan. Princess Violet asked if he's trying to take over the Empire or something. She told him that she can't help him with that. Ashel replied that it doesn't matter who takes over the Empire. Princess Violet asked what exactly Ashel wanted. Ashel expressed that it's the eradication of evil. He planned to remove all evil from the world. Princess Violet mocked him by asking if he's serious. Again, Ashel gave a vague reply of, "Who knows?" Ashel sensed something and commented that evil just appeared nearby. Princess Violet noticed the walls cracked. Ashel felt the strange and ominous mana, and it sending shivers throughout his body, though it felt more like bloodlust. He never felt that kind of mana before. A black sphere appeared and broke the walls. It emits strong winds, too. Princess Violet asked what it was. The black orb eventually vanished, and a blinding red light was seen in the sky. It moved so fast that Ashel barely evaded it. It was Karam wielded by Cyan. Ashel asked who it was. Cyan wore a full face mask and replied that he's the evil that Ashel is searching for, as well as the end. Cyan used Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals. Their attacks were everywhere that it almost hit Princess Violet. Ashel noticed it, so he used Exi on Princess Violet. That places her on a golden barrier. The loud explosions made Princess Violet scream, and she saw her safe house fall apart. She was sad to see the state of her safe house. There was another loud explosion, and it blasted the roof. Ashel was pushed back near Princess Violet. The princess asked if he's all right. Ashel sensed that the enemy was still attacking. Cyan used adamant. It produced a red orb. It made Princess Violet worry for her safety, so she called Ashel. Ashel used Ascalon, and that made his sword emit golden light. The orb was released, and it was like a powerful laser beam, but it didn't harm Ashel and the princess because of the golden light that covers them. Ashel was in a pinch. He realized that his enemy used spatial magic too. Cyan appeared on the side, and he charges at Ashkel, but Ashel had a barrier even on the side. Hitting that made Karam groan in pain. Cyan noticed that, and decided to step back. Ashel recognized that the enemy is not an ordinary person, but he's confident that he will win. Seeing that side of him made Princess Violet blush. Cyan asked Karam what was wrong. Karam complained that it hurts. She explained that it felt like her entire body was going to be ripped to pieces. Cyan assumes that the cause is Ashel's annoying power. Akel asked him why he stopped. He brought up what the enemy said, that he will be the end of Ashel. Ashel challenged him to come at him. Cyan would love to kill him so much that he feels like throwing up at that moment. But having seen what his powers can do, Cyan decided to back off. Princess Violet noticed something glowing on her side. She recognized that it was Cecilia's things. She asked the enemy what he did to her. Cyan replied that he purified her. She asked what that's supposed to mean. Ashel simply interpreted it that Cecilia is dead. Ashel realized that it was the enemy's goal. He asked who ordered it. Cyan introduced himself as From the Mist, those who do not forgive. Then he stated that it was not purification decreed by someone else, but by reason. Upon hearing that, Ashel realized that it's true that they're active again. Princess Violet was surprised that the enemy vanished. Ashel was annoyed that there were more people getting in his way. He wondered if it was them all along that had been interfering with his plans. He watches as the red mist dissipates. At the waterfall, Kairam manifests in her human form, cradles her head, and complains that it hurts. She thought she was going to die. Karam inquired if it really hurts that bad. Karam replied that she never felt pain like that before. She's annoyed that they can't even touch him. It's more complicated than she thought it would be. Cyan told her that there's a solution. She asked, what? Cyan took out the Durandark's elemental stone, the purity of gods. It's only a hypothesis, but he thinks that they'll be able to win against him if they use it. Karam stopped him and told him not to do it. She was mad when she asked Kayan if he brought it with him for that. She told him that it might kill him. Out of the blue, Alice called Kayan. Kayan knew it was dangerous, but he told her that it was the only way. Because he has people to protect now. He said that while looking at Alice and Brian's happy faces. Cecilia was behind them too. Cyan was determined not to make the same mistake he did in the past. And if the opponent is unreasonably strong, he's determined to become strong enough to match his level. Alice gave something to Cecilia. Cecilia asked what it is. She told her that it's Marion's token. She informed her that the entry to the spirit realm is restricted. If Cecilia took that, she should be able to get into Fruina. She told her to be careful. Cecilia shed tears as she thanked and apologized to Alice. Alice turned around and told her that she hasn't forgiven her, so she shouldn't appear in front of her again. Cecilia understood. She watched Alice's back before she stepped away. Karam asked if it's okay to just let her go like that. Karam suggested that it's better to kill her right away. Cyan replied that he already killed her in his past life. When he reflected on it, he realized that there was no need to kill her, because she was already broken. From the guilt of killing Alice, Cyan lessened that burden this time, so he's certain that Cecilia would repay that debt someday. Earlier, Cyan told her that it's not a light matter. Cecilia was aware of that. Then he was about to strike her. Alice yelled no, but she was held in place by Brian. Cecilia got hit, her armor fell, and Cyan told her that she just died once, and eventually he'll ask for her payment later on. He instructed her to stay in hiding until he called for her. That made Cecilia wonder if Cyan can see the future or something. Cecilia caressed that shoulder that Cyan hit. To her, it seemed like Cyan knew that there would be a time when she'd be able to right her wrongdoings, and if that time comes, she was determined to repay him with her life. Karam inspected Cyan and asked if he's sick or something, because she felt that Cyan became kinder. She poked his cheek while asking if he's dying. They were interrupted when someone called Karam. It was Alice. Karam asked her if she's done seeing her off. Alice replied yes and thanked her. Despite being late, Alice thanked Karam again. In her head, she thought of her as a demonic sword with a personality. She wondered if they would get along. Karam smiled, rubbed her nose, and replied that it was nothing. Alice had considered that she might be a nice demonic sword. Alice pointed out that Karam seemed close to Cyan. Karam nonchalantly replied that they're not, and they just have a master-subject kind of relationship. Alice was confused. Then Karam became serious when she stated that the body is hers, so Alice better not try to take it away from her. Alice was dumbfounded. She realized she's not nice. At Lewin Academy, Dean Kundal received a letter saying that the writer had learned the answers to all his questions, and because of which, she decided to leave the Knights of Light. The letter was from Alice. She stated that the Order had strayed from their rightful path. She explained that the people that the Order is trying to protect are not the right people, and the will of the household is being corrupted. And her father is just letting it all happen too. She told the dean that she will come visit him soon since there's something she would like to discuss with him. It concerns her brother Ashel and Prince Lewinel, and she plans to tell him more when she sees him. She asked him to take care of Cayenne until then. With that, the dean realized that both families are a mess. He figured out that she's still concerned about her little brother as before. He decided to at least pretend to care for him since she asked. The dean apologized to Boris for making him wait. Boris replied that it's all right. He inquired on how Boris is adjusting in the academy. Boris replied that he's adjusting to it slowly. Dean Kundal informed him that he called him because there is something he's curious about. Boris asked what it is. Dean Kundal had a sharp gaze when he asked when Boris was going to tell him that he was working for Kundal's grandson, Prince Lewinel. He asked if there's a reason he's hiding it. Boris replied that he's not hiding it. He reasoned that it's not something that is related to his work in the academy. Dean Kundal then asked his purpose in coming to the academy. Boris replied that he's looking for someone. Dean Kundal asked if he found this person yet. Boris replied yes. Dean Kundal emits a powerful aura when he tells him to quit. He warned him that if that person that Boris is looking for is the child that is on his mind, he should quit whatever it is that he wanted to do. The aura was so powerful that Boris wouldn't miss it. He simply replied that he understands. Outside the academy, Boris uttered that he didn't expect such a reaction from the dean. He understood that Tyann had good connections. It made him more interested in the child. He was writing a scroll, and he stated that there are always new things to report. The scroll flew. Someone appeared and asked him what he's doing. A cross with wings was flying around Boris. It told him that if another human gets involved, it might become a lot more difficult to deal with. This creature is Hearthcrea. Boris replied to her that he's aware. She warned him again to be careful, especially that Karam isn't like her. Karam has a physical body. Boris decided to break away Tyann's connections first. Hearthcrea thinks it's a good idea. Boris assured her that he can take care of it. Someone appeared and asked if Boris called for her. It was Sarika. She told him that she also wanted to see him. Boris wanted to ask her about Cayenne. Boris said that Tyann stays in his dorm most of the time and doesn't attend lessons, but he is very skilled. Sarika suggested that Cyan could be born a genius. She asked if he had piqued Boris's interest. Boris replied yes and admitted that at first it was just Cyan. Then he stated that now he's also interested in those around him. He called her Sarika. Then he corrected himself and addressed her as follower of the Black Fog Mist. Sarika was caught off guard. Immediately, she took out her weapon. Boris was ready to fight back. A creepy creature with a large mouth appeared beneath Sarika, and it ate her. This creature is a hellhound, but Sarika slashed it up from the inside. Boris was amused. Then Sarika came out of it. She used Black Fog God's power, the Fog Domain. Instantly, she shredded the hellhound into bits and pieces. Boris was calm when he expressed that he didn't expect that Sarika could open up a whole new realm. He figured out that it's how she kept her mana from getting into the real world. She had no idea how he found out her identity, but she assumed he knew it would cost him his life. And if death is his wish, she will happily grant it to him. Boris manifested a book in his hand. He replied that killing him won't be easy. Sarika commented that he's full of confidence. She asked him how long that confidence would last. Several black-hooded men appeared. It was Sarika's allies. She told him that they will begin Boris' purification. Boris was ready and confident that he could deal with all of them. Meanwhile, in another setting, out of the blue, Nana sensed her papa. Cyan and Brian came out of the portal. Nana jumped for a hug. Cyan was caught off guard. Even Brian was surprised. Brian asked Emily for something to eat. Cyan fell on his butt, but even so, Nana continued to hug him. He felt that it's hard to hug her properly because of how much she had gotten. He pats her head and asked if she's doing fine. Nana looked happy. She replied yes and reported that she's been doing good with Sarika, just like what Cyan wanted. It made Cyan think that Nana is holding up fine with Sarika's training. A while ago, Cyan asked Sarika to train Nana to restrain her breakdowns. He can't allow the banquet of blood to happen again. He expected that the Hallmaster's training would be hard, but Sarika is the best when it comes to controlling instincts. Back then, Nana was wreaking havoc. Cyan praised Nana for doing a good job. Nana shared that they had no training that day because Sarika had plans. Cyan inquired what plans. Karam replied that it's probably purification. Karam shared that she told Sarika to purify that Boris guy. Cyan inquired further. Karam explained that the guy is there as an instructor, and she expected Sarika to be able to silence him since she's also an instructor. Cyan replied that there's no way Eru permitted that. Cyan became serious as he asked Karam if she realized what Sarika would be up against. Karam asked if he's talking about the scripture. Then she inquired if Cyan thinks that Sarika and the Mist wouldn't be able to handle that. Cyan sighed as he realized Karam knew about Hearthcrea. He got pissed off. He asked when she's going to tell him, and threatened her if she wanted to get punished. Karam played it cool by saying that she thought it wasn't necessary. Cyan told them that there's no time to rest. Karam inquired if he's going to her. Cyan had to because Boris's bloodline is what's really dangerous. He called Brian to tell him to take care of Emily and Nana since he's leaving. But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw Brian's face stuffed with food while he had food on each hand. Cyan asked him what he's eating. The food looked creepy, like a black donut with black filling. Brian explained that he's really hungry. He asked Cyan if he needed him to come with him. Cyan replied that he's only going with Karam. Cyan looked at him weirdly while thinking how Brian is the first normal person to tolerate Emily's food. He realized Brian had gotten stronger. Brian asked if they should just wait there. Cyan instructed him to take Emily and Nana to Brno. Nana was unhappy that her papa was already leaving. Cyan pats her head, apologizes, and explains to her that it's dangerous there. Brian asked Cyan if it's going to be all right. Cyan assured him that it's all right. He told him that they will come to them once his business has been dealt with. Karam in the background complains that she's too lazy for it. Cyan told Brian that he'll leave those two in his hands. Meanwhile, Sarika's men were down. She's also not in a good condition. In her head, the more he looks at him, the viler he appears. Zombies appeared. It made Sarika wonder if the banquet of blood was Boris's doing. She sensed that the marionettes have the same aura as during that banquet. She's also certain that those guys are much stronger. Boris smiled and probed if Sarika was already tired. He told them that it's just an appetizer, and he has the main dish and dessert to serve too. Sarika sensed something. The marionettes attacked her. She evaded them. Then she used Fog Sword rushing Fog Storm, followed by Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals, then secret technique Bloodthirst Wave. She was also attacked from behind. Boris made it rain of golden spears. Sarika ran as fast as she could to evade it. She noticed how Boris kept using advanced spells whenever she thought that there might be an opening to attack. Plus, those marionettes. She saw one agile marionette chasing after her. The marionette was caught off guard when Sarika vanished and went behind him, as more spears rained down. The marionettes chased after her. One almost got her. It seemed like they're reading her movements. Then Boris used puppeteering. Nidstang. A red glow appeared on the forehead of the marionette. Sarika watched them intently. One of the marionettes exploded. Sarika was thrown away because of the impact. She didn't expect that there's much mana stored in them. They are no ordinary marionettes? Then they collectively attacked her. Sarika was in a pinch. Loud explosion happened again. Sarika was blown away from the impact. Boris told her that it's time for her to die. He used Warhammer. Sarika saw it coming. A large Warhammer fell on her and shattered the ground. The large golden Warhammer slowly dissipates. Someone said that it's unfortunate. Boris was confused. Then this person stated that she understands now. It was Sarika. She was conscious despite being hit by the Warhammer, and she realized something about the marionettes. That they are able to track the opponent's mana, which makes them different from ordinary marionettes. Boris closed the book. Sarika also assumed that the spell book is the source of Boris's power. Sarika sat up and uttered that it must be incredible based on the mana that she can sense from it. She asked if it's a weapon of God. Boris applauded her for her incredible battle sense, along with a vast knowledge base. However, he told her that it doesn't matter. Boris used Imaginarium. The marionettes groaned, and they moved strangely. Boris told Sarika that he has plenty of puppets to play with, so she should just give up. Sarika threw her dagger on the ground and replied that she's not the type to give up. She used the secret technique expansion. Her body glowed as her shadow became longer. Then she used familiar summon, Mammon of Greed. Boris wondered how she's able to do that. The mana that he sensed from her before was completely gone. The large creature was intimidating, that even the marionettes noticed it. The marionettes charged forward as the large creature fights back with just a single punch. It hit several marionettes. Some marionettes tried to climb its hand, but they were just shaken off. Boris complained that they were unfair because those puppets were hard to obtain. Boris praised him for her amazing talent of creating a demon familiar with mana. But he told her that it only buys her time because currently she's just an empty shell with no mana. Even casting an ordinary spell would be difficult for her. Boris told her that her decision was a mistake. Sarika moved and went behind Boris' back while telling him that he makes sound as if there are no risks for him. Boris immediately used protection and created a shield to block Sarika's attack. Boris was caught off guard that he couldn't track her movements. He wondered how she's able to move so fast without magic. Sarika kept hitting the shield. Eventually, she made a crack. She was in a frenzy. She pierced right through the center. Then she told him it's checkmate. She lifted her fist and punched him. That attack completely shattered the shield and made Boris fall on his butt. Boris groaned. To his surprise, Sarika was already at him, trying to grab him. She grabbed his face and dunked his head on the ground. Boris sensed that she's not letting him have time to cast any spells. Sarika covered his mouth as she brought out her sword with the other hand. Boris covered his hand with his magic, since he plans to use a spell that can omit the incantation. He used Mine. Sarika squinted her eyes because of the glowing light, and they both got blasted away. Then Boris casted Judgment Spear. Sarika ran as fast as she could. Boris threw his spear. It rained down on Sarika, but she kept evading. Sarika's eyes were glowing as she grinned and jumped. She kicked Boris, who was in the air. Boris grits his teeth as he braces for impact. The ground shattered when he hit it. Eventually, the debris and dust subsided. Someone told Boris that it was enough for that day. As Sarika was about to deal the final blow, golden rays of light enveloped Boris. He recognized that it was Hearthcraya. Sarika cursed because the weapon of God protects Boris. The spellbook stated that they don't have any information about Sarika, so she thought she was just one of the countless servants of Eru. Sarika stepped back as a dome of barrier covers Boris. Hearthcraya continued to say that with skills like hers, it's likely that she's a high-rank officer, and in Boris's current state, he doesn't have a chance against her. Sarika watched them with confusion, because black blood drips from Boris's mouth. She realized that he's a member of the Black Blood tribe. She thought they were extinct. Boris replied that it's the reason why he tried to avoid spilling his own blood. He stated that the marionettes at the Banquet of the Blood and the Day's Stone were first created by the Black Blood tribe. Sarika was in rage as she heard that it was Boris who caused the massacre. Boris admitted that she got him. Then Boris told her that it would be difficult to continue his job there and expressed that it was such a shame. Sarika told him to shut it. Then she charges at him. Boris told her that he will see at another time. Sarika replied that there will be no next time, because she won't let him go. The large creature appeared behind Boris, and it attempted to break the barrier. Hearthcraya complained that Sarika is annoying. Boris forgot about the summoned creature. Boris saw that one of his puppets had been used as a sacrifice. Sarika noticed that they can't pierce through the barrier. If only Boris didn't have the spell book with him. Then Sarika sensed something. She wondered who it was that managed to interfere with her space and enter. She wondered if this person had an aide. Then she saw Cyan. Even Boris was surprised to see him. He asked what he's doing there. Cyan brought out Karam, and he went directly for the barrier and shattered it. The barrier that protected Boris had completely shattered. Then someone came out. It was Karam, and she expressed that she feels bad watching it. She's speaking to Hearthcrea, and right now she has this smug face on her. Hearthcrea inquired on how Karam found her. And she asked what she's doing there. They also seem to be in another dimension apart from Cyan and Boris. Karam replied that she has good instincts, and she can smell a hypocrite like Hearthcrea. She said that people like Hearthcrea emit a vile smell. Hearthcrea reminded her that she already warned her that Karam picked the wrong side. A bright light started to come out from Hearthcrea's body, and Karam was caught off guard. Hearthcrea transformed into top god's authority, Seraphim. And just like the scripture says, Seraphims are the highest authority of angels, and they are 6-winged creatures. The book with an eye on the cover appeared. Cyan faced it as more and more spells were coming out from it. Even the monster that Sarika summoned was affected by it. Cyan was trapped in a cage made of ancient letters. Sarika was thrown out of it. Sarika cursed as she knew it was bad. She worriedly called for Cyan, and when she saw his condition, even Hearthcrea was surprised that Cyan is withstanding the top god's authority. It made her wonder what power is Cyan using, because she knew that Cyan can't endure it with the help of the demonic sword's power alone. It made Hearthcrea think that Eru is hiding something more dangerous than expected. Meanwhile, Boris wanted to help Hearthcrea, since the owner of the demonic sword is already in front of them. Boris wanted to eliminate him right away. Hearthcrea told him to stop because they aren't strong enough for it. Cyan was furious with Boris. Our boy was determined to get his revenge on this fucker now. Moments later, Hearthcrea was taken aback. Cyan was able to slash her, and the book was cut into 2 pieces. Cyan went straight for Boris and stabbed him on the chest. Boris saw how Cyan broke through Hearthcrea's barrier, which made him think that the child is dangerous. It made him think about the black fog that covers the sun and how that symbolizes Cyan. He realized that if Cyan is a blade that will be pointed at Ashel in the future, then he thought that Cyan must be eliminated at once when Hearthcrea's barrier activates. Sarika saw the powerful mana and knew that Cyan won't be able to hold on against that for long. Sarika knew she needed to do something before anything bad happens. She undid her summon, just so she could have extra mana for what she was about to do. Cyan kept his grip on his dagger, while Boris tried to shake him off. Cyan used Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Boris also made sure to exert enough force to counter our MC. Their fight broke when the Hellhound appeared. It was already about to devour him. Fortunately, our waifu teacher/hallmaster was there to grab him out of danger. This girl was really fast on her feet. Apparently, Sarika used her secret technique, unified demonic human form. Cyan was confused, but then his attention shifted when he saw something. It was an explosion. Sarika and Cyan braced themselves, and a beam shoots up the sky. Boris and Hearthcrea broke through Sarika's fog domain. She realized that it's a force of a god's weapon. She said that Boris and Hearthcrea got away, so they failed the purification. On top of that, Cyan asked her why she stopped him. Sarika argues that she saved his life. Cyan corrected her, saying that he was the one who saved her life. That was news to Sarika. Sarika was annoyed, but Cyan didn't mind her. He asked Karam on the dagger form if she's all right. Karam didn't answer right away, but then replied that she's going to sleep for a while. Cyan knew that Karam felt the direct hit, and yet she managed to endure it. Cyan was determined that once the real battle is imminent, he will have no choice but to use the technique he has in mind. Meanwhile, at Brno, a commerce city located near Lewin, Alice noticed someone. She was doubtful that the person she's expecting would come, but he actually arrived. That person was none other than this old man, Dean Kundal. They stayed at a cafe. Dean Kundal expressed that it has been a while since he left the academy. Alice replied that she's surprised, because she knew that he doesn't usually leave the school grounds. Dean Kundal replied that it's because of the letter that she sent. He realized that the situation is pretty serious. Alice asked if it was because she quit the night order. Kundal laughed at it and replied that he expected her to walk her own path. He stated that the will of the household is not that important. It was Ashel and Luenel who were the bigger problems. Alice asked him if he knew something about Ashel. He replied somewhat. He asked Alice what she thinks it would be like if Ashel were to become the household head. Alice replied that countless talented people of the nation joined the Knights of Light, so it would make Ashel the leader of the Empire's strongest army. Kundal agreed and added that Luenel, his grandson, will probably command the Knights of Light alongside Ashel. Alice expressed that it's what she's worried about. Alice asked Kundal what he thinks because Luenel is his grandson. Kundal shared that Sinan asked him before on what he wanted between prosperity of the empire or the honor of his household. He uttered that it was like Sinan knew the future. He admitted that he wasn't wary enough of what they might do. Alice asked about what he said about Cyan knowing the future. Kundal replied that he isn't certain. He advised Alice that she needs to leave the empire for a while. She asked what he meant. He replied that a great disaster will soon befall the empire, and that he'll do what he can to make things right. But he can't guarantee anything. Alice was alarmed. Kundal emphasized that he's talking about the coup d'etat. He's seeing signs of internal conflict to take over the throne. Still at the Commerce City, we now see Nana, and she's so impressed. She pointed at fruits and called them weird fruits. She did the same for people and branded these guys as weird. Brian had to apologize to the offended men. Then he told Nana that she shouldn't point fingers at people. Emily asked him what's wrong when that's just how kids grow up. Brian replied that it won't be good if they draw much attention to themselves. And their priority is to head to the safe house. Emily told him not to be like that and people just perceive them as an ordinary family. Brian blushed the shit out of him. I knew this fucker had a crush on Emily. Then he scurried away. Emily was confused with his behavior. They hurried to catch up to him, but something caught Nana's attention. So she went in that direction. Meanwhile, Alice was on her window sighing. She was thinking about what Dean Kundal revealed to her. She didn't expect Ashel and Luenel to plan such a thing. It made her wonder as to how the Dean and Cyan knew about it. The door opened. Someone called Alice. Alice was surprised to see them. It was Emily and Brian. She asked them if they lived with Cyan in the academy. Emily replied, yes. Alice thought about how Cyan lives with 2 women in the academy. She questioned if that is even allowed. Brian uttered that Cyan had an urgent business to attend to, so he just sent 3 of them there. That confused Alice. Because there's only 2 of them. Nana had been missing, and they didn't even notice it. Emily and Brian turned pale as they realized that Nana isn't with them. Alice asked if there's someone with them. Brian replied that she was just there a second ago. He blamed himself. He knew that he shouldn't have taken his eyes off of Nana. Alice then invited them out. She stated that if this person is important to Cyan, then they're important for her too. She told them to look for them together. At a harbor in Bruneu, someone closed the door. The werewolf said that the pay is going to be good. They decided to report to the captain. Then they saw a familiar kid, the one who pointed at them earlier. They wondered if she's not scared of going around. They asked her where she left her parents and why she's being alone. But Nana ignored them and just pointed at the ship. Then she stated she smelled something familiar from there. The man asked her if she's curious about it. These 2 men had a devilish grin on their faces as they thought of having free money. The man coaxed Nana by saying that they had a lot of yummy food in there. Nana asked if it was candy. The man replied, yes, but deep inside he thinks that the girl is too old to fall for candy. He wondered if she's mentally handicapped. Nana got excited about having candy. Those men acted kind and told her that she can have them all for free. Nana remembered Cyan's lecture on what she needs to do if strangers offer her candy. But Nana still said yes to those strangers. She was ushered and got assisted by these thugs. They told her that there's candy loots inside the room. Nana remembered what Cyan said, that she's not supposed to ever go inside somewhere dark and enclosed if someone tells her to. But she still went. At this point, the men were thinking that she really is too stupid. Those men immediately shut the door. They felt lucky to have another prize. Meanwhile, Nana was confused at what she saw. She looked for the candy, but there were just kids in prison. She felt angry that she was lied to. Then she thought of her papa and apologized to him that she was tricked. Then she smelled something. She followed the scent. It was the same scent she smelled earlier. She stopped. When she reached where it's coming from, she lifted the sheet that covers it and told this dog-like creature that it's the source of the yummy smell. This was a high-rank red gnoll monster. It was hostile, and yet Nana reached her hand out. The monster was confused as Nana pets it. Nana asked him how he ended up there and if he wanted to be let out. The monster barked and wagged his tail. Nana moved the bars of the cage to let it out. Then someone called out to Nana. The other captured kids asked if she could let them out too. Nana had a devilish grin. Some men marched forward. They reported to their captain that they're ready. The captain was seated on a throne, and behind him is a chained, large, dog-like monster. The captain replied that all they need to do is depart from the harbor. This person is a Red Gnoll Merchant Union CEO Tolino. One subordinate asked if they would be negotiating again. Tolino replied yes. He uttered that Morris suddenly went missing, so the Gray Merchant Union is done for. Now that they don't have to pay any fees, they're going to get more money. He stated that the Garam Association pays more for younger kids, so he promised his subordinates some bonuses once it's done. The subordinate thought about how Albus, then the Gray Merchant, were falling apart. She expressed that she doesn't have a good feeling about it. She reasoned that it was her woman's instinct. They were all surprised that this person was a human. She expressed that they have to be careful. Tolino told her not to worry since they got their Gnoll champion. Suddenly, there was an explosion. They saw that it's their ship. Then someone arrived in front of them. It was none other than our candy addict dragon. She was already exuding her ominous aura as she was really pissed. Nana's horns came out as she yelled that she can't forgive bad adults. Tolino was surprised to see a draconic human. Nana pointed at them and called them liars and bad adults. Those men who locked her got annoyed that she's pointing fingers again. They charged forward and vowed to cut off her finger first. Nana punched the elf, kicked the werewolf, and headbutted the dwarf. She easily defeated 3 of them. Only Tolino was left now. Tolino was in rage. He ordered someone to bring her to him alive. Nana noticed something. It was the angry red gnoll that Tolino had. It charges forward and hit Nana. Tolino reminded the red gnoll that he wants her alive. Tolino threatened the red gnoll that he's dead if he damages the product. But they were shocked when they saw Nana block the weapon with just one hand. Then she saw something. The collar that was on the red gnoll glowed. It attacked Nana with the hammer, which made Nana step backwards. Tolino scolded the 3 for not being able to defeat a kid. The pattern on Tolino's hand glowed. Then he yelled that the gnoll was big enough to win against the kid. The gnoll roared loudly. Nana concentrated her power in her fist and punched the gnoll. The gnoll was blasted in the air. Tolino panicked when he saw that the gnoll was falling where he was. The red gnoll crashed. Meanwhile, Brian saw the explosion, and he thinks Nana was in there. He just felt a surge of mana from there. They hurriedly ran towards the direction of the explosion. Tolino vowed that he won't let the brat get away with it. He ordered the red gnoll to kill her. But then he saw the shackles. It had been broken, and since it was now out of Tolino's control, the red gnoll angrily faced Tolino. Tolino trembled in fear. Then he screamed out loud. Then the red gnoll glanced behind him. He watches Nana. Then he approached her. Nana moved, and it made the red gnoll alert. Surprisingly, Nana brought out the small red gnoll. She knew that the giant red gnoll was the mother of this small one. The baby red gnoll had been looking for his mom. The 2 red gnolls were delighted. They reunited and eventually said goodbye to Nana. Seeing this scene made Nana feel that she missed her papa. Then suddenly, someone thanked her for saving them. Those were the kids earlier. She wondered what she should do with them. She called the bad guys and told them to take responsibility and take those kids home. If they don't, Nana showed them her fangs and threatened to eat them. Those 3 had no choice but to follow her instructions. Nana waved them goodbye. She saved them all, which made her wonder if her papa will praise her. She reasons that she did a good thing and she didn't cause trouble. She badly wanted to be praised by her papa. Suddenly a hand pats her head and tells her that she did a good job. It was Tyann. Nana was pleased to see him. She asked how he found her. To Cayenne, it would be stranger if he couldn't find Nana with all the mana being spread around. Apparently, when he arrived, no one was in the safe house. It was obvious that Nana had gone missing. He made sure that Emily and Brian were in for a scolding. Cyan replied to Nana, saying that he can find her no matter where she is. She is her papa, after all. Cayenne noticed the insane amount of mana she's releasing. Few seconds later, Brian arrived and saw Cayenne. Cayenne noticed him and her sister. Brian expressed that he's glad Nana's okay. He was worried that something happened to her. Cyan replied yes. Cyan looked scared when he asked Brian if he knew what he did wrong. Brian replied yes. Brian took a beating and Alice was taken aback when she saw the person that they were looking for. She didn't expect it to be a draconic human. Meanwhile, Brian was still being scolded. At Ushif Empire's capital, Quizel's estate, someone was rushing. The man had no idea why he suddenly had a guest who was always in the academy. The guest was being welcomed by the servants. He asked him what brought him there. It was his father. Kundal told him that they have to talk. Kundal uttered that it has been 10 years since he let go of his position as Duke. That is why he didn't intend on intervening on how his son ran things, but he questioned how the fees for the estate decreased so much, while the funds going to the imperial family increased a ton. His son replied that Kundal should know, that the current empress's family has been sending outrageous amounts of money to them every year. He uttered that their political standing will be degraded if he doesn't pay them that much. Then they will put their own person on the throne. He asked if Kundal didn't want Luenel to become the emperor. Kundal got angry. He asked his son if he thinks Luenel has the qualities of an emperor. His son replied that it doesn't matter as long as it's someone from the Quizel family. Kundal uttered that it was like when his son married his dead sister to the emperor. Kundal ordered him to cut off all support to Luenel. His son argues. Kundal left, which made his son ask where he's going. Kundal was off to the palace. At Velius Vert estate. It was on the report that they found the owner of the demonic sword. Ashel set up plans each time, and now he's worried that it will be ruined again. He finds it unexpected that Alice quit the knighthood just like that, but he knew he has the stronger standing when it comes to inheriting the dukedom, and it was good news in a way. But he saw Alice's eyes full of resentment. It made him wonder if she knew something. It was getting on his nerves. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the room. This was teleportation magic. A person showed up. It was Boris. He knelt and greeted Ashel. Boris looked different, with a black eye with a red pupil in his right face, and several eyes and teeth came from his body. Ashel asked what it was. He wondered if that's the true appearance of the Black Blood tribe. Boris apologized. He didn't mean to show that form. Ashkel asked who did it. He thought Boris was at Lewin Academy. Boris replied that Ashkel's brother Cyan had driven him to that point. Ashel's expression turned sour. Boris added that he was able to achieve his goal. He took out a red marble and uttered that it's the mana of the demonic sword he found during the banquet of blood, and that he found the owner of the demonic sword. Ashel understood now. That Cyan is the owner of the demonic sword, and he was the one ruining all of his plans. Ashel had no idea until that moment. Boris uttered that he meant to eliminate Cyan, but he didn't have enough power. Ashel decided to step in. He fought Cyan before. It wasn't easy, but he knows that he can do it. Boris told him that it is not yet time. He asked what it meant. Boris shared that the followers of the Black Fog are with Cyan, so it will be hard to predict the situation. Ashel asked Boris if he had some kind of plan. Boris told Ashel to follow the prophecy, and told him that the Saintess would guide him to where the Holy Sword is. He told him to find the Holy Sword Duran D. Arc. Kellen heard them from the other side of the door. He knew that he must report to Cyan right away, but Boris was suddenly behind him. Boris uttered that they have a little rat. He grabbed Kellen's neck. He asked him where he's going to report to if he is Ashkel's subordinate. Ashel expressed that he finds him suspicious lately. Ashel was furious that Kellen had fooled him. Meanwhile, Lunav sighed as she realized that the book that she's reading doesn't contain what she's looking for. She thought about the ancient text that she found in Bori's lab. The only clues she had were texts in some ancient language. If it weren't for the spell that forced her out there, she could have found out more about it. What she managed to learn now is that there are just 2 books in the world written in that language. It's the divine scriptures and the demonic scriptures. And the book that she saw seemed more like it was the divine scriptures. But she wondered as to why something like that would be in Boris's lab. She also couldn't find anything about the usage of the content of the books. She wondered if the only option is to look in the Garum Association's archive of forbidden texts. Someone called her. She was surprised to see Her Highness, Princess Arin. Arin asked her what she's thinking about that she didn't notice when she's right there. Lunav asked her what brought her there. Arin asked Lunav if she had seen Tyann lately. The princess also couldn't help but blush upon mentioning our MC's name. Lunav replied no because she had been spending her time at the library recently. Lunav teased her by asking if she missed him. Arin blushed and replied no, and she defensively said that she just finds it strange that Tyann suddenly didn't come to school. Lunav assured her that Kyan will eventually come back. Arin asked how she could be certain. Lunav replied that she just knows, because that is how Kyan had always been. Arin became silent, seeing Lunav's carefree expression. It was as if she really knew Tyann. But then Leximus arrived and reported that there's a problem. Arin asked what's the big deal. Leximus handed a letter from the palace and urged her to read it. Arin realized that Leximus already read it. She told him that she's not supposed to do that. Leximus urged her again to read it. Arin recognized that it was her father's handwriting. The letter was a notification of the engagement between the 5th Princess Arin Severus and Cyan Vert. It was also a promise of marriage in the future. Our boy was about to get married, guys. It's official. In another scene, the Emperor thanked Violet for the cup of drink that she brought. They are in Emperor Dion's bedroom. Violet replied that it's her duty to take care of him since she's his daughter. The Emperor replied that it was nothing more than an ordinary cold. Violet wished him to get better soon because it hurts to see him in pain. The Emperor told her not to worry. Suddenly, someone called out to His Majesty. It was Kundal. He greeted the Emperor. He expressed his wish that the Emperor was well. The Emperor replied that he is, thanks to Kundal. Violet excused herself. The Emperor tried to lighten the mood, but Kundal was serious. He asked him what happened. The Emperor expressed that he's embarrassed to have such a precious guest over in that manner because of his health. Kundal told him that he shouldn't be. He inquired as to when His Majesty's health became that bad. Dion replied that at first he thought it was just a cold, but his condition isn't improving at all. Kundal apologized. He knew he should have come sooner. Dion assumed that Kundal was there because he had something serious to discuss. Dion uttered that Kundal only came to see him when something terrible was about to happen in the Empire. Dion asked if he's worried about Luenel. Kundal takes that the Emperor is always aware. Kundal admitted that he didn't think much of it, but he realized that it's much more serious. Dion released his power through his hands and assured Kundal that as long as he's alive, Luenel will not be able to cause any trouble. Kundal could see that the amount of mana is impressive, but it's very unstable. He realized that it's not only Diony's appearance that has changed. Diony expressed that there's something else that he's worried about. Kundal asked what it was about. He asked how Arin is doing in the academy. He believes that Arin is an excellent student with both hard work and talent. He's certain that she will grow up to be a proper princess. Kundal replied that Dion has nothing to worry about. Dion knew Arin had always been a crybaby. He's glad to hear that she's doing well. He shared that Arin had grown quite a lot after meeting a certain boy 3 years ago. Kundal asked if it was Cyan. Dion believes that the boy will stay by Arin's side for a long time, so he decides to get them both married to each other. Kundal just smiled. Dion was confused as to why he's not surprised. Kundal replied that he already knew what Dion had planned when he recommended Gian for the royal dorms. Dion was about to ask what Kundal thinks about the boy, but before he can finish, Kundal already answered that the boy is terrible. Dion was taken aback. Kundal enumerated why he said that. To start with, he skips classes more than there are meal times in a day. He never saw him read, and he's the worst student he ever had in his 50 years of teaching. Dion had nothing to say. It made him wonder if he made a grave mistake. However, Kundal admitted that Cyan is one of the most talented children. He stated that as long as Cyan is on her side, No one will be able to lay a finger on Her Highness. Dion was relieved to hear that. Kundal asked him what exactly he was worried about. Dion replied that he feared bloodshed between the siblings. When Violet passed through the hallway, someone was waiting for him. That person called him. It was Luenel. He asked why his grandfather was there. Violet continued walking and simply suggested that he should directly ask the person. Luenel got annoyed and screamed at her that he's not done talking. Violet stopped walking. Then she expressed that he's annoying. Luenel couldn't believe her attitude. He got angrier. He asked her if she wishes to fight him. Violet replied no, and she wouldn't lower herself to his level. Luenel raised his voice and asked what the hell she was saying. Violet grabbed his face, looked him in the eye, and uttered that Luenel should know better than everyone. She whispered to his ear that she knew that he tried to kill all of his siblings. Luenel smacked her hand and told her not to spout such nonsense without any evidence. Luenel walked away, saying that he will just go ask grandfather directly. He warned Violet that she should watch her mouth. While he's walking away, Luenel is wondering who betrayed him. And as to how much that bitch Violet knew, he knew it was bad. He wondered what Violet was scheming. Back to waifu number 1. Erin panics about the news that she is to marry Cyan. She couldn't believe that her father decided something so important on his own. Lunav suggested that she turn it down if she doesn't like it. Erin was shy to admit that she doesn't hate the idea, and she assumed that it would be beneficial for both households. She just wished her father would talk to her about it. Leximus stomped. She exaggeratedly expressed her support for the marriage. She uttered that she's a witness of the heartbreak that Erin went through. She claimed that it was fate, or God's will. She encouraged Erin to take Cyan as hers. Someone came in and asked why Leximus was being so loud in the library. It was Cyan. He scolded her. Then he added that the princess is uncomfortable. Because of the embarrassment, Erin grabbed Leximus and ran away. Cyan asked what was up with those two. Lunav asked Cyan if he liked Erin. Cyan nonchalantly replied no. In his head, his mental age is at 40s and Erin is a kid. He thought of it as disgusting. Lunav simply replied, all right. Then a smile spread across her face. Cyan asked about the books on the table. She replied that she's looking for clues in the scriptures. Cyan asked her about the scriptures. Lunav clarified that she's talking about the book they saw in Boris's lab. She heard that it's written in an ancient language. Cyan expressed that she might not find any more than that. She had to go to the archive of forbidden texts to read anything about the Holy Scriptures Hearthcrea. Cyan asked her if she had read the book on the table. The title was Chronicles of the Swordsman Fenelon. She said that it's just a travel diary. She opened it and Cyan pointed at something. Cyan was too close to her and it made Lunav blush. Cyan was pertaining to a mountain full of trees of sand. He stated that it's the mountain where the demons that lost in the God-Demon War are sleeping. Cyan asked about the part, mountain trees full of sand, if Lunav knew which mountain it might be. At this point, their faces are close to each other, and they are staring at each other. Lunav looked like she's in a daze when she simply replied that she didn't know. She inquired if it has something to do with the Holy Scriptures. Our boy replied that he's not looking for the Holy Scriptures at all. He planned to counter them by finding the demonic scriptures, Lemiharam. Lunav was taken aback. She wondered how Cyan knew about the name of the Holy Scriptures and the demonic scriptures, which only a select few of the Garam Association know of. Lunav closed the book and told him that she knew nothing about it. Cyan was about to leave. He told her to tell him if she finds something. She watches him leave. Lunav called Lamella, who was hiding behind the bookshelves. Lamella apologized and uttered that she was ordered to never let her be alone. Lunav assumes that she's there to watch her and not protect her. Lunav told her to answer her from where she is. Lamella didn't move from where she was while Lunav asked about Hearthcrea and Lemiharam and the number of people in the Garam Association who knew those names. She replied that there's very few. Even just saying those names is prohibited. She has no idea how Cyan knows them. Lunav asked her if she could get her some books about them from the archive of forbidden texts. Lamella replied that if she does something like that, she might end up dead. She's certain that Mr. Rygans will be furious. Lunav threatened her that a word from Lunav would be enough to make Mr. Reigans mad. Lunav had to know what Cayenne knew. She asked Lamella what she'll choose to do. This poor girl was already about to cry hearing those statements. Lamella simply replied, "Understood." Lunav decided to ask Cayenne later and how he came across such information. Her priority at the moment is to get close to him. She sensed that he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Cayenne walks the hallway, thinking that he expected Lunav to know about it. He had no choice but to look into it himself. Someone uttered that he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Seth encouraged Cyan to talk to him about it. Since he's a man with great empathy and emotional intelligence, he claimed that he'll be Cyan's counselor. Cyan thought Seth finally lost his mind. He asked him what he's doing. Seth asked Cyan if he's surprised to see that side of him. Cyan told him that he can't play along. He walked past him. Seth got slightly annoyed and insisted that he might be of help. In Cyan's mind, he sees Seth's brain being made of pure muscle. Then Cyan realized that Seth was from the desert. He asked him if he had heard of the phrase mountain full of trees and sand. Cyan asked him if he knew about Lemhi-Haram. Seth replied that he hasn't heard that name in a while. Cyan asked him if he's serious. Cyan's facial expression was funny because he's dubious. Seth passionately uttered that Lemhi-Haram was the first opponent to make him taste defeat. He narrated that he met him in some nameless ruins. At that point, he was 6 years old, on a journey to become stronger. He neither had the muscle nor the experience. To him, Lemhi-Haram was a great terror. Seth knew that there's no way he could win against him. He lost consciousness for a moment and woke up again. He realized that he's still alive. It seemed like he instinctively ran away. He admits that it was humiliating, but had he not done that, he wouldn't be there. Cyan verified if Lemhi-Haram is a monster and not a book. Seth replied yes and uttered that it depressed him to recall it. Cyan wondered if he had no choice but to go there, though he really didn't want to. He asked Seth where that is. Seth replied that he doesn't know the name of the ruins, but it was in a region called Nordeli. Seth stated that in Sparnian language, Nordeli means mountain full of trees of sand. That's when it clicked to Cyan. Since he was surprised, his voice was so loud that it caught the attention of other students. He asked Seth if he could take him to the ruins. Seth clarified if he wants to go together. Cyan told him that he'll get ready. Seth thought of it as an adventure with a friend. He recalled his childhood when he's crying. His mother called him a prince and asked why he's crying. Seth stated that his friends are running away from him. He claimed that he didn't break anything. His mother dried his tears and told him not to worry, that someday he will get a friend who likes him for who he is. His mother assured him that if he keeps training hard one day, he will get a friend who will go on adventures with him. The present Seth was so delighted. He realized that his mom was right. He went to get ready right away. He was so happy. Cyan got worried because he's running towards a wall. All the students who saw it were shocked. Seth just created a hole in the wall in the shape of his body. Cyan wondered why Seth was so excited. Little did they know, Lunav was hiding near the area. Cyan entered his room. Brian immediately informs him that there's a letter from the palace. Emily teased him, saying that she didn't know he was like that. Cyan grabbed the letter and he learned that they read the letter without his permission again. He warned them that they would be in trouble if they did that. He asked what it is about. Then Emily exclaimed that Cyan is getting married. He asked why and to whom. Emily replied that it's Princess Arin. Now he knew why Lunav asked him if he liked Princess Arin. In his head, it's another annoying problem to deal with. He decided to think about it later. Cyan geared up. He told them that he's going to be gone for a while, so they should take care of Nana. Nana told him not to worry. She asked if she got a mama now. Cyan replied, "Nope, never." Brian asked him what he meant. He asked if Tyann planned to go against the imperial decree. Emily told him that Princess Arin will be sad. Cyan stated that the ending of the plan that he has won't be so peaceful. He will probably go on the chase for his entire life or be executed for either insulting divinity or for crushing the hope of the empire. That is why he can't drag Arin through the mess. Emily and Brian froze on what they heard. They watched Sion leave in silence. Emily expressed that she felt bad for Cyan. She stated that Ashel is the bad guy. Brian comforts her by saying that they won't let anything bad happen to Cyan. He encouraged her to try their best and help out their young master. Nana claimed that she will too. But as you guys can see, there's something wrong here. The lovebirds turned around and were about to agree with Nana, but they stopped mid-sentence. Emily and Brian were surprised at what they saw when they turned to Nana. Nana was in the form of Cyan, except that she has horns, at Sparnia Kingdom, southeastern parts of Nordaly. Cyan commented that it was a cool rug. Seth asked him if he's talking about his alamut. Seth and Cyan were flying on a magic carpet. They got into the area in just half a day, thanks to that thing. Cyan asked Seth if he knew where they were supposed to go. Seth told him that he remembers it all. Seth stated that they just need to get through the dust storm. Cyan didn't look excited. Then he saw a red and black lightning. He realized that it's not an ordinary dust storm. Seth uttered that it's a common dust storm in Sparnia. He told Cyan to trust him. Cyan opened his eyes. He saw the sky. He wondered if he lost consciousness for a bit, but it seemed like they made it out of the dust storm. Seth asked him if he's awake. Seth announced that he's totally fine. It was funny how Cyan thought, "So what?" as he was slightly annoyed. Cyan asked how much longer they have to go. Seth told him that they are almost there. Cyan stated that he sees something in the distance. Seth told him that it was it. It wasn't that visible because of the sand. But he claims that it's a pretty large sight. Seth told Cyan that Cyan is probably the first person to step foot in there other than him. Cyan asked if he's certain. Seth asked what he meant. He asked if someone was there. Cyan replied that some people got there before them. He can feel the mana of several people. Someone alighted a camel. He announced that they will walk from there. Since they do not know what might be inside, the guy told his companions to stay alert. Cyan watched those guys from behind a boulder. He asked where those guys came from. He decided to keep an eye on the situation, but that was not the case for Seth. This fucker charged in. He attacked them. He was amused that the guy dodged. The guy asked who he was. Cyan watches with an annoyed expression. He can only think that Seth is out of his mind. Seth introduced himself as the Prince of Sparnia. He asked them who they were and why they were there. Then Seth pointed behind a boulder and told them that he's not alone, that his friend named Tyann Vert was hiding behind the boulder. Cyan could only sigh. It seems like the guy knows who Cyan is. Cyan complained that it's such a pain. The man knows Seth is Sparnia's troublemaker, and Cyan is the Vert's youngest. But it didn't matter to him why they were there, but he cannot let them go back. He attacked using a skill called Volt Section. Seth saw him charging in. They clashed. The guy was taken aback because his magic was stopped. Seth used sand molding. Then he used reverse to counterattack. The guy was scratched. If he had been directly hit, he would have disintegrated like the rocks that it just hit. He realized that he underestimated them. He heard Seth click his tongue. Then Seth taunted him by saying that he thought he landed it. The man had enough of Seth's arrogance. He called Azra, Moore, and Kendall and asked if they're just going to stand there and watch. One guy apologized in response. When Karen checked, Cyan had already taken care of those three. It made Karen angrier. He couldn't forgive them for it. Then they heard a voice saying, "Stop." It made them stop. Cyan knew whose voice it was. Seth was confused. Cyan saw Lunav. She claimed that Cyan is with her. She instructed Karen to put away his sword. Karen knelt in front of Lunav and apologized. He blushed as soon as he saw Lunav. He explained that he wasn't aware that they were with her. Lunav simply replied, "All right." She had this cold stare towards Karen. Then Lunav asked Cyan how he's doing. Her expression quickly changed. Cyan inquired on how she knew he was there. Lunav playfully replied that it's because he smells nice. Cyan told her that he's serious, and he asked her again. Karen gives Cyan a death glare. Meanwhile, Nana, in the form of Cyan, sat on the couch. The adults were talking about polymorph. Sarika explained that Nana is almost as old as a dragon. It's not perfect yet, but she'll be able to perfect it soon enough. Usually dragons use it to hide their dragon forms, but she's not sure about Nana since Nana probably has never seen a full-grown dragon. Brian knew Nana had, but he has a feeling that Sarika will get mad if he tells her. Sarika asked where Cyan was, but Brian also doesn't know. Sarika was mad that Cyan was skipping class again. Brian replied that he will tell him to attend class next time. Sarika replied that it was fine since she knew Cyan wouldn't listen to him. Then she left. Brian sighed and replied that it's hard to cover for Cyan every time. Emily agreed. At dusk, someone was surprised that they wanted to go inside together. It was Karen, and he refused Lunav's entry because it's too dangerous. Lunav assured him that Cyan and Seth are skilled. Lunav uttered that she had never seen anyone come back from that place, so she stated that they should all work together. Karen argues that he and his companions are above the 7th star, so it will be different this time. Seth raised his hand and informed them that he went in there and came back alive. Seth and his companions' jaw dropped. They wouldn't believe it. Seth was offended. He argues that it's true and that he can even lead the way. He added that there were a bunch of lizard men at the entrance. Cyan was surprised to hear that there's advanced monsters like that at the entrance, but he saw that they just destroyed the entrance earlier. A foot came out. They saw something coming out, so they got ready to fight. The creature growled. The lizard men came running out. Lamella immediately went in front of Lunav to protect her. Karen and his team got ready to fight too. They used Perfect Thunder and started zapping these monsters, while Lamella used Glare Slash. Lunav used Freeze. At that rate, they won't see the end, because there are just too many lizard men. Someone used a Void Sphere. Lunav noticed the mana. It was Cyan, and our boy just created an ominous orb that looked like a small black hole. He used Division. It was an attack that made several spheres that slashed the lizard men's bodies in half. Blood splattered. It looked chaotic. Every time the orb touched a monster, they were being cut to pieces. Karen and his team's eyes widened upon witnessing that. They couldn't believe that Cyan eliminated all of the high-ranked monsters all at once. They just saw how powerful Cyan is. Karen and Lamella had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Seth got mad at Cyan, because that was supposedly his time to shine. Cyan told him to guide the way instead. Seth stomped his feet and complained that he's not there to be a guide. They entered, and Lamella saw that it wasn't just an ordinary ruin site. Lunav replied that if it is, it wouldn't have a defense mechanism like that. They could feel the mana around the area, which made them think that the place is a dungeon. At the same time, as they approached the dungeon door, the passage that they used to enter started to be built again. After a few seconds, Cyan and the crew were now trapped inside. The door looked ordinary, except for the writings on it, but they couldn't open it since it won't budge. Karen asked his team if the removal magic does not work. One guy expressed that he had never seen that type of barrier before. Karen told him to move since he will destroy it like the entrance. He used Perfect Thunder on it. But nothing happened. It prompted him to ask what kind of mana seal is on it. Seth laughed at him for his stupid solution. Karen was annoyed. In his head, the kid has been getting on his nerves. He challenged Seth to open it. Seth touched the door, and the letters on it lit up and it opened. Then he told Karen, whom he called an old man, to use his head. Karen was tempted to kill that kid because of his annoyance. There was a growling sound behind Seth. Cyan commented that there must be monsters at every gate. Seth was excited. He claimed that monster. The monster attacked, and Seth saw that it was a strong one. Seth prepared his fist. He used Grit Cannon to attack it. They continued to make their way deep into the dungeon. There were not only monsters, but also various traps that they could not anticipate. There was also a being made of powerful mana that they had never seen before, and all the gates in the ruin could only be opened by Seth. They talked about how the ruins are reacting to Seth's blood. The conversation is between Cyan and Lunav. Lunav told him that the Chaharkans are the ones who built the place. Cyan asked her as to why she didn't tell him sooner. Lunav defended what she just found at the archive of the forbidden texts. Cyan doubted if he could believe her. Lunav replied yes, and claims that she doesn't lie to people she likes. Cyan told her that it makes her even less credible. He questioned why he would trust illogical affection. Lunav calls him an idiot in her head. Lunav stated that the Garam Association has been searching for both the divine and the demonic scriptures for a long time. They believe that divine armor would help the Garam kingdom thrive. For her grandfather, it's like a religious kind of belief. He believes that divine armor is necessary in order to obtain dominion over the continent. Cyan reacted, "Ha! Dominion over the continent? My ass." He uttered that nothing good comes out of that kind of power, that people around that person would die instead. It made Lunav question why Cyan needs the demonic scriptures. Cyan replied that he wants to ruin it instead of using it for that kind of stupid plan. He finds it more fun to be the one to ruin it. Lunav's eyes glistened upon hearing that. Her cheeks turned red, too. Our boy became confused as soon as he heard Lunav saying she had decided to help him. She looked a little flirty when she told him, "I'll help you get the book. I want to." Then Cyan called her name and told her to go to sleep. Lunav expressed that she wants to stay with Cyan longer. Cyan sighed. He decided to leave. Cyan felt flustered as to why he's talking to a kid about it, when Lunav is only 12. Lunav's cheeks were red. She called Cyan an idiot. Meanwhile, Karen spied on them and he was annoyed. Eventually, they arrived at the last door. Seth commented how he hasn't been there in a while. The door disappeared. The room was empty except for the mist at the center. Cyan asked if that's Lemmy Haram. Seth replied yes and told him to be careful. Cyan was confused. It doesn't resemble a book. Instead, it looked like the skull of some monster. Karen stated that he'll go first if Cyan is scared. Cyan suggested that they observe first. The skull's pupil glowed. Lunav advised everyone to be cautious because she can feel a very powerful mana. More mist came out from the skull. They saw it change its appearance. Its foot stomped on the ground. The skull now has a gigantic body, and it just created a separate realm. Cyan understood that it's no ordinary monster. It made him question if it's really the demonic scriptures, Lemmy Haram. But hey, this guy looked like Chopper from One Piece. I wish he also has a cute form or something like that.
Without warning, the monster lunges. Garou bolts forward, unleashing a bolt charge straight into it, but the thing doesn't even flinch. The impact does nothing. Everyone gathers their magic, synchronizing it into a single concentrated blast. They fire together, the strike knocking it down, but barely. It's still very much alive. Lunav steps in next, casting a freeze spell that locks its limbs in ice. Shouting toward Mela Aronis, she calls her in to land the final hit. Mela leaps high, slashing down with her Nova Brinker at full power. The creature doesn't budge. Then it swipes. Hard. She gets knocked out of the air. Seth retaliates, stomping the ground and channeling his magic into Sandstomp. A whirlwind builds, circling him in a tornado of grit and force. Lunav watches, hopeful. The fight seems within reach, but something feels off. That gut-twisting, sinking feeling she can't shake. The monster smashes through the cyclone with a single hit, like swatting a fly. His magic shatters on impact. It lunges again, but Cyan steps in, activating Obsession Void Sphere. The explosion of dark mana hits clean. This time it falls. No movement. It looks dead. Too dead. Everyone stands there stunned. He might have just ended it, too quickly. Coram watches. So does Garoon, eyes fixed, fists clenched. The fact that Cyan's beside Lunav, it eats at him. Before the moment sinks in, the creature starts shifting. Its form warps, fading back into whatever its original shape was. Then the realm around them collapses. They're back in reality. Cyan looks around, straight to Seth. "Where's the demonic scripture?" he asks. Seth blinks, shakes his head, saying he's never gotten this far before and has no idea. Out of nowhere, bones ignite. Blue flames crackle from the skeletal remains. Spirals of blue wind tear upward from the ground. In seconds, both are swallowed by it. The ground beneath them caves in. Mela grabs Lunav's arm to stop her, saying it's too late, that even Cyan wouldn't survive what just happened. But she doesn't flinch. She looks at the rubble, eyes hard, insisting he's still alive. She tells Mela to help her clear it. The other mage hesitates, unconvinced, but Lunav turns to her, dead serious, saying she feels him. They're linked. She knows he's still out there. Meanwhile, Cyan and Seth aren't in the same world anymore. They've landed in some other dimension entirely. Standing before him now is something else. A creature. Massive. Pure mana. Its name etched into the air around it. The Palarok. Its presence dwarfs everything that came before. He spins around to check on Seth, but what's left of the kid isn't good. His body's charred, twisted, burned through. The last attack hit him head on. Kid didn't stand a chance. Too young. Too human. His body couldn't take it. Cyan tightens his jaw, fury bubbling. The Palarok lets out a guttural roar. No one can see him here. No one to interfere. No rules. He tilts his head, a slow grin spreading, saying he's in a seriously shit mood right now. So whoever this monster is, it picked the wrong person to mess with. They both rush at each other, practically crashing mid-sprint. Cyan draws the fog sword, activates Fog Storm, and slices clean through the beast's body. But he doesn't slow down. His movements keep flowing, unleashing a chain of strikes, a full combo. He cuts off all its limbs, then takes the head. The creature doesn't fall silent. It speaks. telling him he's the first human to ever reach this point. But none of that matters, because in the end, he's going to lose. It explains that death's off the table for it. Regeneration is constant. He'll run out of stamina before the monster runs out of lives. He responds immediately, casting Obsession Void Sphere. The swirling magic devours the creature whole. Then he steps in and lands one final strike, splitting it wide open. At its core is a marble of glowing blue mana. But before the moment settles, the monster rebuilds, its body reconstituting like nothing happened. It laughs, saying he could keep cutting forever, and it still wouldn't matter. The longer it goes, the more drained he'll get. He shrugs it off, saying he doesn't mind, calls it good training. He tells the creature to keep regenerating forever if it has to, because he's not stopping. Above them, back in the rubble, Lunav and Lamella are still digging, trying to find where Cayenne and Seth fell. Lunav notes that if there's some kind of magic barrier keeping the ruin intact, they're stuck. Nothing they do from the outside will help. She quietly wishes Seth was with them again. Karen approaches, checking on her, asking if she's hurt. He tells her he's found a way out, that they should move while they still can. But she doesn't budge, says she's staying. Period. He blinks, asking what she's even saying. The whole place is about to come down. They've got minutes, maybe less. She turns toward him, firm, unreadable. Cyan's trapped. She's not leaving. If he's going to bail, fine. He can go. Karen snaps, saying there's no way anyone could survive getting buried under that. She answers without hesitation that Cyan's not dying that easy. His voice rises, screaming now. Why is she so obsessed with him? Did she ever care about them? He brings up Azra Moore, Candle, all of them, dead, right in front of him. And now what? She's going to throw their lives away too. He offers to escort her out, saying he served her faithfully for years, and if she was going to fall for anyone, it should have been him, not Cyan. He tells her no one else on this planet gives a damn about her the way he does. They're meant to be. She looks him dead in the eye, her face twisting. Contempt, plain and sharp. She says she could say that about Cyan, but not him, and that hearing it from Karen makes her feel sick. That breaks something in him. He snaps, saying he doesn't care if she mocks his feelings anymore, and if she won't come willingly, then he'll force it. Lamela steps between them, telling him he's going too far. He grabs her by the throat and slams her into the wall. Electric energy bursts from his hand, surging through her. She goes limp. He turns back to Lunav, saying it's just the two of them now. But a voice cuts through the silence. Calm, detached. "Put her down," he yells, demanding the speaker show themselves. A giggle echoes. Then the voice replies, amused. "All right, since you asked nicely, but you'll pay for opening your damn mouth." Elsewhere, Seth wakes up. He's not sure where he is. The place looks nothing like where he fell. All he remembers is the Lemmy Haram's blast hitting him straight on. That's the last thing. He wonders if he died. A voice, female, chimes in, saying no, not yet, and it's been a while. He blinks, confused, asking if she knows him, who she even is. She guesses he doesn't remember. It's been years. Apparently she saved his life once. She waves it off, saying it's fine, she's not here for him anyway. What she really wants is our MC traveling with him. She cups his face, saying she needs his body just one more time, then leans in and kisses him. His eyes flash open. His body, now reanimated, rises. Back in the other realm, Cyan is still locked in combat. Every technique he's ever learned, he's using it. The creature now isn't laughing. It's begging, telling him to stop. He doesn't. He strikes again. More slashes, tearing the monster apart, again exposing the mana marble. But this time he doesn't waste a second. He casts Void Sphere, then overlays it with Obsession, slicing the marble in two. The monster lets out a final scream, then dissolves completely. What's left turns to sand. Nothing more. A single slip of paper flutters out from the dust. He catches it and unfolds it, realizing it's only a fragment of the demonic scriptures. He mutters under his breath, all that effort for just a piece? If Karam were conscious, she would have known. But she's still down, burnt out from that last fight against the bullies, stuck in a coma with no end in sight. He glances around, asking himself why he's still trapped here. The dimension should have collapsed. The vessel's gone. But then he feels something. A bloodlust, razor sharp. He spins. Seth lunges at him. He dodges just in time, but the energy coming off Seth is wrong. Completely wrong. Something seriously off. Meanwhile, the voice speaking to Karen and Lunav finally takes shape, condensing into a shadowy figure. Its form pulses with darkness. It tells them it had no intention of getting in the middle of anything, but then Karen tried to hurt that girl. Both freeze, caught off guard. The entity adds that if the swordsman doesn't have a damn good reason, he'll just kill him outright. The atmosphere shifts, heavier than before. Crushing. This energy isn't like the other one. This must be the real Lamiran. Thinking he might still have a chance, Karen reaches for his sword, but doesn't even get it loose. Lamiran clocks the movement instantly, irritation flashing in his eyes. With a flick of magic, he seizes the man's arm and twists it. Bone cracks. He mutters how impolite it is to answer words with violence. Then he snaps his fingers. The limb detonates, blood and bone exploding midair. The swordsman collapses, groaning. But the shadow's not done. He summons a colossal hand of magic and slams it into him, pinning him to the wall like an insect. He asks again, wanting to hear his excuse, but Karen can only whimper, pleading, begging for his life. Lemihran doesn't even blink. He casts Gigant Ixia. The massive spell crushes the man's body completely, ending it. Once it's over, the shadow turns, eyes landing on Lunav. He asks where she's planning on going. She gives a small bow, thanking him, then asks tentatively if he's the Mihran, and what he plans to do with her now. He leans forward, saying he's just here to observe. The answer stumps her. She hesitates. He studies her, stepping in closer. His gaze narrows on her chest, pointing out faint traces of heart curb lingering in her aura. But someone else, someone with mana close to his, removed it. And that's why she felt familiar. He's sure now, it's that black-haired guy buried beneath the ruins. She confirms. Cyan? His interest sharpens. He asks if she's close to him. She turns the question around, asking if he's okay. Lemiran assures her he's fine, probably chatting with the spirit who owns this whole dungeon. Then he pivots toward Lamella's crumpled body, asking if it's really all right to let her die like that. Lunav looks down, pain in her voice, saying it's already too late. A wound that deep can't be healed, even with high-tier magic. She takes the blame, saying she'll carry the memory of today until the end of her life. But he offers an alternative. There is a way to bring her back, but it comes with a condition. If she's willing to accept it, he'll reveal the truth she's looking for. Elsewhere, Cyan is still locked in a brutal fight with the possessed Seth. The man's strength is off the charts now. Mana's boosted, physical power's overwhelming. Cyan is struggling, barely able to block the attacks coming at him. In the middle of the chaos, Seth lands a clean hit, nailing him in the ribs and sending him flying. No time to recover, no space to breathe. The possessed fighter even takes flight, hovering above with zero effort. When he speaks, it's not his voice anymore. He says Cyan's the first human to last this long. But playtime's over. It's time for the real fight. Cyan's eyes narrow. He demands to know who this is, but there's no answer. Just the power of the sand god, Apophis, being called forth. He braces himself, but right before the hit lands, he hears her voice. Karam's finally awake. She appears in her human form, conjuring the Black Fog's vigilance magic to block the attack. Cyan sighs with relief. She tells him she's still tired, every nap feels like not enough, and she's definitely going back to sleep once this is done. Seth hits the dirt hard, then says it's been a while since their last run-in, back during the God-Demon War. Karam doesn't hold back, snapping at her. Acting friendly now won't undo the crap she pulled with her master and hijacking a human body for fun? Not cool. She calls her by name, Sabalom, the sand god. Karam gestures to the tattoo burned into Seth's chest, saying it's the crest of the Chaharkan tribe, the ones who serve Sabalom, and accuses her of interfering with mortals just for her little desert cult. Sabalom shrugs it off, teasing her, saying she's just playing around with her master and Karam shouldn't be so possessive. Cyan watches, baffled. These two are talking like old frenemies. He cuts in, asking why the sand god is guarding the demonic scriptures. Karam answers for her, explaining the place isn't hers. She just loaned it to the tribe that worships her. They built the shrine, and after the war, she took Lamiran in for safekeeping to keep the divine armor out of the wrong hands. Then she leans closer to Cyan, asking point blank if he's after Lamiran. He doesn't hesitate, says he needs to kill someone, and for that, he needs the demonic scriptures. Even she's thrown. She didn't expect that answer. She asks again, "That's all you want?" He levels his gaze at her, saying if she gets in the way, he'll kill her too, even if she's a god. She bursts out laughing, but his face doesn't change. He means it. She wipes a tear from her eye, still chuckling, then says fine. She's made her decision. She'll tag along, watch his journey. Through Seth's body, he raises a brow, saying stealing a body like that is kind of messed up. She waves it off, saying she's only borrowing it occasionally and won't overdo it. And while she's here, he doesn't need to worry about Seth dying again, especially not from something pathetic, like a cold. Cyan stares at her for a beat, thinking if she's riding shotgun in Seth's body, then he won't die the same dumb way he did in his last life. Not a terrible deal, he agrees. She grins, saying it's time to move. She taps the ground with her foot, and the stone floor begins to rise. Before it lifts too far, she looks back at him, smirks, and says goodbye. The ground beneath them cracks open, then swallows them whole. When it spits them back out, they're exactly where they'd once been, trapped under all that rubble. Seth blinks awake, disoriented, lost. He doesn't know where he is or why he's still breathing. Lunav sees Cyan first, then Lemela. Relief washes over her face like a crashing wave. She'd been terrified he wouldn't make it back. He scans the ruins. It's absolute devastation. He asks what happened here, because if this place was under Sabalom's protection, then whatever tore through it had to be Mihran's work. Then his gaze falls on the scriptures, now in her hands. That answers that. She tells him only she and Lamella made it out. Everything else a blur of chaos since he vanished. Seth speaks up, urging them to leave, saying something's messing with his head. Some woman's voice whispering warnings over and over. She keeps saying this place is going to collapse soon, and it won't stop. Sabalom's still inside him. Cyan gets it now. With Lunav in possession of the demonic scriptures and Sabalom tethered to Seth, there's nothing left keeping this dungeon together. And so it begins to crumble. She gathers them, telling them to stay close. She's casting a teleportation spell. He hesitates, saying the distance is too far, too risky. Then it hits him. She's not casting a basic spell. She's about to use a 9th star teleportation spell. His eyes widen. Right as the whole place begins to fall apart around them, she casts it. A second later they're gone, and safe. Elsewhere, Nana is deep in her own training. She's been practicing her morphing magic, transforming herself into Cyan. No horns, no wings, no tail. A perfect match, down to the exact way he stands, blinks, breathes. Hours later, she walks into class. Everyone turns in surprise. Cyan? Here? But it's not him. It's her, giddy, living out her dream. She's curious what her dad's life feels like, picturing him spending his days surrounded by loyal friends and passionate teachers. Leximus and Aaron look her way. Leximus tilts his head, asking if she's good. Aaron doesn't say much, but she feels the weight of the engagement talk looming. As she strolls through the academy halls, she feels completely alive. It's a thrill to live beyond the window pane, to walk, to talk, to be him. No one suspects a thing, but before she can make it back to class, Sarika steps in, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. She asks what Nana thinks she's doing, wondering if she really believes it's okay to be out here like this. Nana freezes, busted. If the dean saw her, she'd be exposed, punished. Tears prick her eyes. She starts to cry, afraid, cornered. Before Sarika pushes it further, Aaron steps in, saying she needs a word. It's not the best timing, not even close, but Nana sees the out. She grabs Aaron's hand and pulls her away fast, saying they need to talk, now, in her room. Aaron stammers, shocked, blushing, but goes anyway. Leximus watches the whole thing and decides not to interfere. Back in the wild, the teleportation worked. They made it. Cheyenne pulled it off, something Saya honestly wasn't sure he could do. He's gone further than she expected, past the mark. Lamela urges him to rest, saying they should head to the nearest village. Saya turns to Seth, asking if he recognizes anything around them. He squints at the unfamiliar terrain, then nods. He knows this place. It's Nordelli, the city of the outsiders. Before anyone can speak, a group of men emerges from the shadows, blocking their path. One steps forward, his tone sharp. He wants to know why Seth has come back. Seth stares at him, then recognition clicks. Barnithi? He smiles, takes a step forward, arms open, but the man holds up a hand, halting him. No warmth, no reunion. It's been 6 years. 6 years since he vanished. And in that time, these people have rebuilt, piece by painful piece. Barnithi says if Seth feels any shred of guilt, he needs to turn back. This piece, they bled for it. Don't ruin it now. Seth reels at the words, clearly stunned, and blurts out if they hadn't been tight before. Barnithi gestures toward one of the men nearby, asking if he recognizes him. He squints, puzzled, then gives a slow shake of his head. He's got no idea who's standing there. Barnithi snaps, yelling that the guy is his son. Back when Seth was younger, he knocked out one of the kid's teeth just because he wanted another shot at training. He brushes it off, claiming it was just kids messing around. But underneath, he knows the truth. He never got married, not with all the lives that were lost. But that's not even close to the worst damage he's done. He's made a habit out of wrecking village wells. He's smashed through buildings like it's a sport. No rhyme, no reason. Instead of walking through doors like a normal person, he punches through the walls around them. Cyan doesn't look surprised. She's heard it all before. He's always been a pain since day one, the royal chaos magnet. Barnithi pleads, begging him to stay far, far away from their lands. Then, right in front of them, his body shifts, new tattoos snaking across his skin like fire. A voice cuts through the air. It's Sabalom, the sand goddess, stepping in. She refuses to watch this go down in silence, saying it's personal. He's her mess to deal with, and she won't let them rough him up. Barnithi fires back, asking what the hell she's even talking about. Sabalom introduces herself plainly, the one who treads the desert, the one who unleashed storms, the one who brought collapse with her. As she speaks, she takes form, merging into a humanoid shape, and makes a request. She wants the two of them to stay in the village. She accepts their offer. Cheyenne rolls her eyes. She's clearly done with all this divine drama. When the goddess finally vanishes, Seth looks like he's seen a ghost. He asks if they heard her too. Cyan nods, deadpan. Because of Sabalom, they're sticking around. Barnithi and his crew drop to their knees, throwing out apologies toward the sky, begging for her mercy. Elsewhere, Leximus shuts a door gently, feeling hopeful that today might actually turn out all right. She wishes Aaron a good time with Cyan. Inside the room, Aaron and Nana are still holding hands. Aaron's face glows red, her thoughts spinning, frozen in place. Nana casually mentions that instructor Sariko gives her the creeps. Aaron doesn't respond, still gripping her hand, and turns even redder. Noticing, the shifter lifts a hand to Aaron's forehead, checking if she's running a fever. She jumps back suddenly, but then she remembers. They're engaged. This shouldn't be weird. They're supposed to be close. Trying to gather her nerve, Erin decides it's time to bring up the engagement. She blurts it out, asking what Nana thinks about it. The girl doesn't hesitate. She says she likes Erin, so she's all in. Erin stops, eyes wide, wondering if she really heard that right. For a second, she thinks it's actually Cyan speaking. It feels unreal. Cyan admitting he likes her? That had always felt impossible. She wonders aloud if she has feelings for him herself. But then something shifts. She spots a tail sprouting behind Nana and immediately calls it out. Cutting back to the tin candle, the academy feels unfamiliar, like it's hiding something ancient or dangerous. It's as if a dragon, or worse, slipped through the cracks while it was left unchecked. Inside Erin's room, things are unraveling fast. She stares, stunned, as Nana morphs back and forth into Cyan. Her mind starts to spiral. The younger girl starts sobbing, apologizing over and over. Aren tries to calm her, insisting she didn't do anything wrong. Nana offers to pass on what Aren confessed to the real Cyan, but she quickly refuses. She sits down beside her, finally breathing easier. Nana helped her figure something out, but it needs to stay between them. She makes her swear to keep it secret. Then she asks her to shift back into Cyan one more time. Nana nods and transforms. After a quiet pause, Erin's face flushes bright pink as she stammers out the words, she likes him. She's finally admitted it to herself. Since the moment they met, her heart's been his. But she's also sure she's just been dragging him down this whole time. Still, she's been trying, pushing herself to change. Tears spill from her eyes as she pleads with him not to vanish again without a word. She begs him to stay. Once she's wiped her face clean, she tells Nana never to breathe a word of this to Cyan. But the girl isn't listening. She's staring out the window, murmuring that something's coming. Something big. Something powerful. Meanwhile, Leximus throws herself in front of the dean, desperately trying to block him from entering Erin's room. She says Erin's in the middle of something important. He couldn't care less. He tells her to move, then casts a spell to shove her out of his way. He hits the door with another spell and forces it open. Erin screams, demanding to know why the hell he's barging in. She says she was having a private talk with her fiancé, no less. The dean calmly tells her to step aside, adding that whoever she's speaking to isn't actually Cyan. She quickly tells Nana to run. Whoever this guy is, they're way outmatched. The shifter tries to bolt, but he grabs her by the throat mid-escape, growling and asking how she dared sneak into his academy, swearing she'll pay for it as he charges magic straight into her neck. He summons the Trinesis Holy Lance and fires a searing beam of light straight at her. It hits. The blast lands hard and she staggers from the impact. Outside, both Emily and Brian catch the flash through the window. At first they think it's just lightning, but something about it feels wrong. The unease pushes them to check Nana's room. She's not there. Brian grabs whatever clothes he can find and bolts out to search. Back at the scene, the dean's relentless, casting one spell after another, keeping her on the run. Nana dodges every blow like a blur, even after taking a direct hit from 9th star level magic. Even he pauses, surprised. This isn't just any dragon. He pulls at the ground beneath her, then slams twin stone pillars into her from both sides. Still, she's not backing down. He watches her, stunned, and asks if some divine being is riding her body. She doesn't feel fully dragon, doesn't act fully human either. So why the hell isn't she fighting back? He wonders if she's waiting for someone. Catching her breath, she quietly says she doesn't believe he's evil, and she doesn't hurt good people. That throws him. How can she tell? She says she can smell it. She can tell who's kind just by the way they carry their scent. Her teacher told her, only fight when it's time to teach bad people a lesson. He presses, wanting to know who this teacher is, asking if it was them who dragged something as unclean as her into the academy. That word hits her like a slap. Her eyes darken and her body begins to shift, scales spreading, posture changing. She's going full dragon. He reacts instantly, casting Star Judgment with lethal intent, shouting that he won't let her live. She catches the blast mid-air, flings it back like it's nothing, but he's already teleported. He warps next to her and drives a fist into her face, full force. She hits the ground unconscious. Inside the sealed room, Serena and Leximus are trapped, watching her crumple, unable to move, helpless. The dean sealed the area with his own barrier. No one's getting in or out. Serena steadies herself and tells Leximus to keep an eye on Nana. She's been close to Cyan. Maybe she'll know what to do. As if on cue, Sarika slips in quietly through the back door, having followed the noise. Outside, Brian spots people starting to gather. He quickly shuts the main door, keeping the scene hidden. The ward seals off the area. It's designed to keep outsiders from interfering. Sarika approaches the window, examining the spell. Leximus asks if there's a way to break it. She says it's impossible for now, but not entirely hopeless. The fused demonic human form shifts, voice flat, warning them, forget everything they're about to see, or she'll make sure they do. Nana's body is broken, her morphing powers gone. She's reverted to her true form. The dean finally sees her for what she is, a child. Suddenly the barrier shatters. Sarika forces her way through, stepping forward and planting herself between the girl and the dean. She won't let him hurt her. He stares, unfamiliar with her current appearance, and demands to know the connection to the half-dragon. She says it plainly, Nana is her student, and she'll take full responsibility for what happened. His tone shifts, cold, decisive. He tells her this isn't about responsibility. She needs to move. He's ending this now. Nana rises weakly, voice trembling, apologizing. She swears she's not a bad kid and begs him not to punish Sarika. Tears stream down her cheeks as she cries out. He looks at her. For a moment she reminds him of his daughter. He turns away, rain pounding harder outside. He says she's clearly hurt and needs healing, then tells Sarika to bring her to his office when it's done. The mentor shifts back to her regular form and thanks him. He warns her not to be grateful yet. They'll be discussing the consequences soon. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the crowd roars. Seth is officially crowned, now worshipped as the vessel of the goddess Sabalom. Cheers erupt around him. Seth stares blankly, confused by the crowd's cheers and the fact that he's dressed in makeup and women's clothes. Barnithi steps up, beaming, saying he always had faith in him, that he knew this day would eventually arrive. Seth's expression twists into frustration. He yanks at the outfit, ripping it apart, yelling for them to stop with this ridiculous charade. Cyan watches the whole thing unfold from a distance, lips curled in amusement. Behind them, Karam appears, cutting through the mood. She mutters that she has no idea what Sabalom's endgame is. She suspects the goddess is using Seth to monitor them, but what for? She can't figure out. The mage replies calmly that gods aren't allowed to meddle in the mortal realm. They've left her temple. She can't touch them now. Karam shrugs it off and warns anyway. She's possessing his body. That changes everything. He better stay sharp. And, she adds, they're not the only ones being watched. Lunav bursts into the room, surprised to see Cyan already there. She lights up, asking if he's been waiting for her. He nods, saying they need to talk. He asks how Lamella's doing. The girl tells him she was worried. The injuries were severe, but Lamella's pulled through. Another day of rest and she'll be fine. The internal wounds are already healed. Cheyenne brings up the teleportation spell and advanced healing magic. She sighs, realizing why he wanted this conversation. It wasn't about her performance. She was expecting him to ask how she managed to get her hands on Lamerum. In the dean's office, he leans forward, questioning Sarika on how Cayenne managed to sneak a dragonic human into the academy. The instructor looks confused. How does he already know? He says it was obvious. The way Nana endured his spells, only someone like Cyan could handle someone that powerful. She asks, unsure what he plans to do. He says he needs to talk to Cyan, though he already knows how that'll end. Cyan will sweet-talk his way through, and the dean will end up giving him free rein. Sarika starts to say she'll take full responsibility as his instructor, but he cuts her off, asking if that means she's planning to resign. He moves on, stating coldly that good and evil are already defined by the world, and what's evil is always tied to the ominous, something she should stay away from. Sure, she might carry that darkness inside her, but she was trying to protect someone. She may believe that side of her is who she truly is, but it doesn't matter. She's with the mists now, and that's still better than pretending to be pure. She blinks, surprised by his words. He turns away, saying the Empire's headed for disaster. He tried to stop it, did what he could, but fate doesn't care. As he walks away, he rests a hand on her shoulder. When the moment comes, she needs to step up and do what she's meant to do here at the academy. He leaves her standing there, stunned and unsure what to make of his warning, this looming catastrophe, this mysterious role. But just before stepping out, he turns back to ask one last question. What does Nana like most at night? Later, in the infirmary, the dean quietly enters while the girl is still recovering. He looks at her, and something in her face triggers a memory. His daughter, Diana. He whispers an apology and asks for her forgiveness. His expression softens with a quiet smile. He doesn't know why he thought of Diana, only that he misses her deeply tonight. He gently strokes her face, lingering there for a moment. Before leaving, he places a piece of candy on the bedside table. Elsewhere, Cyan and Lunav continue their talk. He starts to say something, then stops himself. She tilts her head, confused. She thought he needed something. He turns away, telling her flatly that he doesn't need it, not exactly, and she shouldn't worry herself. Unless she's planning to take it to the Garam Association. Lunav shakes her head, she'd never do that. He meets her gaze, cold and sharp, telling her not to let anyone take it from her unless she wants to die by his hands. He excuses himself, saying he needs to return to the academy. She can come by later with Seth. After he's gone, Lamerum speaks up. He asks if she really likes him. She nods without hesitation, then asks if he understands what Cyan's trying to do. She calls him Lem. He says he doesn't fully get it yet. He's still learning about Cyan too. He steps closer. She tells him she's all in. No matter what it takes, she's going to help Cyan. He says she's free to do that. As long as she honors her end of the contract, his truth is hers. Then he raises an eyebrow, asking why she keeps calling him Lem. She grins. Lemaram is just too long. Meanwhile, Brian hasn't stopped training since the dean's attack. He's haunted by what Anstetica told him. He followed every word, gave it his all, and still, it's not enough. He's not talented, and he knows it. He blames himself for being weak. He has to get stronger so he can be of use to his master. Lost in that thought, something dark steps into view. A shadowy entity confronts him, demanding to know where Cayenne is. Brian says he's not here right now, but he senses it. Thick, suffocating mana radiating off the figure. He quickly activates an artifact, raising a barrier around them. He attacks, telling the creature to back off unless it wants a fight. Brian blocks a sword strike with his combat counter, slashing through with a counterattack. He manages to wound it, but the thing doesn't slow down. It charges him again, unleashing a flurry of chain strikes. Whatever it is, it's definitely not human. Again it demands, "Give me Cyan." Brian lands a clean hit, right to the face. The helmet shatters. The figure's identity is revealed. He recognizes the intruder, Kellen, a former subordinate of Ashel, but his appearance has changed, drastically. Cyan has finally reached the moment to leave the village alongside Karam. She is asked if he intends to go alone, and he has told her that Lunav can return with Seth once Lamella recovers. But he himself has found no reason to remain any longer. She has given a sly look, wondering if he's fine with Lunav being upset. He has assumed she wouldn't care much. Karam has let out a tired sigh and claimed he's destined to end up alone. He has responded without hesitation. Solitude doesn't bother him. The second he has stepped into the teleportation portal, he has landed right in the chaos, caught between a clash erupting between Kellen and Brian. He hasn't been able to grasp the situation. Blood has covered the younger man, who's already taken a bad hit, and Kellen's appearance has completely altered. Brian has shouted a warning, urging him to stay alert. This hasn't been Kellen anymore. The former warrior has lunged forward, aiming to strike, but Karam has reacted fast, calling on the Russian fogstorm and tearing him apart in seconds. Brian has looked completely stunned, barely believing how effortlessly the mage has handled it. All he's managed to feel is that he's become nothing more than dead weight. Cyan has turned toward him, pointing out the severity of his wound and advising rest. He has done enough while Cyan's been gone. Now it's his turn to take over. Cyan has approached the fallen Kellen, breathing hard, asking whether he's still conscious. Using what little strength has remained, the man has warned him to stay cautious. Ashel and Boris have already gotten their hands on the holy sword. The news has shocked Cyan. In his previous life, they hadn't reached it this early. The situation has begun spiraling faster than he's ever calculated. Kellen's form has faded, leaving behind only his warning to stay careful. While Cyan has watched him disappear, offering a silent farewell, he's seen what they've done to Karam, turned him into a puppet. He hasn't had to think twice to know who's responsible. Brian has pulled himself up, asking what exactly happened to him. Cyan has crouched by the fallen figure, picking up a stone, the seal of Reuniversal, an ancient, corrupted magic that bends a person's mind, forcing them to turn on their own. They've weaponized his shadow self against him. Regret has crashed down. He's realized he should have killed Boris when he had the chance. As long as that bastard remains alive, this nightmare will keep repeating. He can't afford another repeat of the past. He's made up his mind. Boris has to die. He's turned to Brian and told him to prepare to leave. The other hasn't understood what he meant by that, so Cyan has clarified. They're leaving the academy. Their destination, the Vortsdachi Temple of Lumendel. Meanwhile, Ashel has stepped into the palace and approached a woman standing at its center. She has greeted him, acknowledging the time since they've last crossed paths, referring to her as Nafrudit Iris. The woman has smiled, revealing her face, noting how rarely he's used that name anymore. With a puzzled tone, she has asked if he hasn't come with Prince Luanal. Ashel has kept it simple. He hasn't been involved in that anymore. She has smirked in amusement, teasing that the rumors surrounding Prince Violet must hold some truth. He hasn't taken the bait and instead brought up the revelation she's apparently received. Her laughter has echoed as she confirmed it. The holy sword rests on the hill where the scenery of the Guardian can be seen. She has speculated that this scenery must be linked to the estate of the continent's guardians, which is why she's wanted to meet him. She's believed no one else would know its most likely location better than he does. He's admitted he's had a guess. Still, a question has nagged at him. Why has it been located so close? She has stepped nearer, saying that the truth doesn't always lie far off. That's what Lamenter's love has felt like. At the same time, Cyan has faced the dean, presenting a stone and asking if he's recognized it. The older man has immediately identified it. Cyan has explained that he's discovered it inside the academy, but before he's finished, the dean has cut him off, assuming he's tangled himself in more trouble again, dabbling with forbidden magic. Without giving him a moment, the dean has also asked how long he's planned to hide a dragon in his room. The realization has hit Cyan. He's completely busted. The dean's anger has exploded. He's shouted that Cyan's behavior has been insane, and that he should leave if this is how he intends to act. Cyan has agreed, admitting things will get worse if he remains in the academy. The older man has slumped back in his chair, surprised at how compliant Cyan has been acting, and asked what's gotten into him. Cyan has explained, the seal of reversal belongs to someone behind the banquet of blood. That person has to be stopped, and he's the one who has to do it. Otherwise, innocent people will keep getting dragged in. The dean has sensed the rage simmering inside Cyan, wondering what has driven him to this point. After a moment's pause, the man has picked up the stone again, preparing to share something unusual. He has asked Taiyan if he knows what closely resembles the stone, something called the Day's Stone. There's a theory that both originate from the same source, tied to the Black Blood tribe. Though that group has been thought extinct, rumors still whisper of a few remaining in the slums of Exilium, near the capital. Taiyan has been taken aback, asking why he's only hearing this now. The dean has handed the stone back, telling him to stop carrying everything alone and that he needs to pay attention. The century-long peace that's held the world together is unraveling, and if they fail to protect that one piece, the academy itself will be lost. The older man's voice has gone firm. He must play his part, and the dean will play his. In a memory from years past, during one of their older conversations, the dean has warned him he wouldn't find anything good in that place. Whether he faced trials or destiny, it wouldn't serve him. That's what it's like to live as someone else's weapon. Now Taiyan has understood those words. His past life has held nothing good. Stepping out of the room, those words have lingered. Don't shoulder it all alone. He has wondered if this has been the real advice the dean has given him in this life. As he's walked through the corridor, Sarika has appeared, asking whether he plans to leave and whether he intends to kill Boris. She has been listening the entire time. She has stated that Taiyan was always going to be a target. He's asked if she plans to join him. The instructor has declined, saying she would like to, but she's had to stay behind and fulfill her role, especially now that the dean knows her truth. Taiyan has asked whether the older man has discovered her real identity, but she has realized that he's known from the beginning. Karam has appeared, pointing out that the dean hasn't earned that title for no reason. He's not someone to underestimate. Sarika has said that he probably has a plan, but she's leaving Boris to Taiyan. And as a parting note, she's asked him to pass a message before killing him. Tell Boris to go to hell. Taiyan has acknowledged the request, assuring her Boris will suffer hell long before reaching it. In the fields near the very Duchy, Ashel has found the entrance to the Duran Dark Sword. It has been surprisingly close to the estate. After hours of traveling, he's asked her if it's really the holy sword. Both have been struck by the glowing aura and visual force of the weapon. He's taken hold of the blade and called its name. Eris has felt uneasy about how crookedly it's embedded in the ground, but has assumed it's probably fine. Suddenly, a woman's touch has reached him, claiming him as the heir to the god of light and her master. With a flick of her finger, she has hurled him into the air. Anger has flashed across her face. She has cried out in frustration, saying he's taken too long to return. Tears have spilled as she shouted at him, calling him a fool and berating him for leaving her behind. She has pointed at him, promising she will never forget, and never forgive, what he's done. Once he managed to stand, he realized the figure in front of him was nothing more than a child. Ares had taken form within the space, clearly not an ordinary presence. She must have originated from this blade. She must be the spiritual embodiment of Durandark. Her appearance was a surprise. He had never imagined her looking like this. With tears still falling, she motioned to herself and blamed everything on Ashel. Then her voice broke into a scream, wondering how he even knew, as if he'd walked into this moment with the foresight of a prophet. She explained that the wielder of the demonic sword had stolen her power and demanded that Ashel retrieve it as soon as possible. Back at Lewin Academy, Taiyan remained by Nana's bedside while she continued to rest, recovering from the last battle. Relief quietly settled over him. She hadn't been hurt too severely. She had survived an encounter with the most powerful mage on the continent, and that fact alone left him astonished. She had reached a point where she no longer relied on him. While he reflected, Brian entered the room, his first words apologetic. Qian looked at him with confusion, but the knight confessed that he'd felt like a disappointment, never good enough to call himself his guardian. The young mage fixed him with a plain look and told him to do better. Rising from the chair, he said there was a destination he needed to reach. Brian asked where he was headed, and Taiyan mentioned a location on the outskirts of Lewin, leaving the rest for Master Sarika to explain. He instructed the knight to go on ahead. He'd catch up later. The shift in Brian was instant. He lit up with energy and determination, ready to take on whatever came. Just before leaving, Taiyan turned back to acknowledge him. If it hadn't been for Brian, Nana wouldn't have grown the way she had. That much was beyond even his reach. He told the knight he'd done well, then walked out. Down the hallway, Emily rushed after him, holding a lunchbox and a strange monster-themed hood. She called out, saying she'd packed him food, but he had already disappeared from view. Elsewhere, within the Northern Asians' quarters, Rygans, the leader of the Garam Association, stepped inside. He turned to his subordinates, demanding confirmation that this had been Karen's last known location. Under his breath, he muttered about the younger mage's ambition. Such bold goals, wasted in a place like this. He reached down to retrieve an artifact and activated it with a spell designed to summon the dead. Mana surged through the ancient runes, reshaping into Karen's form. Rygans wasted no time, asking about the fate of the demonic scriptures. The resurrected mage replied that they had vanished, now in Lunav's possession. The elder pressed further. What purpose had brought her here? Karen explained that Kayan Vert had been hunting the scriptures, and Lunav had joined in to help. Rage ignited in Rygans at that, and he dismissed the younger one on the spot. Turning to his followers, he ordered them to locate Lunav and bring her to him immediately. Beneath Exilium, in the city's hidden pathways, a group of half-humans gathered. They'd been collecting a rare type of mana stone, one too volatile for normal humans to endure. Only creatures like them could handle its power. A half-panther laughed, making a joke about how the city had earned its name, the City of the Dead. A bunny-eared hybrid cut him off, urging caution in his words. Mr. Boris had been waiting for them. Before any of them had a chance to react, Cyan emerged and instantly took down the four-armed one. The others snapped into position, preparing to retaliate, but he sliced through the flames with precision. Their caution turned into full-on defense, but he summoned the fog storm again, cutting straight through the half-panther. Only the bunny remained standing. Cyan stepped toward her, asking for the one he was looking for. She recognized him instantly, Cyan Vert. In panic, she triggered a massive fireburst, destroying the entire space in an instant and blasting him back. Far from the chaos, Lunav sensed a sharp jolt. Something had gone wrong with Cyan. Carmilla and Seth noticed and asked what had happened, but she brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. Seth, trying to shift the mood, showed off his enchanted rug. He explained that it was Lunav, the name passed down with the rug through generations of the Shahar Khan family, the Arawats. It could take them to the academy in a matter of seconds. But the young woman had already carried one of her own, meaning they had had no need to share. Lamella added that the artifact belonged to the Garam Association, a group known for gathering rare magical items, so objects like the Arawats were common in her world. Lunav urged them to speed up, pushing to reach the academy faster. Worry tightened in her chest. Something had clearly happened to Cyan, and she couldn't shake the dread. Exilium has been left in ruins, scorched earth blazing beneath the collapsed stone. Cyan stood untouched, shielded by the Void Sphere spell. The bunny hybrid ended her life in a desperate final move, igniting herself in the explosion. Scanning the wreckage, he spotted mana stones scattered across the area. The fire won't die down unless dealt with directly, so without hesitation, he conjured the air void to siphon the flames away entirely. As always, Karam took the opportunity to poke fun whenever he did something remotely heroic, telling her to take a closer look. The half-humans caught in the blaze hadn't died, they'd vanished. She half-joked that maybe they'd been reduced to ash, but even she knew that's impossible, not in such a short span. Cyan believed they'd gone underground, likely through a hidden tunnel. He suggested confirming it firsthand, but before taking another step, a crowd formed behind him. A gathering of beasts, hybrids, and other creatures blocked the exit. Their demand was direct. A human like him had no business here. They told him to leave the city. Karam questioned their attitude, irritated they'd turned on someone who'd just extinguished a fire that could have burned them alive. Cyan brushed her off, stating simply that they'd never wanted him here. This land, once a quiet beast village, had lost its peace long ago, shattered during the chaos of the god-demon war, when the demon-dragon Leviathan invaded. Though the dragon had been defeated by Ligvez, the hero of the light god, the aftermath left a worse curse behind. Its decomposing body birthed the mana stones, whose energy twisted everything. Residual power turned Exilium into an abandoned wasteland. The aroma of that mana mutated those left behind, birthing beast hybrids like the ones now in front of him. They survived by mining the very stones that cursed them, all while harboring bitterness toward the humans who cast them aside. One of the half-humans stepped forward, trying to force him out by violence. Karam casually suggested wiping them all out, but she decided it wasn't worth the effort. Too much work, too little payoff. They left instead. Not far off, the bunny hybrid handed the mana stones over to the panther. None of them had perished, not even the four-armed one, who regenerated, his neck fully restored. If not for Boris's enchanted bow, they wouldn't have survived the earlier battle. The mage materialized then, asking whether his involvement had caused them harm, and informing them that Cyan had reached the area too, apologizing for the chaos. They dismissed his concern, saying there was no need. In their eyes, he'd been the aggressor, attacking first. They hadn't realized who they were dealing with until it was too late. As far as they were concerned, Cyan was no match. Boris feigned guilt, but they encouraged him, claiming that without the funds he funneled from his palace work, they would have starved. Now's their chance to return the favor. They had his back. He told them not to overdo it, making it clear he'd be the one to settle things with Cyan. The panther lifted the box of mana stones and handed it over. It wasn't a huge stash, but enough. Boris took the box and slammed it down, releasing the stones. The impact triggered a ritual, magic lighting up the ground beneath him. Earth confirmed they were short on time. Someone had already discovered them, closing in. In that instant, while their focus was elsewhere, Cyan launched another attack, but the panther intercepted him mid-strike, flinging him back. He grinned through it, surprised they were still alive. The panther grabbed him and barreled through the wall, dragging him outside. Boris turned to Earth, saying this had been the only viable way to beat him, and began chanting, a call to awaken the Leviathan, the same beast that once raised the village. At Lewin Academy, inside the royal dormitory, Leximus and Aaron lounged together. He noticed her mood shift and asked what had been bothering her. She flushed, looked away, and said she couldn't bring herself to face him. Leximus pointed out that he'd never been the one to come see her first anyway. Her frustration briefly flared, but she managed to calm herself, suggesting they return. He offered some comfort, reminding her their purpose here was simple, just to check on Nana. Then, just down the hallway, they spotted Seth, Lunav, and Lamella standing near Kyan's room. Aaron asked if they were also here to find him. They nodded but explained he hadn't returned. She tried to reassure herself, convinced he'd come back. He was never good at sharing how he felt, not with words. But this time it was different. His presence, his scent, everything about him had vanished. She began to worry he wouldn't return at all. Aaron ignored him and asked Lunav whether she had any idea where he might have gone. She replied that it needed further investigation, ordering Seth to search the academy for any leads, then sending Lamella to the Garum Mage Association to gather updates. Aaron decided to return to the palace to gather intelligence. Before leaving, Lamaharam approached Lunav, warning the search wouldn't be simple. Every trace had been erased so completely that even Kyan couldn't be tracked anymore. Aaron and Leximus raced toward the palace, urgency pounding in her steps. She couldn't shake the gut feeling that he might vanish forever if she didn't act. She refused to let it happen, vowing to find him before it was too late. Meanwhile, back in Exilium, Cyan engaged the beast hybrids. He started to suspect that Boris had twisted their mutation, no longer a curse, but a power they could wield. No matter how many blows he landed, their bodies regenerated each time. He accused them of being nothing more than puppets, yet somehow they moved with purpose, with free will. The Panther grinned, remarking that a human like him could never grasp what it truly means to exist as a monster, or to survive in their world. Brian has been packing the last of his belongings, preparing for departure. He expressed relief that the safe house is nearly secure. Emily praised his efforts, telling him he'd done well, but then hesitated, wondering aloud whether Kyan even knew they were here, and whether he truly planned to join them later. Brian reassured her that Instructor Erica had said so, and that they'd had no choice but to trust him for now. Still, she couldn't shake a creeping sense of dread. Nana's mood hadn't helped. She'd been visibly gloomy, staring out the window for what felt like hours. She was clearly upset, hurt that Cyan had come and gone while she slept, too late to even realize he'd been there. Brian understood that more than anyone, she'd taken this the hardest, and he felt the weight of that moment, especially after Cyan had told him that even he couldn't manage what Brian was doing now. He approached Nana, asking what had gotten her so down. She responded, blaming herself, saying her papa must have run off because she caused trouble. He tried to comfort her, gently placing a hand on her head, assuring her that none of this was her fault. She hadn't done anything wrong. Cyan would return. They just needed to be patient and stay strong until then. As she wrapped her arms around him, she muttered that Cyan was stupid and insisted that Brian scold him later. Elsewhere, Cyan remained locked in combat with the half-humans, struggling to gain ground. They threw everything they had in a desperate attempt to slow him down. The bunny hybrid hurled a Sangu grenade, erupting into a violent blast of fire. She assumed there was no way he could dodge in time, but he reacted instantly, swinging Karam and unraveling the magic. Shock spread among them as they realized someone so young had mastered techniques of a swordmaster. The four-armed hybrid issued the command to strike from all directions, insisting he must have a blind spot somewhere. They were told not to let him counter. Karam observed their movements and pointed out the obvious. They were all following identical attack patterns. Cyan recognized it too and moved to exploit it. He activated the Thick Fog 8th form, Assault, dashing through them and cutting down his attackers. Just before he reached the four-armed one, the bunny launched a flaming arrow at him, warning him to stay sharp. He summoned the Void Sphere to absorb the flames effortlessly. The Panther came at him from behind, but he evaded the ambush and appeared behind it instead. In one swift motion, he unleashed Fogstorm, slicing the creature apart. He then decapitated the four-armed hybrid and dashed toward the bunny, splitting her cleanly in half. At last, they grasped the truth. They had stood no chance. The power gap was impossible to bridge. Even so, their bodies began to regenerate, limbs and heads returning. They told him that defeating him was never the goal. Cyan demanded an explanation. If winning wasn't the plan, why start the fight at all? The Panther, still grinning, confessed it had all been to stall for time. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath them. He felt the surge of dark mana, a storm of pressure rising from beneath. The ritual Boris had been crafting had finally reached completion. The dragon stirred, and as the sky darkened, Cyan realized the unthinkable. Boris had actually brought Leviathan back, reanimated as a puppet. Karam recognized the beast too, stunned to see it again. Cyan knew immediately that if that dragon ran wild in this era, the consequences would be catastrophic. He decided he wouldn't allow it. The Leviathan awakened in full, and atop its massive form, Boris took control. The first thing the dragon did was snap its jaws shut around the Panther hybrid, devouring him in a single, brutal motion. The others dropped to their knees, paralyzed by disbelief. None had expected this betrayal. Even Cyan paused, stunned by the sheer brutality. Karam leaned in to explain that it hadn't merely consumed the hybrid, it had used him as a mana sacrifice to amplify its power. He asked why such a creature would need sacrifices at all. Karam guessed that it was likely still recovering damage inflicted by the divine scriptures. The bunny screamed, horrified by what Boris had done, insisting this wasn't part of the deal. He responded with a smile twisted in madness, claiming it was all for the greater good, even as he laughed maniacally through the explanation. Only then did the remaining half-humans understand. They had been tricked, betrayed, used by someone who never saw them as anything more than tools. Across the wider city, other beast hybrids noticed the dragon's return. Its gaze turned to them, charging energy in its mouth. Boris, still consumed by laughter, pointed toward the city and declared that all of Exilium's people would now repay what they owed. Panic spread instantly. Screams filled the streets as everyone scattered, desperate to escape the impending blast. The bunny begged him to stop and fired off a desperate explosion at the dragon in a last-ditch effort to halt the attack. Boris turned to her with a look of disappointment, stating that he had believed they were friends. Then he ordered the dragon to retaliate with fire. Before the flames could consume her, Cayenne stepped in, summoning Void Sphere, predation to absorb the inferno before it could land. The dragon has unleashed another wave of fire, surrounding Cayenne and the bunny hybrid in an inferno. He absorbed the flames again and followed up with a clean, forceful swing of his blade, slicing through the blaze and extinguishing it entirely. The arc of the swing hasn't stopped there. It reached the dragon's body and knocked the beast to the ground. Boris stood frozen, stunned that such power had come from what looks like nothing more than a dagger. Earth Decree corrected him, explaining that this energy has never originated from the weapon itself. Cyan altered the form of the blade through his own force, the initial transformation, nirvana of repentance. Launching into the air, he closed in on the dragon. The guy tried to intercept him by activating Flashing Rain, sending a volley of rapid strikes, but Cyan redirected each attack without effort. Following through with another swing, he cut clean through the dragon's arm. The massive limb fell toward the citizens of Exilium, leaving them no time to react, but Cyan quickly initiated the 8 fluttering pearls, slicing the arm into scattered fragments mid-fall to protect the city below. Boris only laughed, brushing off the concern for others and claiming that Cyan is destined to become the next offering in the ritual. The dragon drew in a long, deliberate breath, charging another ominous blast, but Cyan's shield returned to his side. Bracing himself, he engaged a fortified rising fog, neutralizing the magic with a single decisive strike, and hitting the dragon in the process. He then leapt straight to the dragon's head, arriving before Boris could even notice. Cyan confronted him, revealing how long he had waited for this chance. There would be no escape this time. Summoning his ultimate technique, Black Fog, Arc Adamant, an annihilating spell capable of leveling entire cities, he landed the attack before Boris could react. Meanwhile, Lamaram and Lunav continued their search for him until Lamaram suddenly picked up on his energy, declaring that he had located him. Lunav asked whether he'd pinpointed the exact spot, her eyes catching on the transformed appearance of her companion. He gestured to the map, stating the coordinates with certainty and naming the location, Exilium. She recognized the name and questioned why he would go to an abandoned slum. Lamaram admitted he wasn't sure but had sensed an ancient dragon there. He was vaguely familiar with it, but would need to see it firsthand before saying anything for certain. Lunav's concern deepened at the mention of a dragon that ancient, but he downplayed it, insisting she shouldn't stress. It was barely more dangerous than an overgrown lizard compared to Cyan's strength. At that moment, Lamella stormed in with a group from the Garam Association. Lunav asked for an explanation, and the leader told her that the Garam faction suddenly forced their way in and announced that the president had summoned her. She must go with them now. Lamella leaned in quietly, confessing she had a bad feeling about all this and would try to buy some time. Lunav whispered back in surprise, asking why she was helping if she was loyal to her grandfather. The woman looked away, saying Lunav once saved her life, and this was her way of honoring the path of the night. Lunav smiled faintly and asked her to deliver a message to Princess Erin. The Garam subordinates started pressuring her to move faster, but Lamella reassured her not to worry and promised to deliver the message when she could. Lunav reluctantly complied and followed them, guessing it must be related to what happened at the ruins, and assuming the president might now target Cyan. She made up her mind to stop him before that happened. Back in Exilium, the battle was finally over. The dragon lay defeated, permanently he believed. Boris had vanished, apparently disintegrated, but the peace was short-lived. Shouts erupted behind him, accusations flying. People screamed that everything had gone wrong because of him, blaming him for bringing ruin, shouting that it was all because a human showed up. Others hurled false claims, demanding he leave. Karam muttered again that killing them would be simpler, but Cyan dismissed the idea, saying it was fine. This way, his weight wouldn't have to stretch on as long. Hours passed before word reached Luinal Severus. When he heard of Boris's death, fury took over. He cursed the man, calling him a useless bastard, shouting that he rescued him from the gutter and reshaped him into someone closer to human, only for him to die without paying back the debt. Then Ashel stepped into the room, asking if Luinal had sent for him and what he wanted. The Emperor erupted, screaming that Boris was gone and Exilium was ruined. Ashel responded calmly. He had already known. Luinal demanded to know why Ashel hadn't come to him the moment he found out, but the other coolly replied that he had business elsewhere, something more pressing than Luinal, and now he was confident he knew who caused the downfall. The Emperor frowned, puzzled how Ashel could know, but the mage dodged the question and told him to prepare for departure. Their next stop was Luin Academy, and he was already making arrangements. Luinal asked who they were going to see, but Ashel told him to wait and promised to explain on the road. Humiliation settled in. Luinal realized that Ashel held the reins, and he was the one being pulled along. Elsewhere, Boris turned out to be alive, barely. Dragging himself across the ground, broken and gasping, he soon lost his strength and collapsed. Cursing his luck, he mumbled that resurrecting the dragon was a failure and admitted his shame. Had the plan worked, he could have healed himself. Nearby, Earth Decree, severely damaged, spoke to him, telling him it was all right. There was still an offering nearby, one strong enough. Boris looked up in fear, asking what it meant and what it intended to do, but the being told him not to be afraid. This was the will of God. Then it consumed him, sacrificing Boris in order to restore its own strength. In the proximity of Luin, the royal carriage has been rolling steadily toward the academy. Luinal Severus has grown visibly restless, demanding to know the identity of their intended contact. Ashel, keeping his gaze fixed on the passing landscape, has calmly explained that they've come to seek an alliance with the academy's dean regarding Cyan, Luinal's younger brother. The elder, baffled, has questioned what connection Cyan might have to anything relevant. Ashel has revealed that our MC has been the one to eliminate Boris, and that he currently holds the demonic sword while also serving as an assassin for the clandestine syndicate known as the Mist. Luinal has frozen in disbelief, unable to accept it without certainty. The mage has confirmed that the details have come at the cost of Boris's life, and every disruption they've encountered has pointed back to Cyan. The realization has finally settled in. He has played them all along. Ashel has added that a bounty has already been issued, and he's confident the Academy has become aware by now. The elder, disturbed, has asked for clarification on the bounty. With a slight grin, Ashel has stated that Cyan has been tied to the banquets of blood and labeled as the mastermind behind an assassination network. Their crimes can all be pinned on him cleanly. Though the mage has claimed that turning against his brother brings him sorrow, he's convinced that eliminating him has become necessary for both justice and continental stability. This, he said, is simply divine will, an unavoidable path laid out by the god of light. Elsewhere, Lunav has entered a chamber where her grandfather has been waiting. She's demanded to know why he's come all the way to Luan. Reagan, taken aback by her lack of hesitation, has wasted no time and accused her of accompanying Cyan to the Nortelli ruins and assisting in the theft of the demonic scriptures. She's denied any involvement. The elder, enraged, has accused her of shielding our MC and unleashed a gravitational spell to pin her down. Despite the crushing pressure, she has stood firm, challenging the baseless assumption. Her resistance has surprised him. She's endured mana intensity far beyond his expectation. He's reminded her of her future within the Garam Association, warning her not to be ruled by sentiment. He has then amplified the gravity, forcing her closer to the floor, but she's had enough. She has cast the spell away and declared that he won't extract anything from her. He's hesitated for a beat before snapping his fingers, triggering an enchantment. Tendrils of magic have erupted from the walls, ensnaring her. He's declared that she won't even get the chance to regret this. She's asked whether he intends to kill her, but Regan has insisted that the association's future can't be discarded. Strange glyphs have flared along his arms, runes of Narasha. She's recognized his attempt to fracture her mind. The elder has vowed to erase the memories he finds useless, hoping to resurrect the version of her he once preferred. Meanwhile, Ashel has been stationed outside Cyan's royal quarters. He's sensed our MC's presence along with his allies. Turning to the Holy Sword, he has asked whether she can trace his location. She studied the sealed door and declared it wiped clean. Someone has purged every trace. Her mood has soured at the knowledge that this has been the residence of the one who insulted her, and she's promised quiet retribution. The mage, conceding that the interrogation strategy has failed, has reminded her that palace troops have already been dispatched. It's now a waiting game. She, skeptical, has muttered her distrust in humans and dismissed the delay as his problem to deal with. Elsewhere within the academy, the dean has just finished reading a sealed letter, muttering to himself about the complexity of the situation. Without warning, Luinel has barged into the room. The dean has greeted him with a cold stare. The visitor, unsettled, has accused him of harboring resentment, denying any friendliness between them. The dean has responded calmly, but Luinel has persisted, blaming him for cutting off Kizel's funding and poisoning his father's perception of him. The elder has refuted it again, claiming he only sought to prevent bloodshed. Fury has crept into Luenel's voice. He insists that others, Violet, Fabian, Nerovian, and Aaron, are all clawing for the throne and would stop at nothing to secure it. The dean has dismissed him as pathetic, telling him that the throne belongs only to those who've matured enough to lead, not to those who grasp for it. He's turned away, reminding the young man of his father's efforts to maintain peace and urging him not to unravel it. Luenel, with a bitter grin, has scoffed at the idea. He's pointed to the dean, accusing him of hypocrisy for raising a demon under his roof, and demanded Cyan's location. Before the dean could respond, Aaron has entered the chamber, startled to see Luenel present. She's admitted she had only come to inquire about our MC. The prince has rudely dismissed her, but the dean has promptly ordered him to leave, reminding him that she had requested this audience first. The younger man has protested his rank, furious over being made to wait. The dean has attempted to mediate, but the argument has escalated until Ashel has walked in and announced that the dorm has been found completely vacant. He's declared that Cyan now poses a threat to the Empire, and urged the dean to cooperate. Aaron, horrified, has asked what he meant. The mage has explained that our MC has been implicated in the Banquets of Blood and the Exilium disaster, backed by a web of eyewitness testimony. He has turned to the dean again, asking whether the palace has sent him a letter. The elder has confirmed it with a grim nod. Aaron has burst into tears, unable to reconcile the accusations with what she's known of Cyan, insisting he could never commit such disgraceful acts. Ashel has informed her that a bounty now weighs on his name. Beyond the academy's reach, in a quiet outskirt village, a crowd has assembled around a worn-out wall displaying a freshly tacked-up poster. The youngest heir of House Hertz has become the subject of gossip, whispers of crimes and speculation on whether he might show up here next. As the crowd has dispersed, Cyan has stepped forward to collect the poster himself. Karam, standing nearby, has commented that the portrait does him more justice than real life, and asked whether he's pleased with the outcome. Our MC has let out a wry smirk and said that he is. Now, Ashel will come chasing him, craving the Empire's most expensive bounty, just in time to try and play the hero. In the snowy plains of Rowena, Alice hears Cecilia urgently calling out to her. Cecilia rushes over and shows her something shocking, a report claiming that Cyan is the one behind the Banquet of Blood. After seeing this, Alice can't believe it. Moreover, Alice insists that Cyan would never do something like that, to which Cecilia explains that she saw the news while patrolling and doesn't know what they should do. Alice realizes this is probably why Cyan told her to leave earlier. He must have known something bad was coming. Instead of panicking, Alice tells Cecilia that they should focus on their training, to which Cecilia is surprised by Alice's calm response, but Alice explains that even though she's not completely sure, she trusts that Cyan will handle things in his own way. Right now, she believes it's more important for her to become stronger, so she can be ready to help him when the time comes. Marion, who's nearby, praises Alice's determination and tells her to continue training. Alice agrees and goes back to her practice. On the other hand, Lunav finds herself trapped by the grandfather, who's trying to rip Cyan away from her mind. Lunav's grandfather warns that resisting will only make things more painful, to which Lunav cries out, refusing to let Cyan be taken from her. Suddenly something strange happens, and the surroundings shift into another realm. The grandfather is shocked. A powerful figure, Lem, appears and warns him that he has entered a forbidden territory. Lem radiates dark mana and reveals the terrifying power of the demonic scriptures, Lemiharum. The grandfather realizes Lunav had these demonic scriptures all along. After that, Lem calls him an inferior being and tells him to choke on the truth he was so desperate to uncover, and Lunav finally gets out of his grandfather's control, and he sits down on the floor, accepting his defeat. Lunav questions whether Lem caused this, but Lem accuses Lunav of planning it from the beginning, which Lunav doesn't deny. Instead, Lunav thanks Lem and says it's time to go help Cyan. As they prepare to leave, someone calls out to Lunav. After this, Lem stares coldly and asks what they're looking at, standing at Lunav's head. In a safe house on the outskirts of Lewin, Brian shows a wanted poster with Cyan's face on it and warns that royal knights are swarming the streets, searching for him. Also, Brian insists Cyan has been framed, and Nana echoes his concern. Tension rises as Brian prepares his sword, declaring he made an oath to protect Cyan and Nana with his life. Nana joins him, ready to fight. Suddenly there's a knock. A girl hesitates, then opens the door, and Cyan stands there calmly. Everyone is overwhelmed with relief. Brian tears up and Nana runs to Cyan, calling him Papa. After that, Cyan tells them to keep quiet because he had been really worried. Cyan confirms he's not guilty and says he won't bother explaining himself and warns that this place isn't safe anymore because Ashel now has the Holy Sword, and it won't take long before he finds their location. Cyan says the only option now is to hide inside his other dimension because the entire Empire is turning into his enemy. Brian, emotional and firm, declares his loyalty will never shake and promises to protect Cyan no matter what path he walks, to which Cyan accepts it, though the girl thinks Brian gets too serious sometimes, and Nana urges him to hurry. With that, Cyan turns to Lem. Now that the distractions are out of the way, Lem smirks, ready to go wild. but Cyan reminds him there's something specific he needs to do. Lem seems thrilled that whatever it is, it sounds exciting. Lunav's grandfather fumes in frustration after learning the truth that he always believed Cyan had the demonic scriptures, but to find out they were with Lunav all along shocks him deeply. A subordinate rushes in, apologizing for returning without the others, and explains that everyone else was defeated by Lunav herself. The old man angrily realizes that Lunav completely outsmarted them. The subordinate anxiously asks what their next move should be, to which the grandfather thinks that Lunav now has the scriptures, and if they continue chasing Cyan, they'll inevitably run into Lunav. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet night near a tall building. Cyan stands boldly under the moonlight, facing a group of soldiers who came to capture him. Suddenly Cyan speaks out, almost taunting them, and calls for their attention, acknowledging their presence with a smirk. Then, with absolute confidence, he challenges them, telling them to catch him if they can. The academy feels strangely quiet now, almost as if something important is missing. The spot where Cyan once sat seems to echo with emptiness, and even the surroundings feel like they're grieving his absence. Seth sits there feeling down, wondering if Cyan will ever return. After everything they went through together, Seth can't understand how Cyan could just disappear like that, because the thought weighs heavily on him, making school feel dull and meaningless. Just as Seth starts losing hope, Lunav bursts into the scene with excitement and tells Seth that she found Cyan and urges him to come with her right away. After hearing this, Seth is shocked but quickly lights up with hope, because he also can't help but notice a small, adorable creature resting on Lunav's head. But before he can ask more, Lem steps in and tells him to hurry. Without wasting a second, Seth agrees and decides not to overthink and lifts Lunav in his arms, smashes through a wall, and follows Lem's lead. Also, Lem assures them that the destination isn't far, asking them to hold on tight as they speed toward Cyan's location. Aaron is shocked to hear the news that Cyan is in Exilum. In fact, Lamella tells her that Lunav wanted to pass on this message before she was taken away by Mr. Reigans. After this, Aaron quickly decides to ask Dean Kundal for help, while Lamella quietly takes her leave. But just after Lamella departs, Aaron hears something unbelievable, that Cyan is being blamed for the Banquet of Blood, accused of destroying Exilum, and even being labeled as a member of Mist, a dark organization tied to the evil Black Fog. Aaron feels crushed because she realizes she truly didn't know much about Cyan at all, and now everything seems like a lie. All her training, all her effort to grow strong enough to stand by his side suddenly feels meaningless. Indeed, Cyan seems far out of reach now, like he's in a place of darkness where someone like her can never follow. The helplessness makes her feel even worse, and despite being a princess, Aaron feels completely useless. Just then, her grandfather Dean Kundal questions her gently, asking how much of the news she actually believes, to which Aaron, holding back tears, says firmly that she doesn't believe any of it, because Cyan has always supported Aaron and always been kind. Aaron knows deep down Cyan could never do something like that. Dean Kundal gives her a nod that if that's what she believes, then there's no time to waste, and they need to move quickly. Elsewhere at the same time, Cyan is surrounded by a crowd of enemies and challenges them all at once, clearly unimpressed by their movements. Redbeck, the Academy's top student known for his exceptional stamina and mana ranks, steps forward and believes he can finally bring Cyan down and unleashes his most powerful attack, Dragon Spear, in a dramatic display of fire and strength. Everyone watching expects this to end the chase, but Cyan defeats Redbeck with ease. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe how quickly their strongest fighter was taken down. Cyan sees no reason to stick around if that was their best, and starts preparing something far more dangerous, the opening of the gates to hell. Elsewhere, Aaron flies through the sky, determined not to leave Cyan alone any longer because she's ready to fight beside him. Meanwhile, the battlefield turns chaotic, reinforcements are being sent to Square B, and soldiers are running in all directions. Amid the disorder, Karam keeps the enemies occupied. Cyan, watching from a distance, thinks she's doing a great job and decides to make use of this distraction. While everyone is focused on her, Cyan quietly moves toward the base, knowing that Ashel should have arrived there by now. Also, Ashel Virt gets cursed as a hypocrite. Suddenly, Riggins appears and commends Cyan's sharp reflexes. After seeing him, Cyan is unsure of who this man is, to which Riggins states that while Cyan may not know him, he knows Cyan very well. After that, Riggins introduces himself as Riggins Rainreaver, the president of the Garam Association. Cyan, keeping his guard up, asks what business Riggins has in the Ushif Empire and what he wants from him, to which Riggins appreciates Cyan's directness, noting it's a trait he shares with his father. Without wasting any time, Riggins presents his true motive, that he wants Cyan to marry his granddaughter, Lunav. After hearing this, Cyan is left completely dumbfounded by the unexpected proposal. Riggins offers more like forces Cyan to join the Garam Association, since most of the incidents, like ruining the excavation of the ruins, halting the smuggling, and cutting off connections with the dragons, were all his doing. Moreover, his granddaughter is head over heels for him. Despite the undeniable offer, Cyan decides to turn it down, saying there's no way a 9-star sage can't bring a fruition. He's sure that Rygans has some ulterior motive involving Lunav and him, which he won't allow. Rygans is furious but promises that if he can't have him, then nobody else can. Honestly, Regan sounds more like a crazy ex-boyfriend. At the Brno estate, the report that all the knights were knocked out by a mere kid infuriates Lunel. But a bigger issue arises. The Garum Association members ambush their knights and are currently locked in battle with them. Lunel throws the messenger aside and orders that they all be killed. He laughs madly, convinced it's a provocation from the Garam kingdom. Then, he commands that the Knights of Light be sent if reinforcements fall short. The messenger is shaken, as the Knights of Light are the front lines of the demon realm. But Lunel doesn't care. He's already made the arrangements. Hearing that, the messenger loses his composure, saying it's practically a declaration of war. Lunel then locks eyes with Aaron and directly asks if they're there to ruin his plan. Aaron holds out a paper in front of his face. A direct order from the king stating that Lewin Academy will assist in searching for her fiancé. Lunel grows furious and demands that Aaron prove the document's legitimacy. The old man accompanying Aaron intervenes, assuring Lunel that he was sent to support her since the king's health continues to deteriorate. This only enrages Lunel further when he realizes the king gave him no orders. The old man then sternly questions why Lunel is trying to start a war with the Garam kingdom. In response, Lunel instantly orders his knights to attack, accusing them of blasphemy. But the old man uses his barrier magic to defend himself and angrily tells Lunel to stop acting like a brat. He's shocked that Lunel insists on fighting him. After all, he's his grandfather. Lunel's reason is simple. Why is his grandfather trying to stop him? The old man answers that he can't stand by and watch him sabotage himself any longer. Before Lunel can act, the grandfather takes Aaron and teleports away. He guides Aaron to a location far from the Lord's estate. There, his granddaughter reveals that the royal decree was fake all along, astonishing him. As they make their escape, she asks why he's helping her. His answer is simple. He wants to see the future of the boy who keeps pissing him off. Meanwhile, a man is stuck on a building when Seth and Lunav arrive at the scene. They survey the area and find Cyan holding someone by the collar. Seth cheerfully walks toward them, but Lunav's bag suddenly yells that it's not Cyan. Alarmed, she stops Seth and the fake Cyan smirks. He's impressed that she could tell because she's a demonic scriptures owner. The fake Cyan reveals his true form, the demonic sword Karam. Seth is shocked to see his old buddy turned into a girl. As Karam explains how the plan unfolded, they sense a powerful aura passing nearby. Lunav quickly realizes it's her grandfather's aura. From the bag, a shadow emerges, remarking that Rygans sure is fast and assuming that Cyan must be there too. He decides to take them to him. Karam mocks him by calling him a halfling, though still impressed by his strength. Meanwhile, a group of knights hears a loud thud, assuming it's an explosion coming from the direction they were headed. The ground starts shaking, and they think it's an earthquake, until they see Seth and Lunav advancing. The sight alone is enough to make them wet their pants. Ashel sees the explosions from the distance and tells his guards that's where the traitor of the Empire, Cyan Vert, is. He tells his guards that their duty is to eliminate evil in the world, raises his sword, and asks them to follow him on his hunt for Cyan. The knights cheer for him in unison and follow him behind. The Holy Sword reminds the successor that he needs the powers back to fulfill his duties. Some guards gossip that rallying the knights against his own brother is what can be expected from a Vert. His fellow tries to warn him that someone might hear, but the guard insists that there are already enough rumors. He explains that the rumors say this battle won't end in Brno and they'll be charging into the palace next. The guard hopes the rumors are false, but his fellow shows him around to see how ominous all the other knights are. Meanwhile, our protagonist pins the fighters into the wall. Those watching him are shocked to see his demonic energy. He hurries them to came at him. The fighters feel insulted, but right then, Rygans flies in. He now understands why his enemy is so important to Lunav and realizes that he can't let him live. Rygans summons the meteor. Everyone around sees the 9-star spell and runs for their lives while our hero stands fearlessly. Cyan stands staring at the spell coming down. He now understands how evil his opponent is, seeing him not care about his subordinates. As the meteor rains down, the people run for their lives but stumble into Seth. He pushes them all away with the tornado, and Lunav walks in, hurrying him to get to their friend. At the battle, Rygans stands tall above his meteor. Suddenly, our hero breaks through the spell with his Void Sphere Obsession. He then uses the Division spell. Rygans is impressed with his use of the Void Sphere but diminishes it instantly. Our protagonist is shocked to see his spell countered so easily, and Rygans reveals his Caligorna's bead. He reveals that the bead's oblivion counters the Void Sphere. Our hero is shocked to see his opponent with such a rare artifact. Rygans then uses the bead's Soul Harvester. Suddenly, Lunav steps into the fight, ordering her grandfather to stop. She tells him to deal with her if he really wants her demonic scriptures, and tells him to stay away from Cyan. Karam tells our hero that he found some bet and that he feels his brother is close. Seth tells his friend that he heard about him being framed and tells him to leave the fight to him. Our hero wishes his friends good luck and leaves to face his real enemy. However, Regressed refuses to let him off so easily and sends his soul harvester after him. Suddenly, Lunav uses the seeds of restraint. A crown manifests on Regressed's head, and then Lunav casts a verbal promise fulfillment spell. Regressed screams in pain and drops his beads. The soul harvest on our hero's tail disappears. Regressed is confused, wondering how his granddaughter planted the seeds of restraint in his head. Lunav explains that she did it when he entered her head, and reminds him that that's why he should stay away from her. Regressed reminds her of the consequences, but Lunav has already prepared for it, and now, she intends to show her grandfather the truth he desperately wanted. She proceeds to show him the power of the truth that he desperately sought. Meanwhile, the guards are shocked to see the patrol team running back. Our hero cuts through the patrol teal with his rising fog spell. The knights see him coming and draw their swords out. They're shocked to see the patrol team be defeated by a 13-year-old kid. Our hero leaps towards them. The knights see his demonic sword and run towards him. Our hero uses the rushing fog storm followed by a serial slash, cutting through the knights at once. Right then, the knight summons Lumendel's arm and crushes our hero down. He cheers excitedly seeing his attack land, but then our hero breaks through it. The knight then summons the perfect thunder, but our hero dodges it. He leaps towards his opponent, grabs him by his face, and smashes him into the ground. Right then, Ashel walks in. He uses the God of Light's power sun carriage. Our hero realizes that his brother is starting off with a strong attack. He takes the blow and runs through to face his opponent. However, Cyan can feel Karam's pain and realizes that he shouldn't have directly taken on the Holy Sword's attack. Meanwhile, Karam withers in pain. Durand Dark comes in, looking down on her, thinking she's tamed. She tells Karam that she should have taken over the body of her owner as she usually would. Karam starts laughing at her. Durand Dark grabs her by the collar to ask her what she plans to do with her powers. Karam continues to laugh and tells her that seeing her face was totally worth being tamed. Durand Dark grows angry, wondering how they could find out her location so early, but Karam tells her to just enjoy the battle. She offers to make a bet on who will break first, her or Durand Dark's heir. As our hero uses the demonic sword manifestation, Ashel feels the atmosphere change. Our hero takes a swing and an explosion goes off. Ashel is surprised to see his brother destroy the power of the holy sword, and the power of the demonic sword is released. Our protagonist then uses the Dance of Black Blood technique. However, Ashel still feels confident that the power of the God of Light cannot be surpassed. Our hero mocks his opponent's shock at the demonic sword clashing with the holy sword. Ashel is shocked to see the other half of the holy sword in his opponent's hand. Our protagonist challenges him to take it if he can. Ashel orders his brother to hand it over, but Cyan refuses to just give it away. Durand Dark gets angry, and Karam warns her successor against his opponent. Ashel uses the holy sword manifestation. Our protagonist feels the holy power, and Karam tells him to stay away from the attack. Ashel then uses the God of Light's power. A blinding light takes over. Our hero dodges the attack, and Durand Dark reveals to her heir the half power of the holy sword and orders him to bring the other half back to her. Ashel takes a swing, but our hero dodges. He then uses Rain of Flash, but our hero dodges that and retaliates with Assault. As the two enemies continue to block and attack each other, our hero can feel his sword crumble. Karam assures him that she can endure, and that even if she dies, she will take Durand Dark down with her. However, our hero knows it's a hopeless bluff because he heard those words in his past life too. When they were against the Demon King, Karam assured him to take care of his opponent, and that day, he lost Karam. Our protagonist refuses to repeat his past mistakes. He knows he needs to look for attack opportunities while dodging his opponent's attacks. Ashel attacks again, and seeing his brother dodge it, he realizes that his sword is at its limit. He takes another swing, and Durand Dark reminds Karam about their bet on who will break first. Meanwhile, the knights see the fight from the distance and realize that they can't interfere at this power level. They ask the other knights if they are going to intervene, but the knights don't answer. Instead, they all jump into the battlefield. Ashel lands a blow against his opponent, but our hero blocks it with his sword. Our hero uses his Void Sphere division to hold off the knights. He struggles to keep Boris's knights back. As the two continue to fight, Ashel asks his brother if he still wants to keep fighting, reminding him that he can't win. Our protagonist assures him he's perfectly fine and calls his opponent arrogant. Ashel summons his power and asks for the other half of the power back. He then summons the Holy Lance of Lu and lands multiple attacks against our hero. Meanwhile, the knights are impressed by Ashel's ability to fight. Luenel believes that it's not enough and orders them to use the light ray of divine punishment. The guards worry that it'll put Ashel in danger too, but Luenel orders them to do it. On the other hand, Lunav continues to torment her grandfather and thinks that the fighting is enough now. She stops hurting him, and Seth tells her that he's done too because the subordinates are too weak. However, Lunav knows Seth is just strong with a god's support and the people aren't weak. Seth acknowledges that it was the woman's help too. Lunav thanks the woman for her help. The woman takes her hood off and apologizes for jumping into the battle too late, but Lunav assures her that she was on time and she helped defeating the association members quickly. Suddenly, a spell appears in the sky and Lunav realizes that the magic weapon is being activated. Seeing that the weapon is used only in wars, she realizes that they're trying to get Cyan. Luanel stands before the soldiers, activating the magic weapon. He feels eager to get rid of all the people who look down on him. Ashel and our hero are surprised to see the magic weapon. Ashel uses the border of God and destroys the weapon. As the whole place starts to collapse, Luanel tries to run for his life, but the walls crash down on him and bury him. Suddenly, Aaron jumps in and tells Ashel to stop and tells him she is going to take Tyann. As the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, she orders him to put his weapon down. Dean Kundal steps in and restrains all the blood monsters, realizing that Ashel and Luanel could be related to the Banquet of Blood. Ashel breaks Dean Kundal's magic spell, leaving him shocked. He then releases his Godstinger attack at the Dean. Arn screams for Dean, and Cyan tells her to leave because he worries she'll just get in his way. However, Erin refuses to abandon her fiancé, even though that's not the engagement our hero agreed to. Ashel thinks that the princess is seduced by his sibling and thinks it's his responsibility to save her. He uses the God of Light's supreme authority, the Halo Bringer. Our hero recognizes the ultimate skill of Lumendel that can slay even a god. This ability killed our hero in his past life. Right then, Aaron steps forward to shield Cyan and asks Ashel to stop. However, Ashel does not intend to go against the will of God. He releases his attack. Aaron closes her eyes, but then our protagonist pushes her aside to face the moment he's been waiting for. His opponent is surprised to see him smiling. The whole mana energy strikes our hero, and an explosion goes off. Dean Kundal continues to take down blood monsters, but more just keep coming back, and he knows that's just stalling the worst. Suddenly, Dean notices a chaotic mana, and when he turns around he sees our protagonist going all out with his power. Ashel is confused seeing his opponent. Lundell tells him that his opponent is trying to take power. However, he finds it useless because our hero doesn't possess demonic or divine scriptures, and without God's promise, he'll die. But then, Erin comes forward to save her friend. She knows she can't go back now, otherwise she'll lose Cyan. Right then, Lunav Rainreaver and her friends join the battle. Lunav asks Dean for his help in getting close to Cyan. Without any questions, Dean uses his reverse wave and clears the pathway for Lunav. As they rush through the battlefield, the monsters leap in on them, but suddenly Seth jumps off and pushes the monsters back while the rest run for Cyan. He and Lamella stand back to take care of the monsters while Lunav takes care of Cyan. Lunav hurries at Lem as Cyan's mana continues to weaken. Princess Erin and our hero stand side by side, struggling to hold their ground. Ashel is surprised to see the demonic scripture arrive. Lunav and Lem jump past him and quickly run to Cyan. Lunav hurries to Lem to help their friend. Lem didn't expect our hero to be in this state, trying to kill himself, but he wonders if he had already seen them come. Lem thinks our hero knew he and Lunav would come. He uses the old god's promise to help our protagonist recharge his mana, and the sudden burst of energy leaves Ashel shocked. Ashel is shocked to see his opponent's power. Our hero decides to end things here. He unlocks the other realm and puts Lunav down. Lumendel warns Ashel against his opponent's power. Our hero puts his friends down and tells Lem that he now plans to kill his brother. Lem asks if revenge is really important for him to take on a curse because our hero doesn't know the state he's in. He warns our hero that he'll have to pay a price worse than death for the seal on his chest. The sword now realizes that this was always our hero's plan. When planning this whole thing, our protagonist wondered if Lunav would appear if he fought. He asked Karam to bring her to him. Karam wondered how our hero is so sure that she will come, and he answers that she'll come because she's a stalker. Our hero leaves the princess and Lunav to the demonic scriptors. Lem realizes that the prophecy has come true as he watches the pawns fight each other. As our hero raises his demonic sword, he feels something different about his opponent. He realizes that Ashel's powerful god can no longer protect him. Meanwhile, Lamella uses her glare slash to cut through the demonic monsters. She's surprised to see that the monsters have stopped regenerating, which makes them realize their link has been cut off. Dean Kundal walks in, thinking that the monster's power source must have disappeared, and feels glad to see his students okay. However, Seth came to help his friend during his exams, and Dean suspended him for 2 months. Lamella sees the portal to the other realm, thinking that it's the cause for the destruction. She wonders if something can be done about it. The Dean takes a closer look and sees Aaron and Lunav passed out. He rushes to them and finds them okay. He heals them with his magic, wondering if they were sent to the other realm on purpose. Dean Kundal realizes that Cyan must have created this realm and wonders what is going on. On the other hand, Ashel is surprised to see himself bleeding. Lundell warns him that his opponent can even devour light now, and he might die for underestimating his opponent. Our hero asks Karam how he feels about this change, and Karam answers that he feels so powerful that he wants to destroy everything. So our hero allows Karam to utilize his power. He uses his Dance of Blood, second form Harvester. Ashel uses his Halo Bringer. Our protagonist uses his Fog Sword and cuts through the attack. A ray of mana rains down at the darkness. Ashel, still confident that he can defeat his opponent, attacks Cyan. Our protagonist uses his demonic sword manifestation and suddenly teleports behind his opponent. He uses his fog sword, Halo, and strikes Ashel from the back. As Ashel withers in pain on the ground, our hero enjoys his enemy's misery. To end his brother's ill fate, he takes a final swing. As the chaotic mana rains down on him, Ashel remembers his mother telling him that he was fated to be the savior. She claimed to receive an oracle from God when birthing him, and said that her son was blessed with so much talent. Ashel's mother was killed in front of him by those who called her a witch. People who were responsible were caught and executed, and that was the only time he had seen his father so mad. His father executed the people himself, but that was still not enough. Ashel believed that evil things should be cleansed from the roots. Poor people or people with inferior genes were those who could fall easily to evil because they would threaten those who had everything, like his mother. However, in his last moment, Ashel realized that it was he who was inferior. Cyan uses his demonic sword union, the God Eater, and lands his final blow. The mana rains down on his enemy, and Ashel screams in pain as the mana decimates him. As he lies defeated, Ashel asks our hero a question. He always saw Cyan act as if he knew the future. He found the holy sword and the demonic sword first, and ruined his brother's plans with the banquet of blood. Ashel wonders why his brother had always hated him. Our hero tells his brother that he knows he must be wishing that he had killed his brother when he noticed the potential. He always hated Ashel's thinking. Ashel asks his brother if they were ever close. In his past life, our hero and his brother were close, but Ashel threw it all away. Cyan walks away thinking that it's over. But then, the holy sword speaks up. The demonic sword tells our hero that he made a huge mistake by using the demonic scriptures to take the sword's power and warns him that a worse pain will rain down on him. Meanwhile, a man in the hood tells Nana that the dark fog has swallowed the light. Nana tries to fight Brian for her father's safety. The hooded man sees them ignore him like our hero always does. Nana attacks Brian, insisting that she has to go to help her papa. Brian tries to convince her to wait, reminding her that the young master was worried about them. Right then, a woman walks in and tells Nana to sit down. Nana calmly sits down, and the woman tells them again that the black fog has swallowed the light. She knows that there might be a reason why Nana is so aggressive and decides to take her to go check up on our hero. On the other hand, the holy sword destroys the other realm. Karam feels that the power is too much and starts to lose his form. Our hero tells Karam to return to the sword. He feels something strange about the seal. The other realm starts to disappear, and suddenly, huge light explosions come down from the sky. From the light emerge the Giants of Light, and they take our hero along with them. Aaron slowly gains consciousness and sees our protagonist being taken away. This was the last memory of our hero that she had. The Giants of Light disappeared fast, and Prince Lunel and Ashel were also missing. The Knights of Light were arrested for going out of line, and the incident that could cause a revolution was stopped. However, Brno, a center of trade, was now turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Aaron wakes up back in her palace, worried about Cyan. Laximus informs her that Lunav has recovered already, and Cyan is missing along with Luanel and Ashel. Aryan feels upset that she couldn't protect her fiancé, and Laximus starts crying that he wasn't with the princess. Aryan consoles him that he had other things to do and asks him how it went. He explains that the king is a lot worse than they thought. Viliarth stands by the king's side, feeling sorry for being late. He feels like he neglected his children while only focusing on the front lines. He's upset that his first son used the Knights of Light for his personal use, and the youngest became the worst murderer of the era. Viliart feels that he would have made up for his mistakes with his life if the king hadn't given him the duties. Ulkin tries to console him, but Viliart thinks of himself as the worst father ever. He blames himself for neglecting his children after their mother's death, thinking that they would learn to be independent. But instead, the two sons made different choices. One chose glory, and the other sought his own growth. As a result, Brno ends up in ruins, and his family's bloodline is at risk. Viliarth asks about Alice. Ulkin answers that no one has seen her after the Northern Gates, and Kraz has gotten into religion and become a monk. Right then, Violet walks in, thanking Ulkin and Viliarth for their service to the king, and tells them that she's brought medicine for him, hoping that the king recovers soon. But the king doesn't seem to show any results. Viliart is impressed by Violet bringing her father's medicine by herself. She pretends to care for the king, wishing for his quick recovery. But after Viliarth and Ulkin leave her alone, she makes the king drink her so-called medicine to put him to sleep forever and rule the empire herself. It turns out that she killed Luanel first. At the battlefield, Luanel was heavily injured, feeling humiliated that they couldn't even kill one kid. Violet tells the guards to look for the injured in the area. He sees her and screams for help. Violet walks up to him and tells him that she has to clean up her brother's mess. Luanel orders her to take him to the palace to get treatment, but Violet refuses to do that. Instead, she plans to clean up after killing him and just tell everyone she couldn't find his corpse. Luanel screams helplessly, but the guards obey her call and kill him on the spot. Back at the palace, Viliarth and Ulkin are both suspicious of Violet's medicine. Ulkin finds her medicine's color and the bottle's shape similar to the elixir Marchand's Sanctification, but he finds the mana very similar to what he felt in the demonic realm. Villiard orders Olkin to keep an eye on Violet, and strictly tells him to make reports no matter how busy it gets at the front lines. He refuses to let Aaron's security be at risk. After the incident in Brno that killed so many people, everyone worked together to reconstruct the estate. Prince Luenel and Ashel were reported missing, and there were so many rumors of what happened. However, people remember it a bit differently. They believe that Luenel and Ashel died trying to stop Cyan, who went crazy from an evil power. The people saw the battle clearly. They saw how pathetic Ashel looked with the heavenly wings, and how the demon called Cyan took him down. At the end, Cyan brought down the rage of the heavens and met his death at the hands of the Divine's missionaries. To stabilize the chaos in the Empire, Violet took over the throne in her father's place, who had grown too weak. Everyone could agree on that decision thanks to Violet's charity work. Arin knew a different story than that, but she chose to stay quiet because she believed that her silence was the only way to protect our hero, whom she believed was still alive. At the Lewin Academy Great Hall, Arin chooses the magical text as her path. Sarika hands over the diploma to Arin and announces her graduation from Lewin Academy. Dean Kundal is surprised to see that Arin chose the magical text instead of the sword or wand. It's been 3 years since the incident, and Princess Arin has been searching for clues on the Giants of Light. Kundal explains that the Giants of Light are called Nephilim, and they are missionaries of light sent by Lumendel. Sarika is confused, wondering why Lumendel would intervene directly, and Dean has no clue why. There are no records that can tell whether Nephilim are gods or humans. Kundal tells Sarika that Arin has still decided to stay in the academy because of Cyan and asks if he's okay. Meanwhile, Arin visits Lunav. The two catch up, and Lunav informs Arin that President Regans is doing better, but he still has internal wounds to recover from. Arin thinks she must be worried, but Lunav feels satisfied to have taught Regans a lesson. Lunav asks about the progress on finding Cyan. Arin explains that he's trying, but she has found nothing except that the Giants of Light are called the Nephilim. The two compete amongst each other to find Cyan first. Meanwhile, the Nephilim hold Cyan hostage for crossing a line that no creation of a god is allowed to cross. As a result, our hero has no right to continue living in the world that they will descend upon. As a punishment, they rain down suffering on our hero that no human can ever experience. Our protagonist takes a leap and lands an attack, but the Nephilim just recover. He then takes another swing and uses his Void Sphere division. However, his power is useless before the gods. As Cyan lands back on his feet, Seth steps in. The Nephilim punches our hero and sends him flying. As Kundal holds up a barrier, he feels a strong aura from just the existence of the gods, and he realizes that he can't leave Lunav and Arin here. Suddenly, the Nephilim are shocked as Seth starts to transform, and our hero introduces the sand goddess Sabalom. The goddess threatens to teach them a lesson for laying their hands on her successor. Sabalom tells our hero that the prophecy has been fulfilled, and orders our hero to get out, because he can't win against the gods right now. Our hero asks why she's helping him and how it could benefit her. But Sabalom doesn't want benefits because she just needs our hero to keep his promise. Qian is confused, not remembering the promise. The goddess reminds him that he promised to kill the gods and whoever got in his way. Our hero is shocked to realize that the goddess took his promise. She hurries him to leave because she can't hold on for so long. The Nephilim try to attack Cyan, but suddenly Nana jumps in to protect him. As she fights against the gods, our hero tells her that he ordered her to wait. However, Nana wants to help him. Our hero wonders who brought her here, and right then, his hallmaster walks in. She orders everyone to protect the successor, but our hero knows they can't hold off. However, she knows our hero can't even move. Cyan realizes he can't fool the hallmaster. He can't move a finger, and Karam is sleeping too. The hallmaster orders Nana to go. Nana picks our hero up and makes a run for it. They open a portal and escape through it. After our hero and his friends escape, Kundal wonders what he's supposed to do with the giants. Suddenly, the Nephilim start to disappear too. Seeing how they all disappeared after Cyan left, the dean thinks there must be a seal on our hero, and he realizes that he can't be exposed to the public even if he's framed as a traitor to the Empire. Meanwhile, at Ushif Empire Palace's conference room, Violet tells her council that she's going to introduce a mage who will help them. Everyone is surprised, thinking that Kundal has agreed to help them. However, when Violet asked Kundal, he refused to help her in her ambition. He strictly warned Violet to let Arin and Cyan alone, and assured her he doesn't care how she writes the story of the incident. Violet knows the old mage doesn't change his mind and assures her men that she found a perfect candidate. Everyone is suddenly surprised to see the mage because they all thought he was dead. But then, Boris walks in and greets everyone. Violet informs them that he came back from Demon Cyan. She tells them that Boris is an 8th-ranked mana user, perfect as the royal mage. As Boris shows gratitude, Violet is shocked to see someone behind him. But suddenly, the image disappears, and she apologizes to her council and starts talking about business. Meanwhile, Luenel, in Boris's body, laughs at them for being fooled by his appearance and measuring his level. He finds this body easier to manipulate than other human bodies. He asks Duran Dark why he didn't get anything. Duran Dark gets angry because getting his powers was all she could do. She stares at her sword, regretting that the prophecy didn't go as they wished, but feeling glad that they got their powers back. For their next move, they both are still thinking about whether to find a new owner for the holy sword to cut through the fog covering the light or to summon. In the other dimension, our hero stops his training for the day. After 3 years, the exiled god's hypnosis on his brand is showing its effect, but once he's out of this dimension, it'll be over in a few days. However, our hero can't stay any longer, otherwise his body will give up. The exiled god asks what he intends to do because if he leaves, the Nephilim will return again. Our protagonist plans to kill the great god Lumendel. However, Karam reminds our hero that he should be planning something like that after defeating the god in exile. He agrees that our hero couldn't even defeat the exiled god in 3 years. The beings he fought in the past life were at best superhumans, and what he plans to face are those who can oppose gods, and for that, the powers of an exiled god are not enough to face them all. Our protagonist realizes that the exiled god is giving real advice and asks for suggestions. The exiled god suggests a path using a spell passed down since ancient times. He continues throwing knives at the map and after a while, finally lands on the right spot. He tells his cheers excitedly and tells his heir to accept the prophecy with gratitude. Meanwhile, Dean Kundal tells Sarika to take care of Arin because she has been locked up in her room for 3 years and collecting ancient tomes. He worries that she might end up finding Cyan. Sarika knocks at the door. Arin answers the door. Sarika greets her and tells her she assumed Leximus would answer the door. Arin tells her that Leximus is off to another chore and asks why she's here. Sarika tells her that she's come to offer her help, but Arin insists on being alone. Sarika tells her that she'll need help to find Cyan. Arin suddenly opens the door and lets her guest in. Sarika notices the symbol on the board. Arin answers that she found it reading about the continent's forgotten past, and found out that it was always accompanied by the mentions of the Giants of Light. She asks Sarika if she recognizes the symbol. Sarika, remembering it on our hero's chest, lies that she has never seen it. She realizes that the princess has found out more than they expected. Arin then adds that the Giants of Light in Brno called Nephilims are the children of the great god Lumendel, and they are also known as wardens. She wonders why they would attack our hero simply because of judgment. She wonders if it had something to do with the mist that Cyan was involved in. She believes that Eru is involved, which is why Lumendel stepped in, which means Cyan wasn't judged. She suspects that he must be hiding in the powers of the mist. Sarika is shocked seeing the princess nearly find the answers. Arin thinks that Sarika must have something to add because she was close to Cyan. Sarika sees Arin's gaze and thinks she's jealous of her. Sarika tells the princess that she wasn't very close to Cyan and deep down gets angry at our hero. Meanwhile at Eastern Fruina, the little girl stands under the tree. As she learns that the intense light will remain in the world once the black mist lifts, she wonders if such a world is even possible. After quite some time, our hero visits Sarika's lab. He remembers the first time he came to her in this life and she tried to kill him by poisoning his tea. As our hero remembers the good old days, he senses someone sneaking up on him. As the attacker takes a swing at him without being noticed, our hero dodges the attack and realizes that only Sarika can do that. Our hero and his hallmaster give each other a violent greeting, and Sarika decides to test out his improvements during the 3 years he spent away. Our protagonist plays along and uses his void sphere division. The giant spheres destroy everything in the room. Sarika warns him to be careful with his mentor's lab and takes a swing at him. Our hero retaliates and the two attacks collide. Lunav in her room feels our hero's presence, and Lem confirms her doubt. After 3 years, it is finally time, and Lunav feels eager to meet Cyan. However, her excitement makes even the demon scripture scared of her. Kundal feels the disturbance in his office, and he too realizes that our hero has returned. Seeing the mess around her lab makes Sarika realize that her disciple has really improved. She confronts our hero for the destruction of her lab, but he protests that she started it. She then asks if Eru permitted him to come out. Our protagonist answers that he just left because Eru's powers keep the seal hidden for a day. He explains that he's been roaming around all day and tells her that he got tired of hiding. The sky slowly lightens up, and Sarika stares silently at our hero for a moment. She gets angry at him for coming out and forces him to go back and pushes him back into the portal. Sarika gives Cyan a beating for leaving the zone while Eru watches. He gets tired of seeing them create a mess and tells them to stop. But Sarika yells at him to shut up too and blames him for not keeping Cyan back. Eru feels his authority as God Shatter. Our hero speaks up that he now realizes that he can't stay outside for more than a day. Sarika sees the seal heal back up and realizes that it can be covered. However, since it's a powerful god seal, the effect only lasts for a day. Sarika gets close to our hero and tells him that he's almost a man now. Karam gets angry and punches her in the face for flirting with him. Right then, Iru gives our hero the oracle and tells him to go to the eastern lands, Fruina, to find the prophet who awaits him. Our protagonist ignores his call, remembering the blind darts he kept throwing at the wall. Right then, Eru shoots him, shocking Sarika. Eru tells our hero that he couldn't completely cover the seal as he was 3 years ago, but now he has fulfilled the conditions. Now, the cover should last for 2 weeks, which still isn't enough to go to Fruina, but it's better than a day. He reminds Cyan that his death will come again once the 2 weeks are up, and tells him to find the prophet to change his fate. Seeing Eru's authoritative voice, our hero now actually sees him as a god. However, that pisses him off. Meanwhile, in the Luan Eastern region, a guard feels eager to go home, and the other man tells him to not complain so much. He reminds the young guard that it's for the good of the Garam Association. The young guard says that not a soul comes here ever since the incident with President Rygans, but the old man reminds him that they can't ignore the vast magic network system and risk the resources falling into the hands of Ushif or other forces. Suddenly, they see our hero standing in front of them, asking for the warp gate. The guards realize that their opponent is not an ordinary person and draw their swords out. The guard considers letting his hidden powers out and tells our hero that he's responsible for his fate next. However, a moment later, the guards are knocked out, and our protagonist walks in through the gate. The warp gate is an artifact that Rygans Rainreaver often used. It will be our hero's first time in this life to see it. It's his only way to go to Fruina and back in just 2 weeks. Karam feels the mana leaking from the artifact. Our protagonist explains that something like this didn't exist 3 centuries ago. If an energy source with concentrated mana provides energy, then the mana paths made with runes complete the spell. Karam is impressed with humans' ability to find shortcuts. Our hero sets his destination to north of Fruina. The warp gate opens the gate and a gate opens. Our hero opens the door and sees Fruina on the other end of it. Our protagonist walks through the gate and asks Karam if he's ever been to Fruina. Karam explains that he's been here before with her past owner. Suddenly, they both smell blood, and our hero gets ready for action. Meanwhile, the guards report the intruder at the gate and tell their boss that the intruder was covering his face, but an ominous mist covered him all around. The boss asks the guards how the invader smelled, confusing the guards. She then asks where the warp gate was connected to, and the guards answer that it was connected to Eastern Fruina's northern gates. She tells them that she knows who it is and goes to visit the warp gate. However, in Fruina, our hero sees the dead bodies everywhere, and he wonders why the holy knights and white elves would have fought. Karam accepts that Eru gave them a right oracle, and our hero feels like the cause of the battle is the place in front of him. Our protagonist walks into the cave. Karam warns him to not get lost in the layout. After walking straight in a while, our hero still ends up back at the entrance. He realizes that he doesn't feel any mana either. Karam realizes that it's sorcery because it's the elves' territory. Our hero picks up some rocks and throws them at the wall to check. The rocks hit the wall, revealing the location. Our hero takes his fog sword and hits it at the ruins, revealing the actual path. With the path revealed, our hero can now feel the mana, but he feels something strange about it. Karam explains that it's a divine tree where the past begins at the roots and the future concludes in the leaves. The tree is where everything regarding the world is recorded. Back at the tree, the elf kid realizes that the barrier is broken, which only means that its guards have been killed. She takes the knife to protect others and places it against her throat. Suddenly, our hero breaks her knife with a blow and asks her to explain why the humans are after this place. The elf kid walks down from the tree and walks up to our hero, making him wonder what she wants from him. She grabs his hand and tells him that he's going to die soon. Our protagonist is surprised to see her recognize him. She explains that she's the divine tree's prophet, Hastia, and asks him if he's here by following the oracle. Our hero is shocked and realizes that the humans are after this place because they want Hastia's prophecy powers to know the future. Meanwhile, the Saintess's direct affiliate guard knight, Mihan Harcelis, reaches Fruina. He sees the guards and the enemies all dead and orders his men to tell everyone that it's safe. Seeing the blood everywhere, he tries to keep his armor clean, but seeing the enemies and allies all dead, he feels that someone must be alive. Right then, the Saintess walks in and assures him that the divine mission guided by Lumendel will end with their victory. Mihan assures the Saintess that he's faithful. The Saintess leaves him to take care of things outside and assures him everything will be all right. Suddenly, she realizes that the barrier has been broken. An elf's sorcery runes are unbreakable by a human, so she thinks that a non-human entity must be in the cave. She hurries inside to stop the intruder from taking the prophet and orders her men to wait outside, while an elf watches them from a distance. Meanwhile, Hastia feels upset that the ones protecting the entrance died because of her. Our hero wonders if holding hands is necessary when talking. Hastia explains that it's a curse called Divine Tree's Silence. In exchange for seeing the future, her voice was taken from her. So, they have no choice even if our hero is not comfortable. Suddenly, someone walks into the cave, and the prophet recognizes the intruder. She explains that this woman is the one who chased her here, and ordered her men to kill all the elves who protected the entrance. The Saintess apologizes for killing everyone and says that it wouldn't have happened if Hastia had agreed to go with her. She asks the prophet if she wants to go with her now to avoid more casualties. Our hero steps forward, and the Saintess introduces herself as Nephrodite Iris, the Saintess of Lumendel. She feels that it's a day of glory to have met our hero in a place like this. Our protagonist is surprised to see that the Saintess knows him and decides to test out her power. As he takes a leap to attack her, Iris extends her hand. Our hero recognizes the symbol on her hand. As he draws out his sword, he's surprised. Karam thinks the seal is activating early, but then he realizes that it's not his seal, but that Iris has the same one on her hand. The Saintess summons the emissaries of light to take away the dark fog. The Nephilim attack our hero, and while they fight, the Saintess grabs Hastia to take her away. She now realizes that they need to touch in order to talk. Suddenly, Hastia is surprised to see that the Saintess is an elf, and asks why she's betraying her own kind. Iris tells her that she wants her prophecy powers. Our hero falls to his knees after the battle, and Karam informs him that the Saintess took Hastia. The light emissaries stand above him. Our protagonist gets angry for having his plans ruined. He takes a swing and breaks their shield apart, and instead of dying an easy death, he decides to fight the Nephilim. Meanwhile, Iris walks out with the elf prophet. Hastia asks her if the prophecy power is really worth so much that she's willing to kill her own people and warns her that she'll lose her voice. However, the Saintess remains true to Lumendel's mission. Hastia then tells her that she's going to die. The Saintess thinks she's trying to get him scared, but the elf kid explains that it's a prophecy, a future she saw. Suddenly, Iris hears someone scream at the end of the cave. She runs to find Mihan struggling. Mihan tells her to stay back. He uses his Holy Stroke Vigilante to attack his opponent, but the intruder pulls a giant boulder before him to block the attack. Mihan found himself uneasy. The move was something an ordinary person could not pull off. For a moment, surrounded by soldiers, the goblin had reacted instantly to the attack as if it were nothing. Mihan wondered how a goblin could do such a thing. The cavalry captain planted his spear in the ground and introduced himself as Mihan Hose, then asked the goblin who he was. The goblin frowned and replied that he saw no reason to tell his name to someone who was about to die. Mihan continued to puzzle. Goblins were known for bows and magic rather than for building muscle, so close-quarters fighters were almost non-existent. The technique the warrior had used to stop his strike did not look like magic. It was magic. Mihan's face showed confusion. Magic? But he could not sense any mana at all. The goblin stubbornly insisted it was magic, and Mihan reluctantly accepted that he should not have expected anything different from that fool. From behind, the priestess stepped forward and spoke slowly. She said she did not think the warrior could use magic. Itis, cautious and trembling, asked if the others knew him. They were told that his name was Ganyan. Although he could not normally use magic, he was one of the strongest fighters of the goblin tribe, and rumors said he had gone deep into the freezing valley to train. None of them had expected to meet him here. Gan strode up to the priestess in anger, demanded whether she was their leader, and ordered them to hand over the fairy. He then rushed forward with a powerful fist. The priestess answered that she carried the will of the gods and had no interest in the name of someone about to die. From behind, Mihan panicked and shouted a warning for the priestess to be careful. Facing death, the priestess immediately pulled a knife and pressed it to Hastia's throat, threatening that if he dared kill her, the fairy would die with her, and he must not hope to frustrate the will of the Almighty. Before she could finish, Ganyan had somehow snatched the knife from her hand and crushed it into fragments with a simple squeeze. He mocked the threat, asking whether she really intended to use such a useless thing to intimidate him. Mihan's eyes widened and his voice faltered in shock as he realized the man had broken the steel knife with his bare hands. The priestess had turned pale, sweat running down her cheeks from fear. Ganyan fixed her with a murderous glare and declared that he had warned them they would all die here. Those words struck Iris like a death knell. She froze, dizziness washing away the last of her reason. Hastia then turned and urged them to hurry. She asked why they were still standing there and why they had not run. Immediately, the saint's survival instincts took over. She pushed the prophet aside and turned to flee, hastily assuring him that she trusted he could handle things there. She declared that she would call for reinforcements and pray for the protection of the god Lendl to be upon him. Hearing that, the knight captain froze for a moment in disbelief. He muttered in shock, wondering aloud if she was actually serious and whether such an action was even acceptable reinforcements. He scoffed that it was obvious she was simply running away out of fear. Ganina pointed straight at the fleeing saint, adding mockingly that the so-called reinforcements were nothing more than an excuse to cover her cowardice. Mihan, clearly irritated, shouted for everyone to drop the matter since they all knew the truth anyway. Straightening his posture, he prepared himself for battle and declared that he needed no reinforcements. Instead, he preferred a one-on-one fight with the strongest warrior among the elves. He introduced himself proudly as Mihan Hos, once the greatest spearmaster of the Order of Light, and began to proclaim that above all, their leader, William Svert, was... Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch slammed into his stomach, cutting his words short. The impact was so great that all sound vanished, and a searing pain shot up to his brain as blood spurted from his mouth. He realized in fury that his opponent had attacked him mid-introduction. How unfair! It wasn't as if he was some hero in a story who could finish transforming before being hit. The force of the blow sent him flying high into the air, his body spinning helplessly until only the faint sound of the wind carried away the humiliation of defeat. After finishing off the guardian, Gon turned his attention toward the saint who had just fled. He shouted for her to stop, his voice echoing with authority. Iris's face twisted in horror. Even Mihan had been defeated in a single strike. Trembling, she wondered what kind of monster this man could be. But before she could go far, a shadowy figure appeared in her path. She collided with the stranger and fell hard to the ground. Then, a familiar voice spoke up. It was Cyan. Tossing the severed head of a giant godlike creature at her feet, he remarked coldly that she was in quite a hurry and didn't even have time for a proper conversation. Terrified, the saint demanded to know about the Nephilim, asking if Cyan had truly killed it, the guardian of the god Luel. In response, Cyan barked at her to stop spouting nonsense. He shouted that there was no way that pathetic creature could have been a true Nephilim. His words struck Iris like divine judgment. She stammered in disbelief, asking what he meant. Was the Nephilim she had summoned a fake? Cyan narrowed his eyes, his voice lowering as he explained that compared to the Nephilim he had fought 3 years ago, the one she had summoned was pitifully weak. He claimed he could slice through its shield like cutting through soft butter, and the creature hadn't even been able to regenerate after he beheaded it. He ridiculed her for calling such a feeble being a Nephilim, adding that if she wanted to deceive him, she should at least do a far better job. Clutching the hand that bore her divine sigil, the saint muttered to herself in horror, insisting that it was impossible. She repeated that the sigil had been granted to her directly by the god Lumende. How could it possibly be a fake? The demon sword, observing her reaction, remarked in surprise that she genuinely seemed unaware of the truth. It admitted that even it was astonished. Cyan's eyes flickered slightly at that revelation. Suddenly, Iris screamed in fury. The insult had pierced her pride, and she shouted that she would prove herself. However, before she could complete her summoning spell, Cyan's kick struck her squarely in the stomach, knocking her unconscious instantly. Throwing her limp body over his shoulder, he muttered irritably about how noisy she was and said he'd deal with her later. As he started walking, something suddenly clung tightly to him. Looking down, Cyan saw that it was Hastia, who had wrapped her arms around him. She sobbed with relief, thanking the heavens that he was safe, confessing that she had been terrified when the giant appeared. Cyan glanced down at the tiny prophetess with detached calm and told her flatly that it wasn't over yet. Before Hastia could react, the shadow of Ganian loomed behind Cyan. The elf warrior lunged forward, his leg driving upward in a powerful knee strike aimed at Cyan's abdomen. Hastia screamed for him to fall back, but Cyan intercepted the blow effortlessly with his arm. Still, despite blocking it, he felt his entire body being pushed backward, realizing with mild surprise that he was actually being forced to retreat. Cyan slid across the icy ground for nearly 10 paces, a distance that proved just how powerful the previous blow had been. Regaining his balance, he felt a dull ache in his arm from blocking Ganian's kick. The force had been so great that it sent him flying even after he had managed to parry it. Meanwhile, Ganian advanced toward him, his presence radiating a murderous intent as he demanded that Cyan hand the woman over. Sensing danger, Hastia quickly rushed forward to stand between them, urging Ganian to stop. She insisted that there was no need to attack, explaining that Cyan Vert was not their enemy. Ganian narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The name Vert caught his attention, making him wonder if there was any connection to her. The mention of that name made Cyan falter for a brief moment. Her? Hastia ran forward to block Cyan and urged him to stop, explaining that Cyan Vert was not an enemy. Ganian looked at her in confusion, wondering if the mention of Vert had anything to do with her. The group was startled, and Cyan wondered if she meant Alice, who was currently in the fairy tribe. After that, everyone headed toward the tribe, and someone's voice remarked that they had heard Cyan had protected the female prophet. On behalf of the elf tribe, they were very grateful. A woman straightened up and introduced herself as Elder Elfuris of the White Elf tribe, welcoming him to their village. She acknowledged that he must have been tired on the journey and said they would prepare a place for him to rest, encouraging him to feel at home. Cyan looked down at his hands and thought to himself that it was impossible to rest with such a clingy child around. The demon sword appeared and smiled triumphantly, suggesting that she did not intend to let him leave. Hastia's face turned red, but she explained that this was the only way she could talk to him. Cyan wondered if it bothered him, and Ganian immediately approached him with a grim voice, accusing him of being rude. Cyan turned in surprise, questioning whether this was really rude. He then realized that Ganian could hear Hastia without touching her. Ganian explained in a rough tone that he had been blessed with clairvoyance, which made him entirely different from others. This left Min even more puzzled, wondering what the blessing of clairvoyance meant. Elder Elfuris quickly intervened, waving her hand and saying that greetings like this were enough and urging everyone to go inside. She mentioned that although Gon did not seem very welcoming, he was also an elder of their tribe, and she assumed he was simply offering his greetings. Cyan objected, noting that Gon hardly seemed welcoming at all. Elfuris sighed and asked for understanding, explaining that Gon did not have much experience with guests, and that visitors were rare in their village. She then returned to a serious expression, indicating that she personally had no issues. Cyan inquired what they intended to do with the prophetess they had brought back. The elder's voice turned grave as he explained that they would ask her why she had betrayed her own tribe. The scene shifted to the detention room, where the prophetess sat blinded by the light in a large chamber. A massive door slowly opened, and two figures entered. One of them remarked that they had finally met her, while the other, a human named Sean Vought, said he had many questions but would ask this one first. He wanted to know who she really was, and why she was an enemy to him and his organization. The prophetess' face revealed her indignation and the fury rising within her chest. The scene then shifted to the room where Cyan was resting. He expressed that he did not like the place and questioned whether it was safe to be so exposed. Karam reassured him that everything would be fine. They had discovered the prophetess, and Cyan, as a white elf in the Church of Light, clearly held an important role. Naturally, they wanted to speak with her, but Cyan sensed that something about the situation was unusual. Karam approached and pressed his head against Cyan's chest, wanting to discuss the false Nephilim. He explained that when Cyan had defeated him, something had appeared beneath his hat. The skull inside was clearly that of an ancient giant, yet he did not resemble a mere puppet. Cyan sat up in shock, his face full of worry. The demon sword calmly told him that he had warned him something was wrong all along. Back in the interrogation chamber, the saintess recounted everything she knew to the elder. He reacted with shock as he realized that the man in question was supposedly the heir of the Black Mist, the very one who had killed the heir of Lumendel. He asked her whether this aligned with the prophecy she had once heard. With her head bowed, the saintess answered that, at least until now, she had always believed so. She insisted she had never once doubted that the voice she heard came from Lumende, but admitted that things felt different now. She no longer knew what she was supposed to believe. Gan stepped forward, remarking coldly that at this point it no longer mattered anyway, as things had already gone too far. He accused her of causing the deaths of countless elves. He stated that she had claimed her name was Nephrodite, but insisted that no white elf bore such a name, and demanded to know her real one. The saintess began whispering weakly that her name was, yet before she could finish, a voice echoed violently inside her mind, overwhelming everything else. It declared that it had a prophecy for her. Her mind abruptly fell under its control, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Gan asked if she was all right, noting that she looked anything but fine. A dangerous pressure immediately burst outward, startling him. He ordered Elfuris to fall back. The saintess's expression twisted into madness as the sigil on her palm flared violently and disjointed words broke from her mouth, fragmented phrases repeating her compulsion to kill, insisting she had to kill the female elf again and again. From behind her, holy energy erupted violently. A gigantic figure materialized, a grotesque being that was no longer the familiar Nephilim in armor. It obliterated the chamber in an instant, the door exploding outward and hurling the guards aside. Gon quickly grabbed the elder and retreated. The monster's massive arm extended, tearing through the thin wall as if it were nothing more than scrap paper. Its body bulged with distorted veins, and the ground itself seemed ready to collapse beneath its immense weight. It let out a savage roar, its white skeletal structure fused with blinding holy energy in a repulsive display. Gan stared at it for a moment, muttering in disbelief as he wondered what kind of abomination it was. The elder, clutching his injured back, warned that the villagers were in danger. The moment he finished speaking, a crack spread rapidly across the floor. Gan turned around to see the entire structure beginning to collapse. He cursed under his breath. A chunk of the wall broke free and started plummeting toward the villagers below, who were too stunned by the chaos to notice the impending danger. Fortunately, Ganyan managed to leap in at the last second and catch the falling debris, saving them all. The elder shouted urgently for everyone to follow him, insisting that Ganyan could not hold on for long and that they had to move quickly. Meanwhile, the towering titan-like creature roared while searching for its target. It muttered to itself, demanding to know where the female elf was, questioning whether it truly had to hunt her down. Then, glaring at the tower ahead, it made its decision. If it destroyed everything, she would be forced to reveal herself. Energy gathered in its mouth as it prepared to obliterate the elf village, but before it could release the attack, a single strike cleaved its head clean off. The 8-petal sword slash followed immediately, slicing the giant into dozens of pieces. Zan landed on the ground, eyes filled with murderous intent and disgust, wondering aloud how many abominations had crawled into this place already. In her room, the fairy house maiden was brushing her hair when she suddenly felt a violent tremor spreading through the air. Surprised, she wondered what could be happening and hurried outside to investigate. It was not an earthquake. She sensed a much stronger magical force. As Hastia ran into the hallway, she was met with a chaotic scene. A colossal, ancient being's body lay before her. Hastia questioned what had happened to Cyan. Near the debris, the giant's body was rapidly disintegrating, resembling the scene Cyan had previously dealt with. Cyan looked at the enormous corpse in astonishment, noting that it was fortunate she had arrived just in time and expressing disbelief that she had dared summon such a creature again. Karam added that summoning such a being in that place was essentially suicidal. However, Cyan insisted that the saintess was still alive. Though weakened, her holy power was still perceptible. The demon sword continued to question Cyan, wondering why the saintess would go to such lengths. Cyan speculated that the saintess's extreme actions must be motivated by someone manipulating her, as she would not risk her life so recklessly otherwise. Cyan Sai approached the unconscious saintess, whose surroundings had been ravaged by the rampaging ancient giant, and resolved to find the truth herself. She stood before the saintess and firmly stated that she knew the saintess was still alive and urged her not to pretend otherwise, telling her to wake up. Slowly, the saintess opened her eyes and spoke in a weak, whispering voice. Cyan confronted her directly, asking who had given her the false Nephilim, offering a chance for a gentler death if she revealed the truth. The saintess interjected, clarifying that her real name was Neria and that Nephrodit was a name she had used while living among humans. Zan's face twisted with irritation, insisting that she had not asked about that. Neria closed her eyes and began recounting her story more clearly. A year prior, she had been a candidate to become the fairy house maiden of the elf tribe, but the outcome had been far from what she had expected. The maiden chosen by the holy tree had been another elf, the one selected by the divine will. Neria had sworn to fulfill her duties as a fairy maiden. The harsh moment of failure had struck her when she could not obtain that power. At the time, she believed she desired the position of fairy maiden more than anyone else. The result had been like a cold splash against her pride. The wreath she had once cherished now felt like a knife cutting into her deepest pain. Unable to contain her anger, Neria left the icy lands and wandered across the continent. Her impulsive decision came at a high price. She had been deceived and sold into slavery. Each time she attempted to escape, she was recaptured by someone else. Her life became increasingly bleak, with endless days of suffering, until she met a group of gleaming armored individuals, holy knights serving the god of light, Lumendello. It was at that point that Neria began receiving voices in her head, which she interpreted as prophecies. She became a saintess after receiving blessings and a mark on her palm. Cyan's eyes narrowed in irritation as he responded in a low voice, expressing that he found the situation absurd. He said that those people had merely used her as a tool because she lived longer than others, doing everything solely to conceal her true origins and disguise them as a divine blessing. That so-called blessing, which granted her eternal life, had driven him to reach out and take hold of the saintess's hair. Yet what he truly cared about was the prophecy she had always heard. He told her that the voice she believed to be a prophecy was nothing of the sort, when she silently wondered what it could be then. Cyan stared at Neria, his killing intent surging violently, and demanded that Boris come out, claiming he knew the man was still watching everything from his pathetic hiding place. Cyan's words echoed directly within the saintess's mind, leaving her bewildered and unable to grasp what was happening. Just as men had predicted, on the other side was the Holy Scripture, lounging smugly within the royal palace. The being remarked that Cyan Vert had never disappointed him, though he insisted it was more accurate to call Cyan the heir of the Black Mist. He added that Boris had long been dead, and that he himself was an existence far more ancient than Boris. Cyan's face hardened in confusion as he asked what that statement meant, but all he received was a smile and a vague promise that they would meet again soon, urging him not to be hasty. The being assured him that, at the sacred moment, Cyan would understand everything he needed to know, and said he would be waiting. The connection was abruptly severed the moment the being flicked his fingers, causing the saintess's brain to explode instantly. Her body collapsed lifelessly beside them, ending the fate of one who had strayed too far. Karam looked at the corpse lying before him and stated that she was dead. Cyan, however, remained stunned, still processing the final words the Holy Scripture had left within his mind. He wondered who the being could possibly be, someone even more ancient than Boris. The demon sword responded that he believed he knew the identity of that being. When Cyan questioned whether he recognized him, Cam suddenly appeared from behind. The small figure of the seer leapt toward Cyan and embraced him tightly, relieved that he was unharmed. She admitted that she had been worried something might happen to him again and wondered how long they would have to keep discussing such matters. Behind her, two familiar figures slowly emerged, remarking that they owed Cyan once more. The elder of the elves bowed deeply on behalf of the elven tribe, expressing his gratitude. Hastia also turned to the two and said she, too, was grateful for all they had done, explaining that she could rest peacefully only because they served as elders. Ganon replied that they were simply fulfilling their duty. Seeing this, Cyan turned to Hastia with curiosity and asked how that man had been able to hear everything she said. Hastia, embarrassed, explained gently that it was because the man was her guardian. When Cyan repeated the word in surprise, the seer elaborated further. She said that guardians were warriors tasked with protecting the seer when danger arose, and that due to the special nature of their duty, they possessed the ability to hear the seer's words from afar. This ability was known as the blessing of clairaudience. She added that the blessing also pointed out the path a guardian needed to follow. Her words struck directly at something Cyan had long been searching for. If the blessing could reveal the path a guardian must take, then, without hesitation, he declared, despite not fully understanding everything yet, that from that moment on, he would become her guardian. Hastia showed clear joy on her face, questioning whether it was true that he genuinely wanted to become her guardian. Ganon stepped forward with an annoyed tone, expressing regret that he could not allow that to happen. Cyan turned to the goblin warrior with a look of disdain, asking whether he had been consulted and reminding him that this was the High Fairy's decision. Ganion's face darkened with anger as he explained that being a guardian was not something humans could claim lightly, and that the position was far from trivial. Cyan narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Ganon then turned and instructed him to follow. The elder beside them sighed, admitting that there was nothing he could do about the situation, and urged compliance. Cyan let out a weary sigh, acknowledging the inconvenience. Later, somewhere in the freezing mountain range, the two of them faced each other under the setting sun. Ganon began explaining the test he had prepared. He revealed that they were at Lake Sar, one of the few lakes in the frozen land that never froze, and explained that it was where he had been trained according to the guidance of the Blessed Seer. The condition to pass the test, he said, was simple. Cyan only needed to defeat him. Cyan's expression remained indifferent, as if it were obvious, accepting the challenge with confidence that he would win regardless. Ganion's anger became evident at Cyan's arrogance, warning not to underestimate him. Without another word, Ganon lunged forward with a powerful knee strike, which Cyan easily avoided by leaning aside. Using his momentum, Cyan spun and delivered a precise kick to Ganion's hip. Ganon gritted his teeth against the pain and clenched his fists, realizing that the previous strike had been just a feint. Even Min was momentarily surprised by Cyan's tactic, wondering if he had deliberately taken that hit. Cyan then struck the ground with a heavy punch, shattering the surface into fragments, but it turned out to be a meaningless attack, leaving only an eerie silence. Worry began to appear on Ganion's face as sweat poured down. He realized that Cyan had successfully evaded his attacks. From above, Cyan's figure flowed gracefully in the wind, his cloak billowing as he prepared a powerful counterattack. Ganion's expression hardened, his eyes devoid of mercy, as he readied a cataclysmic punch. The clash between Cyan Vert and Garnion unfolded with extreme intensity. Garnion screamed in shock as he realized that Cyan Vert had descended from above to launch his attack. With a cold, flame-like glare in his eyes, Cyan Vert drove his fist toward the side of Garnion's head, shattering the rock beneath and sending tremors across the surrounding space. The white-haired man collapsed to the ground and hesitantly wondered whether Cyan Vert had deliberately missed, reasoning that if he had taken the blow directly, he would have died instantly. He was overwhelmed by fear as he concluded that this outsider had already surpassed the realm of humanity, and even questioned whether Cyan Vert intended to kill a godlike being. Facing the massive crater created by the punch, he became certain that Cyan Vert's strength had far exceeded human limits, and that a direct hit would have meant certain death. Cyan Vert, wearing a cold expression, remarked that the so-called guardian role Garnion had mentioned earlier was now something he was more than qualified for. The scene then shifted to Hastia, who was praying as she invoked the sacred blessing of the divine tree and formally declared Cyan Vert to be the guardian of the prophet. Cyan Vert, standing behind her in a black cloak, reacted with mild surprise and questioned whether that was all there was to it. Internally, he reflected that he had expected something more to happen but realized he could not hear anything because he had been separated from her. Hastia suddenly turned around and asked whether he could hear her voice now. She happily ran toward him, and he calmly replied that he could hear her now. Overjoyed, she officially announced that from that moment on, he was the guardian of the prophet. Cyan Vert responded with playful amazement and teasingly asked her to tell him about the weather tomorrow. Hastia froze in confusion, unable to understand at first, until he repeated that he was asking about tomorrow's weather. Flustered, she admitted that she did not know either, awkwardly muttering that foresight might not be so special after all before making an uncertain prediction about snowstorms and heavy rain. Cyan Vert crossed his arms and told her not to say whatever came into her mind, explaining that he had only become a guardian because of her talk about showing him the way, and that her current behavior was not helping at all. Hastia frowned and loudly instructed him to follow the goddess of water, declaring that his path would be revealed and insisting that she had just received a prophecy from the divine tree. Cyan Vert turned away and reiterated that he had already told her not to speak thoughtlessly. Tearfully, Hastia clutched his hand and begged him to believe her, insisting that she was telling the truth and that the prophecy mentioned a family member from many years ago. Hearing this, Cyan Vert turned back and questioned what she meant by a family member of many years. The scene shifted to a heavily guarded castle, where Cyan Vert asked if they were referring to Lady Elise. Elder Elforus smiled and replied that he knew her well, noting that they went back a long way. Cyan Vert then asked where she was now, prompting a contemplative look from the elder, who admitted that he did not know. He explained that after she had left for the temple of Lady Aquinas, there had been no further contact. Cyan Vert immediately asked whether Aquinas referred to the goddess of water. Elder Elforus confirmed this, adding that rumors said she resided somewhere in Fruana, herding water spirits, but that her identity was shrouded in secrecy, which was why no one knew the location of her temple. Hastia suddenly interrupted the conversation, excitedly insisting that she had been right all along. Cyan Vert turned to her and asked whether she knew where the temple was. Faced with the question, Hastia became flustered and unable to answer. Cyan Vert, no longer bothering to look at her, coldly dismissed her as useless. Hastia's spirit seemed to crumble as she broke down crying. At that moment, someone calmly stated that they knew the way and instructed Cyan Vert to follow quietly. That person turned out to be Kiram. Hearing this, Cyan Vert grew suspicious, wondering how she could know the location and why she was so willing to tell him, questioning what scheme she might be plotting. He then announced to everyone that he had somewhere to be and took his leave. Elder Elforus acknowledged this and told him to take care, addressing him as an outsider. Hastia, however, sensed that something was amiss and watched him depart with a troubled expression. In truth, Cyan Vert decided to follow Kiram. Along the way, he questioned whether she was truly certain she knew the route. Kiram confidently replied that she did, mockingly asking whether he had been fooled his entire life. Despite this, Cyan Vert sensed something mysterious and internally concluded that the place was indeed concealed by camouflage magic that activated beyond a certain distance. As they continued onward, Kiram announced that they had arrived and that this was the place. Cyan Vert, filled with doubt and curiosity, wondered who would have thought such a place existed near the elven town, noting its similarity to the temple where he himself had once been sealed, and speculated whether it might open in the same way as well. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the ground, causing a mysterious door to open. Cyan remarked that he took back what he had said about it being similar, adding that this one was far more elaborate. Kiram reacted with surprise, wondering what he meant. Suddenly, a shout echoed from behind them as Hastia called out for Sir Sion to wait for her. Cyan turned around and asked what she was doing there. While gasping for breath, Hastia explained that it was because he was her guardian, that they had to stick together, and that she also needed to confirm something. Kiram cut in, saying that she understood the situation and asking whether the girl wanted to come along with them. Hastia, still exhausted, responded in confusion. Kiram stared at her as if seeing straight through her thoughts and asked whether she wanted her big sister to take her along. Hastia looked at Kiram with teary eyes, clenching her fists as she wondered internally if this woman was the true form of the demon blade. Kiram's arrogant and somewhat frightening smile only intensified Hastia's fear, making her think that Kiram was terrifying. Cyan interrupted them, commenting that the two of them seemed to get along unusually well and telling them to continue playing with each other while he went in first. Both girls immediately protested, urging him to wait, before quickly running after him and entering the door together. Once inside, Cyan observed that the place was a complete maze and questioned why there were so many rooms. Hastia explained that if they followed the waterway, it would lead them to the correct place. Cyan asked skeptically whether she was sure about that. Hastia insisted that he should believe her, reminding him that she was a prophet. Cyan thought to himself that trusting her was difficult when she could not even predict the weather correctly. At the same time, Kiram wondered what kind of conversation those two were even having. The three of them stood watching a waterfall flow before them. Cyan remarked that he had not expected to find a place like that at the end of the waterway. Hastia added that the place was enormous. Looking across, Cyan pointed out that what he saw appeared to be the entrance. Hastia then asked how they were supposed to get down there. Cyan replied that before worrying about that, they needed to deal with a nuisance first. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the two girls' faces contrasted sharply. Kiram responded with excitement, saying that it was finally time for a warm-up. Suddenly, a massive aquatic monster emerged from beneath the water, clearly targeting them. Cyan calmly assessed the situation while Hastia, filled with anxiety, asked what that thing was. She then identified it as the Sentinel of the Ruins, the relic serpent. Karam stretched out her hand and declared that the huge snake should be left to her, explaining that her body had been itching for a fight the entire time and telling them not to worry. She produced an incredibly powerful weapon and smiled confidently, stating that it would not take long. The confrontation between Karam and the giant serpent began as the creature launched direct attacks toward Cyan's group. However, Kiram showed no concern, commenting that while it had size, it lacked speed. After identifying its weakness, she swiftly counterattacked. The giant serpent suddenly screamed in pain and collapsed. Kiram reacted in disbelief, wondering if that was really it, and mocking the so-called Sentinel of the Ruins for being underwhelming. The serpent glared at her and thought bitterly that she should not desecrate the goddess's ruins, condemning her as a vile being. Cyan approached it and nudged its snout with his foot, addressing it as the ruined sentinel and asking whether it had seen a human woman pass through the area. From behind, Kiram angrily protested, insisting that she was the one who had defeated it and warning Cyan not to steal her credit. The serpent's eyes turned bloodshot as it scoffed internally, thinking that even if it had known, it had no obligation to tell the likes of them. Nevertheless, it screamed and admitted that someone had indeed passed through recently. Cyan responded that it would have been much better for the serpent to say that from the beginning, and demanded to know why the woman had come there. The serpent stared at him and, racked with pain, claimed that it did not know at all, repeatedly insisting that it truly did not know and cursing Cyan as a fiend before letting out another agonized scream. Hastia's face showed clear shock as she reflected that she could hardly believe he had defeated such a gigantic relic serpent so easily, and she thought that Sir Sion truly was amazing. Cyan, still pointing at the monster, taunted it by saying that he knew it was not dead yet and ordered it to get up and endure a bit more. The moment he finished speaking, a furious woman suddenly appeared above the monster's head, declaring that there had been enough tormenting of the innocent serpent. She demanded to know how they had found that place, insisted that humans should never have learned of it, and questioned who had told them the whereabouts of the location. At that moment, Hestia asserted with certainty that the woman was Lady Marianne. Cyan turned back toward Hestia and repeated the name in question, then smiled thoughtfully as he remarked that it seemed he had managed to run into someone rare. The woman addressed Cyan, stating that although it was her first time meeting him, his expression did not seem to match that claim, and she observed that he looked as though he already knew her. Cyan maintained his confident demeanor, while thinking that there was no way he could not recognize her, since she was the elemental dragon of Fruina, the one who commanded spirits, whose very existence was veiled in secrecy, and the strongest of the ancient dragons. He recalled that he had encountered her once before, when, in his previous life, he had set foot in Fruina in search of the demon blade Kiram, only to be expelled by her. Marianne then told him to leave, stating that what he sought was not there. Cyan, in his thoughts, admitted that he never expected to meet her again in such a manner. Marianne addressed Hestia by name and remarked that it had been a long time. Hestia immediately bowed deeply and nervously offered her greetings to Lady Marianne. Suddenly, Cyan called out Kiram's name. Kiram responded by telling Cyan to listen carefully, explaining that she would reveal why she had led him there, and then declared that he must kill Marianne. As she finished speaking, she swung her blade toward Marianne. Marianne remarked that it seemed Kiram had not grown at all, and questioned whether he intended to repeat the same mistakes again. While blocking Kiram, Cyan wondered to himself whether Kiram and Marianne already knew each other. He then stated that before making any decision, he believed he deserved to hear the reason first. At that moment, Marianne signaled that words would not work on her and declared that she would have to forcibly subdue her instead. As she finished speaking, she waved 2 fingers toward Cyan. Behind him, Hestia cried out in alarm, calling out to Sir Sion. Marianne continued by noting that Cyan was enduring surprisingly well, adding that it should have been difficult for him to even remain standing. In response, Cyan told her to be quiet for a moment, remarking that she could not see he was currently speaking with his demon blade. Seeing this, Marianne internally questioned how he could remain unaffected by such an amount of divine energy and wondered who this human truly was. Hestia then looked toward Marianne and begged her to forgive them, explaining that Sir Sion was only there to search for Lady Elise. Upon hearing Elise's name, Marianne's expression suddenly changed. Cyan noticed that the pressure had disappeared. Marianne then asked how he knew Elise. Cyan replied that Elise was his sister and asked whether his big sister Elise was there. Marianne answered that it was true Elise had once been there, but it had been a long time since she left. Cyan pressed further, asking why she had come in the first place. Marianne responded that she did not know either, explaining that the place was the font of holy water bestowed upon them by Lady Aquinas herself. She added that if Cyan's purpose was to find Elise, she suggested that he leave. Cyan let out a sigh of relief and agreed that there was no reason for them to stay any longer. Hestia asked him hesitantly whether he really intended to turn back just like that. Cyan replied that there was no point in staying there any longer, then added one more thing by asking whether Marianne had some bad blood with his demon blade. Marianne answered that he should ask his demon blade directly. As he walked away, Cyan thought to himself about Kiram, noting that she had been unusually quiet for a while and deciding that he would have to interrogate her slowly later. Carrying Hestia with him, he leapt onto the tall wall ahead and looked down below with complicated emotions. Down below, Mariana was still standing there. She stated that although she had anticipated it, she had not expected Stan Vert to truly come there. Turning her head toward the door, she saw a woman standing behind it, who commented that he was no ordinary man after all, and observed that the boy had truly grown a great deal. She added that it was a relief they had managed to send him away without getting caught. Marianne asked whether this was because of her resolve not to reveal herself until she became stronger. The mysterious woman answered that it was, explaining that she had always been a burden to him in the past. Marianne smiled and informed her that she had failed. The mysterious woman, revealed to be Elise, asked in confusion what she meant. Marianne then explained that her brother had already detected her, stating that it seemed he had read her mind and chosen to turn back because she did not show herself. She concluded by expressing her feeling that they would see him again in the near future. Elise was sitting quietly in prayer, calling upon Lady Aquinas, the mother of all that was water, stating that she had prepared herself to accept the goddess's power and earnestly pleading for a response. Marianne observed that Ellis was enduring remarkably well for a human, remarking that it was her first time witnessing a human possess such extraordinary will. The gigantic serpent from before, now reduced in size and resting upon Elise's shoulder, explained that several months had already passed and that Elise was steadily absorbing the power of the goddess of water. It elaborated that the water within the temple was the very essence of the first water bestowed upon the human realm by the goddess herself. The serpent stated that if Elise fully accepted that energy, she would inherit the power of the goddess of water and become her incarnation. However, it warned that enduring any further would not be easy for someone with a human body, emphasizing that no matter how much assistance was provided, she would not be able to overcome the physical limits of human flesh. Marianne responded that she was present solely because she wished to remain and help Ellis as much as she possibly could. The small serpent then added that, if permitted, it wished to ask a question. Ellis granted permission and told the relic serpent to speak. The serpent explained that its question concerned the demon blade encountered earlier, asking whether Marianne had been acquainted with its wielder. Marianne replied that their relationship could barely be called acquaintances, adding that she had been the one to kill the child's former master. Meanwhile, Cyan held Kiram's blade and silently reflected that Marianne had been far too quiet since that day, wondering what kind of relationship she could possibly have had with the dragon, while inwardly cursing the blade for its stubborn nature. At that moment, Hastia suddenly appeared from behind the door and screamed in surprise. Startled, Cyan asked why she was there. Frightened, Hastia collapsed onto the floor and stammered that she had only come to check whether he was all right. Cyan let out a sigh and questioned why a small child like her would even worry about him. Hastia replied with determination, stating that she had seen his future through her foresight and addressed him respectfully as Sir Cyan. Cyan responded sarcastically by asking what tomorrow's weather would be. Hastia immediately protested, insisting that it was not that kind of vision. Cyan sighed once more, expressing his disbelief and telling her that she sounded very unreliable, before ordering her to go to sleep and remarking that it was time for children to take a nap. However, within Hastia's gaze lingered unwavering conviction as she firmly believed that she truly had seen it, the near future of Sir Xian. Aer gently cradled the teacup in his hand, remarking with quiet satisfaction that everything felt remarkably peaceful, and noting that it had been a long time since he had last been able to enjoy such tranquility. He reflected that maintaining composure was precisely what allowed a god to preserve their dignity. Standing opposite him, Nana revealed her displeasure, admitting that she envied his overly relaxed attitude. Without lowering the teacup, Aer lightly swirled the tea and replied that such composure was simply the nature of a god. Nana let out a sigh and pointed out that although he had applied perception manipulation to Xian's brand, even the slightest delay on Xian's part could cause an immediate problem. At that moment, Aer's demeanor shifted abruptly. He incinerated the teacup and observed that she still seemed to distrust the boy named Xian. Seeing this, Nana hastily clarified that she merely believed it was far too early to feel at ease. Aer then stated calmly that, if that were the case, he would prove it to her. His words left her incredulous, prompting her to ask what exactly he meant by proving it. In response, he declared that he would demonstrate that the 3 years Xian had spent under his guidance had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Cyan walked alone through a desolate area beneath a star-filled night sky, thinking to himself that leaving empty-handed felt strangely anticlimactic. He reflected that he had come to Fruina in search of a prophet, yet he could not allow that young elf to become involved in his battle. At that moment, Marianne appeared and asked whether he was leaving. Cyan countered by asking if she had come to see him off, adding with a hint of irony that being personally escorted by the elemental dragon herself was quite an honor. Her expression turned grave as she replied that he could think whatever he liked, but as he had said himself, she was there to send him away from this land. Cyan laughed lightly and assured her that he had no intention of causing trouble there any longer, explaining that he would leave quietly and that she need not worry. She continued by saying that it was a relief he was open to conversation, unlike his demon blade, and admitted that she had been considering expelling him by force if he had continued to resist. Fixing his gaze on her, Cyan asked how she had come to be acquainted with his demon blade. The beautiful woman then displayed an unexpectedly gentle expression and suggested that he should ask the demon blade himself, noting that it seemed the two of them were not on the best of terms and that it would be best for him to reconcile with her immediately. Cyan slipped his hands into his pockets and asked what she meant by that. Marianne abruptly turned away and stated that she was saying this because he might need that demon blade sooner than he realized. Suddenly, Cyan clutched his chest in agony and collapsed to the ground, his thoughts spiraling as he wondered in shock what was happening and why the brand had already activated. As Marianne's figure disappeared into the distance, her voice echoed back to him, explaining that the spell she had cast on him the first time she saw him was beginning to lose its effect. As the pain grew more intense, Cyan felt his body breaking down and said that the spell was losing its effect, questioning whether that meant the perception manipulation had been dispelled. The woman turned back toward him with an eerie smile and told him that it meant his end had come. Cyan's eyes burned red with rage as he cursed Air, calling him a despicable bastard. On the other side, Nana maintained a stern expression. Air suddenly sneezed and casually asked whether someone was talking about him. Standing beside him, Nana angrily replied that of course Cyan was cursing him and demanded to know whether he was really planning to kill his own heir. Air stood up and stretched his hand, responding calmly that he had already said the boy would not die. Unable to contain herself, Nana shouted that Cyan's opponent was a sentinel of the god. Turning away, Air replied that he had personally trained the boy for the past 3 years and that there was no way he would lose. Nana frowned and asked why he was so certain. Aer answered that it was what the oracle had determined and told her not to worry. Overwhelmed with anger, Cyan clicked his tongue and complained about the terrible timing, noting that Kiram was not even bothering to come out and wondering whether that meant he had to defeat the enemy using only his own power. As he unleashed one technique after another, he continued thinking that without Kiram's full power, it was difficult for him to even pierce the opponent's armor, and questioned whether this truly was an insurmountable wall for a human, just as expected. Suddenly, he laughed to himself, realizing that this limitation applied only to a human. The horned, pink-haired woman remarked that he finally seemed to understand that there existed a wall he could never surpass no matter how hard he struggled, that as a human, he could never surpass the supreme god, and she mockingly asked what he would do now as the heir of the Black Fog. Cyan raised his sword high, shocking her, and she wondered aloud what he was doing. Cyan declared that if he could not surpass the wall as a human, then he did not need to remain human at all. He said he would give Kiram what had been desired all along and urged Kiram to take it. The woman screamed in shock, questioning whether he was truly thinking of entrusting his body to the demon blade. At that moment, Hastia suddenly jolted awake in her bed and shouted Sir Cyan's name in panic, questioning whether he was no longer Sir Cyan. Just then, Kiram unexpectedly appeared and told Cyan that he had to be joking. The people around them were completely confused about what was happening, while the woman continued, saying that she never thought she would be able to take his body like this, and awkwardly added her thanks. The iron-armored figures surrounding them, their faces completely concealed, did not understand what was happening and turned to look at one another. Kiaram, wearing an arrogant smile, remarked that she had not expected to take over the body in such a way and wondered how she was supposed to describe the sensation, mockingly expressing something akin to gratitude. Her icy gaze radiated an overwhelming sense of terror. Hastia was running while panting heavily. The 11th Prophet. Frisia explained to Lunav that the blessing would show her the path, emphasizing that it was a privilege bestowed by the divine tree. She added that they could not allow the person meant to protect the prophet to lose their way. Lunav responded that this meant Garnian must also have found the path thanks to Frisia. Frisia replied that Garnian had made the effort himself, and that was how he had been able to find his way, clarifying that the blessing had merely illuminated the path for him. Lunav suddenly sat up and excitedly said that she thought it was incredibly cool to be a prophet, since prophets could tell others the path they would take. Frisia let out a soft sigh and said that it was actually a great burden, adding that she could not see everyone's future. Lunav asked in surprise whether there were really people whose futures Frisia could not see and questioned how that was possible. Frisia answered that if someone had been excommunicated or had received powers from a dead god, she could not see their future. She warned that if such a person were chosen as a guardian, the prophet would also be unable to see their own future, and advised Lunav to be very careful when choosing a guardian if she ever became a prophet. Lunav quickly responded that she did not even know when she would become a prophet and firmly stated that she would never choose someone like that as her guardian. Meanwhile, Hastia continued running while thinking to herself that she had been an incredible idiot, realizing too late that she had indeed chosen someone like that as her guardian. She recalled that she had run out because of an anxious feeling she could not explain and wondered how she was supposed to find Mr. Cyan. She then realized in shock that he had actually been easy to find, recognizing the giants she had seen before and concluding that she had to stop what was happening. Suddenly, Marion appeared and warned Hastia not to help them, saying that she would only end up dying. Hastia was extremely shocked and could not understand why Marion was there. Marion continued, stating that Hastia looked like she wanted to know the reason for her presence. She explained that the giants were Nephilim sent by the god of light and that they had come to eliminate Cyan Vert because he possessed the seal. Marion revealed that Cyan Vert had handed over his body to his demonic sword in order to defy that fate, and that once he defeated the Nephilim, he would lose control. She declared that she had to stop him before that happened. Hastia grabbed Marion's hand and insisted that she had to help, believing it might not be too late. Marion responded by calling Hastia foolish and reminded her that the divine tree that granted her sight was the goddess of waters. She warned that intervening in that battle would mean the power of the goddess of water opposing the god of light, and asked whether Hastia was prepared to face the consequences. Marion cautioned that Hastia might end up destroying the future of her own kind as well as Fruina's. Hearing this, Hastia loosened her grip and released Marion's arm, letting both of her hands fall to her sides. Marion then said that this was the right choice and that the best thing they could do was simply watch. Kiaram continued fighting the ironclad warriors without mercy. She stated that only one remained. Holding her blade proudly, she declared that they should tell their father that he would need to do far better than this to defeat her before announcing that it was time to take care of the remaining business. Marion scoffed and said it was foolish, ordering them to move and insisting that this was not their fight. Hastia told Marion to be quiet, saying that she needed to speak to the demonic sword. Marion reacted in shock, recognizing the voice and questioning whether it was Aquinas. Kiaram, equally surprised, exclaimed that it was the elf child. At that moment, another voice intervened and told Kiaram that it was enough. Kiaram stammered in disbelief, asking who it was. The voice replied that Kiaram should not concern herself with the past, stating that she knew very well that none of this would change anything. Enraged, Kiaram shouted for Aquinas to stay out of her way, insisting that she had her reasons. Aquinas responded calmly that Kiaram was filled with rage and told her not to worry, assuring her that her owner would not die so easily this time. She promised to show Kiaram the path and embraced her as she spoke. Later, Hastia shouted, asking whether Mr. Cyan was awake. Cyan, who was lying with his head resting on Hastia's legs, asked where he was. Hastia explained that he had lost consciousness while fighting the giants and that Marion had carried him there. Cyan suddenly sat up and rubbed his head, asking how long he had been unconscious. Hastia replied that it had been about half a day. Holding his sword, Cyan tried to recall what had happened, saying that he remembered handing over his body to Kiaram, but could not remember anything after that, concluding that Kiaram must have fallen asleep again. Hasita, standing behind him, said that it really was him, seeking confirmation. In response, he told her to tell him what the weather would be like tomorrow, which made her state once again that it truly was him. He then stood up and said that he had to leave immediately. As he glanced back, he heard her hesitate before asking if he could take her with him. At that moment, Elder Elphorus said that he understood, adding that he had sensed something unusual had happened overnight, but he had never expected it to be a Nephilim. Marion reassured him by saying that the situation had already been taken care of and told him not to worry, explaining that she had also seen that the sorcery protecting the child had been reactivated. Garnanan then questioned whether they should eliminate such a dangerous being. Elder Elphorus sharply called out Garnanan's name, stopping him, and added that the Nephilim was about to leave Fruina, so there was no need for concern. Garnanan accepted this and replied that it was fine. Marion, thinking to herself, wondered why Aquinas had intervened, but reasoned that once that troublesome child left the land, there should be no further issues. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and realized that something was present. She looked up, prompting Elder Elfurus to ask what was wrong. Without warning, Marian flew upward, leaving everyone below in shock as they called out her name. At that moment, she realized that Ferwina was in danger. Elsewhere, Lunav appeared alone in a deserted area. She stated that she was in the right place, explaining that she could smell cyan. Marianne descended from above at great speed, her mind racing as she thought that Ferwina was in danger. As the short-haired, blue-haired girl walked forward, she noticed Marianne and remarked that she had come to the right place, adding that she could smell cyan. Marianne swung her sword and warned that a human had stepped into this place, noting that it was already the second time recently. She ordered the girl not to make her repeat herself and demanded that she leave immediately, especially since the girl was carrying an ominous energy. The short-haired girl responded that Marianne was being a bit too harsh for their first meeting and said that she would leave as soon as she found the person she was looking for. Marianne frowned and asked whether the girl was searching for a human, questioning if she was referring to the same person Marianne was thinking of. The girl then removed her hat and asked whether that person had a particular scent. Marianne, confused, asked what she meant. The short-haired girl continued by describing a smell similar to a massive pool of blood in a dark, damp basement, calling it an extremely seductive scent. Marianne warned her that the human in question was dangerous and told her that she was already too late, as the child had just left. She insisted that the girl leave immediately instead of bringing that unpleasant and incomplete demonic scripture into the area. The spirit resting on the girl's shoulder advised her to listen to Marianne. The short-haired girl asked the spirit whether it knew Marianne. In a stern tone, the spirit explained that Marianne was not someone they could fight, describing her as a higher being among ancient creatures, an elemental dragon, and admitting that it had not expected her to still be alive. The girl responded that she understood and asked whether the spirit knew so many things because it had lived for a long time as well. The spirit replied that she was only half right and half wrong, stating that such knowledge came from experience accumulated over time. The girl then asked whether it was possible for a human like her to obtain that kind of knowledge. The spirit answered that gaining knowledge beyond one's lifetime was possible through certain methods, suggesting that necromancy might be one such way. Hearing this, the girl was visibly stunned at the mention of necromancy. The scene then shifted to Nana dealing with Air when Cyan approached. Air greeted Cyan, saying that he was back. Nana turned around in surprise and asked Cyan whether he had managed to lose the Nephilim. Cyan replied that it seemed Nana already understood the situation somewhat, then grabbed Air by the collar. Frightened, Air exclaimed that Cyan had returned safely just as he had said, before reacting in shock. Cyan threw Air aside and stated that the snow was from Ferwina. Air complained that Cyan had developed a sense of humor. Cyan then demanded an explanation and asked why Air had undone the spell. Air replied that he had only wanted to see how much Cyan had improved. Cyan shouted in anger, accusing Air of driving his own successor to the brink of death. Air stood up and casually commented on Cyan and Kayaram, asking since when the two of them had started using separate beds. Cyan, furious, questioned whether this was really the time for jokes. Air reacted as if realizing something and remarked that it must have happened. Cyan had given up his body to Kayaram and added that it must have been quite a fight. Both Nana and Cyan became irritated and internally blamed Air for the situation. Cyan then asked whether Kayaram had been like this ever since and whether she was simply sleeping. Air explained that she would not wake up for a while because she had completely cut off her consciousness from the outside world on her own. He said that he could sense some kind of unknown aura but did not know when she would awaken. However, he reassured them that there would be no problem using the demonic sword's powers, telling them not to worry. Cyan responded that it was fine, but admitted that he was still a bit concerned. At that moment, Nana noticed Hastia hiding behind Cyan and asked what that was. Cyan answered that she was an elf and said that he thought Nana might be able to take care of her. Nana asked sarcastically whether she looked like a nanny. Hastia clutched Nana's hand and timidly introduced herself as the 12th prophet of the White Elves, named Hastia. Nana stared at Hastia with a piercing glare and asked what that was supposed to mean, telling her that she should be able to see that the adults were talking. Hastia spoke in fear, stammering as she apologized repeatedly. Nana shouted at Cyan, angrily questioning whether the girl was truly a prophet and demanding to know why he had brought an elf who should have been meditating or practicing yoga in the mountains to this place. Cyan replied calmly that Hastia could see the future, so he had thought she might be useful. Air seized the opportunity to step closer to Hastia and remarked that she was cute, telling her she could come over any time. Upon seeing this, Nana yelled at Air, telling him not to welcome Hastia if he was not going to be the one responsible for her, complaining that she already had more than enough burdens because of him. She added that her patience was reaching a new low every single day and warned him not to even think about leaving Hastia in her care. After speaking, Cyan thought to himself that Nana clearly would not accept it, and he concluded internally that he could not be bothered to handle the situation either. The scene then shifted to another location. Yuan was standing before a monument, expressing disdain as he remarked that humans were simple creatures, comparing them to slaves who worshipped the most powerful beings, beasts that had to be beaten into submission to make them listen. He described the entire concept as disgusting. Suddenly, a voice from behind questioned why he had wanted to meet there. Yuan replied that the journey must have been difficult. The one who had arrived was Boris, accompanied by 2 guards. Boris continued by stating that although she was a regent, she was still the princess of a nation, and warned him that he should be prepared to take responsibility if the matter was not important. Yuan responded that he was there to pay his respects to the dead. Boris asked in shock whether someone had died. Turning his head, Yuan stated that Cyan Vert had killed the Saintess. Boris was stunned, remarking that the Saintess should have gone to Fruina for a ruins expedition and questioning how such a thing could have happened, before declaring that this was only the beginning. Yuan answered calmly in a provocative tone, stating that Cyan Vert's blade would eventually be pointed toward the Empire. He questioned where Cyan's all-consuming rage would turn next, asserting that it would be directed at the one who currently held the greatest power in the Empire, Boris herself. Boris then asked what she should do and whether Yuan was going to tell her where Cyan Vert was. As he stepped forward, Yuan replied mockingly that he did not know that either. However, he suggested that they could make plans, asking her to form an expedition team composed of the palace's elite knights, while he himself would prepare a plan within an ancient ruin he had been investigating. Boris looked at him and said that forming such a team would not be difficult, but asked whether the ruin he mentioned was Romar. Yuan froze in shock and asked how she knew that, then added that there was someone else who wanted to go there as well, and questioned whether she would go together with them. The scene shifted again. Ellis was speaking with Duke Wallace. The Duke asked whether Ellis was truly going to Romar. Ellis replied that she was, explaining that she had already completed her preparations. Duke Wallace continued by warning her that she would have to pass through the Romar Heights and that the journey would be extremely difficult. Ellis responded that she was prepared and explained that there was something she needed to find there. Using magic, Wallace retrieved a book and handed it to her, stating that although he did not know what that place had to do with her former fiancé, the book contained information about the Romar Heights and should help her. Ellis thanked the Duke. Wallace looked at her with an uneasy expression and admitted that he still had a bad feeling about the situation. Ellis replied awkwardly that everything would be fine and reminded him that she was not so young anymore. Duke Wallace then exclaimed that there was someone who could accompany her. After that, Ellis was led by Nana to the library where Leximus was working. Focused on his task and unaware of their arrival, Leximus greeted her respectfully, stating that he had already organized the books they would take. Nana spoke up in surprise, exclaiming that Leximus was coming along as well, remarking that the trip would not be boring if that were the case. She added enthusiastically that she would be traveling with her graduate students, expressing her excitement before suggesting that they discuss the journey. She then bitterly questioned whether she was nothing more than a babysitter. The scene shifted to Hastia walking alone through a crowded street, her face filled with fear and unease. As she walked, she reflected inwardly that it had already been 2 days since she arrived, yet she still had not received a proper oracle. She questioned why she had chosen someone so frustrating to be her guardian and began to doubt her own prophetic abilities, wondering whether she even had the right to call herself a prophet. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the angry shouts of a red-haired man coming from inside a tent. He was loudly questioning why the spirits would say such a thing to him and what it meant for something to be completely one-sided, insisting that he had an especially strong feeling about it this time. Inside the tent, the man was receiving a fortune-telling from a witch, who retorted that it was merely what he believed. She warned him that if he approached that person any further, he would end up in prison, reminding him that her previous reading had been correct. She scolded him for deluding himself and told him to focus on making money instead. After that, the man burst out of the tent in tears, crying out that she was being far too harsh. Curious, Hastia watched him leave and then stepped inside the tent. Upon seeing her, the witch asked who she was. Hastia hurriedly introduced herself, saying that her name was Hastia, and that she was a prophet from the White Elf tribe, then asked whether the witch was also a prophet. The witch gently patted Hastia on the head, and cheerfully confirmed that she was indeed a prophet. She invited Hastia to share her worries, assuring her that the cards were never wrong. She teasingly asked who had made her worry so much and told her not to worry, promising to look into everything for her before asking her to pick a card. Hastia gazed at the spread of cards with admiration, then picked one and stated that it was the 8 of Cups, interpreting it as dissatisfaction with her current situation. The witch looked at the card and replied that Hastia wanted to help someone but had run into a wall. Hastia reacted in surprise and asked if the witch had gotten it right. The witch then handed her another card, explaining that it represented the cause, the hermit, and that the person Hastia wished to help was an extremely difficult individual. Hearing this, Hastia excitedly agreed and exclaimed that the person truly was difficult, then earnestly asked the witch to teach her the art of prophecy. The witch, taken aback, questioned whether Hastia was seriously asking her to teach her. The scene then shifted elsewhere, where Leximus was walking alongside Ellis. Leximus asked whether Ellis was truly certain about Instructor Sarika joining their trip. Ellis responded that it was fine and actually for the better, explaining that Sarika was close to Cyan and would be helpful. He added that although he felt the dean had assigned her to them to keep an eye on them, there was no use dwelling on what had already happened. Leximus then asked what they should do about the other problem. Ellis questioned what other problem he was referring to which Leximus replied gravely that an unidentified person had been following Ellis for the past few days and asked whether he should deal with them. Realizing they were being eavesdropped on, Ellis spoke out loud, telling the hidden listener to come out before his guardian knight took action, warning that his patience was limited. Behind a tree, the man listening in felt uneasy. Leximus drew his sword and ordered the person to come out, declaring that it was the princess's command. The man, Gale, stepped forward and said that he would cooperate, asking Leximus to put his sword down. Ellis reacted in surprise and asked if he was Sir Gale. Leximus then asked whether Ellis knew him. Gale expressed surprise that Ellis remembered him and explained that he had no ill intentions in following her, asking for forgiveness. Ellis coldly accused him of lying, stating that she knew he had been sent by Violet. Gale thought to himself that she was as sharp as the rumors claimed, then protested aloud that it was a misunderstanding. Immediately after, Leximus charged at Gale and attacked him. During the clash, Leximus insisted that Gale had misunderstood and declared that he would personally speak to Princess Erin, ordering him to back off. Ellis, watching from the side, stated that she alone would decide whether she wanted to talk to him, criticizing him for already crossing the line by following her. She demanded that he reveal everything he had been reporting to Violet so that bloodshed could be avoided. Gale responded that although he was now a royal knight, he had once been an advanced knight of the Knights of Light and there was no way he would lose to someone who had only just graduated. Their fight grew extremely intense until Gale let out a shout and slashed Leximus, then declared that he would withdraw, explaining that he had been ordered to keep interaction to a minimum and telling them to tend to the boy's injury instead. Leximus collapsed and Ellis rushed over to support him. Gale reassured her that the wound was not lethal and that an ordinary healing spell would suffice. Ellis responded that she would not forget this encounter. Gale, speaking in a provocative tone that caused Ellis's expression to darken, stated that he harbored no ill feelings toward her and that he had merely been carrying out orders. He coldly told her to accept it, explaining that many others besides him would be watching her every move. He reminded her that she was, after all, the former fiancée of the murderer Cyan Vert, and that it was only natural for the Empire to keep a close eye on her. After saying that, he bid her farewell. Leximus forced himself to speak and apologized to Her Highness. Ellis responded calmly, stating that the opponent had not been someone Leximus could have defeated. She explained that Sir Gale was a swordmaster among the Knights of Light, and that she was certain only a very small number of people in the Empire could actually put up a proper fight against him. Gale turned back to look at them, then collapsed to the ground in pain. Grimacing, he reflected to himself that it hurt terribly, admitting that the kid had really landed a solid hit on him. He thought that although he had barely managed to block the attack, the girl was already skilled enough to use sword aura. He concluded that she would grow into an exceptionally skilled swordsman, and admitted that he had not known Princess Erin had someone that talented on her side. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he decided that he had better report this. Suddenly, a cloaked figure wielding a sword charged at Gale from behind. Unable to evade in time, Gale was struck by the blade. Without getting a clear look at his attacker, Gale wondered who this person was, questioning whether it might be an assassin sent by the royal family. Although he was unsure, he felt his instincts warning him of danger. Gale rose to his feet and counterattacked, thinking that this opponent was extremely dangerous. He unleashed his techniques, invoking Predator of the Abyss and Fog Sword, Singular Flash. As Gale lunged forward, the cloaked figure addressed him by name, calling him Gale Marantz. The attacker revealed knowledge of Gale's past, stating that he had been Duke Vert's loyal subordinate and Yulkin's disciple, and demanded to know why he was now working for Violet. Gale asked in disbelief how the man knew about him. The cloaked figure replied that such details were not important, insisting that what truly mattered was Gale answering his questions. At that moment, Gale recognized him and reacted in shock upon realizing who he was. The cloaked man revealed himself to be Cyan Vert. Cyan warned Gale that the manner of his death would depend on how he answered the questions. Cyan's mind then drifted back to the past, recalling how much effort had been made to capture him, noting bitterly that the Garam kingdom had dispatched numerous elite knights just for him alone. In those memories, Cyan recalled the fierce battles, acknowledging that while the enemies were not particularly threatening, there had simply been too many of them. He remembered wondering where the reinforcements were. In that same memory, Gil had arrived to support him, apologizing for being late and addressing Cyan respectfully as young master. Gale had told him that they were there to help now and advised him to retreat and rest. Within Cyan's recollection, Gale was known as Gale Marantz, a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, one of the few knights capable of wielding a blade. He was recognized as a genius, talented in both swordsmanship and summoning magic, as well as one of the very few disciples of Yulkin. Cyan remembered finding it difficult to believe that someone of such caliber was now working for Princess Violet. Returning to the present, Gil demanded to know why Cyan had switched sides. He remarked that he had not expected the youngest lord of House Vert to recognize him and sarcastically claimed to be deeply honored. Cyan coldly told him to stop talking and answer the question. With an expressionless face, Gil continued by saying that he too had conducted his own research on Cyan. He then stated that he would be honest and revealed that everything he had done was under Duke Vert's orders. Cyan was shocked by this revelation and asked if his father had truly been the one who gave those orders. The scene shifted to another location, the Garam Association headquarters, where Luna was speaking with Martin. Martin asked how long he had been in that state. Luna replied that it had been about 3 years. Martin scoffed and remarked that it had been 3 years already, admitting that she had cornered him thoroughly and commenting that he truly had an amazing granddaughter. Luna responded that this was exactly why he should have kept his hands to himself, adding that she was managing the association now and that he should rest more, even suggesting that he could rest eternally. Martin replied that she had just said she had returned from Fruina and pointed out that that day should have been the General Assembly Day. Luna explained that she had her guardian knight, Lamella, take over whenever she was absent, and added that she had sent away everyone she believed to be his close personnel, though she admitted that things were not quite the same as before. Martin laughed and said that he had never even taught her how to run the association, yet she had still managed to outplay him completely. Luna looked at him in confusion, wondering internally why he was laughing, before asking why he had done such a thing to Cyan that day. Martin replied that he had intended to discuss marriage between the two of them, but Cyan had turned him down. Luna froze and asked what he had just said, specifically questioning the mention of marriage. Martin confirmed it, explaining that he had thought Cyan would be able to help them take over the continent, but now believed that Luna would do anything to get her hands on him, even if it was not for Martin's sake. He then questioned her expression and abruptly changed the subject, saying that he had heard some interesting news and mentioning that she was collecting information on necromancy. Luna acknowledged this and stated that it was also the reason she was there, before asking where she could find books on necromancy. Martin then recalled and explained that necromancy was banned and that all books related to the topic had been burned long ago. He added that people had feared that knowledge of necromancy would be far too dangerous. Luna asked whether there were still some books left, insisting that there was no way the Garam Association would have allowed such important texts to disappear completely. Martin replied that despair and corruption were the only things awaiting anyone who got their hands on necromancy, emphasizing that every necromancer had either lost their mind or died. At that moment, Luna's spirit appeared and stated that there was no need to worry, assuring Luna that such a thing would not happen to her. Luna demanded to be told where the books were. Martin responded that he had known she would say that. Something then appeared, revealed as Forgotten Knowledge, Grimoire. Luna reacted in surprise, asking whether he had possessed something like that. Martin explained that this was how he kept most of the books that were supposed to have disappeared from society. He acknowledged that Luna was a bookworm, but guaranteed that she had never read any of those volumes. He then handed her a book and said that it was what she was looking for. He added that he had planned to pass down the entire archive to her one day anyway, noting that she always needed to satisfy her curiosity. Luna accepted the book and replied that even if he had refused to help, she would have found them somehow regardless. Martin turned his back and warned her not to drown in her curiosity like her foolish father, telling her to leave if she had obtained what she wanted because he wished to rest. Luna silently watched Martin's back as he walked away, unsure of what to say. The scene then shifted to the Ushif Empire's secret warp facility. Suddenly a soldier burst through the door and shouted that there was a problem. The scar-faced man asked what it was. The soldier replied that he was there again. The scar-faced man's expression darkened with concern. Outside, the one who had returned was Cyan. Cyan questioned whether there were more of them this time or if it was a misunderstanding. One of the soldiers spoke up, identifying him as the one who had tampered with Garam's warp system. Cyan responded by questioning that claim, arguing that they were the ones who had secretly installed a warp in territory that did not belong to them. From among the group, a woman stepped forward and mockingly remarked that he was talking back, introducing herself as Annie Murray. She stated that she would not be as easy to deal with as her brother, explaining that her specialty was psychological magic. She then moved to reach toward Cyan's face, declaring that she would devour him from the inside out. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from Cyan, causing Annie to recoil in fear. Cyan thought to himself that it was mental breakdown magic and wondered what was wrong with her mind. The soldiers behind them cried out in shock when they recognized Annie, shouting in disbelief at what she had done. The scar-faced man stepped forward and ordered everyone to stand back. The soldiers reacted in unison, calling out his name in surprise, realizing that the scar-faced man was Muria. Muria warned them that the man before them was not someone they could handle. Cyan casually replied that it had been a long time, then mockingly remarked that Muria's sister, Lady Annie, had been defeated without being able to do anything at all. One of the soldiers urgently asked Muria whether he was really just going to stand there and watch. Muria calmly confirmed that he was. The soldier, stunned, asked if he had heard correctly. Cyan patted Muria on the shoulder and expressed his appreciation, adding that he would be relying on this arrangement often from now on and implying that he would be under Muria's care. Muria responded that he understood, though his mind was pulled back to Luna's earlier warning when she had firmly declared that the man belonged to her and that anyone who laid a finger on him would pay dearly. Muria turned pale as he recalled Luna's expression, thinking that it was the first time he had ever seen Lady Luna look like that. He resolved never to cross paths with that mysterious man again. Shortly afterward, Muria contacted Luna to report the incident. Luna asked whether that man had appeared again. Muria confirmed that he had, explaining that the man had just passed through the warp gate at the Ruin branch and that he was reporting immediately, exactly as instructed. Luna then asked whether there had been any injuries. Muria replied that fortunately no one had been injured. Luna shouted that she was not asking about the others, but about that man specifically. Muria hastily clarified that the man had safely passed through the warp gate. Luna responded that she understood and expressed her relief. Muria then added that the man seemed to have a companion, mentioning that he had seen a girl chasing after him. Luna froze and asked where the man had warped to. Hesitantly, Muria answered that the destination had been the Romar Plateau. Elsewhere, Cyan recalled a past conversation he had shared with Gale, thinking to himself how surprising it was that he had come this far. Back then, Gale had told him that he had heard Princess Erin was heading to the Romar Plateau and that his mission, under Princess Violet's orders, was to surveil Princess Erin and report everything to Duke Vert. Cyan had asked what Duke Vert's goal was. Gale explained that the Duke sought to uncover the truth behind recent events, suspecting that the worsening condition of His Majesty was connected to Princess Violet, even though there was no concrete evidence yet. Gale added that the Duke believed Princess Erin was currently in the greatest danger, especially now that Princess Violet had taken control of the Empire. Cyan questioned why the Duke cared so deeply. Gale replied that the Duke had only said it was because of a promise. Cyan pressed further, wondering what kind of promise could justify such actions. He pointed out that Duke Verte was currently refusing all requests from the imperial family to deploy the Knights of Light, using the excuse that Eshel Verte had once treated them as his personal soldiers. Cyan questioned whether this behavior would not lead to accusations of treason, and asked why someone who valued the safety of his house so highly would act in such a way. Gale responded that it must stem from the Duke's loyalty to His Majesty and the responsibility he carried. Cyan countered that this was ultimately just Gale's assumption. Gale retorted that he had spent more than 10 years on the front lines alongside the Duke and would naturally know him better. Growing impatient, Cyan snapped and demanded that Gale stop talking and explain why Princess Erin was heading to Romar. Gale looked at him and admitted that he did not have information regarding that matter. However, he revealed that there were rumors about ruins in that area, said to contain a method capable of killing a god. Cyan reacted in disbelief, repeating the idea and questioning why Princess Erin would seek something so dangerous. Gale continued by saying that no one really knew the truth, but he wondered whether everything might be connected to her desire to find Cyan. He pointed out that, arranged marriage or not, Cyan had been her fiancé, and that she might have genuinely loved him. According to Gale, she had no intention of giving up and had been obsessively gathering information about Cyan. While observing her, Gale explained that he had naturally ended up learning about Cyan all over again as well. Cyan then asked what Gale had discovered. Gale replied that he had learned Cyan was not a demon at all, and that the ones who had been trying to seize power over the Empire were actually Eshel Verte and Prince Ruinal. Cyan commented that it sounded like Gale had figured out something pointless. Gale responded that while it was true that getting rid of the charges placed on Cyan would be difficult for the time being, he would still try to help him soon, even though he was not currently in the best condition. Cyan looked at Gale and asked whether it would not be hard for him to wield his sword again with his injured arm, while inwardly feeling a bit guilty. Gale reassured him that he was fine and emphasized that he still had his left hand. Returning to the present, Cyan thought that seeing Gale remain so cheerful only made him feel even worse. He reflected that he had once considered eliminating Gale because of how he had been lingering around Princess Erin, and questioned whether he might have overreacted. Suddenly, Cyan spoke aloud, telling whoever was there to come out. Hastia, startled, stepped out from behind a tree and asked nervously when Cyan had noticed her. Cyan replied that she had followed him far too obviously. Hastia complained that if he was going to pretend not to notice even though he already knew, he should have invited her to go with him instead, accusing him of being mean. Cyan looked at her and remarked that she would probably follow him anyway, even if he told her not to. Hastia grabbed the sleeve of his clothes and insisted that she would. Cyan then asked what she planned to do when she could not even get the weather right with her oracle abilities. Hastia responded by sitting down and spreading cards out on the ground, boasting playfully that she could now predict everything and urging Cyan to pick a card, promising to answer any question he wanted. Cyan, confused, asked whether she even knew how to do something like that. Hastia impatiently told him to just pick a card. Cyan thought to himself that this reminded him of that idiot god, and wondered whether that god could not possibly have taught this child something strange. Deciding to play along, he picked a card and noted that it was a night card. He explained that he had chosen it while wondering where to go, then questioned what it was supposed to mean and how she was even going to interpret it. Hastia looked at the card and declared that there was a place nearby where warriors had gathered, and that if Cyan went there, he would find the clues he needed. Cyan stared at the card and questioned how such a place could exist nearby in those barren mountainous highlands. However, when he looked ahead and saw a house standing there, he acknowledged that it did exist after all. Hastia gazed at Cyan with sparkling eyes and proudly asked how it was, telling him to behold her foresight. Cyan rubbed her head and commented that even a broken clock was right twice a day, then told her to put her hood on properly as he stepped into the house. Inside, Hastia looked at the people around them and, frightened, clutched Cyan's hand, saying that she was scared and that there were all kinds of rough-looking people there. Cyan comforted her by explaining that they were mercenaries and assured her that although they looked like that, they were probably easier to talk to than she thought. At that moment, a burly man approached and tried to reach for Hastia, remarking crudely that she looked pale, that it was rare to see someone like her around those parts, and suggesting that she go somewhere with him. Cyan immediately pulled Hastia back and raised his voice, proposing that they start the conversation properly instead. A white-haired man stepped forward and said that it was time to talk. He introduced himself as Rick, stating that the other party seemed quite skilled and that he was the guildmaster of the Rusted Sword, adding that it was nice to meet them. Cyan raised the tip of his dagger toward Rick's face, which made Rick hurriedly explain that he only wanted to talk and was not interested in the child. After that, Cyan, Hastia, and Rick sat down at a table to talk. Rick asked whether this was Cyan's first time there, then concluded that Cyan must not be affiliated with any guild and suggested that he join them. Cyan coldly refused. Seeing Cyan's indifferent expression, Rick thought that Cyan had not even considered the offer. Cyan then asked how long Rick had been there and whether there had been no strange phenomena in the surrounding area. Rick clicked his tongue, thinking that Cyan only spoke about things he was interested in, and replied that he had been there for about 3 years. He went on to explain that strange phenomena had started occurring 3 years ago, with mutants appearing that were said to resemble the monsters of Lamea Valley. He added that this was when mercenaries began gathering there as well, and that there had been many losses and heavy damage to civilian areas. Cyan asked whether the nearby ancient site had anything to do with this. Rick, looking confused, replied that Cyan must be referring to the Romar site, but noted that there were too many people listening and suggested that they talk outside. After they went outside, Rick turned around and demanded to know who Cyan really was, pointing out that Cyan's mask hid his identity and that his interest in the site was suspicious. Rick accused him of possibly being a spy from the Garum Association and then lunged at him. Cyan countered the attack and stated that he had thought Rick knew something, warning that if Rick had just been talking nonsense, his head would be next. Cyan then explained that the Romar Heights was an extremely barren land where even grass struggled to grow, let alone monsters, but that a strange aura had been emanating from the site for the past 3 years. He added that mutants began appearing afterward, and once nearby villages were affected, the Empire sent in soldiers. Rick asked why. Despite that, it was mercenaries like him who were protecting the regions outside the site. Cyan questioned whether the Knights of Light were doing nothing. Rick replied that he had no idea, explaining that Duke Vert did not cooperate with them. He remarked that Cyan seemed interested in the site and proposed that Cyan go with them, offering to guide the way. He added that there would be monsters nearby and jokingly claimed that it was good for men's health, since they could be sold for a high price. Cyan asked what Rick meant by that. Rick thought for a moment, laughed, and suggested that the effects might be similar to monster blood. Cyan then covered Hastia's ears so she would not have to hear Rick's drunken words, telling her that there was no need to listen to him. Sometime later, Cyan led Hastia to the gate of a village. Hastia asked whether they could trust that mercenary. Cyan replied that he trusted no one. Hastia then asked why he had agreed to go with Rick anyway. Cyan answered that he could use him. Hastia looked at Cyan in confusion and asked for clarification. From a distance, Rick arrived with his men and said that Cyan must have been waiting for a while. He proceeded to introduce the members of the Rusted Sword Guild, claiming that they were all skilled and dependable. He introduced Marina as a specialist in poison assassinations, Malvek as the giant with the axe, and Altz as the flame mage. The group stood firmly in front of Cyan and loudly told them to greet him. Hastia hid behind Cyan in fear. Cyan told Rick that there was no need to be so wary. Rick laughed cheerfully and reassured Hastia that they were good people who would not hurt her. Cyan then asked Rick to simply guide the way. Rick agreed and urged everyone to hurry, explaining that they had arrived at the shortcut leading to the site. He mentioned that the terrain was rough, but hoped they would understand. As Cyan looked at Rick, he thought that the scent of rotten flesh and blood was strong, as if there were corpses rotting inside. Hastia said that she had a bad feeling. Cyan told her to listen carefully. Hastia asked whether he meant psychic resonance. Cyan confirmed it and instructed her that if he gave a signal, she should close her eyes and block her ears. Hastia looked at Cyan in confusion and asked why, but Cyan coldly told her to just do as he said if she did not want to throw up, then walked ahead. Rick warned them that it was dark and told them to watch their step, explaining that light did not reach that deep. Cyan thought that the smell of blood was growing stronger. Rick then turned around and announced that they had arrived. Cyan asked whether this had been Rick's goal from the beginning, accusing him of trying to throw them into a pit of corpses and demanding to know why. Rick replied with a cold gaze that Cyan was the only one who would die, adding that they could sell the virgin elf for a lot of money. Behind Cyan, Malvek attempted a sneak attack. Cyan gave a faint smile and remarked that it was such an overused villain line. Malvek shouted and swung his weapon down toward Cyan's head, but Cyan dodged the attack and stated that he had already known. Malvek shouted in fury, demanding to know whether Black Fog had appeared and whether it was truly him, while unleashing his attacks empowered by Black Fog's power. Hastia, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground and clutched her head. From outside, Rick yelled for Marina to act immediately and seize the elf. Marina responded that she understood and proceeded to lift Hastia up as Hastia desperately screamed for her to get out of the way. Cyan noticed the situation and turned back, causing Marina to panic and question what was happening. Cyan then struck Marina down with a finishing blow called Fog Sword, Rushing Fogstorm. Rick cursed loudly and shouted for ALTZ to cover him. Before ALTZ could even step out, Cyan killed him, leaving ALTZ screaming in confusion and terror as his life was taken. Rick was gripped by fear, while Cyan laughed scornfully and told him that he was now the only one left. Cyan added that he had needed Rick for something as well, and stated that Rick would have to help him with what was coming next. Rick stared at Cyan and, upon noticing the mysterious mask and the black fog, realized in horror that Cyan might truly be who he suspected, wondering if he had just antagonized Mist itself. Cyan then unleashed the final attack known as Creation, Shadow Personality. Cyanvert stepped out from the cliff wall and smiled, remarking that it was the Romar site and that it was enormous. He added that, although it had been forgotten now, many people had once passed through the place. Standing with Hastia in front of the dark, ominous gate, he stated that all he knew were the rumors about how to kill a god. His expression darkened as he silently calculated and commented that it was a rather fitting rumor, explaining that the temple was meant for worshipping the goddess of death and suggesting that if it was possible to kill even gods, it was possible that she had been ignored by the other gods. Noticing Cyan's silence, Rick curiously asked whether there was anything else he needed. Cyan agreed that there was. Rick's face brightened with excitement as he eagerly told him to just say the word. Cyan felt helpless and thought that Rick was being excessive, while Hastia, looking at Rick's expression, also remarked that he was completely different from earlier. Cyan gently explained that Rick was on their side now and that it was fine, although he admitted that Rick was indeed doing a bit too much. Cyan then ordered Rick to go to the entrance of the cave. Rick asked why, confused, but Cyan explained that he did not need to know the reason and instructed him to act as a guide for people who wanted to come there. Rick expressed surprise at being told to act as a guide. Cyan gestured with his index finger and instructed him to guide them in the opposite direction. He reassured Rick that he did not need to fight and only needed to make sure those people got lost. Elsewhere, a wooden cup was slammed onto a table as a man cursed furiously, shouting that he would never forgive that bastard, raging that the man had dared to do such a thing to him and swearing that he would take revenge. The people inside the tavern remained silent in fear. Suddenly, the man who had been shouting earlier fell silent and turned his head after overhearing a conversation stating that the person in question had apparently left with the Rusted Sword Guild that morning and suggesting that it might be a good thing since those men were essentially slave traders. The furious man argued that it meant nothing if he was not the one taking revenge, and he mentioned the child who had been beside the man, claiming that she looked like a white elf and stating that everyone knew how expensive they were. He also mentioned that the dagger the man carried had looked very fine and lamented that if he had not let his guard down, everything would have belonged to him. The bald man recalled the image of Hastia and Cyan when they wielded their swords. Boris Lahelm approached the bald man and asked whether he could tell him more about that man. The bald man reacted in surprise and demanded to know who Boris was, even asking whether he was from the Empire's military. Boris smiled gently and asked if the man was deaf before telling him to speak more about the man with the dagger. The bald man became angry and began to protest, but Boris tossed a pouch of gold onto the table and stated that the amount should be enough to hire all of them. Seeing this, the bald man obediently said that he had only heard that the man was heading to the Romar site and was accompanied by a child. Boris internally concluded that the child must be the white elf prophet. He then persuaded the man by saying that he would give him double the payment if he came with them to the site and asked whether he would join them. A chair fell over as soldiers prepared for combat but were stopped. The bald man reminded Boris that the man had a debt with him. Boris responded with a fake smile and expressed satisfaction. The bald man then asked in a low, rough voice what they needed to do. At the Romar Heights warp gate, Aaron Severus remarked that traveling was much faster when using the warp gate. Gale Morantz agreed but complained that it was very cold and admitted that he could not get used to the weather. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, expressing gladness that their travel had been convenient. The speaker turned out to be Lunav, who told them to inform her whenever they needed it and guided them forward. Lunav narrowed her eyes and stated that she could bring Cyan to her, then asked whether they would not be attending lessons for a while. Inside another house, Kundal Quizel asked Lunav whether she was leaving because of Cyan as well. She was startled and asked how he knew. He explained that Princess Aaron had also requested to leave earlier. Lunav responded that she understood. Kundal hesitated slightly and asked about her attendance, reminding her that she could not have her guardian knight attend in her place like she had done at the Garum Association. Hearing that, Lunav honestly admitted that it was the reason she had received an offer. Kundal was surprised and asked what the offer was. Lunav explained that they could share some of the Warp Gate artifacts that the Garum Association possessed with the Lewin Association. Kundal appeared thoughtful and remarked that the rumors about Warp Gates had been true. Contrary to his concern, Lunav suggested that they could simply claim it was for the sake of academic exchange within the Lewin region and added that his condition was that he be allowed to go wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The old man stroked his beard and, after some thought, replied that he also had a condition, which was that Lunav had to be accompanied by an instructor. As the recollection ended, someone asked whether they were behaving well and added that they would be the one responsible if any problem occurred during the trip. Sarika, looking angry, said that she truly wanted everything to go smoothly. Kundal laughed heartily and said that he wanted her to take care of them. Sarika became speechless with anger and complained that dealing with Princess Aaron and Leximus alone was already annoying, and now she also had to deal with Lunav, which she felt was too much. However, she admitted to herself that he had leverage over her and that she was doing all of this to protect Nana. After that, she quietly walked away. Hearing the sound of many footsteps, she asked whether they knew where they were going. Aaron gently replied that she did and explained that she had looked into that place a bit before coming. Suddenly, a deep and imposing male voice asked what had brought them there, remarked that they seemed like children from some noble household, and suggested that they should leave while he was still being nice, warning that he did not go easy on women. Lunav politely apologized and stated that they could not turn back now. Aaron summoned a stream of light and ordered him to move out of the way. Rick scoffed and commented that they were quite a group of bold ladies, then raised both hands and said that he surrendered and would lead the way. The group felt utterly helpless at being toyed with. Sarika angrily asked what he was scheming, but Rick paid little attention to her anger and repeated that he would lead the way, adding that he had been too afraid to go in alone anyway. Sarika frowned and suppressed her anger, noting that she did not feel any threatening mana, then warned him not to try anything. Rick lowered his head in relief, thanked them, and claimed that it had all been a joke. Afterward, he greeted them in a friendly manner and introduced himself as Rick. Aaron interrupted and asked him to tell her what was inside that required them to be guided. He forced a smile and said that it must be their first time there, explaining that it would be very bad if they got lost because there were strange things all over the place. From above, a giant bird screeched and dove downward, while Cyan ran with Hastia on his back as she cried uncontrollably. He gently tried to comfort her by commenting that it was very ugly. The girl clung tightly to his shoulders in fear and asked whether that was really what he was worried about at that moment. He thought to himself that when he had tried to enter the site, they had suddenly started rushing at them, and he observed that they did not seem like demonic beasts or monsters, but rather some kind of strange hybrid. Soon after, a gigantic bear appeared. Cyan shouted for them to move, dodged the swarm of monsters, and inwardly rejoiced as he realized that they were desperate to block the entrance. His eyes glowed red as he warned that they were going to fall straight down and told Hestia to hold on tight. The girl, terrified, stammered and asked whether they were really going to fall. The scream was described as being so piercing that it seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. It was said that Cyan had finally used his red blade to finish off the monster, remarking that it had been too easy. Seeing Hestia lying flat on the ground, he asked her if she was all right. It was narrated that she was dizzy, foaming at the mouth, and clearly in terrible condition. Cyan then exclaimed that she was really no help at all. As he looked at the devastated surroundings, he wondered what those things were, adding that they did not seem like regular mutants. He explained that if they had been demonic beasts, he would at least have felt their mana. After tasting the monster's blood, he observed that it only tasted like regular blood and that there was no mana at all. Hestia's voice suddenly demanded to know what he had just eaten, causing him to turn around. When she clearly saw what he had tasted, she covered her mouth in horror and called him a savage. Cyan shot her a glance and thought to himself that she was one to talk, calling her a parasite in his mind. However, he calmly stated that he needed to figure out what those things were, especially since she could not use her so-called foresight. It was then described that a king card bearing 2 ancient lions was raised, accompanied by the remark that apparently it was not important. Cyan questioned what that meant. Hestia smiled confidently and insisted that they needed to focus on the path they had come through instead, giving as an example those unique-looking shapes on the wall. Cyan followed her gesture and commented that it did not seem like a path, though he admitted he could feel a weak flow of mana. As his hand approached the door, a crimson light suddenly appeared. The door slowly trembled and opened. Cyan concluded in a low voice that it had been a hidden route. In contrast to his tension, Hestia smiled smugly, her cheeks slightly flushed, and declared that she had been right. Cyan glanced at her bright smile and let out a heavy sigh, thinking to himself that there was something suspicious about that card. Behind the newly opened door, a woman slowly turned her head. Upon seeing them, she smiled cunningly and wondered whether he had not noticed. A dark red aura wrapped around her fingertips as she slowly touched the card as if controlling it, then raised another one, remarking that she had to do so much for this successor. Elsewhere, Lunov's group was described as gradually advancing deeper into the cave. She looked around uneasily and asked whether they were sure they were going the right way, adding that she felt as though they had been going in circles. Rick scratched his face awkwardly and replied that that was simply how maze-like the place was, claiming that if nothing bad had happened, it meant they were on the right path. She looked at him skeptically and asked if that was so. Rick was said to feel a chill run down his spine as a drop of sweat slid down his cheek, wondering anxiously whether she was doubting him. He recalled Cyan once saying that it was fine if they had to fight because they were young but very skilled. Rick then frowned and thought that he needed to find a new way instead of leading them around in circles and that he needed to stall for time. The group soon came upon the ruins left behind by Cyan after destroying the monsters, a sight that made them tremble. Though still frightened, Rick steadied himself and announced that they had arrived and that this was the entrance. Aaron looked around and asked whether someone had already gone in. Rick replied that he did not know and added that not many people knew the correct route. Leximus quietly wondered whether it could be the Empire's army. Aaron denied that possibility, saying she had heard they had not gone in. Lunov then stated that it was Cyan. Aaron reacted in shock, asking how she knew. Lunov looked at her coldly and said that she could smell him. She then urged everyone to hurry, explaining that she thought they were almost there. Aaron remained confused, repeating the word smell in disbelief. Rick, though somewhat bewildered, agreed. However, he privately realized that she had recognized it was him right away and wondered what she truly was. Sarika then pointed ahead and asked where that path led. Rick followed her gesture and explained that it was the main gate. She froze and repeated in surprise that it was the main gate. Rick confirmed that it was, adding that the path they had taken was a shortcut and that if they had come from the main gate, they would have encountered the army. Sarika suddenly announced that she was going to head that way and told them to go on ahead. Aaron, confused, asked if something had happened. Sarika gave no further explanation and rushed straight toward the gate, insisting that it was nothing and telling them again to just go ahead. Behind her, Aaron remained bewildered, wondering what was going on. Lunov guessed that Sarika must have needed to check something and urged the others to follow, saying they should just go. Rick scratched his head and forced an encouraging smile, exclaiming that the path was blocked off. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted. It was Star Explosion. The others ignored Rick, remarking that they could have done it themselves and that it did not matter, urging everyone to move on. Rick stiffened, his smile faltering as he admitted that they were far more skilled than he had expected. Aaron clenched his fists, shaken, and thought that he had not known the fifth princess possessed such power, realizing that she was completely different from the rumors. Lunav looked at the ruins beneath their feet and sighed, noting that there were monster corpses there as well. Aaron questioned where they had come from, and Lunav suggested that the answer might lie further ahead. Rick laughed loudly and called everyone over, telling them to hurry. Lunav, resting her hand thoughtfully, remarked that something felt off. Rick paused and asked what she meant. As Lunav touched the wall, she said she could smell cyan up ahead, as if there were a path through there. Hearing this, Rick began to panic inwardly, wondering what was wrong with that girl. Stammering, he insisted that it was not a path. At that moment, a monster appeared from above and swung its claws at Rick. Swift Blade, Valkyrie manifested as Leximus blocked the creature's attack. The monster let out a dreadful scream. Bound Sec, Dine's life. After finishing it off, Leximus calmly sheathed his sword and asked Lunav if she was all right. Rick gaped in astonishment, thinking that she had killed it in an instant. Aaron warned everyone not to let their guard down yet. Soon, more monsters surrounded the group. At the temporary military camp, Boris Lahelm appeared and commended everyone for their good work. The guards were startled and addressed him as Mr. Boris, asking who those mercenaries were. He replied calmly that they were going to help them and asked whether anything had happened while he was away. One of the guards nervously reported that the first group had gone in. Boris grabbed the man by the collar and reminded him that he had told them to wait until he returned. The guard apologized fearfully. Boris cursed them as insects and demanded to know who was leading the first group. Coughing, the guard replied that it was Sir Niels, who had taken about 10 people with him. Boris coldly shoved the guard to the ground and declared that he had better go in right away. Feeling uneasy, he sensed that something was wrong and wondered what was happening inside. He could feel a familiar, disgusting aura emanating from within the ruins. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed against the ground. A guard, blood pouring from his mouth, collapsed heavily. Lying on the ground and trembling, he cried out for help, pleading desperately. Sarika's face remained icy, her eyes burning with fierce intensity. While they were walking through the tunnel, Hastia suddenly shouted for Cyan to wait, which made him ask what it was. With tears welling in her eyes and her legs trembling, she said that her legs were shaking and asked how much longer they were going to walk. Cyan angrily scolded her, asking why she had come with him in the first place. Nevertheless, he still let her sit down to rest. After a moment, she asked whether he thought they were going in circles. Looking up at the statue beside them, she said that she had seen that statue many times already, and Cyan agreed that she was right. Standing before the massive statue, Cyan speculated that there might be some kind of device set up, and Hastia wondered if it was so that they would keep going in circles. Without taking his eyes off the statue, Cyan replied that maybe it wanted something from them, the owner of those ruins, that is. The statue's eyes bore an eerie pattern like teardrops streaming down. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a monster's head fell heavily to the ground. Leximus stood atop the creature's massive body, panting as he said that he thought that was the last one. Nearby, Princess Erin, standing beside a brutally slashed monster, announced that she was done there too and asked whether everyone was all right. Holding her grimoire, Lunav raised an eyebrow and replied that for now they were, but that someone seemed to be missing. Erin asked what she meant, and Lunav explained that it was the person who had been guiding the way. She then recalled that while they had been distracted fighting the monsters, the guide had run off, adding that he had not been very helpful anyway, so perhaps they should just go on. Erin crossed her arms and objected that they did not know the path. However, Lunav reassured her that she did not need to worry about that. Glancing at Lemmy Haram on her shoulder, she explained that her demonic scriptures said that it knew the way. Upon hearing this, it spoke up, saying that it did not know yet whether it was the right path, but that it could feel a familiar energy. At once, Erin and Leximus were startled and stammered in shock, asking what that was. Lemmy Haram greeted the princess, saying that it had been a long time and that she had grown a lot. Sweating nervously, Erin stared at Lemmy Haram and asked how it knew her. It replied that they had seen each other before. Recalling the time when Erin had been unconscious on the ground, Lemmy Haram boasted that although she had been knocked out, it had saved her and told her not to forget that. Lunav then cheerfully placed it on her palm and introduced it to the two of them, saying that it was the demonic scriptures, Lemmy Haram. However, Erin and Leximus stared at it up close with sparkling eyes and exclaimed that it was cute, making Lemmy Haram break into a cold sweat as it asked whether they were even listening. It then jumped off Lunav's hand, landed on the ground, and grumbled that there was no time to dawdle. Next, Lemmiharam transformed into a giant beast and unleashed Void Flare forward, swiftly destroying the opposite wall and creating a new passage. This sudden action made Leximus stammer in confusion, asking why it had suddenly done that, while Lunav admitted that she did not know either. Looking at the deep passage leading underground, she guessed that perhaps it had made a shortcut. In its massive beast form, Lemmiharam growled toward the newly opened tunnel and instructed them to follow that route all the way, saying that it should help them avoid all the annoying monsters. Back on Cyan's side, a loud rumbling shook the area, causing Hastia to clutch his clothes and cry out in fear, asking whether it was an earthquake. Cyan looked up at the ceiling and replied that it was not, adding that he thought Aaron and her group had arrived and that he had better hurry. Hastia responded in confusion. Suddenly, she glanced upward and pointed out that there was writing beneath the statue. At that moment, the inscription at the statue's base began to glow. Cyan also noticed it and remarked that it looked like an ancient language, though he could not read it. Unexpectedly, Hastia read aloud that they should worship the goddess, who was the lord of all darkness and death, Caligorna. Suddenly, the statue's eyes began to shine, and Hastia added that she wondered whether the statue was the goddess of death. All of a sudden, a sphere of crackling energy appeared between the statue and the two of them. Struck by the shockwave, Hastia squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, asking what was going on. Cyan calmly analyzed that it seemed the quote had been the key to opening that door. He then looked around and observed that it was an entirely different space. Only then did Hastia realize that it was like an alternate dimension. Hastia looked at the stone stakes floating in midair and remarked that it looked like a grave, while Cyan commented that it was fitting for the goddess of death. As they stood on what seemed like rippling water beside the unchanged statue, Hastia trembled and said that it was kind of creepy, whereas Cyan calmly replied that he preferred the dark. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl with black wings stepped toward them and said that she had been wondering who dared to enter that place, only to find that it was the children of the idiot and Aquanus. Cyan turned toward the voice and said that the owner of the temple had appeared, while Hastia widened her eyes in disbelief and asked whether that had been her speaking. Observing Caligorna approaching, Hastia commented that she looked like a child, but the girl introduced herself as the goddess of death, Caligorna. Pointing at Cyan, Caligorna asked what she should call him, and he politely answered that his name was Cyan and that he was the idiot god's successor. Caligorna gazed at him with her violet eyes and greeted him, saying that it was nice to meet him, the idiot's successor, and asked what had brought him there. Cyan broke into a cold sweat and thought that the idiot seemed to be famous even among the gods, but aloud he asked how to kill a god and whether such a method existed. Caligorna narrowed her eyes and laughed in admiration, saying that he was an interesting child. She then looked at Hastia and thanked the white child for guiding him well, which left Hastia slightly flustered as she responded in confusion and thanked her. After that, Caligorna walked barefoot toward Cyan and said that there was something she had to check first, telling him to stay still. At the same time, Hastia blushed furiously in embarrassment. Caligorna leaned close to Cyan and sniffed him, causing him to question what she was doing. With dreamy eyes, she replied that she understood and pitied him. Placing her hand over his heart, Caligorna looked up and stated that he had been denied by Lumendel as well, and that this was why he was trying to kill a god. Hastia's eyes widened in shock as Caligorna continued, explaining that it was currently the era of light, with darkness reduced to a corner. Recalling the scene of the lunar eclipse and the town submerged in bloodlust, Caligorna warned that killing the god of light would mean destroying an entire era. Even so, Cyan asked whether that meant he could not kill them, and Caligorna answered that it was somewhat so. Cyan and Hastia stared in confusion at the jet-black feather floating before them as Caligorna explained that a god did not disappear only through death. Floating in midair and looking down at them, she said that she could erase a god from everyone's memories using her power, and that a god would lose their power when no one mentioned their name, citing herself as an example. Hearing this, Cyan remarked that he had thought he needed to serve a god to use their powers, and that he already possessed the idiot god's powers. Suddenly, Caligorna laughed and suggested that he should accept her instead. As she lifted his chin with her hand, Cyan broke into a cold sweat while she asked what he thought. She descended and leaned close to his face, threateningly asking whether he did not want to become her follower. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Niels was sitting back and gasping for breath when someone approached him. The person asked whether he was badly hurt, Sir Niels, and Niels recognized him as Association President Boris. Boris approached with his subordinates and remarked that Niels should not have gone in. Grinding his teeth in agony, Niels urged them to leave immediately, warning that there was a demon there. Suddenly, Boris turned and waved at his subordinate, telling him to take a good look, which left the bald man confused as he asked for clarification. Boris narrowed his eyes, beckoned toward Niels, and told him to see what happened when he did not listen. At that moment, Niels's face began to swell with bubbling growths, and blood poured from his mouth as he failed to speak. A second later, blood splattered across Boris's cold face. The subordinates cried out in horror, asking whether he had not been Boris's subordinate and why he would do such a thing. Boris calmly wiped the blood from his face and explained that Niels had been going to die anyway, and that he had been nothing more than bait. His expression then turned mad, and his eyes sharpened as he growled that Niels had been bait meant to serve as a distraction. At the same time, the demonic monster of greed descended from above and appeared before Boris. He swung his arm and launched a powerful holy spear toward the creature, striking it and slamming it against the ceiling with a thunderous crash. The bald subordinate stared in shock and asked what that black thing was, and Boris replied that it meant the matter was not over yet and warned them to be careful. Seeing a figure step out from the darkness with a blood-red aura, Boris stated that a demon was glaring at them. Sarika furiously used her skill, secret technique, darkness. Within the darkness, she could clearly see Boris's subordinates looking around in fear as they shouted that they could not see anything. Suddenly, one of the subordinates was struck in the neck by a beam of energy. The bald man quickly realized that the others were also being shot one after another and panicked, yelling at them to watch out because it was attacking from the dark. Meanwhile, Boris used purifying light, releasing it in all directions to search for his opponent. Just as Sarika was attacking one of the men, Boris's golden light exposed her position. Immediately, the bald man charged forward with an angry fist, shouting that she had been there and calling her a rat bastard as he unleashed Gauntlet Hammer. A powerful blow struck at Sarika, but she managed to block it. Seeing this, the bald man ground his teeth in shock and exclaimed that it was impossible and demanded to know if she was blocking it with just her foot. Sarika coldly told him to move aside, saying that she had no business with them. She then unleashed 12-200 IAC strike, slashing the bald man with multiple strands of energy intertwined like a web. After that, she flew toward Boris and calmly declared that she would make sure to repay the debt from the past. However, Boris merely curled his lips in disdain and thought that it was laughable, reasoning that no matter how exceptional she was, her power was limited to that of a human. Raising his hand and forming golden energy, he told himself that with just a little force, a human could be crushed like an insect. Suddenly, Caligorna appeared right behind Boris, startling him. Noticing his lapse in vigilance, Sarika rushed forward with a flurry of blade strikes, but Boris swiftly dodged them all. Sarika's feet dragged across the ground before she stopped in front of him and questioned whether he had thought her presence had merely changed a bit, implying that it had not just been her presence. Unexpectedly, Boris coughed up a mouthful of blood and wondered how it had happened. Dropping to one knee, he wiped the blood from his mouth in disbelief and realized that he could no longer use divine power, questioning whether Caligorna had opened their eyes. With the sharp gaze of a predator, Sarika raised her blade in front of her and demanded to know who he was. Boris sneered and replied that who he was did not matter, adding that he was not an idiot who introduced himself to insects. Elsewhere, Lemaharam's massive feet moved forward cautiously as it carried Aaron and Lunav. When its master asked whether they had arrived, it confirmed that they had, while Leximus followed behind on foot, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Lunav looked in one direction and said that it felt like someone was there. Sitting behind her, Aaron added that she did not think it was a person. At the place they were observing, a hooded figure was seated upon a royal throne. Realizing that it was a skeleton, someone remarked that it appeared to be someone's remains and wondered why they would be in such a place. Lemiharam then shrank its body and explained that the figure had been a believer who worshipped the mountain there and must have used their mana to protect the place. Hearing this, Aaron was astonished and speculated that the ruins being buried within the cave had been an intentional phenomenon, which Lemiharam confirmed, praising her as a smart princess. On the side, Lunav looked at the skeleton and suggested trying to awaken it with necromancy, which startled Aaron. Lemiharam agreed that it was also a good method, but Aaron immediately objected, asking why such dangerous magic would be used. Lunav, with an eerie gaze, insisted that it was the only way if they wanted to learn about the ruins, causing Aaron to pale and argue that even so, Lunav did not have to take such a risk herself. This remark angered Lemiharam, who demanded to know what Aaron took it for and whether she thought it was that weak. Aaron nervously stammered that she had not meant that. Seeing that neither of them listened to her, Aaron irritably called for help, urging Leximus to try to stop Lunav as well, but Leximus waved her hand and replied that she had no power there. In the end, Lunav opened her spellbook and began chanting, calling out to a wanderer in the darkness. As magical sigils appeared around her, she continued by commanding the being to follow her voice and lift the veil. After that, a will-o'-the-wisp flame appeared and demanded to know who dared to awaken the dead, accusing them of daring to do so. At the same time, the skeleton's eye sockets suddenly glowed, and crimson hands extended from its body, terrifying Aaron. On their side, Lunav and Lemmiharam struggled against the magical force. Lemmiharam declared that the will of the veil was blocking it and said it would help, urging Lunav to keep going. Lunav immediately responded in affirmation. Lemmiharam then stretched out his palm and released energy, his eyes glowing with a bloody light, saying that when he woke up, they should say hello for him, adding that he would probably sleep for a while due to the necromantic backlash. Hearing this, Lunav asked suspiciously whether he had known him, and Lemmiharam replied that she should ask him herself and focus on the necromancy. Seeing the situation, Aaron shouted for Lunav to stop, warning that she would get hurt at that rate. Nevertheless, Lunav continued, explaining that the knowledge of those ruins might be helpful to Cyan. Casting a sharp glance at Aaron, she declared that she could accept that level of risk and questioned whether Aaron's feelings did not reach that level. Those words left Aaron stunned and speechless. Suddenly, the skeleton opened its mouth and screamed as energy crackled around them like roaring thunderbolts. Lunav abruptly collapsed, prompting Aaron to anxiously ask whether she was okay, while Leximus hurried over, calling out to Lady Lunav. Supported by Aaron, Lunav panted and announced that, for now, it was a success, which made Aaron question what she meant by a success. At that moment, the skeleton spoke, asking whether they were the ones who had awakened him, causing the three girls to look up warily. Looking down at his own hand, he remarked that it had been a while since he had returned to the world of the living, and commended them for even being able to resurrect his body. Aaron helped Lunav to her feet and listened as he continued, saying that he was not someone worthy enough to be called back to that land, as he had been a failed being who could not even protect one precious thing. The skull then turned toward them and asked whether they were disappointed. Aaron, still short of breath, firmly replied that of course not, adding that he was already the first successful case of her necromancy, and addressing him as Mr. Hearing that, the man cleared his throat and commented that she spoke in an amusing way, but that there was a major flaw in her words. Lunav curiously asked what flaw he meant. The man angrily pointed out that he was not an old man and demanded to know where a handsome guy like him looked like an old man. His remark left the three girls staring at the skeleton in speechless silence. Noticing this, he asked whether someone could lend him a mirror. Aaron immediately handed him one with an awkward expression, and the skeleton accepted it gratefully, thanking her. Aaron, breaking into a cold sweat, whispered to Lunav that he did not yet know what he looked like, while Lunav explained that it was her first time doing this and that she had not been able to perfectly revive his body. Soon after, the mirror fell to the ground and shattered. The man collapsed in despair and retracted his earlier praise, saying that reviving him in such a state was cruel. Lunav quickly tried to change the subject, mentioning that earlier her demonic scripture had told her to send its regards. The man immediately paid attention and asked whether by demonic scripture she meant Lemmiharam. Lunav asked in return whether he was acquainted with her demonic scripture, and he replied that indeed he was. He then introduced himself as Balian Arcania, explaining that as a believer he had been the very person who created that temple and had been the owner of the demonic scriptures. Meanwhile, in another space, Cyan questioned whether he was to become the goddess's believer. Caligorna laughed and confirmed it, asking what there was to think about and whether he did not have something he wanted. Cyan rolled his eyes and raised the concern of whether it was acceptable even if he already served another god. Caligorna glanced at him indifferently and stated that she did not mind a two-timer, adding that right now she was the one in need. Thinking of the large shadow imprinted on the ground, she remarked that a god without believers was no different from a dead god. Caligorna then flew down and wrapped her arms around Cyan's neck from behind. Cyan declared that in that case they should do it, that believer thing. Caligorna immediately smiled brightly and asked whether he had decided. All of a sudden, Cyan's pupils contracted and he froze in shock while Hastia screamed in horror, calling out to Lord Cyan. Before her eyes, Cyan suddenly sank into the pitch-black water and continued falling endlessly. As his body sank deeper and deeper, he inwardly questioned where that place was and felt as though someone was there. Straining to glance toward the source of that presence, he finally saw people staring at him with hateful eyes and realized that they were all the ones he had killed. The group glared at Cyan with hatred in their eyes and cursed at him, asking whether he thought he could live in peace after trampling over them and declaring that the pain he was suffering was exactly what he deserved. With bloodshot eyes, Ashel laughed maniacally through gritted teeth and declared that he cursed Cyan Vert, adding that they were delighted that their final wish had become his curse. Suddenly, the Dark Lord appeared behind Cyan and asked whether their words did not sound reasonable to him. Cyan responded by asking in return whether he was supposed to feel guilty or something. Upon hearing that, Caligorna cast him a sidelong glance and explained that those were the voices of thoughts long asleep deep within him, adding that guilt was also a part of the memories he possessed. She then asked whether he had the courage to face it. Cyan smirked and questioned what she meant by face it. He then summoned a sword into his palm and mockingly stated that he hated complicated things. Caligorna was startled to hear Cyan growl that it would be far easier if he simply destroyed everything. He then swung his sword and slashed repeatedly at the people he had once killed, tearing them apart. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Cyan laughed in exhilaration and declared that if they wished to curse him, they were free to try, because he would cut them down no matter how many times it took. At the same time, Ashel, who had been laughing, was suddenly split in half. Cyan's brows furrowed as a sinister smile spread across his lips, and he thought that he would become the curse of this world. Meanwhile, outside the water pit, Hastia wept and cried out for Lord Cyan. With tears welling in her eyes, she apologized and blamed herself, saying that it was her fault for bringing him there. Suddenly, the surface of the water swelled, causing Hastia to look on in confusion. A pitch-black mass shot up into the sky, terrifying her. When it landed in front of her, she screamed in fear and told it not to come any closer. However, when a familiar voice told her not to make a fuss, she froze in disbelief. As the black water flowed away to reveal his face, Hastia called out in astonishment, asking if it was Lord Cyan. Cyan brushed back his hair and questioned the Dark Lord, saying that first she had shown him the dead, Caligornia, and demanded to know what her true purpose was. Floating above them, Caligornia replied that what he had just experienced was a test, explaining that she needed to know whether he was worthy of becoming her follower. She then looked down at him with a sentimental smile and said that what she had shown him was merely an opinion, adding that it had been a long time since she had met a human she liked so much. With clear delight in her eyes, she declared that he would become her first follower in this era, and that she would grant him her power, addressing him as the heir of the Black Fog. Elsewhere, in a desolate place, Rick braced his hands on his knees and bent over, gasping for breath. Soaked in sweat, he muttered in fear that he had almost died, remarking that they had not even considered fleeing and had charged straight into battle, and concluding that they truly were an extraordinary group of girls. Rick then straightened up, wiped his sweat, and glanced back as he wondered whether eliminating those creatures would really be an easy matter, and whether that meant his mission there was already complete. He then laughed in satisfaction and thought that he could finally return to rest, adding that a cold beer would surely taste good. Suddenly, Rick nudged a person lying on the ground with his foot and became suspicious. His face turned pale and sweat dripped down as he stammered in shock. When he saw the corpses of the bald mercenary group, Rick cried out in alarm, asking whether they were not the mercenaries who had camped in the village and wondering what they were doing in a place like that. At the same time, something sharp struck toward Rick's right side, causing him to flinch in shock. However, before it could hit him, he ducked to evade and wondered in confusion what that was. He then noticed several golden feathers embedded in the wall, and his eyes widened in horror as he muttered in disbelief that they were feathers. After that, seeing two people fighting nearby, he grew suspicious and questioned what they were doing. Observing the energy radiating from Serica, Rick internally assessed that the woman, if he was not mistaken, was an assistant from the academy, yet the aura she was emitting felt completely different. On the other side, Boris clutched his chest in confusion and admitted that he did not understand why he had been overpowered. He then glared at Serica and declared that it was clearly an insult. In response, she sneered that when he was cornered, his face looked extremely horrifying, adding mockingly that it was the worst expression she had ever seen so far. Enraged by her words, Boris flared up and hissed through clenched teeth that she should be silent. Nevertheless, Sarika continued smiling brightly and stated that the stronger one's holy power became, the more unbearable that place would be for him, and that unfortunately it was heaven for those with the attribute of darkness. When she derided him further by saying that in that place he was nothing but prey for the darkness, Boris, driven mad with fury, released a murderous aura. Sarika crossed her arms in front of herself defensively and declared that there was no need to prolong the fight, as he would die there. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she added that it would ensure he would never again disturb Cyan. She then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that spread toward Boris like a web. Boris quickly counterattacked and shouted at her not to underestimate him, a mere human. Suddenly, something caught Boris's attention, making him grind his teeth and groan. White wings radiating golden spiritual power shielded him from Serica's attack, causing him to wonder since when that had happened. At that moment, Sarika activated the skill Mist Flower, Bloom. Immediately afterward, a tremendous explosion erupted, and Boris screamed in terror. Sweating profusely, he bit his teeth in fear. Before he could retaliate, Sarika kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying into the wall behind him. Unable to believe it, Boris thought it was impossible and that he could not accept it. As he saw Sarika charging at him with another attack, he inwardly questioned whether he was truly being defeated by an ordinary human. Simultaneously, Sarika unleashed another technique, Fog Sword. Rushing fog storm, slashing Boris relentlessly. As his pupils dimmed, his face bulged with veins in anger, and he resolved that he had to leave that place. Then, as Sarika witnessed him detonate with the technique Angel's Descent, she was startled. Staring intently at him, she demanded to know whether he even dared to destroy the ruins as well. From within the explosion, something shot out and slammed into the ground, triggering another blast that shattered the earth and stones. Sarika rose from the rubble and stared ahead. Having dispelled the magic around her and returned to her normal attire, she clicked her tongue and admitted that she had been careless, never expecting that he would truly destroy the ruins. As a hole opened in the roof and light streamed down from above, she declared that he would not be able to escape. Suddenly, something drew her attention, causing her to turn around. A zombie pinned beneath the debris clutched at her leg and groaned weakly. Without a word, she smashed its head. Startled, she realized that no Imperial troops or knights had been seen there, and concluded that from the beginning he had intended to use mercenaries as marionettes. Just then, a cry for help rang out. Rick, who was being attacked by two zombies, pushed them away while shouting in panic, demanding to know what was wrong with them and whether they did not recognize him. Seeing this, Sarika was filled with questions, wondering whether he was not the guide and why he was alone, and where the girls had gone. As Rick tearfully struggled against the zombies, able to do nothing but cry, Sarika inwardly sighed that he was completely useless. Meanwhile, Rick reached out toward her desperately and begged her not to just stand there watching, but to help him. Belian Arcania touched his fingertips together as he heard someone ask whether he had once been an owner of the demonic scriptures. He replied that it was true, explaining that although a great deal of time had passed since then, he had indeed been one of its previous owners. Upon hearing that, Lunav broke into a cold sweat and suggested that the demonic scriptures must therefore have been referring to him. Belian Arcania confirmed this, adding that Lemharam was not yet perfect. His statement made Lunav suspicious, prompting her to ask what he meant by that. Belian Arcania explained that the other half had been used to protect the temple. Erin then expressed curiosity about something else, saying that she had believed the goddess of death had once been worshipped by many people and wondering why she had suddenly fallen like this. Belian Arcania answered frankly that it was because the era of darkness had come to an end and the era of light had begun, adding that she was still forgotten to this very day. Recalling the image of Caligorna sitting with her knees pulled to her chest and her head lowered, Belian Arcania remarked that it was an extremely cruel fate for a god to endure. He then looked at Erin and the others and said that this was precisely why he wanted to make them an offer. As a red aura spread around his body, Belian Arcania spread his arms and urged them to become her believers, promising that he would repay them for it. Lunav immediately questioned whether he truly meant that he would do anything. Belian Arcania was momentarily startled, but affirmed that it was correct, asking what she desired. Hearing this, Lunav struck her chest firmly and demanded that he grant her the power to protect someone, declaring that if he did so, she would become a believer. Suddenly, Belian Arcania hooked his finger into his wide mouth and responded that power was what she wanted, agreeing to it, but saying that she had better see her first. At the sight of this, Erin and Leximus turned pale, while Lunav alone remained completely calm. Unexpectedly, Belian Arcania's lower jaw fell to the ground, startling him. Lunav watched as it rolled to a stop in front of her. Belian Arcania then asked if she could pick up his jaw for him. When she did so and handed it back, saying that it was there, he politely thanked her. After that, while reattaching his jaw, Belian Arcania produced a worn and tattered piece of paper and said that it was the key to her. Handing it to Lunav, he urged her to read it. Lunav recognized that the text was written in an ancient language. Glancing at the companion behind her, she did not take the paper but said that Princess Erin would probably be able to read it better than she could. Erin was left dumbfounded and thought that Lunav was probably just being lazy. Nevertheless, she still took the saliva-stained paper from Belian Arcania and began reading aloud, stating that one must accept her by reversing through the swamp of memories, referring to the mother of death and darkness, Caligorna. As soon as the name was spoken, Erin stammered in shock, repeating Caligorna's name and asking if she meant the demon. At the same time, she recalled the eerie appearance of Caligorna, with her eyes emitting a dark aura. Then the image of a bull-headed monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared in her mind. Erin continued by identifying her as Demon Caligorna, the source of all evil in the world. Remembering the monsters and the beast man who led them, she added that Caligorna was the one who had created the demons and monsters. Belian Arcania grinned and remarked that he supposed that was how people of this era would see it, then asked whether they were hesitating. Lunav immediately denied it, declaring that she would become a believer. Erin was startled and quickly tried to stop her, telling Lunav to wait and saying that she had a bad feeling about the situation. Even so, Lunav remained resolute, stating that she did not care and that once she possessed the full power of the demonic scriptures, she would never again have to lose what belonged to her. Hearing this, Balian Arcania tilted his chin toward the others and observed that it seemed she had already made up her mind, then asked what about the rest of them. Erin returned the paper to him and hesitantly said that she would come up with her own way to resolve things, while Balian Arcania showed no surprise and replied that he saw and that it was all right. Then the paper in his hand suddenly began to glow, and Balian Arcania pointed toward Lunav and wondered what he should call the young lady. After hearing her say that her name was Lunav, he placed his index finger on her forehead and told her that he would see her later, which made her flinch in confusion. Suddenly, Lunav's soul fell into a 5-colored space, and she wondered what that place was. After a moment, she glanced downward and saw images from the past, realizing that they were memories from when she had been kidnapped. In those memories, someone was casting magic on her chest, which made her wonder whether that person was removing her heart curb. When she saw the side of that person's face, she immediately smiled happily and thought that she had known it and that she had been right. Looking at the young man helping her, she called out to Cyan in her mind and expressed that she had missed him. However, something suddenly startled her, and as she was pulled down toward somewhere else, she cried out in refusal. In the blink of an eye, Lunav appeared somewhere with her entire body covered in black water. Cyan turned his head in confusion and asked how she had gotten there, which made Lunav uncertainly call his name. Seeing Cyan, Hastia, and Caligorna, Lunav widened her eyes in disbelief as tears streamed down her face, wondering whether this was a dream or another illusion before realizing that it was real. Meanwhile, Cyan asked irritably how she had managed to get there. At that moment, Lunav realized that it truly was Cyan and rushed forward to hug him tightly, shocking Hastia. At the same time, on Erin's side, Balian Arcania stood with his hands on his hips and said that she had arrived there, while Erin shouted Lunav's name in alarm and Leximus also cried out in shock, calling for Miss Lunav. Immediately, Leximus placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, activated the skill Armed Bondage, and demanded to know what the skeleton had done. However, he soon broke into a cold sweat and frowned when he realized that he could not unsheath his blade. At the same time, Balian Arcania, controlling magic with one hand while waving the other dismissively, told them not to call him Skeleton, explaining that his name was Balian and that Lunav was merely sleeping, so they should not worry. Hearing this, Erin demanded to know what he was trying to make her do by turning her into a believer. Balian Arcania seemed confused and asked what she meant, then pointed at himself and said that Lunav simply needed to live, asking what exactly they were worried about. Looking at Lunav lying on the ground with a foolish smile, he explained that she was sleeping happily and that she was happy about becoming a believer. At that moment, Leximus realized in surprise that he could move again, while Erin, still startled, wondered what Lunav could possibly be dreaming about. Nevertheless, Erin refused to trust Balian Arcania and argued that according to the stories, Caligorna had not been such a good goddess. Imagining an angel with a halo of sunlight fighting against darkness, she insisted that until Lumendel came to judge her for her actions, the world had been filled with chaos and darkness, and she questioned how anyone could trust a demon like that. This made Balian Arcania puzzled, and he asked what actions she was referring to. Erin frowned and replied that Caligorna brought death. At this point, Balian Arcania waved a finger in denial and explained that humans had once accepted and believed in death, saying that he would tell them about the era of darkness. Imagining a ruined world with ashes drifting everywhere, he described how in the beginning the world had been terrible and barren, with no society, no farming, and nothing at all. Thinking of humans stepping over dry skulls, he explained that people had died far too easily in that environment, whether because of the weather or while hunting. With deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, he declared that humans had been closer to death than ever before, and because of that, they had begged death to take pity on them and remove their pain. Erin stared with wide eyes and an open mouth as Balian Arcania continued, explaining that this was how the goddess Caligorna had been born, for the sake of painless death. Then he stroked his chin and tilted his head curiously, remarking that they looked as though they had never heard this story before and asking whether they had not been paying attention during history class. Both Erin and Leximus were left dumbfounded, thinking that they had never heard such a story before. Suddenly recalling nobles and soldiers from the past, Balian Arcania continued that eventually that era had come to an end. As time passed, humans prospered and no longer needed to fear death or darkness. Erin quickly asked whether that meant the era of light, and Balian Arcania confirmed that it did, adding that it was the era they were living in now. Erin then held her forehead and murmured that she understood even less, wondering what was truly right or wrong. A moment later, Balian Arcania curiously asked why they had come there in the first place. At the same time, Erin was startled when he assumed that it was because they disliked Lumendel. Suddenly, the ceiling began to shake violently. Erin looked up in shock and asked what that had been, while Balian Arcania calmly remarked that it seemed an old friend had arrived. This confused Erin even more, and she stammered that there was no way. Bali and Arcania then told them to go back because he had business to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, red energy enveloped Aaron and Leximus, and he suddenly added that there was one more thing. Before disappearing, he proudly shouted that he was very handsome. Aaron and Leximus could only stare speechlessly as Bali and Arcania vanished. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the middle of Romar Heights, Bali and Arcania burst upward from beneath the ground and leapt into the sky. Someone with white wings tumbled across the ground, crashing onto his back with torn clothing. With blood flowing from his mouth, Boris heard Bali and Arcania greet him, saying that it had been a long time. Looking at Bali and Arcania standing against the backlight of the setting sun, Boris stammered in shock, asking whether it was really him. With fiery eyes, Bali and Arcania gritted his teeth and declared that he had come to repay his debts to Hearthcrea. Caligorna looked down coldly and asked if Lunov had come to become her follower as well, welcoming her arrival. Lunov replied indifferently that she had indeed been sent there by Balian. Hearing that, Caligorna questioned the mention of Balian with suspicion, then narrowed her eyes and remarked with a smile that even after his death, that boy still managed to impress her, adding that she had already given up everything. Lunov confirmed that it was true and urged that they should finish things quickly, adding that she also needed to take her belongings. This made Cyan question in confusion what she meant by belongings, but Caligorna calmly reassured him not to worry, explaining that the moment Lunov crossed that space, she had already known Lunov was more than worthy to become her follower. Suddenly, Cyan spoke up to get Lunov's attention and asked how she had managed to find that place, then added in confusion if that was all she had to say after disappearing without a word. Thinking of Aaron tirelessly searching in the library, Lunov told him that Senior, Princess Aaron, had been looking for him everywhere and had not even returned to the palace, staying only within the academy, asking if he knew how hard they had all tried. At that moment, Hastia held Lunov's finger and explained that Cyan had no choice either, as he had been constantly chased by the curse of Lumendel. She then looked at Lunov seriously and added that Cyan had come all the way there to break that curse. Hearing this, Lunov questioned whether it was telepathy and assumed that Hastia must be the one who always stayed by Cyan's side. Her words made Hastia freeze in shock as she wondered if her first impression was really that bad. With a probing gaze, Lunov added sarcastically that even so, Hastia had watched over and stayed beside Cyan while she was gone, and that she appreciated that. Receiving praise, Hastia placed a hand on her chest in relief and thought that it was the first time someone had acknowledged her efforts. She then smiled brightly, wondering if Lunov might actually be a kind person, and introduced herself as Hastia, a prophet, greeting Lunov politely. However, Lunov paid little attention and instead turned to Cyan, asking what exactly the curse of Lumendel was. Cyan, breathing heavily, explained that it was an old curse and could be considered the price he had to pay for going against the will of the Holy Sword. Recalling a mysterious knight wielding a spear and powerful golden energy, he added that the curse caused the Titans of Light, the Nephilim, to continuously pursue him, and that those beings would not die even when struck down by his demonic sword. After hearing this, Lunov asked curiously whether he had been running from such creatures all this time. Cyan denied it, stating that this was not a problem that could be solved by just anyone, even if they knew the truth. Suddenly, Lunov stepped forward and called out to him, telling him firmly to listen. She angrily told him never to bear such a burden alone again, declaring that she was now strong enough to help him. Then, in a gentler tone, she advised that even if only for a moment, he needed to learn to rely on others. Seeing this, Cyan was taken aback and wondered why she was getting angry, thinking that he had already said this was not a situation where such logic applied. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Caligorna looked down and asked if this was a lover's quarrel. This made Cyan shout in annoyance that it was nonsense. Immediately, Caligorna changed the subject and mused that she now had 3 followers at once, calling it truly delightful news. Right after that, Cyan looked at her and suggested that if she was so pleased, she should hand over the authority or whatever it was to him. However, Caligorna slyly informed him that the authority was already in his hands, explaining that its legitimacy had been proven the moment he passed the trial she had given him. At the same time, Cyan felt a surge of ominous energy coming from his right hand and was startled. Then, as images of his life flashed before him, Caligorna explained that with that power he would be able to see into the memories of others, their memories, their lives, even their emotions, and that in the end he could erase them, concluding that this power was called oblivion. Cyan looked at his hand where sharp claws had grown and wondered whether that meant he could erase memories of a god as well. Upon hearing Caligorna confirm that it was exactly by that method that one could kill a god, Cyan then pointed his hand toward Hastia and suggested that they should try a small experiment. This startled her, and she waved her hands in panic, telling him to wait, but despite that, a strand of deathly aura still emanated from the center of her forehead, leaving her stunned. When Hastia suddenly collapsed to the ground, Lunav asked Cyan what he had erased, and he openly revealed that it was her memory of Caligorna. Hearing this, Caligorna leaned in with a displeased expression and asked whether he intended to kill her twice, to which Cyan admitted that at some point it had to be tested. Observing that Hastia seemed to have fainted, Cyan asked when she would wake up, and Caligorna, sounding irritated, replied that she was merely sleeping for a while. Suddenly, Cyan looked at his hand again and wondered why his power felt weaker, and Caligorna explained that of course it had weakened, since her own power had just decreased. She added with a shrug that if her power weakened, then his authority would become useless as well, remarking that both the successor and the deity were essentially the same, and that this was precisely why they all needed to gather more followers for her. This information displeased Cyan, who responded that he had no talent for recruitment and that she should not expect too much from him. Meanwhile, Lunav focused on another issue and asked whether the more followers they gathered, the greater the power Senior Cyan could use. Caligorna frankly confirmed that as her number of followers increased, he would also obtain the full power of the demonic scripture. This answer startled Lunav, who questioned how she could possibly know that. Caligorna flapped her wings, rose into the air, and laughingly responded that she was an omniscient goddess and therefore knew everything. Suddenly, energy shot up from beneath Lunav's feet as Caligorna growled that this included even the tiny Remi Haram inside her. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble violently, putting everyone on guard. Lunav observed that the tremors were getting worse, while Cyan covered his mouth slightly and remarked that the disgusting sensation felt familiar. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Cyan identified it as the divine scripture and wondered whether Boris was at the ruins. Caligorna then confirmed this, saying that it was time for them to part ways. At the same moment, a pressure pressed down on Cyan and Lunav, causing them to panic, but Caligorna reassured them that she was merely sending them out of that dimension. Cyan questioned why, since they had already become her followers, she would not send them to deal with the situation, but Caligorna smirked and asked why she would risk losing followers after all her hard work. Before teleporting them away, she told them to leave everything to her side and find a safe place instead. After being transported elsewhere, Cyan looked up at Caligorna's statue and realized that they had returned to the same place as before entering the subdimension. He frowned and wondered whether there were other followers besides the three of them. Nearby, Hastia clutched her head and groaned about the pain, prompting Cyan to ask what the last thing she remembered was. Confused, she replied that someone had told her to read the ancient text beneath the statue. Hearing this, Cyan inwardly exclaimed that the authority was truly effective. Noticing Lunav's dazed expression, he asked anxiously whether she was all right. Elsewhere, Aaron supported Lunav and remarked that she had finally regained consciousness. Lunav looked around and asked where Senior Cyan was, which startled Aaron into exclaiming whether Cyan had been inside and if he was still alive. Sweating, Lunav said she would explain everything later and insisted that getting out of that place was far more important as the ruins were about to collapse. At the same time, Caligorna walked through falling debris with a sorrowful gaze and thought that even in death, Balian had never found peace. Elsewhere, Balian Arcania, with his eyes glowing fiercely, reflected that it was quite the opposite, as he felt extremely happy that the opportunity to take revenge on those who had stolen their darkness had finally come, and he prayed for his goddess to grant him the power to exact that revenge. His body radiated a blazing red energy as he stood facing Boris, who used his wings to form a protective magic circle, and angrily declared that Balian had forced him to shed that shell, adding that he had always been skilled at such petty tricks. Balian Arcania raised his hand in preparation for battle, and replied that Boris was impressed too early, as their counterattack had only just begun. Boris infused more energy into the circles around him and scoffed that it was ridiculous, stating that darkness was judged by light and that such was the natural order of the world. In response, Balian Arcania conjured a radiant purple magic circle in front of himself and declared that today would be different, for the sake of the one standing behind him. This made Boris question whether Caligorna had truly returned, adding that one who had died should have accepted their fate. Balian Arcania's power surged as he loudly rejected that notion, proclaiming that they would rise against such a pitiful belief. At that moment, Caligorna appeared with her hands clasped in prayer as Balian continued, declaring that it was both his will and his goddess's will. He then unleashed the skill Wave of Oblivion, sending a sphere of energy outward that blasted toward Boris, shouting that he would show him what true oblivion was. However, Boris covered his mouth and laughed loudly, asking whether Balian did not care about being dragged down as well. By then, Balian Arcania had become completely unhinged and admitted that it was true, declaring that Boris would not be able to take anything back from that place. Immediately afterward, a surge of purple energy slammed toward Boris, causing him to grit his teeth, and a massive explosion erupted, blasting the ground into a huge crater.